Autumn. 35. No one awoke in an earthquake. Beneath her, the mattress was all a-jumbling, the great force of the disturbance pitching pillows this way and that, sending covers flying, the cold air barging in against her skin. Her consciousness quickly redefined the cause of the chaos. It was not the earth moving, but Torment. He was flailing beside her as if fighting against ties that bound him to the bed, his massive body jerking uncontrollably. He'd had that dream again. The one he refused to speak of, and which, therefore, had to concern his beloved. The glow from the bathroom caught his naked body as he landed on his feet, the clenched muscles of his back throwing hard-line shadows, his hands curled in fists, his thighs engaged as if he were about to spring forward. As he caught his breath and got his bearings, the name that was carved into his skin in a graceful arch expanded and contracted almost as if the female was alive again. Welisandra. Without a word, Torment stalked into the bathroom, closing the door, cutting off the illumination and her. Lying in the dark, she listened to the water start to run. A quick glance to the bedside clock indicated it was about time to get up, and yet she stayed where she was. How many days had she spent in this bed of his? A month's worth? No, 2, mayhap 3? Time had ceased to have meaning to her, the nights wafting by like fragrance on a summer's breeze. She supposed he was her first lover. Except he refused to take her fully. Moreover, even after all this time together, he did not allow her to touch him. Nor did he sleep under the covers with her, or kiss her on the mouth. And he did not join her in the tub or the pool or watch her dress with lingering eyes, and he did not hold her when they slept. Still, he was generous with his sensual talents, taking her time and time again to that place of transient bliss, always so careful with her body and her releases. And she knew it pleased him as well. His body's reaction was too powerful to hide. It seemed greedy to want more. But she did. In spite of all the mad heat they called up from each other, in spite of the way he freely fed from her and she did the same from him, she felt stalled. Trapped in a place that was short of an ultimate destination. Even though she had found structure in her nights working down at the compound and relief and anticipation every dawn when he came back in health and strength, she was quagmired. Restless. Unhappy. Which was why she had finally requested a visitor to come to the compound this evening. At least she could make some progress somewhere. Or so she hoped. Slipping out from the pocket of warmth she herself created, she shivered even though the heating units were on. The inconsistent temperature was one thing that she had yet to get used to on the side and the only thing about the sanctuary that she missed. Here, there were times when she was overheated and others when she had a chill, the latter more prevalent now that September had arrived and ushered in with it the early frosts of fall. As she pulled on her robe, its folds were cold, and she trembled within the fabric's cloying embrace. She made sure she was always dressed whenever she was out of bed. Torment had never said as much, but she had the sense that he preferred her as such, as much as he appeared to enjoy the feel of her. His eyes avoided her nakedness and ducked away, too, when they were in public even though surely his brothers knew that she stayed with him. She had a feeling, even though he had said he knew it was her whom he pleasured, that he tried to find his Shellen in her body in their experiences together. Any reminder to the contrary would be difficult for him. Slipping her feet into her leather moccasins, she hesitated before leaving. She hated that he was in extremis, but he would never talk to her about it. In fact, lately, he did not speak much when she was around him, even though their bodies were fluent in whatever language it was they communicated in. Indeed, nothing good could come out of her lingering, especially given the mood he had to be in. Forcing herself to the door, she put her hood up and her head out, looking both ways before stepping into the corridor and shutting him in by himself. As usual, she left without making a sound. Lassiter, Tor hissed into the bathroom mirror. When there was no reply, he splashed his face with cold water again. Lassiter. As he closed his eyes, he saw his Wellesley in that gray landscape. She was even farther away from him, off now in the distance, harder than ever to reach as she sat so still among those boulders of gray stone. They were losing ground. Lassiter, where the fuck are you? The angel finally made an appearance over on the edge of the jacuzzi, a box of Freddie Freihoffer's chocolate chip cookies in one hand, a long tall of milk in the other. Want one? He said, jogging the calorie payload. They're right out of the fridge. So much better cold. Tor glared at the guy. You told me I was the problem. When all he got was chewing, he had the urge to feed the whole box to the bastard. At once. She's still there. She's nearly gone. Lassiter put the spoil your dinner aside. Like maybe he'd just lost his appetite. And when he simply shook his head, Tor had a moment of panic. If you've bullshitted me, Angel, I'm going to kill you. The other male rolled his eyes. I'm already dead, idiot. And might I remind you that your Shellen's not the only one I'm trying to get free. Me destiny is hers, remember? You fail, I fail, so I'm not incented to fuck with you. Then why the hell is she still in that horrible place? Lassiter threw up his hands. Look, man, it's gonna take more than a couple of orgasms. You've got to know that. Jesus Christ. I can't do much more than I am. Really? Lassiter's eyes narrowed. You sure about that? As their stares clashed, Tor had to look away as well as reassess any privacy he assumed he and no one had. Fuck that, they'd had 100 orgasms together, so? You know as well as I do how much you haven't done, the angel said softly. Blood, sweat, and tears, that's what it's going to take. Lowering his head, Tor rubbed his temples, feeling like he was going to scream. Fucking bullshit. You're going out tonight, yeah? The angel murmured. So when you get back, come find me. You're with me anyway, aren't you? Don't know what you're talking about. Let's meet after last meal. What are you going to do with me? You say you want help, well, I'm going to give it to you. The angel got to his feet and sauntered toward the bathroom's door, then doubled back and got his frickin' cookies. Until dawn, my friend. Left by himself, Tor briefly considered the merits of punching the mirror but then figured he might endanger his chances of going out and finding some lessers to kill. And right now, that prospect was the only thing keeping him in his own skin. Blood, sweat, tears. Cursing, he took a shower, shaved, and went out into the bedroom. No one was already gone, likely so that she could make it down to first meal separately from him. She did this every night, even though the show of discretion couldn't possibly fool anybody. You know as well as I do how much you haven't done. Damn it to hell, Lassiter probably did have a point and not just about the whole sex thing. As he thought about it, he realized he never explained himself to no one. There was no way she didn't know that he'd had a nightmare again. Him popping off the bed like it was a toaster and Moody around was a neon sign in the room. But he never talked about it with her. Never gave her an opening to ask about it. He didn't really talk to her about anything, actually. Not his work out in the field. Not his brothers. Not the ongoing struggles the king was having with the Glimmerer. And there were so many other distances that he maintained. At his closet, he ripped out a pair of leathers, stepped into them, and the waistband jammed at his thighs. And when he pulled them again, they stayed put. Yanking them even harder, they split at the fly into two halves. What the fuck? Goddamn pieces of shit. He grabbed another pair and ran into the same problem. His thighs were too big for them. Going through his closet, he checked all his sets of fighting clothes. Now that he thought about it, things had been getting tighter lately. Jackets constricting his shoulders. Shirts ripped under the armpits at the end of the night. Thigh-gate. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught his reflection in the mirror over one of the dressers. Damn, he was back to the size he had once been. Strange that he hadn't noticed until tonight. But his body, now on a regular feeding schedule, had blown out to its previous dimensions. His shoulders corded with muscle, his arms bulging, his stomach rippled, his thighs swollen with power. No one was responsible for this. It was her blood in him making him this strong. Turning away, he went over to the phone by the bed, ordered up another pair of leathers in a bigger size, and then parked it on the chaise. His eyes locked on the closet. The mating dress was still in it, pushed to the rear, hanging where he had put it when he'd resolved to try to move on. Lassiter was right, he hadn't taken things as far as he could. But God, having sex with someone else? As in actual sex? There had only ever been his Wellesley. She at this nightmare he was in just kept getting more mare. But God, that vision as he'd woken up of his Shellen ever farther away even more faded, her exhausted eyes tortured and gray as the landscape. The knock on the door was too strong to be Fritz. Come in. John Matthew peered around the jam. The kid was dressed for fighting, his weapons on, his mood dark. Going out early? Tor said. No, I've switched shifts with just wanted you to know that. What's wrong? Nothing. What a lie. The truth came out in the sharp edges to the kid's words, his hands forming the positions of ASL with hard corners on the letters. And he wouldn't look anywhere but the floor. Tor thought of the messy bed across the way and the fact that no one had left one of her spare sheets on the chair over by the bureau. John, he said. Listen. The kid didn't look at him. Just stood there in the open doorway, head down, brows down, body twitching to leave. Come in a minute. And shut the door. John took his time and crossed his arms when he was done closing them in. Crap. Where to start? I think you know what's going on here. With no one. None of my business, came the signed response. Bullshit. At least they got him some eye contact. Too bad, since he promptly stalled out on the reveal. How could he explain what was going on? It's a complicated situation. But no one's taking Wellesley's place. Shit, that name. I mean, do you love her? No one? No, I don't. So what the hell are you doing? Harino, don't answer that. John paced around, hands on hips, weapons catching the light in subtle flashes. I can guess. In a sad way, Tor thought the anger was honorable. A son protecting the memory of his mother. God, that hurt. I've got to move on, Tor whispered hoarsely. I have no choice. The fuck you don't. But like I said, it's none of my business. I gotta go. Later. If you think for one moment that I'm having a party in here, you're too wrong. I've heard the sounds. I know exactly how much fun you're having. As he took off, the door shut with a crack. Fantastic. This night got any better and someone was going to lose a leg. Or a head. 36. Generally speaking, the scent of human blood wasn't nearly as interesting as that of a lesser or a vampire. But it was equally recognizable, and something that you had to pay a little attention to. As Shex threw a leg over her Ducati, she sniffed the air again. Definitely human, coming from west of the Iron Mask. Checking her watch, she saw she had a little extra time before her meet and greet, and whereas in the normal course of business she wouldn't give any kind of mess involving humans even a drive-by, in light of current events in the black market trade, she dismounted, took her key, and dematerialized in that direction. Over the last 3 months, there had been a rash of killings downtown. Well done that. But the ones she had been interested in were not the sloppy gang-related drive-bys, or the heat of passion trigger fingers, or the drunken hit-and-runs. Her group fell into the fourth big catch-all drug-related. Except not in your run-of-the-mill kind of way. The deaths were all suicides. Middlemen were capping themselves left and right, and really, what were the chances that so many of those motherfuckers would develop a conscience at the same time? Unless, of course, someone was putting a moral additive in the Caldwell water system. In which case Trez would be out of business on a couple of different levels and he wasn't. The human police were flummoxed. The news media had gone national. The politicians were all excited and getting up on their stumps. She'd even tried to do some Nancy Drewing herself, but her timing had always been of the day/late, $/short variety. Then again, she already knew the answer to a lot of those human questions. That old language symbol for death on those packets was the key. And G was the more guys who ate their own bullets, the more those stamps had appeared. They were even starting to show up on heroin and ecstasy packaging now, not just cocaine. The vampire in question, whoever he or she was gradually staking their claim. And after a busy summer season of influencing human filth to take themselves out of the gene pool, they'd managed to kill off an entire demographic in the drug trade. All that were left were street corner retailers and Ben Loy's, the big fish supplier. As she took form behind a parked van, it was clear that she'd gotten to the scene right after it had all gone down. There were 2 guys making like mud puddles on the asphalt, lying face up with unseeing eyes. Both had guns in their hands and holes in the fronts of their brains, and the car that the RIPs had come in was still going at an idle, its doors open, steam rising from its tailpipe. None of that was what she cared about, however. What she was really interested in was the male vampire getting into a sleek Jaguar, his black hair flashing blue in the overhead light of an archway. Guess her day/dollar ratio was on an upswing. With a quick shift, she reformed in front of his car, and thanks to the fact that he had no headlights on, she caught a good look at his face in the glow from the dashboard. Well, she thought as his head shot up to her. The slow laugh that came out of the male belonged with the summer nights, deep, warm and dangerous as coming lightning. The fair Hexania. A sail. Welcome to the new world. I had heard you were here. Likewise. She nodded at the bodies. I understand that you've been performing a public service. The vampire assumed an evil expression, one she had to respect. You give me credit where it may not be due. Aha. Right. You can't tell me you care about these rats without tails? I care that your product has been in my club. Club? Elegant brows peeked over those cold eyes. You work with humans? Keep them in line is more like it. And you don't approve of chemicals. The more they're under the influence, the more annoying they are. There was a long pause. You look good, Shex. But you always did. She thought of John and the way he'd handled that vampire wannabe a couple of months ago. It would be a different scenario with Assail. John would have much more fun with a worthier opponent, and Assail was capable of anything. With a shot of pain, she abruptly wondered whether her mate would even bother fighting for her now. Things were different between them, and not in a good way. All those summertime resolutions to stay close and connected had faded under the grind of their nightly jobs, those short bursts of seeing each other seeming to create more distance than they cured. Until now, in the cold weather of fall, their visits were harder, less frequent. Less sexual, too. "What's the matter, Shex?" Assail said softly. "I can smell pain." "You overestimate your nose and your reach if you think you can take over Caldwell so fast. You're trying to fill some big-ass shoes." "Your boss, revenge, you mean?" "Precisely. Does that mean you'll come work for me when I finish cleaning house?" "Not on your life." "How about on yours?" He tempered that one with a smile. "I've always liked you, Shex. If you ever want a real job, come find me. Don't have a problem with half-breeds." And didn't that little ditty make her want to kick him in the teeth? "Sorry, I like where I'm at." "Not according to your scent, you don't." As he turned the car engine on, the subtle growl foretold all kinds of horses under the hood. "I'll see you around." With a casual wave, he shut himself in, revved the engine, and tore off without putting on his lights. As she stared at the dead he'd left behind, she thought, well, at least she had a name now, but that was the extent of the good news. Assail was the kind of male you didn't turn your back on for an instant. A chameleon without a conscience. He could be 1,000 different faces to 1,000 different people with no one ever knowing the real him. For example, she didn't believe he found her attractive for one moment. It was just a comment to put her off balance. And it had worked, just not for the reason he'd intended. God, John. This shit between them was killing them both. But they were stalled out. Unable to make things work. Unable to let things go. It was a mess. Flashing back to her bike, she mounted, put her sunglasses on to protect her eyes, and took off. As she headed out of downtown, she blew past a fleet of CPD squad cars with their lights flashing and sirens blaring, going as fast as their tires would take them toward where she had just been. Have fun, boys, she thought. Wonder if they had a protocol for multiple suicides by now. She herself headed north toward the mountains. It would have been more efficient to just dematerialize, but she needed to air her head out, and there was nothing like doing 80 on a rural road to get your skull clean as a whistle. With the cold air shoving her aviators back onto her nose and her biker's jacket forming a second skin across her breasts, she gunned the engine even harder, stretching out flat over the bike, becoming one with the machine. As she closed in on the Brotherhood's mansion, she wasn't sure why she'd agreed to this. Maybe it was just surprise at the request. Maybe she wanted to run into John. Maybe she was looking for something, anything that was a change from this fog of sadness she was living in. Then again, maybe the fact that she was meeting with her mother meant shit was only going to get worse. About 15 minutes later, she turned off the road and ran smack into the maze that was always in place. Slowing down so she didn't hit a deer or a tree, she gradually ascended the mountain's rise, stopping at the series of gates that were similar to the ones that led to the training center entrance. There was barely a delay at each of the security cameras. She was expected. After she passed through the last barricade and started on the wide turn that led to the courtyard, her heart relocated to her gut. Damn, the huge stone house still looked the same. But come on, like it would have changed at all? There could be a nuclear bomb shower along the northeast coast and the place would still be solid. This fortress, cockroaches, and Twinkies. All that would be left. She parked the Ducati just beyond the stone steps that went up to the front door, but she didn't dismount. Looking at the arching jambs, the massive carved panels, the glowering gargoyles that had cameras in their mouth, there was no welcome mat in sight. Enter at your own risk was the point. A quick check of her watch told her what she already knew. John would already be out for the night, fighting in the part of town she had just left. Shex cranked her head to the left. Her mother's grid was out back in the gardens behind the house. This was good. She didn't want to go inside. Didn't want to walk across the foyer. Didn't want to remember what she had been wearing. Thinking, dreaming of when she'd been mated. Dumbass fantasy of what life was going to be like. Dematerializing to the far side of the barrier hedge. She had no trouble orienting herself. She and John had wandered out here in the spring, ducking beneath the budding branches of the fruit trees, breathing in the forgotten smell of fresh earth, holding each other against the chill that they knew was not long for the air. So much possibility back then. And given where they were now, it seemed kind of fitting that all of summer's warmth was gone, that vital blooming period missed altogether. Now the leaves were on the ground, the branches were bare once again, and everything was about hunkering down. Well, wasn't she a Hallmark card tonight? Zeroing in on her mother's grid, she went along the side of the house, passing by the French doors of the billiards room and the library. No one was down at the pool's edge, a still figure spotlit by the blue glow of water that was yet to be drained. Wow, Shex thought. Something big had changed with the female, and whatever the shift was, it had altered much of her emotional superstructure. Her grid was jumbled up, but not in a bad way, more like a house that was undergoing extensive renovations. It was a good start, a positive transformation that was probably a long time in coming. "Attaboy, Tor," Shex murmured under her breath. As if she had heard, no one looked over her shoulder, and that was when Shex realized that the hood that was always up was down, her mother's cap of smooth blonde hair suggesting that the stuff was braided, with the long end tucked under the robing. Shex waited for fear to light up that grid. And waited. And waited. Holy shit, something really had changed. "Thank you for coming," no one said as Shex approached. That voice was different. A little deeper. Surer. She had been transformed in a lot of ways. "Thanks for inviting me," Shex replied. "You look well. As do you." Stopping in front of her mother, she measured the way the flickering light from the pool played across the female's perfectly lovely face. And in the quiet that followed, Shex frowned, information flooding through her sensory receptors, the picture filling out. "You were stuck," she said, thinking that was kind of ironic. Her mother's brows flared. "As a matter of fact, I am." "Funny." Shex looked at the sky. "Me too." Staring up at the strong, proud female in front of her. No one felt the strangest connection to her daughter. As the restless reflections from the pool played over tough, grim features, those gunmetal gray eyes held an edgy frustration similar to her own. "So you and Tor," Shex said casually. No one put her hands up to her hot blush. "I do not know how to respond to that. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. It's just, yeah. It's all over your mind." "Not really." "Liar." There was no accusation, though. No censure. Just a statement of fact. No one turned back to the water and reminded herself that as a half-symphoth, her daughter would know the truth even if she didn't say a word. "I have no right to him," she murmured, looking at the pool's churning surface. "No right to any of him. But that is not why I asked you to come." "Says who?" "I'm sorry. Who says he's not yours?" No one shook her head. "You know all the whys." "No, I don't. If you want him and he wants you." "He does not. Not in all ways." No one brushed at her hair, even though it was already back off her face. Dearest Virgin Scribe, her heart was beating so hard. I shouldn't speak of this." It felt safer not to utter a syllable to a soul she knew Tor wouldn't like to be speculated about. There was a long silence. "John and I aren't doing well." No one glanced over, brows up at her daughter's candidness. I had wondered. You have been long gone from here, and he has not looked happy. I had hoped for a different outcome. On many levels. Including between the two of them. And indeed, it was true what Shex had said. They were each stalled, not exactly the accord one would wish for. However, she would take any commonality that presented itself. "I think you and Tor make sense," Shex said abruptly, as she began to wander down the edge of the pool. "I like it." No one arched her brows again, and reassessed the no-talk rule. "Truly, he's a good male. Steady, reliable, damn tragic about what happened to his family. John's been worried about him for so long, you know. She was the only mother John had. Wellesley, that is. Did you ever meet her?" "Not formally. She wasn't the type to hang out where I worked, and God knew I was never welcome where the Brotherhood was. But I was aware of her reputation. Tough cookie, really blunt. A female of worth in that regard. I don't think the Glimmerer were big fans of hers, and the fact that she didn't care about them was just another thing to recommend her, in my opinion. Theirs was a true love story." "Yeah, from what I hear. Frankly, I'm surprised that he's been able to move on, but I'm glad he has. It's done you a world of good." No one took a deep breath and smelled dry leaves. "He has no choice." "I'm sorry. It is not my story to tell, but suffice it to say, if he could choose another path, any other, he would." "I don't understand what you're getting at." When no one didn't fill in with explanations, Shex shrugged. "I can respect the boundaries." "Thank you. And I'm glad you came. I was surprised you wanted me here." I have failed you too many times to count. As Shex visibly recoiled, no one nodded. When I first arrived herein, I was overwhelmed by so much, lost though I spoke the language, isolated though I was not alone. I want you to know, however, that you are the real reason I came in tonight. It is time that I apologize to you. For what? For abandoning you at your very beginning. Jesus, the female, rubbed her short hair, her powerful body wincing in place, as if she were having to force herself not to bolt. Ah, listen, there's nothing to apologize for. You didn't ask to be. You were a young, newly born unto the world without a mammon to care for you. I left you to fend for yourself when you could do little more than cry for warmth and succor. I am so sorry, my daughter. She put her hand up to her heart. It has taken me too long to find my voice and my words, but know that I have practiced this for hours in my head. I want what I say to you to be correct, because everything has been wrong between you and me from day one, and it is all my doing. I was so selfish and I lacked courage, and I... Stop. Shex's voice was strained. Please just stop. Was wrong to ever turn my back on you. I was wrong to wait this long. I was wrong about everything. But this. She stamped her foot. This night I reveal to you all my faults, so that I may also pledge you my love, however imperfect and unwanted it is. I do not deserve to be your mother or to call you daughter, but mayhap we may form a kind of friendship. I can understand if this is unwanted as well, and I know that I have no right to demand anything from you. Just know that I am here, and my heart and mind are open to learning about who you are and what you are. Shex blinked once and then stayed silent, as if what had been spoken to her had come over a bad radio frequency and she was forced to extrapolate meaning. After a moment, the female said roughly, I'm a Simphith. You know that, right? The term half-breed doesn't mean shit when the half is sin-eater. No one kicked up her chin. You are a female of worth. That is what you are. I care not for the composition of your blood. You were terrified of me. I was terrified of everything. And you have to see that male in my face. Every time you look at me, you have to remember what was done to you. At that, no one swallowed hard. She supposed that part was true, but it was also the least important thing going forward. It was more than time to make this about her daughter. You are a female of worth. That is what I see. Nothing more and nothing less. Shex blinked again. A couple of times. Then faster. And then she lunged forward, and no one found herself enveloped in a strong, sure embrace. She did not hesitate for a moment to return the gesture of affection. As she held on to her daughter, she thought, yes, indeed, forgiveness was best expressed through contact. Words could not give nuance to the sensation of holding what she had eschewed in a moment of great agony, of having her blood against her, of supporting the female, even just briefly, whom she had so selfishly wronged. My daughter, she said in a voice that cracked. My beautiful, strong, worthy daughter. With a shaking hand, she cupped the back of Shex's head and turned the female's face to the side, so that she held her upon her shoulder as she would have a babe. Then with soft, gentle strokes, she smoothed the short hair. It was impossible to say that she was grateful for anything that Simphith had done to her. But this moment took the sting away, this vital moment when she felt as if the circle that had started to be drawn in her womb had finally been completed, two halves that had long tarried apart, coming to cleave once more. When Shex eventually pulled back, no one gasped. You bleed. Reaching up to her daughter's cheek, she cleared away the red drops with her hands. I shall get Doc Jane. Don't worry about it. It's just, nothing to worry about. It's the way I cry. No one put her hand on her daughter's face and shook her head in wonder. You are nothing like me. As the female looked away sharply, she said, No, that is good. You are so strong. So powerful. I love that about you. I love all about you. You can't mean that. Your Simphith side, it is a blessing of sorts. As Shex began disagreeing, no one cut her off. It gives you a layer of protection against things. It gives you a weapon against things. Maybe. Definitely. You know something? I was never mad at you. I understand why you did what you did. You brought an abomination into the world. Do not ever use that word around me, no one barked. Not when it comes to yourself. Are we clear? Shex laughed in a throaty way, putting her palms up in defense. Okay. You are a miracle. More like a curse. When no one opened her mouth to argue, Shex cut her off. Look, I appreciate this whole thing. I really do. It's really good of you. But I don't believe in butterflies and unicorns, and neither should you. Do you know what I've been for the last god, as many years as I can remember? No one frowned. You have been working in the human world, no? I believe I overheard that at some point. Shex lifted her pale hands, flexing the fingers into claws and releasing them. I've been an assassin. I've been paid to hunt people down and kill them. There's blood all over me, no one, and you need to know that before you go planning any kind of rosy reunion for us. Again, I'm glad that you asked me to come here, and you are more than totally forgiven for everything, but I'm not sure you have a realistic picture of me. No one tucked her arms into the sleeves of her robe. Are you engaged in that practice now? Not for the Brotherhood or my old boss. But with the job I have at the moment, if I had to revisit that skill set, I would without hesitation. I protect what's mine, and if anyone gets in the way, I will do what I have to. That's how I am. No one studied those features, that stark expression, that tense, muscled body that was more like a male's, and saw what was behind the strength. There was a vulnerability to Shex, as if she were waiting to be turned away, shut out, shoved aside. I think that's just fine. Shex actually jumped. What? No one kicked up her chin once more. I am surrounded by males who live by those rules. Why should it be any different for you because you are female? I'm rather proud of you, actually. Better to be the aggressor than the aggressed upon. I should much rather have you of that mind than any other. Shex took a shuddering breath. God damn, you have no idea how badly I need to hear that right now. I shall be pleased to repeat it, if you would like. I never thought, well, whatever. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you called. I'm glad you. As the sentence was not finished, no one smiled, a bright, shining light striking up within her chest. Myself as well. Mayhap, if you have, how do they say, time off? We could tarry some hours away together. Shex started to grin a little. Can I ask you something? Anything. You ever been on a motorcycle? What's that? Come around to the front of the house. Let me show you. 37. Tor came back at the end of the evening with 2 dirty daggers, no ammunition, and a bone bruise on his right calf that made him limp like a zombie. Fucking tire irons. Then again, payback to that particular lesser had been kind of fun. Nothing like sanding the face off your enemy to lighten the mood. Asphalt was his friend. It had been a hard night fighting for all of them, a late one, too, both of which were good. The hours had sped by, and even though he stank like spoiled meat from all the black blood and his new pair of leathers were going to have to be stitched up on one side, he felt better than he had when he'd headed out. Fighting and fucking, as Rage had always said. Those were the 2 best mood stabilizers there were. Too bad the fact that he was more chilled out didn't mean anything was different. The same shit was waiting for him as he came home. Stepping through the vestibule, he began the disarming ritual, undoing his chest holster, his shoulder holster, his gun belt. The scent of freshly cooked lamb with rosemary filled the foyer, and a quick glance into the dining room showed that the dog Jen had set everything up properly, the silver gleaming, the crystal sparkling, people already beginning to gather for last meal. No one wasn't among them, as was usually the case. Jogging up the stairs, he couldn't deny the arousal that got harder and harder the higher he went. But the erection didn't exactly make him happy. You know as well as I do how much you haven't done. When he got to his door, he gripped the knob and closed his eyes. Then, forcing the panels wide, he said, "No one." Her shift would have been over for about an hour. Fritz had insisted that she have some time to ready herself for dining, something she had fought initially but seemed to have been taking advantage of lately, as the jacuzzi was always damp at its drain when he came back after fighting. He hoped he wouldn't catch her in the tub. He wanted a shower, and didn't know how to handle the 2 of them in the bathroom naked together. You know as well as I do. Shut up. He dropped his weapons and started to shuck his muscle shirt and his shit kickers. No one? You hear? Frowning, he leaned into the bathroom and found a whole lot of nobody. No fragrance in the air. No draining water in the tub. No towels out of place. Weird. With a scattered head, he went back out into the corridor, hit the grand staircase and put the hidden door underneath it to good use. As he went through the underground tunnel, he wondered if she was in the pool. He hoped she wasn't. His cock prayed she was. For God's sakes, he didn't know what the fuck to think anymore. Except she wasn't floating, naked or otherwise, on its surface. And she wasn't where the washers and dryers were. Not in the weight room or the locker room or the gym res-tacking towels. Not in the clinic area putting fresh scrubs in the shelving, either. She wasn't there. His trip back to the mansion took half the time of the jog out, and when he got to the kitchen, all he found was a shitload of dog Jen doing the dinner scurry. Stretching his senses out for the first time, he discovered she wasn't anywhere in the mansion. A striking panic went through him, making his head hum. No, wait, that was the sound of a motorcycle? The deep, rumbling growl made no sense. Unless Shex had come home for some reason, which was good news for John. No one was out in front of the house. Right now. Tracking his blood in her veins, he ran out across the foyer, shot through the vestibule, and stopped dead on the top step of the entrance. Shex was on her Ducati, her black leather form fitting perfectly with the bike. And right behind her, no one was sharing the seat. Her hood off, her hair a frizzy mess, her smile as bright as the sun. The expression changed as she saw him, tightening up. "Hey!" he said, feeling his heart rate start to return to normal. Behind him, he sensed someone else come out of the vestibule. "John." Shex glanced at her mate and nodded but did not cut the engine. Looking over her shoulder, she said, "You okay there, Mom?" "Yes, indeed." No one dismounted awkwardly, her robe resettling down at her feet as if it were relieved to have the joyride over with. "I shall see you tomorrow night?" "Yup. I'll pick you up at 3. "Perfect." The two females shared a smile that was so easy, he nearly teared the fuck up. Some kind of something had been reached between them, and if he couldn't have his Wellesley and son back, he would want no one to find her true family. Looked like a step in the right direction had been taken. As no one walked up the steps, John traded places with her, going down to the bike. Tor wanted to ask her where they'd gone, what she'd done, what had been said. But he reminded himself that sleeping arrangements notwithstanding, he didn't have a right to any of that. Which told him exactly how far they hadn't come, didn't it? "You have fun," he said as he backed up and held the door open for her. "Yes, I did." She gathered the hem of her robe and limped into the vestibule. "Shex took me for a motorcycle rider. Is it motorbike?" "Either one works." "Death trap." "Donor cycle." "Waitevs." "Next time you wear a helmet though." "Helmet? As in an equestrian one?" "Not exactly. We're talking about something a little sturdier than velvet with a chin strap. I'll get you one." "Oh, thank you." She smoothed the wisps that were all over her cap of blonde hair. It was so exhilarating. Like flying. I was scared at first, but she went slowly. Later though, I learned to love it. We went very fast. Well, didn't that make him want to shit in a bag for the rest of his life? And for once, he found himself wishing she was afraid. That Ducati was nothing but an engine with a goddamn seat bolted to it. One bounce off the back, and that delicate skin of hers would be nothing but red paint for the road. Yeah, that's great. In his head, he started to give her a safety lecture that revolved around the fundamentals of kinetic energy and medical terms like hematoma and amputation. "You ready to eat?" "I'm famished." All that fresh air. In the distance, he heard the roar of that bike taking off, and then John came in looking like death. The kid went directly to the billiards room, and 10 to 1 he wasn't after a handful of honey roasted, but there would be no talking with him. He'd made that pretty damn clear at the beginning of the night. "Come on," Tor said. "Let's go sit down." The usual din of conversation around the table quieted as they came through the arches, but he was too focused on the female walking ahead of him to care. The idea that she'd been out in the world on her own, roaring along in the night with Shex, made her seem different. The no one he knew would never have done something like that. And, shit, for some reason, his body juiced at the thought of her in clothes other than that robe of hers, straddling that bike, her hair free from that braid and trailing into the night. What would she look like in jeans? The kind that hugged a female's ass and made a male want to do some riding of the non-cycle variety. Abruptly, he pictured her naked and up against the wall, her legs spread, her hair unbraided, her hands cupping her breasts. Like a good boy, he was on his knees, his mouth on her sex, his tongue licking at that place he had learned so much about with his fingers. He was sucking on her, feeling her against his face as she arched up and got tight. The growl that came out of him was loud enough to echo in the silent room. Loud enough to bring no one's surprised face around over her shoulder. Loud enough to make him seem like a total S. To cover his tracks, he made elaborate work out of pulling her chair from the table. Like the shit was brain surgery. As no one sat down, her own arousal drifted up into his nose, and he nearly had to strangle himself to keep another growl from vibrating up out of his chest. Parking it in his own seat, his erection got pinched big time behind his fly, and that was just fine. Maybe the blood supply would get cut off and the bitch would deflate, except, well, going on the cockring theory, the opposite would likely be true. Fantastic. He picked up his napkin, snapped it free of its elaborate fold, and everyone was looking at him, and no one. The Brotherhood. Their shellins. Even the dog Jen, who had yet to start serving. "What?" he muttered as he laid the damask across his lap. And that was when he realized that he wasn't wearing a shirt. And no one hadn't put up her hood. Hard to know who was getting more attention. Probably her, as most folks hadn't seen her without her face covered. Before he knew it, his upper lip curled off his elongated fangs, and he met each one of the males in the eye, hissing at them low and nasty. In spite of the fact that they were all happily mated. And his brothers. And he had no right to be territorial. Lot of brows went up. A couple of folks asked for another shot of whatever they were drinking. Someone started whistling casually. As no one quickly put her hood back into place, awkward conversations about the weather and sports sprouted. Tor just rubbed his temples. Hard to know what was giving him his headache. There was so much to choose from. In the end, the meal passed by without further incident. Then again, short of a food fight or a fire in the kitchen, it was hard to imagine what could have been a worthy second act to his playing rattlesnake at the Brotherhood. When things broke up, he and no one beat feet out of the dining room, but not for the same reason, evidently. "I have to go to work now," she said as they came up to the staircase. "I was gone all evening. You can catch up at nightfall." That wouldn't be right. As he found himself on the verge of telling her she should go to bed instead, he realized that in the last few months, no one had spent time only with him. Yeah, sure, she had worked, but she did that alone, and at meals she stayed quiet. Come to think of it, when they were upstairs, they were either hitting it or asleep. So she didn't really interact with him either. "Where did you and Shex go?" "All over. Down to the river. Into town." He closed his eyes briefly at the into town bit, and then had to wonder why he had never taken her anywhere. Whenever he was off rotation, he was down in the gym or reading in bed, waiting for her to be done. It had never dawned on him to do anything with her out in the world. "That's because you've been hiding her as best you can," his conscience pointed out. Whatever. She was always working. "Hey, wait a minute, why don't you get any evenings off?" he demanded with a frown as he did the math. "Shit, what the hell was that butler doing, working this female to the bone?" "Oh, I do, but I never take them. I don't like to simply sit around." Tor rubbed an eyebrow with his thumb. "If you'll excuse me," she murmured, "I'll go down to the training center and get started now." "When will you be finished?" "Probably about 4 in the afternoon." "Okay." As she turned away, he put a hand on her forearm. Listen, if you go into the locker room during daylight hours, always knock and announce yourself, 'kay?" The last thing anyone needed was her getting a gander at one of his naked brothers. "Oh, of course. I always do." As she disappeared around the corner, he watched her go, her limping form carrying an innate dignity that he abruptly felt he hadn't been honoring. "We have a date, remember?" Glancing to the right, he shook his head at Lassiter. "Not in the mood." "Tough shit. Come on, IV got it all set up." "Look, no offense, but I'm not good company now." "When are you ever?" "I really don't." "Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up and get your ass in gear." As the angel grabbed hold and pulled, Tor gave up the fight and allowed himself to be dragged up the staircase and down the hall of statues and out the other side. They went past his room, past the boys' rooms, past Z and Bella and Nala's suite, out into the staff quarters, over to the entrance to the movie theater. Tor stopped dead. "If this is another Beaches marathon, I'm going to bet your ass until you can't sit down." Look at you. Trying to be finny. "Seriously, if you have any compassion in you at all, you'll let me go to bed." "I have peanut M&Ms up there." "Not my style." "Raisinets." "Faye." "Sam Adams." Tor narrowed his eyes. "Cold?" "Downright icy." Tor crossed his arms over his chest and told himself he was not pouting like a 5-year-old. "I want milk duds." "Got 'em. And popcorn." With a curse, Tor yanked open the door and ascended into the dimly lit red cave. The angel made everything seamless once they got up there, deep dish-ass palaces engaged. Sam Adams with backups on the floor in a bucket with ice. An embarrassing caloric display with, a yellow box of milk duds. And the damn popcorn. They sat down side by side and kicked up the footrests. "Tell me this isn't a 50s-era sex ed film," Tor muttered. "Nah. Popcorn," the angel said as he hit play and offered a bowl. "Extra butter, the good plastic kind, too. Not that bullshit real cow crap." Up on the screen, some movie studio's intro played along with a bunch of credits. And then there were 2 old people sitting on a couch, talking. Tor took a pull of his beer. What the hell is this? When Harry Met Sally. Tor lowered the long neck from his mouth. What? Shut it. After this, we're going to watch an episode of Moonlighting. Then an affair to remember the old school one, not that stupidity with Warren Beatty. Then the Princess Bride. Tor hit the switch by his hip and straightened the chair up. Okay, right? Have fun with this. Lassiter hit pause and clamped a hard hand on his shoulder. Sit the fuck back. Watch and learn. What? How much I hate rom-coms. How about we just stipulate that and let me go? You're going to need this. For my second career as a pussy? Because you have to remember how to be romantic. Tor shook his head. No, nope, not going to happen. As he hopped on the over-my-dead-body train, Lassiter just kept shaking his head. You gotta remember it's possible, buddy. The hell I do. You're stalled, Tor. And whereas you might have time to fart around, Wellesley doesn't have that luxury. Tor shut up, sat back, started to pick off the label on his beer. I can't do that, man. I can't pretend to feel that way. Kind of like you can't have sex with no one? Just how long do you plan on going on like you are? Until you disappear. Until Wellesley's free and you're gone. And how's that working for you? You like the dream you woke up with today? Movies aren't going to help, he said after a moment. What else are you going to do? Jack off in your room until no one comes back from work, then jack off next to her? Oh wait, let me guess, pace around aimlessly. Because it's not like you've ever done that before. Lassiter shoved the bowl he'd offered into Tor's face. What the fuck is it going to cost you to hang here with me? Shut up and eat your half of the popcorn, asshole. Tor accepted what was in his grill only because it was either that or he ended up with Orville all over his lap. 1 hour and 36 minutes later, he had to clear his throat as Meg Ryan told Billy Crystal that she hated him in the middle of a New Year's Eve party. Sauce on the side, Lassiter said as he got up. The answer to everything. A minute later, young Bruce Willis came on screen, and Tor sent up a prayer of thanks. This is much better. We need more beer, though. Got it. A case of lager later, and they had blown through 2 episodes of Moonlighting, including a Christmas one where the cast and crew sang along with the actors in the last scene, which did not make him clear his throat again. Really? It didn't. Then they tried to get through an affair to remember. At least until Lassiter took pity on them both and started to rock the fast-forward button. Chicks say this is the greatest, the angel muttered, as he hit the button again and whoever it was started speed emoting. Maybe this one was a mistake. Amen on that. Okay, the princess movie did not suck, that shit was funny in places. And yeah, it was cool when the pair got together at the end. Plus he liked Columbo as the granddad. But he couldn't really say any of it was turning him into a Casanova. Lassiter glanced over. We're not done yet. Just keep beering me. Ask and you shall receive. The angel handed him a freshie and disappeared into the control room to switch DVDs. As he came back down to where they were sitting, the screen lit up with Tor jacked forward in his seat. What the hell? As Lassiter's big body cut through the projection onto the screen, a gigantic pair of flapping breasts covered his face and chest. Adventures in the Milky Way. A true classic. It's porn. Duh. Okay, I am not sitting through this with you. The angel, still standing up, shrugged. Just wanted to make sure you know what you're missing. Moans rumbled through the surround sound as those frickin' boobs looked like they were slapping Lassiter in the hole. Tor covered his eyes at the horror. No, not doing this. Lassiter cut off the movie, the sounds disappearing. And a quick intrafinger check indicated that it was a stop, not a pause, mercifully. I'm just trying to get through to you. Lassiter sat down, cracked open a beer, and looked tired. Man, this angel crap, it's so fucking hard to influence anything. I've never had a problem with free will before, but for shit's sake, I wish I could just dream of genie you to where you need to be. As Tor winced, the angel muttered, It's okay though, we'll get you there somehow. Actually, I'm cringing at the vision of you in a pink harem costume. Hey, I have a great ass, I'll have you know. They drank beer for a while until a Sony logo started to appear at random points on the screen. You ever been in love? Tor asked. Once. Never again. What happened? When the angel didn't answer, Tor shot a look over. Oh, so it's fine for you to be all up in my dark and dirty, but you can't return the favor? Lassiter shrugged. Opened yet another beer. You know what I think? Not unless you tell me. I think we should try another AP of Moonlighting. Tor exhaled long and slow and had to agree. It didn't suck watching movies with the guy, talking over the dialogue while drinking Sam Adams and eating crap food. In fact, he could not remember the last time he'd ever just hung out. Of course, it must have been with Wellesley. If he'd had downtime, he'd always spend it with her. God, how many days had they frittered away, mindlessly checking out in front of the television, watching reruns and crappy cable movies and droning newscasts. They'd held hands, or she'd lain on his chest, or he'd played with her hair. Such wasted time, he thought. But when they'd been in that suck zone of minutes and hours, it had been a simple, easy kind of bliss. One more thing to mourn. How about something later in Willis's career, he said roughly. Die hard. You set it up and I'll put another fire in the hole at the popcorn machine. Deal. As they both rose and headed for the back, him to the candy and soda counter, Lassiter to the control booth, Tor stopped the guy. Thanks, man. The angel gave him a knock in the shoulder and then went about getting some yippee-ki-yay motherfucker on deck. Just doing my job. Tor watched the angel's blonde and black head duck through the narrow doorway. Fuck Free Will was right. And as for him and no one? It was tough to think about what was coming next. Hell, when he'd first hooked up with her, it had taken the hide right off of him to ride through all the emotions just so he could accept her vein, give her his, and be with her to the extent he had. If he took this any farther, the next level was going to make that shit look like a walk in the park. 38. It was 12 noon when Ecker's cellular device went off and the soft chiming roused him from his light sleep. With awkward jabs, he hunted and pecked around for the green send button, and after he hit it, he put the thing to his ear. In practice, he hated the damn things. In practical terms, they were an incredible benefit, one that made him question why he had ever been so resistant. He demanded. When a haughty voice answered him, he smiled into the dim candlelight of the basement. Greetings, gentle male. How fare thee this day, Elon? What the aristocrat had to marshal more breath. Whatever have you sent me? His source on the council had a rather high voice to begin with. The care package that had obviously just been opened lifted the male's tone into the stratosphere. Proof of our work. As he spoke, heads began to lift off of bunks, his band of bastards waking, listening. I did not want you to think that we had overestimated our effectiveness or, the scribe virgin preserve us, been untruthful with respect to our activities. Whatever shall I do with this? Ecker rolled his eyes. Mayhap some of your servants could parcel it up and share it among your fellow council members. And then I imagine your carpet will need to be cleaned. Inside the 3-foot by 3-foot cardboard box he'd had delivered, Ecker had put some of the souvenirs of their kills, all manner of bits and pieces of lessers, arms, hands, that spinal column, a head, part of a leg. He had been saving them up, preparing for the right moment to both shock the council and prove that the job was getting done. The gamble was that the grotesque nature of his gift would backfire and they would be viewed as savages. The potential payoff was that he and his soldiers would be seen as effective. Elon cleared his throat. Indeed, you have been rather busy. I realize that it is grisly, but war is a grisly business that you should merely be the beneficiary of, not a participant in. We need to save you until you are no longer useful. From such unpleasantness. I should like to point out, however, that is but a small sampling of the very many we have killed. In truth, the bit of awe there was gratifying. You may be assured that we fight every night for the race, and we are highly successful. Yes, clearly you are, and I would stipulate that I require no more proof, as it were. I will say, however, that I was going to call you late this afternoon anyway. The final appointment with the king has been scheduled. Oh. I called the members of the council because I have scheduled for this evening a gathering, keeping it informal, of course, so that there is no procedural requirement to include revenge. Assail has indicated he cannot attend. Clearly, he must have an audience with the king or he would come unto my home. Clearly, Ecker drawled. Or rather, clearly not. Given Assail's nightly pursuits, which had only intensified since the summer, he was likely busy enough. And I thank you for the information. When the others arrive, I shall exhibit this display, the aristocrat said. Do that, and tell them that I am ready to meet with them at any time. You just call upon me, am your servant in this as in all things. In fact, he paused for effect. It shall be an honor to associate with them under your introduction, and together, you and I may ensure that they understand adequately the vulnerable state they are in under the rule of the blind king, and the safety that you and I can provide for them. Oh, yes, indeed, yes. The gentlemale perked up at all that verbiage, which was precisely why it had been used. And I am very appreciative of your candor. Amazing when calculation was mistaken for that. And I for your support, Elon. As Ecker hung up the phone, he glanced over his soldiers and then focused on throw. After sunset, we coalesce upon a sales property once again. Mayhap it will come to aught this time. As the others growled their readiness, he mutely raised his cell phone and inclined his head to his second-in-command. "Sire, we have arrived. The door is shutting behind our vehicle." As Fritz's voice came through the van's intercom, the butler's report wasn't a news flash, even though Tor couldn't see anything of where they were from his vantage point in the back. "Thanks, man." Drumming his fingers on the floor's Duraliner, he was still buzzed from all those beers he'd had with Lassiter, and his stomach was a sour pit thanks to that marathon of plastic butter and milk duds. Then again, maybe the nausea was more about where they were. "Sire, you are free to extricate yourself." Tor crab-walked to the double doors, and wondered why the hell he was doing this to himself. After he and Lassiter had finished their homage to John McClane, the Angel had taken off to go crash, and Tor had come up with this great idea, for no apparent reason. Opening the way out, he stepped into his darkened garage and closed things up behind him. Fritz put his window down. "Sire, mayhap I shall just wait here." "No, you go. I'm going to hang until sunset." "Are you certain the drapes are pulled indoors?" "Yup. That's protocol, and I trust my dog Jen." "Mayhap I shall simply go through and double-check?" "That's really not." "Please, sire. Do not send me home to face your king and your brothers without my knowing you are safe." "Hard to argue with that. I'll wait here." The dog Jen hustled his old bones out from behind the wheel and headed across the way with admirable speed, probably because he was worried Tor would change his mind. As the butler slipped into the house, Tor wandered around, inspecting his old lawn equipment, his rakes, his salt for the driveway. The Stingray convertible had been relocated to the mansion's garage back on the night he'd brought Wellesley's gown over for checks. He hadn't wanted to return here to drop off the dress after it had been cleaned and pressed. Wasn't sure he wanted to be here now. "All is secure, sire." Tor pivoted away from the empty space where the Corvette had been parked. "Thanks, man." There was no waiting for the butler to leave before he went into much sunlight on the other side of the garage doors. So with a final wave, he pulled himself together and walked into the back hall. As the door clamped shut behind him, the first thing he saw in the mudroom was their winter coats. The damn parkas were still hung up on pegs, his, Wellesley's, and John's. John's was tiny because he'd been just a pre-trans back then. It was like the damn things were waiting for them all to come home again. "Good luck with that," he muttered. Bracing himself, he kept going, entering the kitchen that had been Wellesley's dream. Fritz had thoughtfully left lights on, and the shock of seeing everything for the first time since the deaths made Tor wonder if it wouldn't have been better to come in the dark, the countertops they had chosen together, and that massive Sub-Zero she had loved so much, and that table they had bought online at 1sddibs.com, and the set of shelves he had put up for her cookbooks. All of it was on display, gleaming and clean as the day it had been installed/delivered/assembled. Shit, nothing had changed. Everything was exactly as it had been the night she had been killed, his dog Jen keeping after the dust, and that was it. Walking over to the built-in desk, he forced himself to pick up a post-it note with her handwriting on it. "Tuesday, Havershekup, 11:30. He dropped the pad and turned away, seriously questioning his sanity. Why had he come here? What possible good could come out of this? Wandering around, he went through the living room, the library, and the dining room, making a loop of the first floor's public rooms until he felt like he couldn't breathe. Until the Alchi buzz was beyond gone and his vision and his sense of smell and his hearing were unbearably acute. Why was he? Tor blinked as he found himself in front of a door. He'd come full circle back to the kitchen. And he was standing at the way into the basement. Ah shit. Not this, he wasn't ready for this. The truth was, Lassiter and his dumbass movies had done more damage than good. All those couples up on the screen, even though they were contrived instruments of fiction, some of them had filtered into his brain and triggered all kinds of things. None of which had been about Wellesley. Instead, he'd thought only about those days with no one, the two of them straining with all those blankets between their bodies, she looking up at him as if she wanted so much more than he was giving her, he holding back out of respect for his dead and maybe because he was a fucking coward at his core. Probably equal bits of both. Given what was banging around in his head, he'd had to come here. He needed memories of his beloved, images of his Wellesley that maybe he'd forgotten, a powerful blast from the past to compete with what felt like a betrayal in the present. From a vast distance, he watched his hand reach out and grab the doorknob. Twisting to the right, he pulled the heavy, painted steel panel wide. As the motion-activated lights came on in the stairwell, he was hit with a whole lot of cream. The steps that went downward were carpeted in a mellow buff, and the walls were painted likewise, everything calming and serene. This had been their sanctuary. The first step was the equivalent of jumping off the lip of the Grand Canyon, and number 2 wasn't any better. He still felt that way when he got to the bottom, and there was no more descent to be had. The basement of the house followed the first floor plan, although only 2/3 of the space was finished with a master suite, a gym, a laundry, and a mini kitchen fleshed out, and the rest functioning as storage. Tor had no idea how long he stood there. Eventually, though, he walked forward toward the closed door up ahead. The fact that he opened the thing into a black hole seemed absolutely right. Phew, it still smelled like her. Her perfume. Her scent. Stepping inside, he closed himself in and braced himself as he hit the wall switch, bringing up the overheads gradually. The bed was made, likely by her hands. Even though they had staff, she had been the kind of female who liked to do things herself. Cooking, cleaning, folding laundry, making their bed at the end of every day. There wasn't a lick of dust on any of the surfaces. Not the dressers. His and hers, not the nightstands. His with the alarm clock. Hers with the phone, not the desk with the computer that they had shared. Goddamn, he couldn't breathe. To take a little break from his crucible, he went into the bathroom with the idea of catching up on the oxygen requirements of his body. He should have known better. She was all over the tiled space, too, just as she was all over the house. Opening one of the cabinets, he picked up a pump bottle of her hand lotion and read the label back and front, something he had never done when she'd been alive. He did the same with one of her backup shampoo bottles, as well as a jar of bath salts that, smelled just as he remembered, lemon verbena. Back to the bedroom. Over to the walk-in closet. He wasn't sure exactly when the shift occurred. Maybe it was as he went through her sweaters that were stacked in the cubbies. Maybe it was as he stared at her shoes in their neat, marching order on the tilted shelves. Maybe it was as he trolled through her blouses on their hangers, or no, her slacks, or maybe the skirts or the dresses. But eventually, in the silence, in his aching loneliness, in his perennial grief, it dawned on him that this was all just stuff. Her clothing, her makeup, her toiletries, the bed she had made, the kitchen she had cooked in, the house she had made their own. It was only stuff. And just as she was never going to fill out her mating gown again, she was never coming back here to claim any of this. It had all been hers, and she had worn it and used it and needed every bit of it. It wasn't her. Say Itzy that she's dead. I can't. You're the problem. Nothing he had done in his mourning process had brought her back. Not the agony of reminiscing, not the mindless drinking, not the worthless weak tears or the resistance to another female, not the avoidance of this place or the hours sitting alone with an empty hole in his chest. She was gone, and that meant that all of this was just stuff in an empty house. God, this was not at all what he had expected to feel. He had come here to pave over no one. Instead, all he'd found was a collection of inanimate objects with no more power to transform where he was at than they could walk and talk on their own. Although, considering where Wellesley was, the idea that he had been looking for a way to stop the connection with no one was craziness. He should be rejoicing at the idea he was thinking of another female. Instead, it still felt like a curse. 39. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, no one sat upon the bed she shared with Torment, her robe lying on the duvet next to her, her shift covering her flesh. Silent. So silent this room was without him. Wherever was he? When she had returned herein following her work down in the training center, she had expected to find him waiting upon her, warm and mayhap asleep upon the duvet. Instead, the covers were all arranged, the pillows ordered at the headboard, the extra comforter, the one he used to warm himself, still folded neatly at the foot of the mattress. He had not been in the weight room, the pool, or the gym. Nor had he been in the kitchen when she had stopped briefly to gather a refreshment for herself. Or the billiards room or library. And he had not appeared for first meal either. The knob turned and she jumped only to release a deep, easing exhale. Her blood in the warrior's body announced his arrival even before his scent came upon her nose or his body filled the jams. He still didn't have a shirt on, or boots upon his feet, and his stare was dark and desolate as the corridors of Dund. "Where have you been?" she whispered. He ducked both her eyes and the question by going into the bathroom. "I'm late. Rath's called a meeting." As the shower came on, she gathered her robe and drew it over her shoulders, knowing that he was uncomfortable with her in any manner of undress out of bed. But that wasn't the cause of his mood. He'd been as such a fool he'd even looked her way. His beloved, she thought. It had to have something to do with his beloved, and she should probably leave him be. But she did not. When he came out, he had a towel wrapped around his hips, and he went directly to the closet without sparing her a glance. Propping a palm on the door jamb, he opened up and leaned in, the name upon his shoulders spotlit under the ceiling fixture above him. Except he didn't take any clothing out. He hung his head and fell still. "I went home today," he said abruptly. "Today? As in during the daylight hours? Fritz took me." Her heart beat hard at the thought of him exposed to sunshine. Wait, hadn't they lived together here? "We had our own place," he said. "We didn't stay here with everyone else." So this was not his mated room. Or his mated bed. When he didn't say anything further, she prompted, "What did you find there?" "Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing." "It had been emptied of your things?" "No, I left it all exactly as it was the night she died. Down to the dishes that are clean in the dishwasher, the mail on the counter, the mascara she left out right before she took off for the last time." Oh, the agony for him, she thought. "I went there looking for her, and all I got was an exhibition of the past. But you are never far from her. Your Sandra is ever with you. She breathes in your heart." Torment pivoted around, his eyes hooded, intense. "Not like she used to." Abruptly, she straightened under his gaze, fiddled with the edge of her robe, crossed her legs, uncrossed them. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I wanna fuck you. That's why I went back home." As no one's face registered high-octane shock, Tor didn't bother to temper the truth with pretty words or apologies or any kind of fanfare. He was just too done with everything. Fighting his body, arguing with destiny, wrestling with an inevitability that he had been refusing to yield to for too long. Standing in front of her, he was naked in a way that had nothing to do with a lack of clothes. Naked and tired and hungry for her. "Then you may have me," she said in a soft voice. As her words sank in, he felt himself pale. "Do you understand what I said?" "You were blunt enough." "You're supposed to tell me to go to hell." There was a short pause. "Well, we do not have to proceed." No rancor. No begging. No disappointment. It was all about him and where he was at. How could she be so kind? He wondered. "I don't want to hurt you," he said, feeling like he wanted to return the favor. "You won't. I know you are still in love with your mate, and I do not blame you. What you had with her is a once-in-a-lifetime love. What about you? I have no need or desire to take her place, and I accept you just as you are in any fashion you choose to come to me. Or not, if that is the way it must be." Tor cursed as a part of his pain unexpectedly eased. "That isn't fair to you." "Yes, it is. I am happy to simply have time with you. That is enough and more than I could ever have expected out of my fate. These past few months have been a complicated joy that I wouldn't have traded anything for. If it must end, then at least I've had what I did. And if it goes further, then I am luckier than I deserve. And if it puts you in some small way at peace, then I have served my only purpose." As she fell silent, that quiet dignity of hers slayed him. It truly did. And it was with a sense of utter unreality that he walked over to her, bent down and took her face into his palms. Rubbing her cheek with his thumb, he stared into her eyes. "You are," his voice broke. "You are such a female of worth." No one put her hands up to his thick wrists, her touch soft and light. "Listen to my words and believe them. Do not worry about me. Take care of your heart and your soul first. That is what matters most." Kneeling in front of her, he worked his way in between her legs, filling the space he created with his body. As always with her, he felt both awkward and at ease being so close. With his eyes, he traced her face, that beautiful, kind face. And then he zeroed in on her lips. Moving slowly, he leaned in, not really sure what the hell he was doing. He had never kissed her. Not once. For all he knew about her body, he knew nothing of her mouth, and as her eyes flared, it was obvious she had never expected the intimacy. Tilting his head to the side, he shut his lids and closed the distance until he met a whole lot of velvet. Softly, chastely, he pressed in and pulled back. Not enough. Dipping down again, he lingered at her mouth, brushing, plying. Then he abruptly broke off the contact and shoved himself to his feet. If he didn't stop now, he wouldn't at all, and he was already running late for Raph and his brothers. Besides, this wasn't about a quick sex session. It was more important than that. "I have to get dressed," he told her. "I have to go. And I shall be here when you return. If you want me to be." "I do." Turning away, He wasted no time in throwing his clothes on or gathering his weapons, and as soon as he nabbed his leather jacket, he had every intention of going right out the door. Instead, he stopped and looked at her. She had her fingertips up to her lips, her eyes wide and full of wonder as if she had never felt anything even close to what she just had. He went back to the bed. "Was that your first kiss?" She blushed in the most lovely pink, her eyes dropping shyly to the carpet. Yes. For a moment, all he could do was shake his head at everything she had been through. Then he leaned down. "You gonna let me give you another?" "Yes, please," she breathed. He kissed her longer this time, lingering on her lower lip, even clipping it gently with one of his fangs. At the contact, heat exploded between them, especially as he pulled her up against his body, holding her harder than he should given how many weapons were hanging off his torso. Before he took her standing up, he forced himself to put her back on the bed. "Thank you," he whispered. "Whatever for?" All he could do was shrug because so much of his gratitude was too complicated to give voice to. "I guess for not trying to change me." "Never," she said. "Now be safe." "I will." Out in the hall, he closed the door quietly and took a deep breath. "You all right, my brother?" He shook himself and glanced over at Z. The male was likewise dressed for fighting, but he was coming down the hall from the opposite direction of his suite. "Ah, yeah, sure. Yourself. I was sent to get you." "Right. Got it." And he was glad it was Z. Undoubtedly, the guy was well aware of his fucked-up mood, but unlike some of the other scuff, Ragecuff would never pry. Together, they walked down the hall and entered the king's study, arriving just as V said, "I don't like this. The one vampire who's fucked us off for months suddenly calls from out of the blue and says he's ready to see you." Assail, Tor thought while he settled against the bookshelves. As his brothers muttered different variations on the not-so-hot theme, he put his game head on and agreed completely. Too much of a coincidence. From behind the great desk, Wrath's expression went stone-cold and just the look on that face quieted the room. He was going, with or without the rest of them. "Fucking hell," Rage bitched. "You can't be serious." Cursing under his breath, Tor figured he might as well cut past the argument stage. Given the thrust of Wrath's jaw, the brothers were going to lose in any contest of will. "You are wearing a Kevlar vest," he told the king. Wrath bared his fangs. "When have I not? Just needed to be clear on that. What time do you want to leave?" "Now." This house lit up a hand-rolled and blew out smoke. "Fucking hell is right." Wrath stood up, grasped George's halter, and came around from the throne. "I want just a regular squadron of 4. We go there with too many guns and it's going to look like we're nervous. Tor, V, John, and Quinn are going to be on first string." Made sense. Rage with his beast was too much of a wild card. Z and Fury were technically off rotation tonight. Butch needed to be on standby with the Escalade. And Rev wasn't in the room, which meant his day job of being king of the Symphoths had taken him up north again. Oh, and Pain? Given what she looked like, she was liable to fritz Assail's circuits out, rendering him too stupid to speak. Like her twin, she tended to make a big impression on the opposite sex. Everyone would just be a text away, however, and Wrath was right. They brought the whole fandom and that was going to send the wrong message. As everybody filed out and hit the grand staircase, there were all kinds of under-the-breath grousing, and at the bottom, weapons were rechecked and holsters tightened an extra notch. Tor glanced across at John. Quinn was on the kid's ass tighter than a pair of pants, and that was a good thing as it was obvious that all was still not well in John's world. He smelled like his bonding scent, but looked like death. The king bent down and talked to George for a moment. Then he grabbed his queen and kissed her like he meant it. "I'll be home before you know it, Leland." While Wrath walked through the crowd and disappeared into the courtyard without aid, Tor went over to Beth, took her hand, and gave it a squeeze. "You don't worry about a thing. I'm gonna bring him back as soon as it's over in one piece." "Thank you, God, thank you." She put her arms around him and hugged him hard. "I know he's safe with you." As she sank to her haunches to comfort the anxious retriever, Tor headed for the door, slowing down as he joined the traffic jam of brothers at the vestibule. Waiting to file through, he glanced up at the second-floor balcony. No one was at the head of the stairs, standing by herself, that hood of hers down. The braid needed to go, he thought to himself. Hair as beautiful as hers was meant to catch the light and shine. He lifted his hand in a wave, and after she echoed the goodbye, he ducked out and emerged into the cold night. Standing close, but not too close to John, he waited for Wrath to give the nod, and then he dematerialized with the king and the boys to a peninsula on the Hudson just north of Shex's cabin. As Tor reformed in the midst of a thin beard of forest, the air was bracingly cold and smelled of fallen leaves and the wet rocks of the shoreline. Up ahead, Asael's contemporary mansion was a true showpiece, even from this rear view by the garages. The palatial structure had 2 main floors with a porch that went all the way around, everything angled and windowed to provide as much of a view of the water as possible. Dumbass place for a vampire to live. All that glass in the daylight? Then again, what could you expect from a member of the Glimmera? The house had been pre-screened, as each of the other locations for the meetings had been, so they were familiar with the layout on the exterior, and V had broken in and surveyed the inside as well. Report. Nothing much in there, and clearly that hadn't changed. In the lights that glowed from the ceilings, there was a whole lot of nothing much in the furniture department. It was as if Asael lived in a display case featuring himself. And yet apparently the guy had done a few smart things. According to V, all those glass panels were threaded with fine steel wires in the manner of a car window defroster system, so there was no dematerializing in or out. He'd also cleared the lawn that circled the place so that if anything or anybody approached, they'd be sitting ducks. On that note, Tor let his instincts and senses roam and had a grand total of nada hit his radar screen. Nothing moved that wasn't supposed to, just tree limbs and leaves in the breeze, a deer about 300 yards away, his brother and the boys behind him. At least until a car came down the narrow, paved driveway. Jaguar, Tor guessed by the engine sound. Yup, he was right. Black XKR. With blacked-out side windows. The long-nosed convertible went by, stopped at the garage door nearest to the mansion, and then eased inside as the panels rose. Asael, or whoever it was behind the wheel, did knock in the engine or get out of the car right away. He waited for the door to drop back into place behind him, and as it did, Tor noticed there were no window panes in the thing. The shit was also a shade ever so slightly off from the trim on the rest of the house. Same with the other 5 bays. He'd added those doors since he'd moved in, Tor thought. Maybe the SOB wasn't a total moron. Okay, I'll head over to the front door. These diamond eyes flashed. I'll give you a signal or you'll hear that lightweight scream like a girl. Either way, you know what to do. And off he went, dematerializing around the corner of the house. It would be better to have eyes on him, but wrath was the most important part of this, and the tree line in the back was the only cover there was to be had. As they waited, Tor got his gun out, and so did John, Matthew, and Quinn. The king was dripping with 40s, but his matched sets stayed put. Way too defensive to have him with a gat in his hand. But your personal guard? Part of the cocksucking job description. Keeping sharp, he wished, yet again, that they could leave the king at home for the pre-game process, but Wrath had flat-out known that idea months ago. Too galling, no doubt, given that, unlike his father, he'd been a fighter before he'd taken the throne. It was just, fucking hell, moments like this made you want to peel your own face off. Tor's cell phone went off 3 tense minutes later, kitchen door by the garage. He wants us at the back in trance, Tor said, putting the thing away. Wrath, that's 50 yards straight ahead. Roger that. The 4 of them dematerialized and reappeared on the rear stoop in a flanking formation that provided as much protection to Wrath as possible. Tor was right in front of the king, John to his right, Quinn to his left. V immediately assumed the rear. And right on cue, Asael opened the door. 40. Tor's first impression of their host was that Asael hadn't changed at all. He was still big enough to be a brother, with hair so dark he made V seem like a blonde. And his clothes were, as always, formal and perfectly tailored. He was also as cagey as ever. His stare shrewd and hooded, seeing too much, capable of too much. Another fine addition to the continent. Not. The aristocrat smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. I'm guessing that's Wrath in the middle of all those bodies? Show some fucking respect, V snapped. Compliments are the condiment of conversation. Asael turned away, leaving them to come through the jams by themselves. They just get in the way. Wrath dematerialized right in the guy's path, moving so fast they met chest to chest. Bearing fangs long as daggers, the king growled low. Watch your mouth, son, or I'll make it impossible for you to throw any more bullshit around. Asael stepped back, his eyes narrowing like he was reading Wrath's vital statistics. You're not like your father. Neither are you. Unfortunately. As V shut the door, Asael went for his inside pocket and immediately had 4 gun muzzles pointed at his head. As he froze, his eyes went from weapon to weapon. I was getting out a cigar. I'd do it slowly if I were you, Wrath murmured. My boys wouldn't mind dropping you where you stand. Good thing we're not in my living room. I love that rug. He glanced over at V. You sure you want to do this here in the mudroom? Yeah, bitch, I am. This house ground out. Window phobia? You were about to light up, Wrath said. Or get lit up. How about we solve that one first and then talk about your sieve of a house? I like the view. Which could be me standing over your grave, V announced as he nodded at the guy's disappeared hand. Cocking a brow, Assail pulled out a long Cuban and made a point to show it to everybody. Then he went into a side pocket, took out a gold snipper, and held it up to his well-armed peanut gallery. Anyone care to join me? No? He clipped the end off and lit up, seemingly unconcerned that his head was still in the crosshairs. After a couple of puffs, he said, So I want to know something. Don't give me an opening like that, V muttered. Is that why you finally called me? Wrath asked. Yes, it is. The vampire rolled his cigar back and forth between his thumb and forefinger. Do you have any intention of altering the laws concerning commerce with humans? Leaning to the side, Tor did a flash scan of what he could see of the rest of the house, which wasn't much. Modern kitchen, a hint of the dining room, a living room out the far side. Finding no one moving through the empty rooms, he refocused. No, Wrath said. Provided the business stays under the radar, you can do what you want. What kind of commerce are you in? Retail. Of what? Does it matter? If you're not answering, I'm going to assume drugs or women. Wrath frowned when there was no reply. So which one is it? Women are too much trouble. That drug shit is tough to keep under the radar. Not the way I take care of things. V piped up. So you're the reason middlemen have been capping themselves in alleys. No comment. Wrath frowned again. Why bring this up now? Let's just say I've run into one too many interested parties. Be more specific. Well, one of them's about 6 feet tall. Brush-cut dark hair. Name rhymes with sex and her body's built for it. Oh, no, you didn't, Tor thought. The hiss that came out of John brought everyone's head around. And what do you know, the guy's eyes were trained on Assail as if, at least in his mind, he was already ripping the male's throat out. I beg your pardon, Assail drawled. I didn't know you were acquainted with her in some manner. Tor growled on behalf of his son even though they were estranged. He's a fuck of a lot more than just acquainted. So you can blow that speculation out your ass, and while you're at it, stay away from her. She was the one who came to me. That went over like a lead balloon. Before shit got out of hand, Wrath held up his palm. I don't give a fuck what you do with humans provided you clean up any messes. But if you get tagged, you're on your own. What about our species interfering with my commerce? Wrath smiled a little, his cruel face showing absolutely no humor. Having trouble defending your territory already? Guess what? You can't have what you can't keep. Assail inclined his head. Fair enough. The shattering of glass sounded out behind them all, cutting through everything, crushing time down to a crawl, gunfire. With a mighty lunge, Tor went airborne, his massive body flying over the Spanish tile, his target. Wrath. As a rat-tat-tat-tat-tat spray of bullets hit the back of the house, he tackled the king to the floor, covering his brother with as much of his body as possible. Everyone else, including Assail, likewise hit the ground and shuffled for cover against various walls. My lord, are you hit? Tor hissed in Wrath's ear as he hit send on the text alarm. Maybe the neck came a groaned response. Lie still. You're all over me. Exactly where do you think I'm going? Tor twisted his head around to eyeball where everybody was. V was all about Assail, his hand locked on the guy's throat, his weapon tight on their host's temple. And Quinn and John were backflatted on either side of where they'd come in, covering the outside as well as the entryway into the kitchen. The cold breeze coming through the broken window pane in the door did not provide any particular scent, and that proved who it was. Slayers would have stunk up the place given that both the prevailing wind and the shot came from the north. It was Ecker and his band of bastards. But come on, like they didn't know that already. That single shot had to have come from a rifle, and had to have been aimed at Wrath through those fucking panes in the door, and it had been a long while since the Lessening Society had shown any finesse in their attacks. You were supposed to keep this meeting private, Vampire, V said in a deadly tone. No one knows you're here. Then I'll assume you ordered an assassination all by your lonesome. He was gonna shoot the motherfucker, Tor thought without caring. Right here, right now. Assail kept it cool, squaring off at the brother so that the gun muzzle was now pointed at the center of his forehead. Fuck you, that's why I wanted to do this out in the living room. That's bulletproof glass out there, asshole. And P.S. I'm hit, you fool. The male lifted his arm and showed off his dripping right hand, the one that had been holding the cigar. So maybe your friends have bad aim. That was not bad aim. I'm a target too. More bullets sprayed the back of the house, finding their way in through the cutout in the door. Fucking hell, thermal pain was good against the New York winters, but it didn't do shit to stop Remington's best. How you doing? Tor whispered in Wrath's ear as he checked his phone for a response from his other brothers. Fine. You? Except the king coughed and, man, there was a rattle in his lungs. He was bleeding somewhere along his respiratory tract. Moving fast as a gasp, Asael slipped out of V's hold and streaked across the back of the mudroom, heading for a door that had to lead out into the garage. Don't shoot. I've got a car you can take him in. And I'm killing all the lights in the house. As everything went dark, V's house dematerialized on top of the guy, taking him down and grinding his face into the tile. I'm going to kill you now. No, Wrath ordered. Not until we know what's going on. In the shadows, V grit his teeth and glared at the king. But at least he didn't hit the trigger. Instead, he put his mouth to their host's ear and growled, "You better think twice before you go for any exits again. Then do it yourself." This came out as, "Then do with thyself." This house glanced over at Tor, the pair of them locking eyes. When Tor gave a subtle nod, the other brother cursed, then reached up and popped open the garage door. The automatic lights were still on from Asael's having come home earlier, and Tor caught sight of 4 cars, the Jaguar, a Spiker, a black Mercedes, and a black van with no side windows. Take the GMC, Asael grunted. Keys are in the ignition. It's bulletproof all the way around. As everything went silent outside, John and Quinn began pumping rounds off through the broken glass, falling into a steady, alternating rhythm just to make sure that someone didn't try and dematerialize inside. Shit, their ammo wasn't going to last long. Tor cursed the lack of options, as well as the fact that he'd gotten no reply from the Brotherhood. We got this, Quinn said, not turning away from the door. But we need the other brothers here before you try to leave. I've already alerted them, Tor muttered. They're on the way. At least, he hoped they were. Asael's voice rose above the gunshots. Take the goddamn van. I'm not fucking with you. Tor pegged the guy with hard eyes. If you are, I will skin you alive. I'm not. Given that there were no further assurances to be had, Tor rolled off Wrath and helped the king into a crouching position. Shit blood at the side of his neck. Lot of it. Keep your head down, my lord, and follow my lead. You don't say. Moving as quickly as he dared, Tor started them across the floor, steering the king over to the wall so that Wrath could put a hand out and orient himself. Washing machine, Tor said, pulling him out to avoid the boxy machine. Dryer. Door 6 feet. 4. 2. Step down. As they went by Asael, the male was watching them. Jesus, he really is blind. Wrath pulled up short and unsheathed his dagger, pointing it directly into the guy's face. But my hearing works just fine. Asael probably would have recoiled, but he was stuck between the hard wall, a bullet and a sharp point, not a lot of room to maneuver. Yes, indeed. This meeting isn't over, Wrath said. I don't have anything else. I do. You watch yourself. Son, this little go-around proves to have your fingerprints anywhere near it. And your next house is a pine box. It wasn't me. I swear to it, I am a businessman, pure and simple. I just want to be left alone. Greta fucking Garbo, V bit out as Tor urged Wrath back into motion. In the garage proper, Tor crabbeted across the bald concrete with the king, going around the other vehicles. When they got to the van, he checked the thing out, then popped the back double doors and shoved the most powerful vampire on the planet in there like he was a piece of luggage. As he res-hut the panels, he spared one moment to take a deep breath. Then he ripped around to the driver's side and got in. The interior lights stayed on for a bit after he took his seat, and yes, the keys were right where Asael had said. And yet, there had been some serious modifications to the vehicle: 2 gas tanks, reinforced steel crash cage, thick glass the girth of which suggested it was indeed bulletproof. There was a sliding partition that separated the back from the front, and he opened it far enough so he could monitor the king. With his hearing on overdrive, the dripping of blood in the van seemed as loud as the gunshots that had caused it. You're hit bad, my lord. All that came back at him was that cough. Fuck. John was ready to kill. As he stood to the left of that goddamn back door, the thick muscles of his thighs were twitching and his heart was going bronco in his chest. His gun, however, was steady as a stone. The band of bastards had initiated the attack from where the Brotherhood had started out. on the far side of the cleared lawn, in the forest behind the house. Hell of a shot, he thought. That first rifle bullet had punctured the door's window pane and gone right for Rath's head, even though there had been a number of people standing around. Too close. Way too close. These guys were true professionals, which meant they had to be gearing up for a second engagement and not from this angle that was guarded so well. As Quinn kept pulling his trigger in a slow, even motion, John leaned back and looked through the archway into the kitchen. Whistling low, he caught Quinn's eye and nodded in that direction. Roger that. John, you don't go out there alone, V said. I'll watch the back door as well as our host. What if they come through the opening? Quinn asked. I'll pick him off one by one. Hard to argue with the guy, especially as the brother trained his second gun right where Quinn and John had been shooting through. That was the end of any further convo. John and Quinn fell into flanking position and took off together. Using the moonlight as a guide, they streaked through the professionally equipped kitchen and tried every door they came to. Locked, locked, locked. The dining, living, and family rooms turned out to be one massive expanse, kind of like a football field that had been outfitted at a home show. The good news was that there were ornate columns at regular intervals that supported the ceiling over the expanse, and he and Quinn used them for cover as they darted out, checked sliding glass doors, and ducked back again. Everything was locked as they worked the circle of the giant room. Shit was tight as a tick on all sides. But God, all that glass. Stopping short, he leveled his gun muzzle at a stretch of it, whistled twice to signal to V, and popped off a test shot. No shattering. Not even a cracking. The 10-by-6-foot pane simply caught the bullet and held it like the thing was nothing more than ABC gum. The sale hadn't lied. At least not about that. From the back of the house, their host's voice was distant but clear. Close and lock the door at the base of the stairs to the second floor. Fast. Roger. That. John let Quinn sweep the bathrooms and the office as he beat feet over to a black and white marble staircase. Sure enough, tucked into the wall was a stainless steel, fireproof panel that, when you pulled it out, smelled like fresh paint, as if it had been recently installed. There were 2 locks on it, one so you could isolate yourself upstairs, one for doing the same downstairs. As he got the thing into place and secured, he had to have some respect for how a sale handled security measures. This place is a fortress, Quinn said as he came out of another bathroom. Cellar? John mouthed so he didn't have to reholster his gun. Like he read minds, a sale called out. The basement door is locked. It's in the kitchen by the second fridge. They darted back in the direction they'd started out in, locating another one of those steel jobbies that happened to already be slid into place and bolted. John checked his phone and saw the group text that Rage had sent out. VFGHTN DWNWBHRSAP. Fuck, he breathed as he flashed the screen to Quinn. I'm going out there, the guy announced as he jogged for one of the sliders. Lock the door after me. John lunged for the fighter, snagging a hold. The hell you are, he mouthed. Quinn shook off the iron grip. This is a clusterfuck waiting to happen, and Wrath has to be taken to the clinic. As John cursed in silence, Quinn shook his head. Be reasonable, buddy. You're the backup for V with a sale, and the pair of you have to keep the interior secured. Likewise, that van has to get moving because the king's bleeding. You need to let me go out there and do what I can to secure the RA. Can't spare anybody else. John cursed again, his mind churning for other options. In the end, he clapped his best friend on the side of the neck and brought their foreheads together for a brief moment. Then he let go and backed the fuck off, even though it nearly killed him. Bottom line, his first duty was to save the king, not his best friend. Wrath was the mission critical here, not Quinn. Besides, Quinn was a deadly son of a bitch, fast on his feet, good with a gun, great with a knife. You had to trust those skills. And the bastard was right, they were sorely needed in this situation. With a final nod, Quinn slipped out of a glass door, and John closed and locked it behind him, leaving the mail on his own. At least the band of bastards would likely assume everyone was in the house and staying there. They had to know that backup would be coming, and in most situations, people waited for their reinforcements to arrive before they marshaled a counterattack. John. Quinn. V called out. What the hell is going on out there? John jogged back to the mudroom. Unfortunately, there was no effective way to communicate without losing his weapon. Shit, Quinn went out there alone, didn't he? Assail laughed softly. And I thought I was the only one with a death wish. 41. Directly after Siphon pulled the trigger on his long-range rifle, Ecker's first thought was that the male may well have killed the king. Standing in the shelter of the forest, he was amazed at his soldier's accuracy. The bullet had sailed across the lawn, blown out the glass pane of the door, and dropped the king like a bag of sand. Either that or the king had chosen to take cover. There was no way of knowing whether the disappearance was a defensive reaction or the collapse of a male gravely injured. Mayhap both were true. "Open fire," he commanded into the newfangled transistor at his shoulder, "and assume second positions." With practiced precision, his soldiers went into action, the ringing sound of gunfire providing cover as everyone but him and Throw shifted in various directions. The Brotherhood would be arriving at any moment, so there was little time to batten down the hatches and prepare for conflict. Good thing his soldiers were well trained. All at once, the house went dark. Smart. It made them more difficult to isolate as targets, although given the way all the glass except for that back doors had withstood bullets, it appeared as though a sail was far more tactical than your average glimmer-a-waffle about. Car bombs notwithstanding. In the lull that followed, Ecker had to assume that if the king were alive and completely unhit, Wrath would dematerialize through the opening in the back door, get out of the area, and the others would attack. If the king was injured, they would hunker down and wait for the other members of the Brotherhood to arrive and provide cover for a drive-out. And if the blind king were dead, they would stay with the body to protect it until the others got here. A gun went off in the interior. One shot, the flash of which appeared to the left. They were testing the glass, he thought. So Assail was either dead or they didn't trust him. "Someone is coming out," Throw said by his side. "Shoot to kill," Ecker ordered into his shoulder. There was no reason to take a chance at a capture. Anybody fighting alongside the Brotherhood would be trained to withstand torture and therefore not a good candidate for information gathering. More to the point, this situation was a powder keg about to explode, and reducing the number of the enemy was the most important goal. Taking prisoners was not. Gunfire rang out as his bastards tried to pick off whoever had departed, but naturally the fighter dematerialized, so it was unlikely they were hit. The Brotherhood arrived all at once, the massive fighters taking positions all over the exterior of house as if it had been scoped out previously. Gunfire was traded, with Ecker aiming for the pair on the roof whilst his others focused on the dark shapes moving around the porches as well as any who might be coming up from behind in the woods. He needed to get in the path of any vehicle that attempted to get away from the house. "I shall cover the garage," he spoke into his transistor. "Hold positions." Glancing over his shoulder at Throw, he ordered, "You back up the cousins at the north." As his soldier nodded and took off, Ecker ducked and did the same, shifting his position by running, as he was too keyed up to dematerialize if they tried to take Wrath out by vehicle because he was injured. Ecker had to be the one who got the satisfaction of preventing the king's escape and finishing the job as necessary. The garage, therefore, was his best vantage point. The brothers would have to commandeer one of Assail's vehicles as they appeared to have arrived without any, and Assail would offer the aid. He had no allegiance to any particular group, not the band of bastards, not the council, probably not even the king. But he wouldn't want to bear the price of someone else's vendetta against Wrath. Ecker set up behind a massive boulder that sat at the edge of the asphalt square behind the house. Taking out a small, convex strip of metal that was polished to a high shine, he positioned the mirror on the rock so he had a view of whatever was behind him. And then he waited. Ah, yes. Right again. As gunfire continued to ring out, the garage door farthest to the right opened, the protection it offered disappearing panel by panel. The van that backed out had no windows in its rear portion, and he was willing to bet that, like the house, its flanks were impenetrable by anything less than an anti-aircraft missile. It was entirely possible, of course, that this was a ruse. But he was not going to miss the opportunity in the event that it wasn't. Flicking his eyes up, he checked behind him, then refocused on the van. If he jumped out into its path, he might get a shot into the engine block through the front grille. The attack that came from behind was so swift, all he felt was an arm locking around his throat and his body getting hauled backward. Shifting instantly into hand-to-hand self-defense mode, he stopped the male from snapping his neck by elbowing the shit out of the fighter's gut and then taking advantage of the momentary stun to spin around. He had a brief impression of mismatched eyes, and then it was all about the fighting. The male attacked with such ferocity. The punches were like getting rained upon by cars. Fortunately, he had outstanding balance and reflexes, and crouching low, he took the male by the thighs and tackled him hard. Riding that massive lower body down to the ground, He jumped upward and worked the fighter's face until there was blood not just on his knuckles, but flying in the air. His superior position did not last. In spite of the fact that the soldier couldn't possibly see clearly, he somehow caught one of Ecker's wrists and held on to it. With brute strength, he yanked back, brought Ecker within range, and headbutted so hard, for a moment the world went incandescent, sure as if the trees around them had fireworks for branches and leaves. An abrupt shift in gravity told him that he was being rolled, but fuck that. He stopped the momentum by throwing out a leg and digging his boot into the ground. As he strained against a great weight on his chest, he saw the black van screeching off like a bat out of hell down the driveway. Anger at a mischance that the king gave him extra power, and he rose up onto his feet with the mail draped across his shoulders, a shawl of soldier. Unsheathing his hunting knife, he stabbed around the back of his own torso, and he knew he hit something, given the resistance and the cursing. But then that grip around his neck returned, challenging his airway, making him work even harder for oxygen. The large rock he'd taken cover behind was about a meter away, and he headed for it, his boots clomping across the lawn. Spinning about, he slammed the mail twice. On the third time, just before he was about to black out, the grip loosened. With sloppy disorientation, he freed himself just as a bullet whistled by his head, so close he felt a stripe of heat on his scalp. Behind him, the soldier fell down upon the grass, but that wasn't going to last, and a quick glance around at the gunfight being waged told him that if he and his bastards stayed much longer, there would be catastrophic casualties. Yes, they would take out some of the Brotherhood with them, but only at a tremendous cost to their own numbers. His gut instinct told him Wrath had already left. And damn it, even if half the Brotherhood was in or around the van and if the king was being transported away, some of them were undoubtedly shadowing the vehicle, there were still plenty of brothers left here at the river's edge to do vital damage to him and his males. The bloodletter would have stayed and fought. He, however, was smarter than that. If Wrath was mortally injured, or if that was his body, Ecker was going to need his band of bastards for the second phase of his takeover. Retreat, he barked into his shoulder piece. He hauled back his combat boot and kicked that downed, mismatched-eyed motherfucker on the ground to make sure the male stayed where he was. Then he closed his eyes and forced himself to calm. Life and death turned on whether he could get himself into the right frame of mind. Just as another bullet whizzed by his skull, he felt himself take wings and fly. "How we doing back there?" Tor yelled out the question as he forced the van into yet another curve in the road. The post cornered like it was on a coffee table with bad legs, rocking to and fro until even he felt a little nauseous. Wrath, meanwhile, was playing marble in a jar in the back, the king rolling around and flailing his arms to catch himself. Any chance, Wrath lurched in the other direction and coughed some more. "You can slow this bus down?" Tor looked in the rearview mirror. He'd kept the partition open so he could keep an eye on the king, and in the glow from the dashboard, Wrath was white as a sheet, except for where the blood stained the skin of his throat. That was red as a cherry. "No slowing down, sorry." If luck was on their side, the Brotherhood was keeping the band of bastards fully occupied at the house, but who the fuck knew? And he and Wrath were on the wrong side of the Hudson River with a good 20 minutes of driving in front of them. And no backup. And Wrath shit, he really didn't look good. "How you doing?" Tor called out again. There was a longer pause at that point. Too long. Gritting his teeth, he triangulated the distance to Havers's clinic. Fuck, it was nearly equidistant, so gunning for that facility in the hopes of finding somebody, anybody with medical training, wasn't going to save much time. From out of nowhere, Lassiter appeared in the passenger seat right out of thin air. "You can put your gun down," the angel said dryly. Shit, he'd pulled his heat on the guy. "I'll take the wheel," Lassiter ordered. "You deal with him." Tor was out of that seatbelt and doing the driver shuffle in a heartbeat, and as the angel took over, it was clear the guy was fully armed. "Nice touch." "Thanks, man." "No problem. And here, let me shed some light on the subject." The angel began to glow, but only toward the back. And goddamn, when Tor stepped through the partition, what he saw in the golden illumination was death on 4 hooves coming for the king. Wrath's breathing was shallow and coming in puffs, his neck cords straining with the effort it was taking him to get oxygen down into his lungs. That gunshot in the neck was compromising the airway above the Adam's apple. Hopefully it was just swelling. Worst case, he was bleeding from an artery and drowning in his own blood. "How far from the bridge?" he barked out to Lassiter. "I can see it." Wrath was running out of time. "Don't slow down." For anything. Got it. Tor knelt beside the king and ripped off his own leather jacket. I'm going to see if I can help you, my brother. The king grabbed his arm. Don't get panties in a wad. I'm not wearing any, my lord. And he was not being paranoid about the danger they were facing. If the king didn't get some help with the breathing thing, he was going to die before anyone addressed whatever else was wrong. Snapping into action, he tore open the king's coat, stripped off the front of the Kevlar vest, and was only mildly reassured to find nothing doing on that big chest. The problem was the neck wound, and closer inspection suggested the bullet was lodged in there somewhere. Christ only knew precisely what was wrong. But he was pretty sure that if he could open up an air access point below the injury, they might have a fighting chance. Wrath, I gotta get you breathing. And please, for the love of your shellin', don't fight me about the trouble you're in. I need you to work with me, not against me. The king fumbled with his hand at his face, eventually finding his wraparounds and shoving them out of the way, as those incredibly beautiful, bright green eyes locked on Tor's own. It was as if they worked. Tor? Tor clicking, desperate clicking as the king tried to draw breath. Where you? Tor captured that flapping palm and squeezed it hard. I'm right here. You're going to let me help you breathe, okay? Not for me, my brother. When the king did, Tor shouted up to Lassiter, keep it real steady up there until I say so. Hitting the bridge right now. At least they had a straightaway. Real steady, Angel, we clear? Roger that. Unsheathing one of his daggers, he put it on the carpeted floor by Wrath's head. Then he shed his water pack and ripped it apart. Taking the flexible plastic tubing that snaked from the mouthpiece to the bladder, he drew the thing out flat and cut it at both ends. Then he blew the water out of the inside. He leaned down to Wrath. I'm going to have to cut it into you. Shit, the breathing was even worse. Nothing but hitches. Tor didn't wait for consent or even acknowledgement. He palmed his knife and, with his left hand, probed the soft, fleshy feel between the terminals of the king's collarbones. Brace yourself, he said hoarsely. It was a damn shame he couldn't sterilize the blade, but even if he'd had a bonfire to draw it through, he didn't have time for the thing to cool down. Those jerking breaths were getting quieter instead of louder. With a silent prayer, Tor did exactly as V had trained him. He pressed the sharp point of his dagger through the skin to the tough tunnel of the esophagus. Another quick prayer, and then he cut deep, but not too deep. Immediately thereafter, he shoved the flexible hollow tubing into the king. The relief was fast, the air rushing out with a little whistle. And right thereafter, Wrath sucked in a proper breath, and another. Planting a palm on the floor, Tor focused on keeping that tube right where it was, sticking out of the front of the king's throat. When blood started to seep from around the site, he ditched the prop-up routine and pinched the skin around the plastic lifeline, keeping the seal as tight as possible. Those blind eyes with their pinprick irises found his, and there was gratitude in them, like he'd saved the guy's life or something. But they'd have to see about that. Every subtle bump that registered through the van's suspension made Tor mental, and they were still too far from home. Stay with me, Tor murmured. Stay right here with me. As Wrath nodded and closed his eyes, Tor glanced over at the Kevlar vest. The damn things were designed to protect vital organs, but they were not a home-safe guarantee. On that note, how the hell had they managed to get the van out of there at all? Surely Ecker's soldiers would have been manning the garage. Those bloodthirsty bastards would have known that that was the only escape route for an injured king. Somebody must have covered it, no doubt one of the brothers arriving in the nick of time. Can you drive any faster? Tor demanded. I got the pedal to the metal. The angel looked back. And I don't care what I have to mow over. 42. No one was down in the training center, pushing along a bin full of clean linens to the recovery beds, when it happened again. The phone rang in the main exam room, and then she heard through the open door Doc Jane talking fast and pointedly and using the name Tor. What began as a hesitation turned into a dead stop, her hands tightening on the bin's metal rim, her heart beating hard as the world tilted wildly, spinning her round and round. Down at the far end of the hallway, the office's glass door burst wide and Beth, the queen, skidded into the hallway. Jane. The healer stuck her head out of the examination room. I'm on the phone with Tor right now. They're bringing him in right away. Beth tore down the corridor, her dark hair streaming out behind her. I'm ready to feed him. It took a moment for the implications to sink in. Not Tor, it wasn't Tor, not Tor, dearest Virgin Scribe, thank you. But Wrath, not the king. Time became as a rubber band stretching endlessly, the passing minutes slowing down to a crawl as people from the household began to arrive, except then suddenly a terminal extension was reached and snap. Everything became a blur. Doc Jane and the healer Manuel flew out from the examining room, a rolling gurney between them, a black duffel bag with a red cross jangling off the male's shoulder. Elena was right with them, with more equipment in her hands. And so was the Queen. No one whispered down the hall in their wake, running on the balls of her leather slippers, catching the heavy steel door that led out into the parking lot and squeezing through before it closed. At the curb, a van with blackened windows screeched to a halt, steam curling up from its tailpipe. Voices harried and deep fought for airspace as the vehicle's rear doors were popped wide and Manuel the healer jumped inside. Then Tor got out. No one gasped. He was covered with blood, his hands, his chest, his leathers, everything stained red. Except he seemed otherwise all right. It had to be Wrath's. "Dearest Virgin Scribe, the king?" "Beth, get in here," Manuel hollered. "Now." After Tor helped the Queen inside, he stood by the open doors with his hands on his hips, his chest rising and falling fast, his bleak stare trained on the treatment of the king. No one, meanwhile, loitered on the periphery, waiting and praying, her eyes going back and forth from Tor's horrible, fixed expression to the dark recesses of the van. All she saw of the king were his boots, tough, thick-soled and black, the tread on them deep enough to make grooves in set concrete, at least when a male as great as he was wearing them. With that he would walk tall once again. Wrapping her arms around herself, she wished she was a chosen, a sacred female who had a line to the scribe virgin, some way of approaching the mother of the race for special dispensation. But she was no one like that. All she could do was wait with the ring of others who had formed by the van. There was no way of knowing how long they worked upon the king in that vehicle. Hours. Days. But eventually Elena repositioned the gurney as close as possible and Tor hopped back in the rear. Wrath was carried forth by his loyal brother and laid out flat upon the white-sheeted mattress, which would not stay so pure for long, she feared, as she measured the king's neck. Red was already seeping through layers of gauze at the side. Time was of the essence, but before they could roll him inside, the great male grabbed onto Tor's ruined shirt and then started motioning to his throat. Abruptly he made a fist and then opened his palm upward as if he were holding something. Tor nodded and looked at the doctors. "You need to try to take the bullet out. We have to have that thing. It's the only way we're going to be able to prove who did this." "What if it compromises his life?" Manuel asked. Wrath started shaking his head and pointing again, but the Queen overruled him. "Then you will leave it right where it is." As her mate glared at her, she shrugged. "Sorry, my Helen. I'm sure your brothers will agree you need to survive first and foremost." "That's right," Tor growled. "The lead is less important besides. We already know who's to blame." Wrath started working his mouth, except there was no speaking because there was a tube sticking out of his throat. "Good, glad that's settled," Tor muttered. "Have at him, will you?" The healers nodded and off they all went with the king, the Queen staying right with her male, speaking to him in soft, urgent tones as she jogged alongside. Indeed, as they passed through the doors into the training center, Wrath's eyes, pale green and glowing, were locked, but unfocused on her face. She was keeping him alive, no one thought. That connection between the two of them sustaining him just as much as anything that the physicians were doing. Tor, meanwhile, also stayed with his leader, passing by without even looking at her. She didn't blame him. How could he see anything else? Re-entering the corridor, she wondered if she shouldn't try to get back to work. But no, there was no possibility of that. She just followed the group down until the whole lot of them, including Tor, disappeared into the operating room. Not daring to intrude, she tarried outside. It was not long before she was joined by the rest of the Brotherhood. Tragically so. Over the next hour, the horrors of war were all too evident, the risks to life and limb made manifest by the injuries that presented themselves as the brothers came in from the field at a trickle. It had been a rabid gunfight. At least, that was what they said to their mates, all of whom gathered to comfort them, anxious faces, horrified eyes, panicked hearts drawing the couples tightly together. The good news was that each and every one of them came home, the males and the lone female, Payne, all returned safe and got treated. Only to worry about Wrath. The last to arrive was among the worst injured, but for the king to the point that at first she didn't recognize who it was. The thatch of dark hair and the fact that John Matthew was carrying him informed her it was likely Quinn, but one certainly wouldn't know that going by his face. He had been beaten severely. As the mail was delivered to the second operating room, she thought of the mangled mess of her leg and prayed that the healing ahead for him, for them all, was nothing like hers had been. Dawn eventually arrived, but she knew this only because of what the clock on the wall read. Intermittent glimpses of the various dramas were provided when doors were opened and closed, and eventually those treated were released into healing rooms or permitted to ambulate themselves back to the main house. Not that any of them left. They all settled as she did against the concrete walls of the corridor, sitting vigil not just for the king, but for their fellow fighters. Da-Jen brought food and drink to those who could eat, and she helped pass trays laden with fruit juices and coffee and tea. She brought pillows to ease strained necks and blankets to cut the draft on the hard floor and tissues. Not that anyone was crying. The stoic nature of those males and their mates was a kind of power in and of itself. Yet she knew, in spite of their forbearance, that they were terrified. Still other members of the household arrived: Layla, the chosen; Saxton, the lawyer who worked with the king; Revenge, who always made her nervous even though he had never been anything but perfectly polite to her; the king's beloved retriever who wasn't allowed into the operating room but was comforted by all and sundry; the black cat, Boo, who snaked around the stretched-out boots and padded over laps and was petted in passing. Late morning. Afternoon. Late afternoon. At 5:07, Doc Jane and her partner, Manuel, finally appeared, removing their masks from their exhausted faces. Wrath is doing as well as can be expected, the female reported. But given that he was treated in the field, we've got 24 hours of watching for infection ahead of us. You can deal with that though, the brother Rage spoke up. Right? We can treat the shit out of it, Manuel said with a nod. He's going to pull through, that tough bastard won't have it any other way. There was an abrupt war cry from the Brotherhood. Their respect and adoration and relief so very obvious. And as no one breathed her own sigh of relief, she realized it was not for the king. It was because she did not want Tor to sustain any more losses. This was good. Thanks be to the scribe virgin. 43. At first, Layla could not comprehend what she was looking at. A face, yes, and one that she supposed she knew by shape. But its composite features were distorted to such an extent that she would not have been able to identify the male had she not known him so well. Quinn, she whispered as she approached the hospital bed. He had been stitched up, little lines of black thread snaking down his brow and across his cheek, his skin shiny from swelling, his hair as yet matted with dried blood, his breathing shallow. Looking to the machines over the bed, she heard no alarms ringing, saw nothing flashing. That was good, yes? She would feel better if he replied to her. Quinn. On the bed. His hand turned over and released its tight crunch to reveal his broad, flat palm. She put her own upon it and felt him squeeze. So you were in there, she said roughly. Another squeeze. I need to feed you, she moaned, feeling his pain as her own. Please open your mouth for me. Let me ease you. As he complied, there was a cracking sound as if the joints of his jaw weren't working properly. Scoring her own vein, she carried her wrist to his bruised, parted lips. Take from me. At first, it was clear he had difficulty swallowing, so she licked one of the puncture marks shut to slow the flow. As he gained momentum, she bit herself once again. She fed him for as long as he would let her, praying that her strength would become his own and be transformed into a healing force. How had this happened? Who had done this to him? Given the number of gauze-wrapped limbs out in the hallway, it was obvious the Lessers had sent a brutal force out into the streets of Caldwell upon the eve. And Quinn had certainly taken on the toughest, meanest member of the enemy forces. He was like that, unflinching, always willing to put himself on the line to the point where she worried about that vengeful streak of his. It was such a fine distinction between courage and deadly recklessness. When he was finished, she closed her wounds and pulled up a chair, sitting beside him with her palm against his once more. It was a relief to watch the miraculous transformation of the injuries on his face. At this rate, they would soon be nothing but surface wounds, barely noticeable upon the morrow's arrival. Whatever damage he had internally would likewise be discharged. He was going to survive. Sitting with him in silence, she thought about the pair of them, and the friendship that had sprouted from that misplaced adoration of hers. If anything happened to him, she would mourn him as a brother of her own blood, and there was naught that she would not do for him further. She had the keen sense that the same was true on his side as well. Indeed, he had done so much for her. He had taught her to drive and to fight with her fists, to shoot a gun and operate all manner of computer equipment. He had shown her movies and exposed her to music, bought her clothes that were other than the traditional white robe of the chosen, took time to answer her questions about this side and make her laugh when she needed to. She had learned so much from him, owed him so much. So it seemed ungrateful to feel dissatisfied with her lot. But of late she had experienced a strange irony. The more she was exposed to, the emptier her life felt. And yet as much as he urged her in opposite directions, she still looked upon her service to the Brotherhood as the most important thing she could do with her time. As Quinn tried to reposition himself, he cursed from discomfort and she reached out to calm him, stroking back his stringy hair. Only one eye of his worked, and it shifted over to her, the light behind the blue color exhausted and grateful. A smile stretched her lips and she brushed his busted-up cheek with the very tips of her fingers. Strange, this platonic closeness. They shared it was an island, a sanctuary, and she valued it so much more than whatever heat she had once felt for him. The vital link also made her aware of how much he suffered watching his beloved play with Saxton. His pain was ever present, coating him as his very flesh did and binding him in the same way, defining his contours and straightaways. It made her resent Blay at times, even though it was not her place to judge. If there was one thing she had learned, it was that the hearts of others were known only to themselves, and Blay was, at his core, a male of worth. The door opened behind her, and over her shoulder the male in her thoughts appeared as if summoned by her ruminations. Blaylock was not uninjured himself, but he was far better off than the male on the bed, at least on the outside. Internally was a matter altogether different. Still fully armed, he appeared far older than his years, especially as he took in his fellow soldier. He stopped short just inside the room. I wanted to know how he is doing. Layla refocused on Quinn. His working eye was locked on the red-headed male, and the regard he paid the other no longer pained her well, not in the sense that she wanted it for herself. She wished for Quinn, this soldier. She truly did. Come in, she said. Please, we read done here. Blay was slow in approaching, and his hands went to random buckles on his holster, on his belt, on the leather strapping around his upper thigh. His composure was retained, however, at least until he spoke. Then his voice quavered. You dumb son of a bitch. Layla's brows sunk into a glare, even though Quinn hardly needed someone like her to defend him. I beg your pardon. According to John, he went out of that house into the band of bastards. Alone. Band of bastards? The ones who tried to assassinate Wrath tonight. This dumb son of a bitch took it upon himself to go out right into the middle of them, all alone, like he was some kind of superhero. It was a miracle he didn't get himself killed. She immediately transferred her glare to the bed. Clearly, the lessening society had a new division, and the idea that he had exposed himself in such a way made her want to yell at him. You dumb son of a bitch. Quinn coughed a little, then a little more. With a stab of fear, she jumped up. I shall get the doctors. Except Quinn was laughing, not choking to death. He laughed stiffly at first and then with growing expression until the bed shook from the hilarity that only he saw. I find no levity in this, she snapped. Nor I, Blay cut in. What the hell is wrong with you? Quinn just continued to laugh, enjoying himself over the scribe virgin only knew what. Layla glanced over at Blay. I find myself rather wanting to hit him. It'd be redundant at this point. Wait until he's better, then have at him. Matter of fact, I'll hold him down for you. Right thing to do, Quinn groaned out. I agree. Layla put her hands on her hips. Blay is absolutely right. I shall punch you later. And you taught me exactly where one needs to strike a male. Nice, Blay muttered. After they all fell silent, the intense way the males stared at each other made her heart light up. Mayhap they could find an accord now? I shall go forth and check the others, she said quickly, to see if anyone else requires feeding. Quinn reached out and snagged her hand. You. No, I'm fine. You were more than generous enough last week. I feel very strong. She bent down and kissed his forehead. You just rest. I'll check on you later. On her way past Blay, she said softly, you two talk. I'll tell everyone to leave you be. As the chosen departed, Blay could only stare in disbelief at the back of her perfectly coiffed head. When he'd walked into the room, the connection between Quinn and that female had socked him in the gut. All that eye contact, that hand-holding, the way she curved her elegant body toward him, the way that she and she alone sustained him. And yet it appeared as if she wanted him to be by himself with Quinn. It made no sense. If anyone was incented to keep the pair of them apart, it was her. Refocusing on the male, he thought, God, those injuries were hard to look at even though they were in the process of healing. Who did you go up against? He asked roughly. And don't bother arguing. I spoke to John as soon as I got home. I know what you did. Quinn lifted a swollen hand and made an X. Ecker. As the guy nodded, he grimaced like the movement made his head hurt. Don Taya. Don't force yourself. Quinn waved the concern off in his classic, nothing doing kind of way. On a rasp, he said, Sokai. What made you go out there against him? Wrath was hit New Ecker's ego. He'd have to be big breath, one that rattled on its way out. The guy to prevent the king from leaving. Bastard had to be incapacitated or Wrath would never have gotten out of there alive. Blay rubbed the back of his neck. Holy shit, you saved the king's life. Not a lot of people did that. Yeah, he wasn't so sure about that. Back at Assails, it had been total chaos, the kind of out of control that easily cut both ways. Had the band of bastards not retreated shortly after the Brotherhood arrived, there would have been heavy losses on both sides. Staring down at Quinn, he had to wonder what kind of shape Ecker was in. If he looked like this, the bastard was at least the same, probably worse. Blay shook himself, aware that he had been standing at the edge of the bed in silence. Back long ago, a lifetime ago, there had never been silences between them. Except they had been boys then, not fully transitioned males. Different standard, he supposed. I guess I should leave you, he said, without leaving. This could so easily have gone a different way, he thought. Ecker's ability to kill was well known not by Blay personally, but he'd heard the stories from the old country. Besides, for Chris' sakes, anyone with enough balls not only to talk about going against Wrath, but to actually put a bullet in the king? Deadly or stupid? And the latter didn't count in this case. Quinn could easily have been hit by a lot more than multiple fists. Can I get you anything? Blay said. Except, the guy couldn't eat and he'd already been fed. Layla had taken care of that. Man, if he was brutally honest with himself, and it seemed as if brutally was the word of the day, there were times when he resented the Chosen, even though that was a colossal waste of emotion. He had no right to feel cranked, especially given what he and Saxton got up to on a very regular basis. Especially given that nothing was going to change on Quinn's side. You almost died tonight, he wanted to say. You dumb son of a bitch, you nearly died, and then what would we have done? And not we as in the Brotherhood. Not even we as in he and John. More like me. Shit, why did he keep coming back to this corner with this male? It was just too stupid. Particularly as he stood over the guy, watching as more color came into that mangled face and his breathing grew less labored and the bruising faded even further, all thanks to Layla. I'd better go, he said without leaving. That one eye, the blue one, just kept staring up at him. Bloodshot with a cut across the brow above it, the thing shouldn't have been able to focus. But it was. I have to go, Blay said finally. Without leaving. Damn him, he didn't know what the hell he was doing. A tear escaped from that eye. Welling up along the lower lid, it coalesced at the far corner, formed a crystal circle, and grew so fat it couldn't hold on to the lashes. Slipping free, it meandered downward, getting lost in dark hair at the temple. Blay wanted to kick himself in his own ass. Shit. Let me get Doc Jane, you must be in pain. I'll be right back. Quinn called out his name, but he was already turning away. Idiot. Stupid-ass idiot. The poor male was there suffering on a hospital bed, looking like an extra on Sons of Anarchy. Last thing he needed was company. More painkillers, that was what he required. Jogging down the corridor, he found Doc Jane logged in at the clinic's main computer, entering notes into medical records. Quinn needs a shot of something. Come quick, will you? The female was on it, snagging an old-fashioned doctor's bag and going back down the hall with him. While she went inside, Blay gave them some privacy, pacing back and forth in front of the door. How is he? Stopping and pivoting around, he tried to smile at Saxton and failed. He decided to be a hero, and I think he might have actually been one. But God. The other male came forward, moving elegantly in his bespoke suit. His Cole Haan loafers making soft impacts, as if they were too refined to ever make much noise even on linoleum. He didn't belong in the war. Never would. He would never be like Quinn, jumping out of safety into the thick of a fight, going up against the enemy with his bare, clawing hands to take down an aggressor and serve him his own balls for lunch. It was probably part of the reason Saxton was easier to deal with. No extremes. Plus the male was intelligent, refined, and funny, had lovely manners and lots of exposure to the very best in life, always dressed well. was fantastic in bed. Why did it sound like he was trying to convince himself of something? As he explained what had gone down in the field, Saxton stopped right up close, his Gucci cologne a calming scent. I'm so sorry. You must be a mess in the head over it all. And the male was a saint, a selfless saint, never to be jealous? Quinn wasn't like that. Quinn was jealous and possessive as hell. Yes, I am, Blaze said. A total wreck. Saxton reached out and took his hand, giving it a subtle squeeze and then retracting his warm, smooth palm. Quinn was never that discreet about anything. He was a marching band, a Molotov cocktail, a bull in a china shop who didn't care what kind of mess he made in his wake. Does the Brotherhood know? Blaze shook himself. I'm sorry. What he did? Do they know? Well, if they've heard about it, it wasn't from him. John looked upset and I asked him, and that's the way I heard the story. You should tell Rath or someone. He should get credit for this even though it's not his style to care about that sort of nonsense. You know him well, Blaze murmured. I do. And I know you just as well. Saxton's expression tightened, but he smiled nonetheless. You need to take care of him in this. Doc Jane emerged from the room and Blaze wheeled around. How's he doing? I'm not sure. What exactly did you think was wrong? He was resting comfortably when I went in there. Well, shit, he wasn't about to say the male had been crying. But the fact of the matter was Quinn would never have shown that kind of weakness unless he was in some serious pain. I guess I misread him. Over Jane's shoulder, Blaze happened to notice the way Saxton's hand passed through the thick blonde waves that were sculpted up off his forehead. It was the strangest thing. Sax may have been related by blood to Quinn, but at the moment he looked a lot like Blaze had for years. Then again, unrequited was the same, no matter the features that reflected the emotion. Crap. 44. Down the hall, Tor sat in a chair across from the hospital bed Rath had been laid out in. It was probably time to go. Had been a while ago. For God's sake, even the Queen had fallen asleep next to her mate on the bed. Guess it was a good thing Beth didn't mind his kibitzing. Then again, they had come to an accord years ago, proving just what a Godzilla marathon would do for a relationship. Over in the corner, on a huge round Orvis bed the color of oatmeal, George stretched out of the curl he'd been in and glanced up at his master. Getting no response, he put his head down and sighed. He's gonna be okay, Tor said. The dog's ears pricked and he gave 2 thumps of his feathered tail. Yup, I promise. Taking a cue from the canine, Tor repositioned himself and then rubbed his eyes. Man, he was exhausted. All he wanted to do was dog bed it like George and sleep for a day. The problem was, even though the drama was over, his adrenal glands still piped up every time he thought of that bullet. 2 inches to the right and it would have hit the jugular, turning Rath's light out for good. In fact, according to Doc Jane and Manny, where that lead had been lodged by pure chance had been the only safe place, assuming the guy was with someone who could, say, do a tracheotomy in a moving van with nothing but a section of hollow tubing and a black dagger. Jesus Christ, what a night. And thank the scribe virgin for that angel. Without Lassiter showing up to drive? He shuddered. Waiting for Godot? Tor's eyes snapped over to the bed. The king's lids were low but open, his mouth cracked in a half smile. Emotion came on thick and quick, flooding Tor's neurotransmitters, stealing his voice from him. And Rath seemed to understand. Opening his free hand, he beckoned even though he couldn't lift up his arm. Tor's feet felt sloppy as he stood up and approached the bed. As soon as he was in range, he knelt by his king and took that big palm, turned it over and kissed the gigantic black diamond that flashed on Rath's finger. Then, like a pussy, he laid his head down on the ring on his brother's knuckles. All could have been lost tonight. If Rath had not lived, everything would have changed. As the king squeezed his hand back, Tor thought about Wellesley's dying and felt nothing but fresh dread. To realize that there were as yet others to lose was not reassuring in the slightest. If anything, it made the churning, ambient anxiety in his gut swirl faster. You'd think after his Shellen's passing he'd be exempt from the grief pool. Instead, it appeared that he just had a deeper bottom to look forward to. Thank you, Rath whispered hoarsely, for saving my life. Tor lifted his head and shook it. It wasn't just me. It was a lot, you. I owe you, brother mine. You'd have done the same. That patented autocratic tone came out. Oh. You. So buy me a Samsung night and we'll call it evens. You're saying my life is only worth $6? You vastly underestimate how much I love a good long neck. A big blonde dog head shoved its way under his armpit. Glancing down, he said, See? I told you he'd be all right. Wrath laughed a little, then grimaced as if things hurt. Hey, big man. Tor moved out of the way so Master and Canine could reconnect, then ended up scooping the 90-pound bale of hay-colored fur up and settling it next to the king. Wrath positively beamed as he looked back and forth between his Shellin, who was asleep, and his animal, who was ready to be his nurse. I'm glad that's our last meeting, Tor blurted. Yeah, I like to go out with a bang. I can't let you do shit like this anymore. You realize that, don't you? Tor stared down at the king's forearms, tracing those ritualistic tattoos that spelled out his lineage. You need to be alive at the end of every night, my lord. The rules are different for you. Look, I've been shot at before. And it's not happening again. Not on my watch. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You going to chain me in the basement? If that's what it takes. Wrath's brows dropped low and his voice grew stronger. You can be a real prick, you know that. It's not a matter of personality. And it's obvious, or you wouldn't be getting your panties in a wad. I'm not wearing any. The king cracked another smile. I'm naked under here. Thanks for that picture. You know, technically you can't order me to do shit. Wrath was right. You didn't tell the leader of the race a good goddamn thing. But as Tor met the male's blind eyes, he wasn't talking to the ruler of them all. He was talking to his brother. Until Ecker is neutralized, we're not taking any risks with you. If there's a council meeting, I'm going. Period. There won't be. Not unless we want there to be right now. Nobody needs you anywhere but here. Fucking hell. I'm the king. As Beth frowned in her sleep, he calmed his voice out. Can we talk about this later? No reason to. We're done on the subject, and every one of the brothers is behind me on this. Tor did not look away as he got hit with a glare that, in spite of those eyes being blind, was strong enough to burn a hole in the back of his skull. Wrath, he said roughly, look at what's next to you. Do you want to leave her on her own? You want her to have to mourn you? Fuck all of us, what about your Beth? It was a low-down dirty to play the Shellin card, but any weapon in a fight. Wrath cursed and closed his eyes. And Tor knew he'd won when the male turned his face into Beth's hair and breathed in deeply as if he were smelling her shampoo. Are we in accord? Tor demanded. Fuck you, the king murmured against his beloved. Good, I'm glad that's settled. After a moment, Wrath looked over again. Did they get the bullet out of my neck? They did. All we need is the rifle that goes with it. Tor gave George's boxy head a stroking. And it's got to be the band of bastards. Ecker's the only one who would try something like that. We need to find where they live. They're cagey. Smart. It's going to take a miracle. Then start praying, my brother. Start praying. Tor replayed the attack in his mind yet again. The brazenness was off the chain and suggested Ecker was capable of just about anything. I'm going to kill him, he said in a low voice. Ecker? When he nodded, Wrath said, I think you're going to have to get in line for the job, assuming we can tie him to the shooter. The good news is that as head of the BB, he can be held accountable for his fighter's actions, so as long as one of his soldiers was at the trigger of that rifle, we can nail him. As Tor thought shit over, that grinding in his gut tightened to an unbearable level. You said you owed me a favor. Well, this is what I want. I want Ecker's death to be at my hands and no one else's. Tor, when he just stared straight ahead, Wrath shrugged. I can't give him to you until we have proof. But you can stipulate that if he is responsible, he's mine. Fine. He's all yours if we have proof. Tor thought about the expressions on the faces of the brothers out in the hall. You need to make it official. Oh, come on, if I say. You know what they're like. Any one of them crosses paths with that shithead and they'll peel him like a grape. Right now that male's got more targets on the back of his ass than a shooting range. Besides, a proclamation won't take long. Wrath's lids closed briefly. Okay, stop arguing the point and go get a witness. Tor went over and stuck his head out of the room, and as luck would have it, the first person he saw was John Matthew. The kid was parked by the recovery room across the way, but on the floor next to a worried Blaylock, hands on his head like there was a fire alarm going off in his skull. Except he snapped right to and signed, Is Wrath still all right? Yeah. Tor glanced down the corridor as Blay murmured a prayer of thanks. He's going to be fine. You looking for someone? I need a witness. I'll do it. Tor shot up his brows. Okay, thanks. As John Matthew got to his feet, a loud crack sounded out like his back was playing DIY chiropractor. And when he limped over, Tor realized the kid had been injured. You have Doc Jane take a look at that? John bent down and lifted the pant leg of the scrubs he had on. His calf was wrapped in white gauze. Bullet or blade? Tor asked. Bullet. And yes, they kept it as well. Good. How'd you fare? Blay. Just a surface wound on my arm. That it? Tor thought. Because the fucker looked a little hollow and again, it had been a long night and day for everyone. I'm glad, son. We'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. As John came over to the wide-open door, Tor stepped aside and then followed him in. How you doing, son? Wrath asked as the kid approached him and bent down to kiss his ring. As John signed, Tor translated, he says just fine. He says if it would not offend, he has something he and Blay need you to know. Yeah, sure. Ged. He says he was with Quinn at the house after you were shot, before the Brotherhood arrived. Quinn went out alone. Ah, Blay spoke with the guy a little while ago. Blay said that Quinn told him he'd engaged with Ecker so that wait, John, slow down. Thanks okay, engaged with Ecker so that you could get free in the van. Beth stirred, her eyes opening, her brows tightening as if she were catching the drift of the conversation. Are you serious? The king blurted. He took on Ecker one-on-one. Holy shit, Tor thought. He'd heard the kid had gone out there, but that was it. Wrath whistled under his breath. That's a male of worth right there. Wait, John, let me catch up. One-on-one so that Ecker, who was waiting to attack the van, was neutralized. He, John, that is wants to know if there is some kind of official recognition that you can give Quinn? Something to recognize his above and beyond service? And P.S. Tor spoke for himself. Me, personally? I'm so on board with that. Wrath stayed quiet for a moment. I'm sorry, let me get this straight. Quinn went out after the brothers arrived, right? Tor got back with the translating. John says no. It was on his own, unguarded, unprotected before they came. Quinn said he had to do what he could to make sure you were okay. That dumbass idiot. Hero is more like it, Beth said abruptly. Leland, you wake? Wrath became instantly focused on his mate. I didn't want to disturb you. Believe me, just hearing your voice is heaven. You can wake me up with it anytime. She kissed his mouth softly. Welcome back. Both Tor and John got busy looking at the floor as tender words were exchanged. Then the king came back online. Quinn shouldn't have done that. I agree, Tor muttered. The king focused on John. Yeah, all right. We'll do something for him. I don't know what, but that kind of shit is epic. Stupid, but epic. Why don't you make him a brother? Beth interjected. In the silence that followed, Wrath's mouth dropped open, and it was a join the club reaction. Tor's jaw did likewise, and so did John's. What the queen said. Doesn't he deserve it? Hasn't he always been there for everyone? And he's lost all his family. Yes, he lives here, but sometimes I get the impression that he feels like he doesn't belong. What better way of thanking him and telling him he does? I know no one doubts his strength in the field. Wrath cleared his throat. Well, according to the old laws. Fuck the old laws. You're the king, you can do anything you want. More pin-drop silence swept in, clearing out even the sounds of the HVAC system blowing warm air through the ceiling vents. What do you think, Tor? The king asked. As Tor glanced at John, he was struck by how much he wanted to bestow the honor on the closest thing to a son he had. But Quinn was the one they were talking about. I think it could be a good idea, he heard himself say. Quinn should be claimed, and the brothers respect him shit. Tonight isn't the only time he's shined. He's a stellar fighter, but more than that, he's calmed down tremendously in the last year. So, yeah, I think he could handle the responsibility now, which is not something I might have said at any other time. Okay, I'll consider it, Leland. It's a wonderful suggestion. The king glanced back at Tor. Now about that favor. Approach me, brother mine, and render thy form unto your knees. We have 2 witnesses now, which is even better. As Tor complied and grasped the royal hand, Wrath proclaimed in the old language, Torment, son of harm, are you prepared to have proscribed unto you, and you alone, the death of Ecker, son of an unknown sire? Said demise to occur by your hands and your hands only in retaliation for a mortal affront against me this previous night. If said affront can be proven to be due to Ecker's direct or indirect order? Placing his free hand over his beating heart, he said gravely, I am so prepared, my lord. Wrath looked at his mate. Elizabeth, blooded daughter of the Black Dagger brother Darius, mated of myself, your king, do you hereby agree to witness my grant should I deign to bequeath it on this matter to this male, carrying forth the representation of this moment unto all others, placing also your mark upon parchment to commemorate this proclamation? When she answered affirmatively, he regarded John. Terror, blooded son of the Black Dagger brother Darius, also known by the names John and Matthew, Do you hereby agree to witness my grant should I deign to bequeath it on this matter to this male, carrying forth the representation of this moment unto all others, placing also your mark upon parchment to commemorate this proclamation? Tor translated from ASL. Yes, my lord, he does. Then by the power held sure and true by myself through mine father, I hereby command you, Torment, son of harm, to go forth and perform the now royal duty of retribution on my behalf if it is so supported by requisite proof returning in future with the body of Eker, son of an unknown sire, unto me as a service to your king and your race. Your pledge is a credit to your bloodline, past, present, and future. Once more, Torment bent to the ring that had been worn by generations of Wrath's lineage. I am, in this and all things, yours to command, my heart and body seeking only to obey your sole authority. When he lifted his eyes, Wrath was smiling. I know you'll bring that bastard home. You got it, my lord. Now get the fuck out of here. The three of us need some goddamn sleep. Various goodbyes were exchanged. And then Tor and John were out in the corridor in an awkward silence. Blay had since fallen asleep outside that other recovery room, but he wasn't resting. There was a deep frown on his face, like he was brooding even in the midst of his REM. A tap on his forearm had Tor focusing on John. Thank you, the kid signed. For what? Supporting Quinn. Tor shrugged. Only makes sense. Shit, the number of times that guy's thrown himself into battle with all guns blazing? He deserves it, and that Brotherhood nomination stuff shouldn't be about bloodline, but merit. Do you think Wrath will do it? I don't know, it's complicated. Lot of history to deal with. The old laws would have to be reworded. I'm sure the king will do something for him. Down the corridor, no one stepped out of a doorway as if she had been drawn by the sound of his voice. The instant he saw her, he lost his train of thought, everything he had locking on her robed figure. Fucking hell, he was too raw to be around her, too hungry for life-affirming contact, too disinclined to make good decisions. God help them both, but if he walked down to her, he was going to take her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that John was signing something. It took every ounce of self-control to force his head toward the kid. She was so worried about you. She's been waiting out here with us, thought you had been injured. Oh well, shit. She loves you. Okay, well, didn't that make him want to crap in his pants? Nah, she's just, a compassionate person. John cleared his throat, even though his hands were doing the talking. I guess I didn't know that you guys were this serious. Thinking of how upset the kid had been, Tor waved away the comment. No, I mean, it's no big deal. Honest. I know who I love and who I belong with. Except that brush-off didn't feel right. Not on his tongue. Not to his ears, not to the center of his chest. I'm sorry about losing it before, John signed. It's just Wellesley's the only mother I had, and I don't know. The idea of you with someone else makes me want to throw up, even though that's not fair. Tor shook his head and dropped his voice. Don't you ever apologize for caring about our female. And as for the love thing, I gotta say it again. In spite of what it looks like from the outside, I will love one and only one female for the rest of my life. No matter what I do, who I'm with, or how things appear, you can take that shit to the bank, son. We clear. John's rough embrace was difficult to bear because letting down the kid had been a killer, and it was tough not to worry about doing it again in some way. It was also hard because Tor's convictions were heartfelt and honest as well as Wellesley's doom. Weren't they? God, was he ever going to find a way out of this mess? As that panicky thought occurred to him, he shifted his eyes and looked down the way to no one's slight, still form. Behind her, Lassiter stepped out and just stared back at him, the disappointment in the guy's face so apparent it was clear he'd somehow heard what had been said. Maybe all of it. 45. As Tor walked off toward no one, John resumed tending his little patch of linoleum outside of Quinn's room. On some level, he didn't want to see the brother go down the hall to that other female. It seemed fundamentally wrong, as if one of the laws of the universe had decided to run in reverse. Hell, paralleling it with his own life, the idea that there would ever be another female aside from Shex for him was anathema. Even though he was in constant agony without her, he still loved her so much he was asexual. Then again, she was still alive. And you couldn't argue that the relationship hadn't been good for Tor. He was back to the size he'd been when John had first met him, huge, hard, and strong. And come on, he hadn't walked into a death trap of a gunfight or leaped off a bridge in, like, months. Good thing Quinn had taken up the slack on that one. Yay. Besides, no one was tough not to approve of. She was very non-bimbo quiet. Unassuming. Not at all bad to look at. There were so many worse candidates out there in the world. Gold diggers. Stuck-up glimmerer types. Spacey, big-breasted gigglers. Letting his head fall back against the concrete wall, he closed his eyes as he heard the pair of them talking. Soon enough, the voices stopped and he assumed they'd taken off, likely to go to bed. Okay, he was so not going there. Left to his little lonesome. He listened to Blaze's soft breathing and occasional repositioning of limbs, resolutely keeping his mind off Shex. Funny, this stretch of wait and worry felt like old times, he and Blaze waiting on Quinn. Man, they were lucky the guy had come back alive. As his memory coughed up images from that mansion on the river, he saw Wrath going down to the floor and V with his gun up to Assail's head and Tor going body shield over the king. Then he and Quinn were searching the house, arguing next to that sliding glass door, fighting over his best friend going out into the night, uncovered and alone. You need to let me do what I can. Quinn's eyes had been resolute and utterly unafraid because he knew his capabilities, knew that he could go out on a Hail Mary and rough shit up, knew that even though there was a chance he wasn't coming home, he was strong enough and sure enough of his fighting skills that he would do everything possible to decrease that risk. And John had let him go. Even though his heart had been screaming and his head had been ringing and his body prepared to block the way out. Even though it hadn't just been lesser new recruits out there, but the band of bastards who were highly trained, very experienced, and brutal as hell. Even though Quinn was his best friend, a male who mattered to him in this world, someone whose loss would rock him for life. Shit. John put his palms to the front of his face and gave himself a good buffing. Except no amount of rubbing was going to change the revelation that was creeping up on him, unwelcome and undeniable. He saw Shex in that meeting with the Brotherhood back in the spring when she had offered to find Ecker's lair. I can take care of that, especially if I hit them in the daytime. She had been utterly hard-eyed and clear-headed, sure of herself and her capabilities. You people need me to do what I can. When it had been his best friend. He hadn't liked it, but he'd stepped aside and let the male do what he had to for the greater good, even though there was mortal danger involved. If something had happened to the guy and he'd died, John would have been crushed, but that was the code of soldier, the code of brotherhood. The code of males. Losing Shex would be so much worse, of course, because he was a bonded male. But the reality was, in trying to save her from some violent fate, he'd lost her completely. They had nothing left, no passion, no conversation, no warmth, little contact. And it was all because his protective urge had taken over. It was all his fault. He had made it a fighter and then freaked when the risk of injury thing had gone from the hypothetical into the actual. And Shex was right, she didn't want him dead or in the hands of the enemy. And yet she was allowing him to go out there every night. She was letting him do what he could to help. She wasn't permitting her emotions to try to stop him from executing his job, and if she had, well, then he would have explained patiently and with love that he was born to fight and he was careful with himself and kettle black. Much. Besides, how would he have felt if someone had viewed his being mute as a rate limiter for fighting? How would he have reacted if he'd been told, in spite of all his other qualifications and skills, in spite of his natural talent and instincts, that because he couldn't speak, he wasn't allowed on the field? Being female was not a disability in any sense of the word, but he had treated it as such, hadn't he? He had decided that because she was not male, in spite of all her qualifications and skills, she couldn't go out into conflict. As if breasts suddenly made shit more dangerous. John restarted with the rubbing, his head beginning to thump with pressure. His bonded side was ruining his life. Strike that, it had ruined his life. Because he wasn't sure, no matter what he did now, whether he could get Shex back. He was, however, certain about one thing. Abruptly, he thought about Tor and that oath. And knew what he had to do. As Torment walked toward her, no one became breathless. His massive body was shifting from side to side to the rhythm of his gait. His burning eyes fixing on her as if he meant to consume her in some vital way. He was ready to mate, she thought. Dearest Virgin Scribe, he was coming to take her. I want to fuck you. Her hand went to the tie on her robe, and it was a shock to realize that she was prepared to open her clothing at this moment. Not here, she told her fingers. Somewhere else, though. There were no thoughts of that sympathy, no anxiety over whether it would hurt, no sense that she might regret this. There was just a resonant peace in the midst of her body's pounding need that this male was what she wanted, this mating was what she had waited so patiently for. They were both ready. Torment stopped in front of her. his chest pumping up and down and his hands curling into fists. I'm going to give you the chance to get away from me. Right now. Leave the training center and I'll stay here. His voice was warped, so low and deep that his words were nearly unintelligible. Hers, on the other hand, was very clear. I shall not depart from you. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't go, I'm going to be inside you in another minute and a half. She kicked her chin up. I want you in me. A great growl rose up from him, the sort of sound that, had she heard it in another context, might have terrified her. But face to face with this magnificent, aroused male? Her body responded with a marvelous loosening, further preparing to accept him. He was not gentle as he scooped down and picked her up, swinging her legs high and catching them in the crook of his arm. And he was not slow as he went forth toward the Paolas if the idea of getting them to a proper bed in the big house was simply too much to bother with. Whilst he strode off with her captured like a prize, she stared up at his face. His brows were down hard, his mouth parted to reveal his fangs, his coloring high with anticipation. He wanted this. Needed this. And there was no going back. Not that she would have chosen to. She loved the way he made her feel in this moment. Although she supposed it was treacherous to take compliment in the desperation with which he took possession of her. He was still in love with his dead mate. Then again, he did want her, and that was enough. That was, mayhap, all she would ever have, and yet, as she had told him, so much more than she could ever have prayed for. Upon his will, the glass door to the pool's entry hall opened wide for them, and as it eased shut in their wake, she heard its lock slip into place. Then they were traveling fast through the anteroom and rounding the corner into the pool proper, the warmth of that thick, humid air making her body even more languid. In a coordinated sequence, the overhead lights dimmed and the blue-green glow of the pool gathered in intensity, casting an aquamarine illumination over everything. No going back, Torment said, as if giving her one last chance to end this. When she merely nodded at him, he growled again and then put her down on one of the wooden benches, laying her on her back. He was true to his word. He didn't wait or hesitate. He arched over her and fused their mouths, bringing his chest to her own, positioning his legs in between hers. Wrapping her arms around the nape of his neck, she held him close as his lips moved against hers and his tongue entered her. The kissing was glorious and consuming, to the point where she didn't notice he was undoing the tie of her robe. And then his hands were upon her. Through the linen shift, his palms burned as they stroked her breasts and continued lower. Parting her thighs even farther for him, she pulled up the sheath and got what she wanted, his touch going to her core, massaging her, bringing her to that knife edge of release but no farther. I want to kiss you, he growled against her mouth. But I can't wait. She thought he was kissing her? Before she could respond, he lifted his hips from her and worked with rough urgency at the front of his leathers. And then something hot and blunt was bumping, nudging, slipping against her. No one arched up and called his name, and that was when he took her. As her voice echoed to the high ceiling, his body claimed hers, pushing inside, making its way, hard yet satin soft. Torment's head dropped down beside hers as they were joined, and then he stopped moving altogether, which was good. The sense of stretching and accommodating his size bordered on painful, not that she would have traded it for the world. Groaning deep in his throat, his body started to move, slowly at first, then with greater speed, his hips swinging against hers as he gripped her outer thighs and squeezed. With the great wave of passion overtaking them both, every sensation was magnified, her mind at once fully present and totally blown away by the manner in which he dominated her without hurting her. As the rhythm bordered on out of control, no one held on to him for dear life, her physical form soaring even as it was pinned down under his, her heart shattering and being made whole in the same instant as the pleasure suddenly coalesced and then snapped. Indeed, her orgasm had her core gripping him and relenting in an alternating rhythm, the release entirely different from any of her previous ones, more intense, longer lasting. And it seemed to pitch him off the edge and into his own wild contractions, his pelvis shoving in and then jerking against her. It all seemed to last forever, but as with any flight one took, they eventually eschewed the freedom of the sky and returned to Earth. Awareness was a gradual, unsettling burden. He was still dressed, and so was she, the robe as yet draped upon her shoulders and arms. And the bench was cutting into her shoulder blades and the back of her head. And the air around her was not as warm as the passion had been. How strange, she thought. Even though they had shared so much before, these moments just now had taken them up to and over a great divide. She wondered how that would make him feel. Torment lifted his head and stared down at her. There was no particular expression on his face, neither joy nor sorrow nor guilt. He just looked at her. "Are you okay?" he said. As her voice appeared to have deserted her, she nodded even though she wasn't sure what she felt. Physically, her body was fine. In fact, it continued to welcome the presence inside of its recesses. But until she knew how he was, she couldn't testify to anything else. The last female he had been with had been his Shellen. And surely that was on his mind in this tense silence. 46. Tor stayed frozen right where he was, poised over no one, erection still buried in her body, his sex twitching to keep going even as he put a lock on his lust. He waited for his conscience to start screaming. He prepared himself for an overwhelming desolation that he had been with another female. He was ready for something, anything to cough up out of his chest: despair, anger, frustration. All he got was the sense that what had just happened was the beginning, not an end. Shifting his eyes to no one's face, he searched her features, looking for any indication that he'd swapped her for his Shellen, probing his internal wiring for signs of alarm, bracing himself for some great explosion. All he felt was a sense of rightness. Reaching up, he brushed back a strand of blonde hair from her face. "You sure you're okay? Are you?" "Yeah, I kind of am. I truly am okay. Guess I was prepared for anything but that, if it makes any sense." The smile that bloomed on her face was nothing short of the sun's radiance, the expression transforming her features into a beauty so resplendent, she took his ever-loving breath away. So kind, so compassionate, so accepting. He wouldn't have been able to do this with anyone else. "Mind if we try that again?" he said in a soft voice. Her cheeks flushed a deeper pink. "Please." The tone in her voice made his cock jump inside of her. Her slick, tight heat stroking it on a oneer, making him ready to roar and start pounding away again. Except it wasn't fair to ask her to lie on that hard bench. Tunneling his arms around her, he held her close to his chest and let his heavy thighs do the work of picking them both up. When they were on his feet, he kissed her again, tilting his head and working his mouth over hers as he palmed her bottom and braced himself to start moving. Using his arms, he lifted her up and down on his arousal, kissing what he could of her throat and her collarbones as he penetrated her at a different, deeper angle. She was incredible, enveloping him, holding him tightly, the friction making him want to bite her just for the taste of her. Faster, even faster. The robe was swinging wildly, and no one must have hated the flapping as much as he did, because she abruptly dumped the thing, scraping it free of her shoulders and letting it fall to the tile. As her arms returned around his neck, she tightened her hold, which was just fine with him. Digging in with his fingers, he got closer and closer to the end point, and it was the same with no one. The sounds she was making, the incredible moans, her gorgeous scent rising up, her braid slapping. Abruptly, he slowed down and snagged the tie that secured the plait of her hair, ripping it off and freeing the lengths. Shaking the thick waves out of their confines, he drew them over her shoulder and his own, blanketing them both. Something about that undoing led to his own undoing. 2 pumps later, and his body pitched off its ledge, the release taking over everything until he cursed on an explosive breath. Careening through the pleasure, he squeezed her hard and put his face into all that blonde, breathing in, smelling the delicate shampoo that she used. Shit, the scent of her cranked him even higher until his orgasm abruptly became the rough and tumble kind, racking his body, throwing his balance out of whack, rendering him temporarily blind. It must have been the same for her from a distance. He heard her call out his name as she locked her legs around his hips, melding them together. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And he rode out the pleasure for as long as it lasted in both sides. When he finally stilled, no one's head flopped onto his shoulder, her body collapsing against his chest, her lovely flesh going loose as her lovely hair. Unbidden, one of his hands found her spine and followed it upward to the base of her neck. As his breathing eased, he just held her. Before he knew it, he was rocking them both from side to side. She weighed next to nothing in his powerful arms, and he had the sense that he could have kept them linked and against each other forever. Eventually, she whispered, "I must be getting heavy." "Not at all. You're very strong." Man, that did his ego good. Matter of fact, she hit him with anything like that again, he was going to feel like he could bench press a city bus with a jet plane parked on its roof. "I should get you cleaned up," he said. "Whatever for?" Okay, that was sexy, and it made him want to do other things to her. All kinds of things. Over her shoulder, he eyed the pool and thought efficiency was actually the mother of invention. "How about we take a dip?" No one lifted her head. "I could stay like this forever." "Yes." Her eyes were low-lidded and glowing in the blue-green light. Forever. As he stared at her, he thought she was so alive. Her cheeks flushed, her lips swollen from his being all over her hair lush and a little wild. She was vital and hot and… He started to laugh. Oh, for fuck's sake, he had no idea why, there was nothing funny about anything. But suddenly he was laughing like a lunatic. Sorry, he managed. I don't know what the problem is. I don't care. She beamed at him, showing her delicate fangs and her even, white teeth. It's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. Caught up in an impulse he didn't understand, he let out a whoop and took a lunge in the direction of the pool, throwing out a long stride, then another, then a third. With a mighty leap, he sent them both flying into the still, aquamarine light source. They landed in the warm water as one, soft, invisible arms gathering them into a temperate cushion and insulating them from gravity's heavy-handed pull, sparing them both any kind of hard landing. As his head went under, he found her mouth and claimed it, kissing her under the surface as he planted his feet and pushed up so that they found the air. In the process, his cock found her core again. She was right there with him, linking those legs of hers around his hips once more, echoing his rhythm, kissing him back. And it was good. It was right. Sometime later, no one found herself naked, wet, and stretched out on the side of the pool on a bed of towels Torment had arranged for her. He was kneeling next to her, his wet clothes clinging to his muscles, his hair glistening, his eyes intense as he stared at her body. A sudden insecurity struck, chilling her. Sitting up, she covered herself. Torment captured her hands and gently put them at her sides. You're spoiling my view. You like? Oh yeah, I like. He leaned over and kissed her deeply, slipping his tongue inside of her, easing her back down so that she was prone once more. That's what I'm talking about. When he eased back a little, no one smiled up at him. You make me feel. What? He dipped his head and brushed his lips over her throat, her collarbone the tip of her breast. Beautiful. Yes. That's what you are. He kissed her other nipple and sucked it into his mouth. Beautiful. And I think you should ditch that damn robe for good. What will I wear? I'll get you clothes. All the clothes you want. Or you could just go naked. In front of the others, the hiss that curled out of him was pretty much the best compliment she had ever been given. No. No. Then mayhap in your room. Now that I can get behind. His lips drifted downward and to the side until he ran a thong over her ribs. Then he was going across her belly, the kisses soft and lazy. It wasn't until he went even farther, lingering on her hip and then brushing very close to her sex, that she realized he had a purpose. Spread your legs for me, he urged in a deep voice. Let me see the most beautiful part of you. Let me kiss you where I want to be. She wasn't completely sure what he was suggesting, but she was powerless to deny him anything when he used that tone with her. In a haze, she brought up one knee, parting her thighs, and she knew when he looked at her, because he growled in satisfaction. Torment moved around between her legs and stretched out, palming either side of her and widening her further. And then his lips were upon her, warm and silky and wet. The sensation of soft on soft kicked off yet another orgasm, and he took advantage of it, entering her with his tongue, sucking at her, finding her rhythm and taking her further. Her hands dug into his dark hair as she rolled her hips. And to think she had liked the sex. Little had she known that there was so much more to discover. He was mind-shatteringly attentive and painstakingly thorough in his explorations, taking his time unless he was taking her to the height of pleasure. And when he eventually lifted his mouth, his lips were slick and reddened, and he ran his tongue over them as he stared at her from under his lids. Then he rose up and gripped her hips, tilting them up. His erection was impossibly thick and long, but she already knew he fit her perfectly. And he did again. This time she paid more attention to the sight of him than the feel of him. Rising above her, he moved in that powerful, potent way of his, pleasuring them both as he curled his hips up and back, moving himself in and out of her. His smile was dark. Erotic. You like to watch me? Yes. Oh, yes. That was as far as she got as another wave of release crested and assumed control of her thoughts. Her speech, her body, her soul, wiping everything clean. When she finally quieted and was again able to focus, she recognized the strain in Torment's face, the tightness around his jaw and his eyes, the pumping of his chest. He had not found his release yet. Do you want to watch? He gritted out. Oh, yes. Withdrawing from her body, his arousal was as his lips had been, glossy and swollen. With one big hand he gripped himself, and with the other he braced his weight against the floor so that he could stretch out over her lax, open body. Twisting his shoulders, he provided her with plenty of view as he stroked up and down, that blunt head of his appearing and disappearing in and out of his fist. His breath grew louder and harsher as he showed her just how it happened for him. When the time came, his shout rang out in her ears and his head shot back, his chin punching forward as he bared his fangs and hissed. Then, with rhythmic pulses, jets sprayed out of him, hitting her sex and her lower belly, making her arch sure as if the satisfaction had been her own. As he finally sagged, she extended her arms. "Come here." There was no hesitation as he complied, bringing his chest to her own before he turned on his side to cushion her weight. "Are you warm enough?" he murmured. "Your hair is wet. I do not care." She snuggled into his body. "I'm just perfect." A rumble of approval came up his throat. "That you are Rosalhinda." At the sound of her former name, she jerked back, but he held her tight. "I can't keep calling you no one. Not after this." "I don't like that name." "Then another." Staring into his face, she had the distinct notion that he was not going to budge on this. And he was also not going to refer to her as she had so chosen long, long ago when that word was what she had felt she was. Mayhap he was right, however. She suddenly didn't feel like no one. "You need a name." "I cannot choose," she replied, aware of a stout pain in her heart. He looked up to the ceiling, wound some of her hair around one of his fingers, made a clicking sound with his tongue. "Autumn is my favorite season of the year," he said after a time. "It's not that I'm chicking out or anything, but I like the leaves when they turn red and orange. They're beautiful in the moonlight, but more to the point, it's an impossible transformation. The green of spring and summer is just a shadow of the tree's true identity, and all that color as the nights grow cold is a miracle every stinking time it happens. It's like they're making up for the loss of the warmth with all their fire. I like autumn." He stared into her eyes. "You're like that. You're beautiful and you burn brightly, and it's time for you to come out. So I say autumn." In the silence that followed, she was aware of a pricking at the corners of her eyes. "What's the matter?" he rushed in. "Shit, you don't like it? I could pick another. Lilith? How about Sahana? What, Joe? Fred? Frickin' Howard." She put her hand upon his face. "I love it. It's perfect. I shall henceforth be known by the name you have given me and the season of the year when the leaves burn autumn." Lifting herself up, she pressed her lips to his. "Thank you. Thank you." As he nodded solemnly, she wrapped her arms around him and held him tightly. To be named was to be claimed, and it made her feel reborn. 47. It was a long while before Tor and Autumn re-emerged from the warm, humid confines of their pool. Man, he was never going to go into that place again without thinking of it as theirs. Holding open the door into the corridor for her, he took a deep, easing breath. Autumn, the perfect name for a perfectly lovely female. Walking side by side, they made their way to the office together, his feet leaving wet prints because the damp pants he'd squeezed himself back into were dripping at the hems. She, on the other hand, left no trail as her robe was dry. Last time she was going to wear the damn thing. Shit, her hair looked good all loose around her shoulders. Maybe he could get her to lose the braid too. When they stepped out into the tunnel, he put his arm around her, tucking her in against him. She fit well. She was smaller than Wellesley had been much taller. Autumn's head was lower on his pecs, her shoulders not as wide, and her gait was uneven, whereas his mate's had been smooth as silk. But she fit. Differently, yes, but the lock and key of their bodies was undeniable. Approaching the door that led up to the mansion, he dropped back and let her go up the stairs first. At the top, he reached past her, punched in the code, and opened the way into the foyer, holding the heavy panels wide for her. As she passed through, he asked, "Hungry?" "Famished." "Then you go upstairs and let me wait on you." "Oh, I can get something in the kit." "Nope. Don't think so. I wait on you." He took her around the base of the grand staircase. "You go up and get into bed. I'll bring the food." She hesitated at the bottom step. "That's really not necessary." He shook his head as he thought of all the exercise they'd gotten poolside. "It's very necessary. And you're going to humor me by losing that robe and getting in between the sheets naked." Her smile started out shy, ended up spectacular. And then she pivoted and flashed him her backside. Watching her hips sway as she ascended got him hard. Again. Bracing one hand against the carved banister, he had to look down at the carpet and compose himself. A nasty curse brought his head around. Bad word, good timing. Striding across the mosaic of an apple tree in bloom, he leaned into the billiards room. Lassiter was on the couch, focused on the widescreen over the fireplace. Even though Tor was half naked and half wet, he strode over, getting in between the angel and the TV. Listen, What the fuck? Lassiter started motioning like his hands were on fire and he was trying to flap them free of flames. Get out of the way. Did it work? Tor demanded. More cursing, and then the angel jacked to the side in an attempt to get at the screen. Just give me a minute. Is she free? He hissed. Just tell me. Aha! Lassiter pointed at the boob tube. You motherfucker. I knew you were the father. Tor fought the urge to slap some sense into the son of a bitch. His Wellesley's future was at stake and this dumbass was worried about Maury's paternity tests? Are you kidding me? No, I'm damn serious. Bastard has 3 kids by 3 sisters. What kind of man is that? Tor smacked his own head in lieu of the angel's. Lassiter, come on, man. Look, I'm still here, aren't I? The guy muttered as he muted the screaming and hopping up and down on Maury's stage. As long as I'm still here, there's work to be done. Tor let himself fall into a chair. Propping his head in his hand, he bit down on his molars. I don't fucking get it. Destiny wants blood, sweat, and tears. Well, I've fed from her, weavy, sweated, for sure. Shit knows I've cried enough. The tears don't count, the angel said. How is that possible? It just is, my man. Great. Fantastic. How much longer do I have to get my Wellesley free? Your dreams are the answer to that. In the meantime, I suggest you go feed your female. I gather by your wet pants that you just gave her a hell of a workout. The words, she's not mine, rose up automatically into his throat, but he clamped down on them in the hopes that keeping them inside would help somehow. The angel just shook his head back and forth as if he were well aware of both the sentiment that had remained unspoken and the future that was as yet unknown. God damn it, Tor muttered as he got to his feet and started for the kitchen. God damn me. Some 30 miles away, at the Band of Bastards farmhouse, the sound of wheezing drifted up into the stale air of the cellar, rhythmic, ragged, wretched. As Thro stared into the candlelight aimlessly, he didn't feel good about where his leader was. Ecker had been in one hell of a hand-to-hand contest toward the end of the engagement at a sales house. He had refused to say with whom, but it must have been a brother. And naturally, he had had no medical attention since then, not that they had much to offer in that regard. Cursing to himself, Thro crossed his arms over his chest and tried to remember the last time the male had fed. Dearest Virgin Scribe, had it been back in the spring with those 3 prostitutes? No wonder he wasn't healing up, and he wouldn't until he was better nourished. The wheezing shifted into a rough cough, then resumed at a slower, more painful rate. Ecker was going to die. That dire conclusion had been dawning with relentless vigor ever since that breathing pattern had changed hours ago. To survive, the male needed one of 2 things, preferably both: access to medical facilities, supplies, and personnel the likes of which the Brotherhood enjoyed, and the blood of a female vampire. There was no way of getting him the former, and the latter had proven to be a challenge over the last few months. The vampire population in Caldwell was slowly increasing, but since the raids, females had been at an even higher premium. He had yet to find one who was willing to service them, even though he was able to pay handsomely. Although considering Ecker's condition, mayhap even that might not be enough. What they needed was a miracle. Unbidden, an image of that spectacular chosen he'd fed from at the Brotherhood's facility came to mind. Her blood would be a lifesaver for Ecker right now. Literally. Except obviously it was not obtainable on so many levels. How would he be able to reach out to her, for one thing? And even if he could connect with her, she would undoubtedly know he was the enemy. Or would she? She called him a soldier of worth to his face. Mayhap the Brotherhood had kept his identity from her to insulate her delicate sensibilities. No more sound. Nothing. Ecker? He called out as he sat up in a rush. Ecker. At that point, there was another round of coughing, and then the labored breathing resumed. Dearest Virgin Scribe, he had no idea how the others slept through all this. Then again, they had been fighting for so long on nothing but human blood that sleep was their only chance for any kind of recharge. Thro's adrenal gland had overridden that imperative as of 2 in the afternoon, however, whereupon he had begun his vigil over Ecker's respiratory process. As he reached for his cell phone to check the time, he struggled to focus on the numbers that were displayed, his mind frantic. Ever since that incident between them in the summer, Ecker had been a different male. Still autocratic, demanding, and full of calculations that could shock and stun, but his stare was different when he looked upon his soldiers. He was more connected to all of them, his eyes open to some new level of relating, the likes of which he hadn't appeared to have been aware previously. Shame to lose the bastard now. Rubbing his eyes, Thro finally got a read on the hour, 5:38. The sun was probably just below the horizon, the dusk no doubt lingering in the sky to the east. It would be better to wait for the darkness to truly arrive, but he had no more time to waste, especially given that he wasn't sure what he was doing. Shifting off his bunk, he rose to his full height, walked across the way and shook the mound of blankets Zypher was under. "Go away," the soldier mumbled. "Still have 30 minutes. You need to get the others out of here," Thro whispered. "Do I? And you must stay behind." "Must I? I'm going to try to find a female to feed Ecker." That got the soldier's attention. Zypher's head lifted down at the other end. "In truth." Thro shuffled to the foot of the bunk so they could meet eye to eye. "Make sure he stays here. And be prepared to drive him to my coordinates." "Thro, whatever are you about?" Without reply, he turned away and began pulling leather upon his personage, his hands shaking from Ecker's treacherous state and the fact that if his prayer was answered, he would be in the company of that female once again. Glancing down at his fighting clothes, he hesitated. Dearest Virgin Scribe, he wished he had something with which to clothe himself other than leather. A lovely suit of worsted wool with a cravat. Proper shoes with laces. Underwear. "Wherever are you going?" Zypher asked sharply. "It matters not. What I find is the only important thing. Tell me you are taking weapons." Thro paused anew. If for some reason this backfired, he might well need armaments. But he didn't want to frighten her, assuming he could in fact reach her somehow and get her to come to him. Such a delicate female was she. Some concealed things, he decided. A gun or two. Some knives. Nothing that she could see. "Good," Zypher murmured as he began checking his weapons. Mere minutes later, Thro ascended from the basement and burst out the kitchen's exterior door. Hissing and throwing up his forearms, he was forced to jump back into the dark house. With his eyes stinging and tearing up, he cursed and went for the sink, running cold water and splashing it upon his face. It seemed forever until his phone's display informed him that an exit was safer to attempt, and this time he opened the door with far less bravado. Oh, the relief of the night. Leaping out from his confines, he landed upon the good earth and filled his lungs with the cold, damp air of autumn. Closing his still throbbing eyes, he focused himself inward and spirited himself away from the house, casting his component molecules north and east until he reformed in a field of meadow grass marked in the center with a large, flame-tipped maple tree. Standing before the great trunk, underneath the red and gold leaf cover, he surveyed the landscape with his razor-sharp senses. This bucolic spot was far, far away from the battleground of downtown and not even close to any compound of the brothers or outpost of the lessening society, at least that he was aware of. To be sure of his read on the site, though, he waited, as motionless as the big tree behind him, but not nearly as Serene was prepared to engage with anything and anyone. Nobody and nothing came upon him, however. Some 30 minutes later, he lowered himself to sit cross-legged upon the ground, linking his hands together and settling in. He was well aware of the peril of this path he was embarking upon. But in some battles, you had to make your own weapons, even if you ran the risk of them blowing up in your face. There was grave danger in this, but if there was one thing you could count on with the Brotherhood, it was an old-fashioned protection of their females. He'd had the jaw shots to prove it. So he was banking upon the fact that, if he did reach the Chosen, she wouldn't know his true identity. He was also forcing himself to push aside any guilt at the position he was putting her in. Before he closed his eyes, he looked around again. There were deer at the far edge of the meadow by the forest of trees, their delicate hooves brushing through fallen leaves, their heads bobbing as they meandered along. An owl sounded off to the right, the hooting carried upon the light, cold breeze to his perked ears. Far in front of him, on a road that he could not see, a pair of headlights drifted along, likely a farm truck. No lessers. No brothers. No one but him. Lowering his lids, he pictured the Chosen and recaptured those moments when her blood was going into him, reviving him, calling him back from the brink his life had trembled upon. He saw her with great clarity and focused on the taste and the scent of her, the very essence of who she was. And then he prayed as he never had before, even when he had lived a civilized life. He prayed so hard his brows tightened and his heart pounded and he couldn't breathe. He prayed with a desperation that left a part of him wondering whether this was to save Ecker or simply so he could see her once again. He prayed until he lost his train of words and all he had was a feeling in his chest. a howling need that he could only hope was a strong enough signal for her to respond to, if she indeed got it. Thro kept it up for as long as he could until he was numb and cold and so exhausted his head hung no longer out of reverence but out of tiredness. He kept at it until the persistent silence around him intruded upon his quest and told him that he had to accept failure. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found that moonlight had sneaked under the canopy he sat beneath, the sun's opposite having arrived for its evening shift of watching o'er the earth. His shout echoed loud as he jumped to his feet. 'Twas not the moon that was the cause of the light. His chosen was standing afore him, her robing of such a bright white it appeared to throw off its own illumination. Her hands extended forth as if to calm him. "I am sorry to startle you." No, it's fine you are here. Did you not summon me?" She appeared confused. "I was not sure what called me forth. I simply had this urge to come here. And there you were. I didn't know if it would work." "Well, it did." At this, she smiled at him. Oh, sweet virgin scribe in the great heavens above, she was beautiful, her hair all coiled up high upon her head, her form so willowy and elegant, her scent ambrosia. She frowned and looked down at herself. "Am I not properly covered?" "I'm sorry. You stare." "Oh, indeed, I am pleased forgive me. My manners have been forgotten because you are too lovely for mine eyes to comprehend." That made her recoil ever so slightly, as if she were used to compliments or mayhap he had offended her. "I'm sorry," he said before wanting to curse himself. His vocabulary was going to have to expand past apologies. Fast. And it would help if he didn't behave like a schoolboy in her presence. "I mean no disrespect." Now she smiled again, a stunning display of happiness. "I believe you in that, soldier. I suppose I'm simply surprised." That he found her attractive? Good Lord. Reclaiming his past as a genteel member of the Glimmera, Thro bowed low. "You honor me by your presence, chosen. What brings you out here?" "I wanted well. I did not desire to risk any harm to you as I prevailed upon you for a favor of great weight." "A favor? Truly?" Thro paused. She was so guileless, so delighted at being called upon, that his guilt renewed tenfold. But she was the only savior Ecker had, and this was war. As he struggled with his conscience, it occurred to him that there was a way to make it up to her, though, a vow he could take in return for the gift, if she chose to give it. "I would ask," he cleared his throat. "I have a comrade who is gravely injured. He is going to die if we do not. I must go to him. Now, show me wherever he is and I shall be of aid to him." Thro closed his eyes and could not draw any breath. Indeed, he even felt tears threaten. In a hoarse voice he said, "You are an angel. You are not of this earth in your compassion and kindness. Waste not pretty words. Where's your fellow fighter?" Thro took out his phone and texted Zypher. The response he received was immediate and the timeline for arrival ridiculously short. Unless, of course, the soldier had already gotten Ecker into the vehicle and was prepared to start driving. Such a male of worth he was. As Thro put his cell back into his pocket, he focused on the chosen once more. He is coming this very moment. He must be transported by vehicle as he is not well. And then we'll take him to the training center? No, not hardly. Not ever. You shall be enough for him. He is weakened from too little feeding more than he is injured. Shall we wait here then? Aye. We wait here. There was a long pause, and she began to fidget as if uncomfortable. Forgive me, chosen, if I continue to stare. Oh, no need to apologize. I'm just awkward because it is rare that I hold someone's rapt attention. Now he was the one recoiling. Then again, the brothers no doubt treated any male in her presence as they had him. Well, perm me to persist, he murmured gently. For you are all I can see. 48. Quinn emerged from the hidden door under the grand stairway at around 6 p.m. that evening. His head was still a little fuzzy, his footfalls more shuffled than step, his body aching all over. But hey, he was upright, he was mobile, and he was alive. Things could be worse. Plus he had a purpose. When Doc Jane had come in to check on him just now, she told him that Wrath had called a meeting of the Brotherhood. Of course, she'd also informed him that he was off rotation and had to stay in bed in the clinic, but like he was going to miss the post-game wrap-up on what had gone down at a sales? Negs? She'd done her best to persuade him otherwise, naturally, but in the end, she dialed up and told the king to expect one more. As he came around the carved post of the banister, he could hear the brothers talking on the second floor, those voices loud and deep, overriding one another. Clearly, Wrath hadn't called shit to order yet, which meant there was time to grab a drink of the alcohol variety before going up. Because, that was precisely what you needed when you were rocky on your pins to begin with. After some careful assessment, he decided that the distance to the library was shorter than that to the billiards room. Old manning his way to the oak doors, he froze as soon as he got to the archway. Holy hell! There were at least 50 books of the old law crowding the floor, and that wasn't the half of it. Over at the trestle table beneath the leaded glass windows, more leather-bound volumes had been cracked open and were lying with their guts exposed like soldiers shot dead on a battlefield. 2 computers. A laptop. Legal pads. A creak from up high lifted his eyes. Saxton was on the rolling teak ladder, reaching for a book on the top shelf by the ceiling molding. "Good evening to you, cousin," the guy said from his lofty perch. Just the mail he needed to see. "What's doing with all this? You're looking rather well recovered." The ladder creaked again as the male descended with his prize. All and sundry had been worried. "Nah, I'm fine." Quinn went over to liquor bottles lined up on the marble-topped bomb chest. "So what are you working on?" "Do not think of him with Blay. Do not think of him with Blay. Do not think of him. I didn't know you were a sherry man." "Ha!" Quinn glanced down at what he'd poured himself. Fuck. In the midst of the self-lecture, he'd picked up the wrong bottle. "Oh, you know I'm good with it." To prove the point, he tossed back the hoochand, nearly choked as the sweetness hit his throat. He served himself another only so he didn't look like the kind of idiot who wouldn't know what he was dishing out into his own glass. "Okay, gag." The second was worse than the first. From out of the corner of his eye he watched Saxton settle in at the table, the brass lamp in front of him casting the most perfect glow over his face. Shiite, he looked like something out of a Ralph Lauren ad with his buff-colored tweed jacket and his pointed pocket square and that button-down sweater vest combo keeping his fucking liver cozy. Meanwhile, Quinn was sporting hospital scrubs, bare feet, and sherry. "So what's the big project?" he asked again. Saxton glanced over with a strange light in his eyes. "It's a game changer, as you might say." "Oh, super secret king stuff." "Indeed. Well, good luck with it. Looks like you've got enough to keep you busy for a while. I'll be at this for a month, maybe more." "What are you doing, rewriting the whole goddamn law?" "Just a part of it." "Man, you make me love my job. I'd rather get shot at than do paperwork." He poured himself a third cocksucking sherry and then tried not to look too much like a zombie as he headed for the door. "Have fun with it. And you with your endeavors, dear cousin. I would be up there as well, but I have been given no time to accomplish too much." "You'll get through it." "Indeed. I will." As Quinn nodded and then hit the stairs, he thought, well, at least that exchange hadn't been too bad. He hadn't imagined anything X-rated. Or entertained visions of beating the motherfucker until he bled out all over his nice threads. Progress. Yay. Up on the second story, the double doors of the study were wide open and he paused when he got a gander at the size of the crowd. Holy crap, everyone was there. As in not just the brothers and the fighters, but the Shellens and the staff? There were literally 40 people in the room, packed in like sardines around the pansy-ass furniture. Then again, maybe it did make sense. After that goddamn sharpshooter attack, the king was back behind his desk, sitting on his throne, all but risen from the dead. Kind of warranted a celebration, he supposed. Before stepping into the fray, he went to take another haul of the sherry, but one whiff of the shit in his nose and his goiter went no-go. Leaning to the side, he tossed the stuff out into a potted plant, left the glass on the hall table and the instant they saw him come through the door, everyone shut up. Sure as if there were a remote to the room and someone had muted the picture. Quinn froze, glanced down at himself in case he was flashing something indecent. Looked behind him in the event there was someone important coming up the stairs. Then he looked around the room wondering what he had missed. In the great, yawning absence of sound and movement, Wrath braced himself against his queen's arm and grunted as he rose to his feet. He had a bandage around his neck and he looked a little pale, but he was alive and wearing an expression so intense, Quinn felt like he was being physically enveloped. And then the king put the hand that bore the black diamond ring of the race to his own chest, right in the middle, directly over his heart and slowly, gingerly, with the help of his Shellen, bent over at the waist. To bow Quinn. As all the blood drained out of Quinn's head, and he wondered what the fuck the most important vampire on the planet was doing. Someone started clapping slowly. Clap, clap, clap. Others joined in until the entire assembly, from Fury and Cormia to Z and Bella and Baby Nala to Fritz and his staff to Vis House and Payne and their mates to Butch and Marissa and Rev and Alina were clapping for him with tears unshed in their eyes. Quinn tucked his arms around himself as his mismatched stare bounced anywhere and everywhere, until it settled on Blaylock. The redhead was over to the right-hand side, clapping like the rest of them, his blue eyes luminous with emotion. Then again, he would know how much something like this meant to a fucked-up kid with a congenital defect whose family hadn't wanted him around for the embarrassment and social disgrace. He would know how hard the gratitude was to accept. He would know how much Quinn just wanted to escape from the attention even as he was touched beyond measure at this honor he did not deserve. In the midst of all he couldn't handle, he just looked at his old, dear friend. As always, Blay was the anchor who kept him from being swept away. As Shex tooled up through the maze on her bike, she found it hard to believe she was making the trip to the mansion under royal command. Wrath himself had extended the invite, and as much of an iconoclast as she wasn't about to shut down a direct order from the king. Man, she was nauseous. When she'd first gotten the voicemail, she'd assumed that John was dead, having been killed out on the field. A quick Hail Mary text to him had been replied to immediately, however. Short and sweet. Just will you come at nightfall? That was all she got back, even after she said yes, and had expected something further from him. So yeah, she felt like throwing up because this was probably John putting an end to them officially. The vampire equivalent of divorce was rare, but the old laws did provide for an out legally. And naturally, for people at John's social level, namely, that of the blooded son of a Black Dagger brother, the king was the only one who could give them dispensation to split. This had to be the end. Shit, she actually was going to throw up. Pulling around in front of the mansion, she didn't park the Ducati at the tail end of the orderly row of muscle cars, SUVs, and station wagons. Nope, she left the bike right at the base of the stairs. If this was a royal divorce decree, she was going to help John put an end to their misery, and then she was going to call Trez and tell him she couldn't come to work. Then she was going to lock herself in her cabin and cry like a girl. For a week or two. So stupid. This whole thing between them was so fucking stupid. But she couldn't change him and he couldn't change her, so what the hell did they have left? It had been months since they'd had anything but distance and awkward silence between them. And the trend wasn't reversing itself, the black hole was just getting deeper and darker. As she mounted the steps to the grand double doors, she was breaking in half, shattering sure as if her bones had turned brittle and were collapsing under the weight of her muscles. But she kept going because that was what fighters did. They pushed on past the pain and took out their objective, and sure as shit she and John were killing something tonight. Something that had been so precious and rare she was ashamed of them both for not finding a way to nurture it in the midst of the cold, hard world. Inside the vestibule, she didn't step up immediately to the camera's eye. Never a prepper-upper kind of female, she nonetheless found herself brushing fingertips under her eyes and shuffling a palm over her short hair. A quick straightening of her leather jacket and her spine, and she told herself to suck it up. She had gotten through legions of things worse than this. Through pride alone, she could marshal some self-control for the next 10 or 15 minutes. She had the rest of her natural life to lose her goddamn composure in private. With a curse, she hit the summons button and stepped back, forcing herself to look into the camera. As she waited, she straightened her jacket again, stomped her boots, double-checked that her guns were where they'd been holstered, played with her hair. Okay, what the hell? Leaning to the side, she gave that button another stab. The dog Jen here had high standards. You rang the bell and it was answered within moments. On the third try, she debated how many more times she was going to have to beg for. The vestibule's inner door was thrown wide and Fritz looked mortified. My lady, I am so sorry. A loud cacophony drowned out whatever else the butler said, and she frowned as she looked past the old male. Up over the doggin's white head, at the top of the grand staircase, there was a tremendous crowd milling around and drifting off as if a party had just broken up. Maybe someone had just told everybody they were getting mated. Good luck with that, she thought. Big announcement, she asked as she stepped through into the foyer and braced herself for someone else's happy news. More a recognition. The butler put his weight, such as it was, into shutting the door. I shall allow the others to inform you. Ever the dutiful butler, discreet to his very marrow. I'm here to see. The Brotherhood. Yes, I know. Shex frowned. It was wrath, I thought. Well, yes, of course the king as well. Please come up to the royal study. As she crossed the mosaic floor and started her ascent, she nodded at the folks coming down the Shellens, the staff she knew, the people she had lived with for a mere matter of weeks, but who had become, in a short time, a sort of family to her. She was going to miss them almost as much as John. "Madam," the butler asked, "are you all right?" Shex forced a smile and guessed she had probably let out some kind of curse. "Fine, just fine." When she got to Rath's study, there was so much approval in the air, she practically had to push the shit aside to walk into the room. The brothers were all thick-chested with pride except for Quinn, who was blushing so deeply he'd turned himself into a Roman candle. John, however, appeared reserved, not looking at her at all, but at some middle ground right in front of himself. From behind the desk, Rath focused on her. "And now on to business," the king announced. As the doors shut behind her, she had no fucking clue what was doing. John still refused to even glance at her and, shit, the king had a wound on his neck, assuming he hadn't decided that white gauze at the throat was some kind of fashion statement. Everyone shut up, settled down, got serious. Oh man, they had to do this in front of the whole brotherhood? Then again, what else could she have expected? The groupthink was so pervasive in this bunch of males, of course they'd all want to be present when things were finished. She stood strong. "Let's get this over with. Where do I sign?" Rath frowned. "I'm sorry. On the papers." The king glanced over at John, looked back. "This is not the kind of thing I'll be reducing to writing. Ever." Shex glanced around and then refocused on John, reading his emotional grid. He was nervous, saddened, and purposeful in such a powerful way she was momentarily struck stupid. "What the hell is going on here?" she demanded. The king's voice was loud and clear. "I have an assignment for you if you're interested. Something that I have on good authority you can discharge with remarkable skill. Assuming you are open to helping us." Shex stared at John in shock. He was responsible for this, she thought. Whatever wheels were turning in this room, he had set them in motion. "What have you done?" she said directly to him. That got him to look at her properly. Raising his hands, he signed, "There are limits to what we can do. We need you for this." Glancing at Rev, she got a whole lot of grave coming back at her and nothing more. No censure, no girls not allowed. Same for the rest of the males in the room, there was nothing but calm acceptance of her presence and her capabilities. "What exactly do you want from me?" she said to the king slowly. As the male spoke, she continued to look at John while hearing things like "band of bastards in assassination attempt their lair rifle." With each passing sentence, her brows cranked higher and higher. "Okay, so not about a bake sale or some shit. This was locating the heart of the enemy, infiltrating their secure domain, and removing any long-range weaponry that could have been used to try to kill Rath the night before. Thus providing the Brotherhood, if all went as expected, with the proof they needed to condemn Ecker and his soldiers to death. Shex put her hands on her hips so they wouldn't start rubbing together with glee. This was right up her alley, an impossible proposition backed up by a principle she could get behind, revenge on someone who had fucked you. "So what do you think?" Rath asked. Shex stared over at John, willing him to look at her again. When he did not, she just reread his emotional grid. He was terrified, but he was resolved. He wanted her to do this. But why? What the hell had changed? "Yeah, it's something I'm interested in," she heard herself say. As deep male voices growled approval, the king curled up a fist and banged it on the desk. "Good. Well done. There's just one thing. A catch. Naturally. I work best on my own. I don't want 800 pounds of babysitter sneaking around behind me. Nope. You go by yourself knowing that you have all our resources as backup if you need or want them. The one constraint is that you can't kill Ecker." "No problem, I'll just bring him in alive for questioning." "Nope. You can't touch him. No one can until we analyze the bullet. And then if we find what I think we will, he's yours to kill. By official proclamation." Shex glanced over at the brother. Jesus Christ, he looked totally different, as if he were a younger, healthy relation of the guy she had known since Wellesley had been killed. And given the way he was now, Ecker had a grave with his name on it already dug. "What happens if I have to defend myself?" "You have permission to do whatever you have to in order to secure your safety." In fact, in that event, the king turned his blind eyes in John's direction. "I encourage you to bring every weapon you have to bear in your own defense. Reed, use that sympath side of yours, girlfriend. But if possible," Rath added, "leave as much undisturbed as possible and Ecker above ground." "That shouldn't be a problem," Shex said. I don't have to touch him or any of the others. I can keep it just about the rifle. Good. As the king smiled and flashed his fangs, the others started talking in a rush. Perfect. Wait, I haven't agreed to anything yet, she said, shutting them all up as she looked over at John. Not yet. 49. Unhand me, you fool, Ecker blabbered as he felt himself lifted once again. He was beyond finished with being manhandled, up off his bunk he'd been resting on. Into the vehicle. Taken somewhere else. And now disturbed anew. Almost there, Zypher said. Leave me be. That was supposed to have come out as a demand. Instead, he sounded like a child to his own ears. Ah, how he wished for his former strength, so that he could have pushed himself free and stood upon his own legs. But that time had passed. Indeed, he was well gone and mayhap done for. His dire condition was the result of no one particular injury from that fight with that soldier. It was the culmination of all of them, the wounds covering his head and his gut, the agony something rather like the beat of his heart, a force that existed and persisted within him over which he had no control. Initially, he had fought the tide under the masculine just throw it off theory. His body had had other plans for him, however, and more sway than his mind and will did. Now it felt as if he was owned by this pall of disorientation and exhaustion. Abruptly, the air he breathed was cold and clear, slapping some sense into him. Struggling to focus his eyes, he was greeted by a rolling meadow that rose to meet a magnificent autumnal tree. And there under the branches that were cast in red and yellow was Throw. Next to whom was a slim figure in a white gown, a female. Unless he was seeing things? No, he was not. As Zypher carried him closer, she became more distinct. She was incalculably beautiful, with pale skin and blonde hair that was twisted up upon the crown of her head. She was vampire, not human. She was unearthly, and illumination spilling out from her form, one so bright it overshadowed the moon. Ah, so this was a dream. He should have guessed. After all, there was no reason for Zypher to take him into the farmland parts, risking their lives for some fresh air. No cause for any female to be waiting upon his arrival. No possibility that someone as fair as she would be out alone in the world. No, this was just a product of his delirium, and therefore he relaxed into the iron arms of his soldier, recognizing that whatever his subconscious had coughed up was not going to matter at all, and he might as well let things play out. Eventually he would wake up, and mayhap this was a sign he had finally settled into a deep, healing sleep. Besides, the less he fought, the more he could concentrate on her. Oh, loveliness! Oh, virtuous beauty, the kind that turned kings into serfs and soldiers into poets. This was the sort of female worth fighting for, dying for, just to gaze for a moment upon her face. Such a shame she was but a vision. The first sign that something was off was that she seemed taken aback at the sight of him. Then again, his mind was probably just going for realism. He was hideous, uninjured. Beaten and starving? He was lucky she did not shrink away in horror. As it was, her hands lifted to her cheeks and her head shook back and forth until Throw stepped in as if to protect her delicate sensibilities. Didn't that make him wish for a weapon? This was his dream. If she was going to be sheltered, he would take care of that. Well, assuming he could stand up. And she did not run away. He's failing, he heard her say. His eyes fluttered back at the pure, dulcet sound. That voice was as perfect as the rest of her, and he concentrated hard, trying to get his brain to make her speak some more in his dream. Throw said, "This is an emergency. What is his name?" Ecker spoke up at this point, thinking he should be the one to make his own introduction. Unfortunately, all that came out was a croak. "Lay him down," the female said. "We need to do this with speed." Soft, cool grass rose up to meet his broken body, cushioning him sure as if the palm of the earth was mittened in wool. And when he reopened the steel doors of his eyes, he got to watch her kneel beside him. "You are so beautiful," was what he said. What came out of his mouth was nothing more than a gargle. And abruptly he had difficulty breathing, as if something had burst in his interior, perhaps as a result of all the moving. Except this was a dream, so why would that matter? As the female brought up her wrist, he reached out a shaking hand and stopped her before she could score her vein. Her eyes met his own. In the periphery, Throw once again closed the distance, as if he were worried that Ecker would do something violent. Not to her, he thought. Never to this gentle creature of his imagination. Clearing his throat, he spoke as clearly as he could. "Save your blood," he told her. "Beautiful one, you save what makes you vital." He was too far gone for the likes of her. And that was true not merely because he was badly wounded and probably going to die. Even in his imagination, she was far too good for even proximity to him. As Layla fell to her knees, she found it difficult to speak. The male stretched out before her was well, injured severely, yes, of course. But he was more than that. In spite of the fact that he was on the ground and clearly defenseless, he was. Powerful was the only word that came to mind. Tremendously powerful. She could tell nearly not of his features for the swelling and the bruising, and the same was true of his coloring because of all the dried blood. But in physical form, although he appeared to be not as tall as the brothers, he was every bit as wide and thick of shoulder, with arms that were brutally muscled. Mayhap the contours of his body were the seat of her impression of him? No, the fighter who had called her forth to this meadow was of equal size, as was the male who delivered the wounded here to her feet. This fallen soldier was simply different from the other two, and in fact, they did defer to him in subtle ways with their movements and their eyes. Indeed, this was not a male to toy with, but rather like a bull, capable of crushing anything in its path. Yet the hand that touched her was light as a breeze and even less confining. She had the distinct impression that not only was he not holding her here, but that he wanted her to go. She was not about to leave him, however. In the strangest way, she was ensnared, held captive by a deep blue stare that even in the night, and despite the fact that he was fully mortal, appeared to be lit with fire. And under that regard, her heart quickened and her eyes clung to him as if he were at once indecipherable and capable of her understanding. Sounds came out of him, guttural and incomprehensible because of his wounds, urging her to proceed with haste. He needed to be cleaned, cared for, nursed back to health over a matter of days, perhaps weeks. Yet here he was in this field with these males who obviously knew more about weapons than healing. She looked at the soldier she knew. You must take him in to be treated after this. Although she got a nod and an affirmation as a reply, her instincts told her it was a lie. Males, she thought derisively, were too tough for their own good. She refocused on the soldier. You need me, she told him. The sound of her voice appeared to put him further into some kind of thrall, and she took advantage of it. Weakened though he was, she had the distinct sense that he had more than enough power in his body to prevent her from bringing her vein to his mouth. Shoo, she said, reaching out and brushing his short hair back. Be of ease, warrior. As you protect and serve the likes of me, allow me to return your service. So proud he was she could tell by the hard thrust of his chin. And yet he appeared to listen to her, his hand dropping from her forearm, his mouth parting as if he were hers to command. Layla moved fast, prepared to take advantage of the relative surrender, for no doubt he would soon retreat from the submission. Biting into her wrist, she quickly brought her arm over his lips, the drops falling one by one. As he accepted her gift, the sound he made was nothing short of breathtaking. A groan laced with infinite gratitude and, in her opinion, baseless awe. Oh, how those eyes of his held on to hers, until the field, the tree, the other two males faded away, and all she knew was the male she was feeding. Compelled by something she was disinclined to argue with, she lowered her arm until his mouth brushed her wrist. This was something she never did with the other males, even Quinn at this point. But she wanted to know what it felt like, this soldier's mouth upon her skin. The instant contact was made, that sound he'd uttered returned, and then he formed a seal around the twin points. He did not hurt her. Even as big as he was, as starved as he was, he did not ravage her. Not at all. He drew with care, keeping always his stare upon her own as if he were safeguarding her, in spite of the fact that he was the one who needed protection in his current condition. Time passed, and she knew he was taking a great deal from her. But she did not care. She would have stayed forever in this meadow, beneath this tree, linked to this brave warrior who had nearly given his life in the war against the lessening society. She could remember feeling something like this with Quinn, this incredible sensation of destination, even though she had not been aware she was traveling. But this pull put what she had once experienced with that other male to shame. This was epic. And yet why should she trust such emotion? Mayhap this was just a heartier version of what she had felt for Quinn. Or mayhap this was simply how the scribe virgin ensured the survivability of the race, biology, or running logic. Pushing such blasphemous thoughts aside, she focused on her job, her mission, her blessed contribution that was her only opportunity to serve now that the chosen's role had been so diminished. Providing blood to males of worth was all that was left of her calling, all that she had in her life. Instead of thinking of herself, of the way she felt, she needed to thank the scribe virgin that she had come here in time to do her sacred duty, and then she had to return to the compound to find other opportunities to be of service. 50. What's changed, John? In the bedroom he and Shex had once shared, John went over to the windows and felt the cold wafting through the clear glass. Down below, the gardens were bathed in security lighting, the false moon glow making the grout around the terrace's slate slabs seem phosphorescent. As he surveyed the landscape, there wasn't much to look at. Everything had been prepped for winter, the beds of flowers quilted in mesh covers, the fruit trees bagged, the pool now drained. Stray leaves from the maples and oaks at the forest's edge skipped across the mowed, browning grass like they were homeless and in search of shelter. John, what the hell is going on? In the end, Shex had not committed and he didn't blame her. 180s were disorienting and real life sure as shit didn't come with seat belts or airbags. How did he explain himself? He wondered as he scrambled for words. Eventually, he pivoted around, brought up his hands, and signed, "You were right." About what? That would be everything, he thought as he started to sign. Last night, I watched Quinn go out into the suck zone alone. Wrath was down, we were scrambling, the Brotherhood hadn't come yet as backup bullets were everywhere. The band of bastards had surrounded us and we were running out of time because of the king's injury. Quincy, he knew he was better off outside the house and knew that if he could secure the garage, we might be able to get Wrath out. And yeah, it nearly killed me, but I let him go out there. He's my best friend and I let him go. Shex went over and slowly lowered herself into a chair. That's why Wrath's neck was all wrapped up and Quinn was. He went up against Ecker, one-on-one, and gave Wrath the best shot at surviving. John shook his head at her. And again, I let him go out there because I knew he had to do what he could. It was the right thing for the situation. John paced around, then parked it at the foot of the bed, bracing his palms on his thighs, rubbing them up and down. Quinn is a good fighter, strong and decisive. A heavy hitter. And because he did what he did, Wrath lived, so yeah, Quinn was right, even though it was dangerous. He looked over at her. You're the same here. We need that rifle to declare war on the bastards. Wrath has to have the proof. You're a hunter who can go out in daylight, none of us can do that. You also have your sympath abilities if shit gets critical. You're the right person for the job even though the thought of you going anywhere near them terrifies me. You are the right one to send out to wherever they are. There was a long pause. I don't know what to say. He shrugged. That's why I didn't explain anything to you beforehand. I'm done with the talking, too. To some point, it's just hot air. Action matters. Proof matters. As she rubbed her face as if her head hurt, he frowned. I thought this would make you happy. Yeah, sure. It's great. She got to her feet. I'll do it. Of course I will. I'm going to have to keep on top of things for Trez. But I'll start tonight. John felt the pain receptors in his chest light up like a power grid, which told him how much he'd expected out of this olive branch. He'd hoped it would bring them together. A Control-Alt-Delete that reset their system. He whistled to get her eyes back on him. What's wrong? I thought this would change things. Oh, it's clear they already have. If you don't mind, I'm just going to go out. As her voice caught, she cleared her throat with a cough. Yeah, go talk to Wrath. Tell him yes, I'm in. As she went for the door, she appeared to be totally discombobulated. Her movements stilted and stiff. Shex? He signed, which did no good because she turned away. He whistled again, then popped up off the mattress and followed her into the hall. Reaching out, he tapped her on the shoulder because he didn't want to offend her by grabbing at her. John, just let me go. He stepped in front of her and lost his breath. Her eyes were glowing with unshed red tears. What's the matter? He signed desperately. She blinked fast, refusing to let anything fall to her cheeks. You think I'm going to be jumping for joy because you aren't bonded to me anymore? He recoiled so badly he nearly fell over. Excuse me? I didn't know it could end. But in your case, clearly it has. Fuck that. He stamped his feet because he had to make some noise. I'm completely fucking bonded with you. And this is both totally about us because I want to be with you again and totally not because whether or not I am, this is still the right thing to do. You are the right person for the job. She seemed momentarily stunned. Nothing but those quick lids of hers moving. Then she crossed her arms over her chest and stared up at him. Are you serious? Yes. He forced himself not to jump up and down again. God, yes, fuck, yes, everything I've got, yes. She glanced away, looked back. After a moment, she said roughly, I have hated not being with you. Me too. And I'm sorry. As he took a deep breath, his heart eased enough so that it didn't feel like it was going break through his sternum. I don't think I can ever fight side by side with you. That's like expecting a surgeon to operate on his wife. But I'm not going to stand in your way and no one else is either. You were right in the first place. You've been fighting for longer than you've been with me, and you should be able to do what you want. I can't actually be there, though. I mean, look, if it happens, but I'd like to avoid that if we can. As her lids dropped a little, he had the sense that she was scanning him in the ways of her other side, and he squared his shoulders under the scrutiny. He knew what was in his mind, his heart, and his soul. He had nothing but love for her. He wanted her back. He had nothing to hide. And those terms he just spilled out were ones that not only he had thought long and hard about, but knew he could live with. This was not the off-the-cuff of a newly mated guy thinking life was going to be a breeze just because he had the girl of his dreams in his arms and a future so bright he had to wear shades. Now, as he spoke, it was as a male who had lived for months without his mate, who had suffered through the strange death valley that came with knowing the one you loved was on the planet but not in your life, who had emerged out the other side of hell with a new understanding of himself and her. He was ready to meet real life head-to-head and compromise. He just prayed he wasn't the only one. As Shex stared up at John, she found herself blinking like an idiot. Shit on a shingle, she hadn't expected any of this, the personal call from Wrath, the opportunity presented to her, and definitely not what John was saying to her now. He was utterly sincere, though. This was not a calculated ploy to get her back into his life, although she knew that without reading his grid. Not his way. He meant every word. And he was still bonded to her, thank God. The problem was she had been to this corner with him before. She had been ready for a good stretch of happy normal. Instead, the most important relationship she had had crashed and burned. You sure you're going to be okay with me heading into wherever they live and maybe fighting directly with them? Without backup. If anything happens to you, I'm going to be Tor. Straight up. 100. The fear of that is not going to get me to try to keep you at home. You were pretty adamant that where Tor is not a place where you want to be. He shrugged. But see, I'm already in it if we're not together. After you were injured, I think I had this idea that if I could just get you not to fight, then I'd be safe from what he's going through, that I wouldn't be exposed to that shit because you wouldn't get stabbed or, yeah, worse. But come on, downtown Caldwell is not the safest place on the planet, and it's not like you're working around children with that job at Trez. More to the point, I'm all in with you whether it's old age, the number 19 bus, or a bullet from the enemy. Anything happens to you and I'm fucked. Shex narrowed her eyes. She could read his grid, but not every part of his brain. And before she opened up to him again and got her hopes up, it was critical to know that he'd thought this shit through. What about afterward? Say I get the rifle and bring it back here and it turns out to be the weapon that was used. What if I want to go after them? Wrath is not my king. But I like the guy. And the idea that someone tried to snuff him makes me cranky. John's stare didn't waver, leading her to believe he had in fact considered that outcome. As long as I'm not on rotation with you, I'll be okay. If I have to come in as backup, well, that's just what it is, and we'll deal with it. I'll deal with it, he corrected. I just don't want to be in the same territory as you if we can avoid it. What if I want to keep my job with Trez? Permanently? That's your business. What if I wanted to keep staying at my cabin? I don't really have a right to demand anything at this point. It was, of course, everything that she had wanted to hear, no limits on her, free to choose, free to be equal. And God, she wanted to fall into it all. Being apart from him had been the shittiest stretch of darkness she'd ever been through. But the thing was, she was used to the chronic suffering. The only thing worse than it would be having to acclimate to this kind of hell all over again. She didn't think she could go through that. I'm not doing this to make up with you, Shex. I want that fuck, yeah, I really want that. But this is how I expect things to be from now on. And like I said, words don't mean shit. So how about you get to work and see what happens? Let me prove to you by actions what I've spoken to you now. You realize that I can't go through another freakout from you. I can't, it's too hard. I'm so fucking sorry. As he signed, he also mouthed the words, the shame on his face biting into her chest. So sorry, I wasn't prepared for how I'd react because I'd never considered the ramifications until I was knee-deep in them. I handled it badly and I'd like you to give me the chance to handle it better. But on your time, at your choosing. She thought back 1,000,000 years ago to Lash, and that alley when John had given her her revenge had allowed her to be the one to kill her own personal enemy. And that had been in spite of the bonded male thing that had no doubt made him want to rip that evil fucker apart. He was right, she thought. Good intentions didn't always work out, but he could prove how things were going to be over time. Okay, she said hoarsely. Let's give it a go. Come with me to Wrath's. When John nodded once, she stepped in beside him. Together they walked down to the king's study. Each step they took seemed wobbly even though the mansion was solid as a rock. Then again, she felt as though the earthquake that had been tossing her life around in a blender had suddenly stopped, and she didn't trust her balance or the steadiness of what was below her feet. Before they knocked on the closed doors, she turned toward the male who had had her name carved in his back. The assignment she was about to accept was a dangerous one, something vital to Wrath and the Brotherhood. But its implications to her own life and John's seemed even more significant. Stepping into him, she put her arms around his body and held on. As he returned the embrace, they fit just the same as they always did, hand in glove. Goddamn, she hoped this worked out. Oh, and yeah, nailing Ecker and his band of freaks? Nice bonus. 51. The reality that the female in the white robe had not been a dream came gradually upon Ecker, rather like fog clearing over a vista to reveal contours and conceptions previously obscured from the buffering. He was back in the van, lying on the seat that had carried him forth from their lair. His head pillowed on the meaty inner bend of his elbow, his knees bent and stacked one atop the other. Zypher was not behind the wheel this time. Thro was driving. The male had been silent since they had left the meadow, uncharacteristically so. As Ecker stared straight ahead, he traced the subtle pattern in the fake leather cover of the seat Thro was in. It was a hard job, given that the only light he had was from the instrument panel up front. She was real, then, he said after a while. Came the quiet response. Ecker closed his eyes and wondered how it was possible a female like that actually existed. She was a chosen. How did you manage that? There was a long pause. She fed me when the Brotherhood had me in their custody. They told her I was a soldier, not identifying me as their enemy to spare her worry. You should not have used her, he growled. She is an innocent in all this. What other option did I have? You were dying. He pushed that fact out of his mind, focusing instead upon the revelation that that which was legend in fact lived and breathed, and serviced the Brotherhood. And Thro. For some reason, the thought of his soldier taking the vein of that female made Ecker want to reach around the headrest and snap the male's neck. Except jealousy, however unfounded it was just one of his problems. You have compromised us. They will never use her as a locator, Thro said grimly. A chosen female? Entering the war in any fashion? The brothers are too old-fashioned and she is far too valuable. They will never take her out into the field. Thinking things through further, he decided Thro was likely correct that female was priceless in too many ways to count. Besides, he and his band of bastards set out at the crack of night every evening. They were far from sitting ducks. And if they encountered the brothers, they would re-engage. He was no pussy to run from his enemy, better to plan an attack, but that was not always possible. What is her name? He demanded. More silence. As he waited for the reply, the reticence told him that he was right to be jealous, at least in one respect. Clearly his second-in-command felt the same way he did. Her name? I do not know. How long have you been seeing her? I have not. I reached out to her solely on your behalf. I prayed for her to come and she did. Ecker inhaled long and slow, feeling his ribs expand without pain for the first time since he'd gone up against that fighter with the mismatched eyes. It was her blood in him. Indeed, what a miracle she was. That sense of drowning in his own body had alleviated, the thumping in his head dulling, his heartbeat settling to a steady rate. And yet the power coursing through him, drawing him back from the brink, did not bode well for him and his soldiers. If this was what the Brotherhood enjoyed on a regular basis, then they were stronger not just by virtue of bloodline, but sustenance. At least it did not make them unbeatable. Siphon's shot had proven that even the purebred king had his vulnerable points. But they were even more dangerous than he'd thought. And as for the female, are you going to call upon her again? He asked his soldier. No, never. No hesitation in that which suggested it was either a lie or a vow. For both their sakes, he rather hoped it was the latter. Oh, but what was he going on about? He'd fed from her only once, and she was not his and never would be for too many reasons to count. Indeed, thinking back to the way even the human whore in the spring had recoiled from him, he knew someone as pure and perfect as the chosen wouldn't have anything to do with his likes. Thro, on the other hand, might have a chance, except, of course, he was not a brother. He was, however, enamored of her. No doubt she was used to that. Ecker closed his eyes and concentrated on his body, feeling it reknit, realign, rekindle. He found himself wishing the same rejuvenation could occur on his face, his past, his soul. Naturally, he kept that impotent prayer to himself. For one, it was an impossibility. For another, such was a passing whimsy imparted by the vision of a beautiful female who had no doubt been repulsed by him. In truth, there was no redemption for him or his future. He had struck a mighty blow against the Brotherhood, and they would be coming after him and the band of bastards with all the force they could muster. They would also be taking other actions. If Wrath was dead without issue, they would be scrambling to fill the throne with the closest male blood relation they could find. Unless the king was hanging at the edge of death by his fingertips? Or mayhap he had pulled through thanks to all that medical technology they had cultivated at their compound. Ordinarily, thoughts such as these would have consumed him, the lack of answers twisting up hard in his gut and causing him to pace endlessly if he wasn't fighting. Now though, in the logy aftermath of the feeding, the ruminations were naught but distant screams of urgency that did not carry far and failed to energize him. The female under the colored maple tree was what he dwelled upon. As he retraced her features from memory, he told himself he was permitted this one night of distraction. He was in no condition to fight, even with her gift, and his soldiers were out carrying forth the mission against the lessers, so there was still some progress being made. One night, and then upon the sunset of the morrow, he was going to cast her aside as one did with both fantasies and nightmares, thus returning to the real world to battle once again. One night only. That was all he would grant this futureless diversion of fancy. Assuming, a small voice pointed out that Thro kept his word and never again sought her out. 52. One more. As Tor returned his attentions to the silver tray of food, no one wanted to decline the offer. Indeed, lying back against the pillows of his bed, she was stuffed. And yet as he shifted toward her with another ripe strawberry held by its fluffy green crown, she found the fruit was too much to resist. Parting her lips, she waited, as she had learned to wait, for him to bring the food to her. Several of the bright red berries had failed to meet his rigorous requirements, having been set aside on the edge of the tray. The same had been true for some of the slices of freshly cooked turkey, as well as parts of the green salad. The rice had all passed muster, however, as had the delicious sourdough bread rolls. "Here," he murmured. "This is a good one." No one watched him watch her as she accepted what he provided. He was singularly focused on her consumption in a way that was both touching and a source of fascination. She had heard of males doing this, had even caught sight of her parents in such a ritual, her mother seated to the left of her father at the dining table, him inspecting each plate and bowl and glass and cup before it was sent in her direction by him personally, rather than by the staff provided the food was of high enough quality. She had assumed the practice was a quaint holdover from some earlier time. Not so. This private space here with Torment was the basis of exchanges such as that. In fact, she could imagine eons ago, in the wild, a male returning with something freshly killed and doing likewise. It made her feel protected, valued, special. "One more," he said again. "You shall make me fat. Females should have meat on their bones." He smiled in a distracted way as he picked up a plump berry and frowned at it. As his words resonated, she did not take them to mean he thought her wanting in any fashion. How could she, when he had done nothing but pick through perfectly good food and weed out what he did not think was worthy enough for her? "A last one, then," she said softly, "and then I must decline all other offerings. I am full to bursting." He tossed the berry aside with the other rejects and snagged another, and whilst he all but growled at the poor thing, his stomach let out an empty howl. "You must needs eat as well," she pointed out. The grunt she got back was either grudging approval of the second berry or agreement, likely the former. As she bit down and chewed, he rested his arms in his lap and stared at her mouth as if he were prepared to help her swallow if he had to. In the quiet moment, she thought, oh, how he had changed since the summer. He was so much bigger, impossibly so, his once large body now absolutely mammoth. And yet he had not swollen up unattractively, his muscles expanding to this outer limit without any coating of fat upon them, his form pleasing to the eye in its proportion. His face had remained lean, but it was no longer drawn, and his skin had lost the gray pallor she had not recognized until color bloomed anew in his cheeks. The white streak remained in his hair, however, evidence of all he had been through. How often did he think of his Welisandra? Was he as yet dwelling upon her? Of course he was. As her chest ached, she found it difficult to draw breath. She had always had sympathy for him. her pain receptors firing up when he was in extremis sure as if his loss was her own. Now, though, she had a different kind of agony behind her sternum. Mayhap it was because they were closer still now. Yes, that was it. She was commiserating with him at an even deeper level. "Done?" he said, his face tilting to the side, the lamplight hitting it with gentle kindness. No, she was wrong, she thought as she dragged another breath in. This was not commiseration. This was something altogether different from caring about another's suffering. "Autumn?" he said. "You okay?" Staring up at him, she felt a sudden chill tickle the skin of her forearms and skitter across her bare shoulders. Under the warmth of the covers, her body shimmied in its own flesh, going cold and then flushing with heat. Which was what happened, she supposed, when your world was turned upside down. Dearest Virgin scribe, she was in love with him. She had fallen in love with this male. When had it happened? Autumn. His voice grew more forceful. What's going on? The when couldn't be pinned down, she decided. The shift had occurred millimeter by millimeter, the engine of change driven by exchanges between them both big and small until, similar to the way the lovely night fell and laid claim to the landscape of the earth, what began as imperceptible culminated in the undeniable. He bolted up to his feet. "I'll get Doc Jane." "No," she said, holding out her hand. "I am fine. Just tired and satiated from the food." For a moment he gave her his strawberry look, that discerning eye of his narrowing and locking on. Clearly she passed muster, however, as he sank back down. Forcing a smile to her lips, she motioned to the second tray, the one that still had the silver covers over its dishes. "You should eat now. In fact, perhaps we should get you some fresh food." He shrugged. "This is fine." He popped the berries that hadn't been good enough for her into his mouth as he revealed his dinner, and then ate everything that had been left behind on her tray as well as all that was on his own. His attention diverted was a good thing. When he was finished with his meal and the remains of her own, he took the trays and the stands and put them outside in the hall. "I'll be right back." With that, he disappeared into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water drifted out to her. Curling onto her side, she stared at the closed drapes. The lights went out, and then his quiet padding came across the carpet. There was a pause before he got upon the bed, and for a moment, she worried that he had read her mind. But then she felt a cooling breeze against her and realized he'd lifted the covers. For the first time. "Okay if I join you?" Abruptly, she blinked back tears. "Please." The mattress dipped down, and then his naked body came over against her own. As he gathered her in his arms, she went willingly and with surprise into him. That odd, ambient chill went through her again, bringing with it a sense of foreboding. But then she was warm, even hot from his flesh against her own. He must never know, she thought as she closed her eyes and rested her head on his chest. He must never, ever know what beat within her heart for him. It would ruin everything. Winter. 53. As Lassiter sat at the base of the grand staircase, he stared upward at the painted ceiling some 3 floors above him. Within the depiction of warriors astride stallions, he searched the painted clouds and found the image he was looking for but did not want to see. Wellesley was ever farther back in the landscape, her form even more compact as she huddled into herself in that field of gray boulders. In truth, he was losing hope. Soon she would be so far off into the distance that they wouldn't be able to see her at all. And that was when it was over. She was done, he was done, Tor was done. He'd thought no one was the answer. And back in the early fall, he had gotten psyched that all was resolved. The night after Tor had finally bedded that female good and proper, she had arrived at the dining table without her hood or that awful robe on. She had been in a dress, a cornflower blue dress that was too big for her and lovely nonetheless, and her hair had been loose around her shoulders, a cascade of blonde. The pair of them had had an accord that came only after 2 people banged the crap out of each other for hours. He'd repacked his clothes at that point, hung around his room, paced for hours, waiting to be summoned by the maker. When the sun had set again, he'd chalked it up to administrative delay. When the sun had risen once more, he'd started to get worried. Then he'd become resigned. Now he was in panic mode, sitting on his ass, staring up at the figment of a dead female. He found himself wondering the same thing Tor had so very often. What more did the Creator want out of this? What are you looking for? As a deep voice interrupted him, he glanced across at the male in question. Tormund had obviously come out from the hidden door underneath the staircase. He was dressed in black running shorts and a muscle shirt and had sweat slicking his skin and dark hair. Aside from the post-workout drips, the guy looked great. But that was what happened to them when they were well-fed, well-fucked, and unharmed. The brother lost some of that hale and hearty as their eyes met, however, which suggested that he had the same worry just below his surface, lingering always a chronic concern. Tor came over and sat down, toweling off his face. "Talk to me. You getting any more dreams about her?" No reason to proper name the her. Between the two of them, there was only one female who mattered. Last was a week ago. How'd she look? As if he didn't already know. He was frickin' staring at her right now. Farther away, Tor took the towel from around his neck and stretched it taut between his fists. "You sure that maybe she isn't just fading into the fade? She look happy to you?" "No." "That's your answer." "I'm doing everything I can." Lassiter glanced over and nodded. "I know you are. I totally know you are. So you're worried too." No reason to answer that one. In silence, the pair of them sat hip to hip, arms dangling off their knees, the metaphorical brick wall they were standing in front of blocking any horizon. "Can I be honest with you?" the brother said. "Might as well be. I'm terrified. I don't know what I'm missing here." He rubbed the towel over his face again. "I don't sleep much, and I can't decide whether that's because I'm scared of what I'll see or what I won't see. I don't know how she's holding on." The short answer was that she wasn't. "I talk to her," Tor murmured. "When Autumn is asleep, I sit up in bed and stare into the dark. I tell her." When the guy's voice cracked, Lassiter wanted to scream, and not because he thought Tor was being a pussy. More like it hurt that badly to hear the agony in that voice. Shit, sometime in the last year he must have developed a conscience or something. "I tell her that I still love her, that I'll always love her, but that I've done what I can to, well, not fill her void, because no one can do that, but at least try to live some kind of a life." As the male continued to speak in soft, sad tones, Lassiter was struck with a sudden terror that he'd led the guy wrong in some way, that he'd shit he didn't know. Fucked this up, made a bad call, sent this poor, sorry bastard in a wrong direction. He reviewed everything he knew about the situation, starting from the ground floor, building the logic tier by tier, reconstructing where they were. He could find no faults, no missteps. They had both done the best they could. In the end, it appeared that was the only solace he could take, and didn't that just suck ass? The idea he might have even inadvertently harmed this male of worth was so much worse than his version of purgatory. He should never have agreed to this. Fuck! He breathed as he closed his aching eyes. They had come so far, but it was as if they were chasing a moving target. The faster they ran, the farther they traveled, the farther away the end seemed to become. "I've just got to try harder," Tor said. "That's the only answer. I don't know what else I can do, but I've got to go deeper somehow." "Yeah." The brother turned to him. "You're still here, right?" Lassiter shot him a look. "If you're talking to me, that's a yes." "Okay, that's good." The brother punched up to his feet. "Then we've still got some time left." "Woohoo. Fantastic. Like that was going to make any difference." Outside her private cabin, Shek stood alone on the shores of the Hudson, her boots planted in the white snow, her breath leaving her nose in puffs that drifted off over her shoulder. The sunset's peach-and-pink glow rained down on the frozen landscape from behind her, the colors picked up by the sluggish waves in the center of the channel. There wasn't much open water left, and the river ice was building up from the shores and closing in, threatening to strangle the surface as the cold endured through the season. Without any command from her sympath senses pierced the gloaming, invisible tentacles that probed the thin, frigid air. She did not expect to get any hits, but she was so used to being receptive after these last couple of months. She found that side of her wanting to stretch and extend outward, if only for exercise. She had not found the band of bastards' lair yet. Right person for the job, huh? Frankly, the shit was getting embarrassing. Then again, the reasons to handle everything carefully were too many to count. So much was riding on her getting a bead on them as quietly and unobtrusively as possible, and at least the king and the brothers understood that. John had likewise been endlessly supportive of her mission. Patient, ready to discuss any angle or not bring it up at all when she was at the mansion, which had been on a regular basis, as it turned out, between seeing her mother, updating the Brotherhood and the king, or even hanging out a little. She was there 2 or 3 times a week. Yet when it came to John, things had never gone further than a polite meal. even though his eyes burned for her. She knew what he was doing. He was keeping his word, holding back until she penetrated the BB so he could prove that he meant what he said. Except, as crass as it was, she wanted to be with him. And not as in separated by a dinner table, be with him. It was an improvement over the summer and fall for them, to be sure, and not nearly enough. Refocusing, she continued to search the environs for no good reason until all around her, darkness descended fast, the light draining out of the sky in the way of late December, which was to say, the shit flushed out like it was on the run, pursued by the cold. Over to her left, at the mansion on the peninsula, lights came on rather suddenly, as if a sail had shutters on the inside of all his glass. One moment the property was unlit, the next it was like a football stadium. Ah yes, the gentleman assail not. The guy's hold on the drug scene in Caldwell was nearly secure, with no one of any significance left other than that big fish supplier Benloy's. What she couldn't figure out was who the vampire's troops were. He couldn't be operating a business that involved by himself. And yet there was never anyone coming or going from his house other than him. Then again, why would he want his associates in his private space? A little later, a car eased down the lane, heading out. That Jaguar of his. Man, bitch needed to invest in an armor-plated Range Rover. Or a Hummer like Quinn's. The Jag was fast and suited the motherfucker, but come on. Little traction in all the snow was never a bad idea. The sports car slowed to a stop as it approached her, its exhaust curling around and glowing in the red tail lights like something a magician would call up on stage. A window went down and a male voice said, "Enjoying the view?" The temptation was to flip him off, but she kept her middle finger sheathed as she crunched through the drifts to him. At this point, Assail was not viewed as a suspect. Proceed had done nothing but help the Brotherhood get Wrath out of there when the assassination attempt had gone down. But still, the attack had occurred at his house, and she wondered about where Ecker was getting his financial resources. Assail had had money even before he'd decided to be a drug kingpin, and wars required cash. Especially if you were trying to fight the king. Focusing her sympath side on the male, she read his grid and saw a whole lot of, well, lust, for one thing. He wanted her, but she was willing to bet that was not specific to her. Assail liked sex with chicks. Fine. Got it. Beneath that testosterone surge, however, she found a hunger for power that was curious. It wasn't about taking down the king, though. It was reading my mind, he drawled. If only he knew what he was talking to. You'd be surprised what I can find out about people. So you know I want you. I would suggest you don't go there. I'm mated. So I've heard. But where's your man? Working. As he smiled, the lights of the dashboard picked up his features, highlighting them and making them even more handsome. But he wasn't just a pretty boy. There was a lick of evil in those heated eyes of his. Dangerous male, even though he looked like he was nothing more than a coiffed member of the Glimmerer. Well, he murmured. You know what they say. Too much time apart makes the heart grow. Tell me something. You see Ecker around anywhere? That shut him up, and lowered his lids. I have no idea, he said after a moment, why you'd ask me that. Oh, really? Not a clue. I know what happened at your house in the fall. There was another pause. I wouldn't have thought that the Brotherhood mixed business with pleasure. When she just stared at him, he shrugged. Well, frankly, I can't believe they're still looking for him. Matter of fact, it's a surprise that that bastard is still breathing. So you've seen him lately? At that, his grid lit up in one specific sector obstruction. He was hiding something from her. She smiled coldly. Haven't you, Assail? Listen, I'm going to give you some free advice. I know you're all leather-wearing and tough and a self-actualized female of the world, but you don't want to have anything to do with that guy. Have you seen what he looks like? You're mated to a pretty boy like John Matthew you don't need. I'm not looking to fuck the bastard. Her deliberately crass language made him blink. Indeed. And good for you. As for myself, I haven't seen him. Not even that night he ambushed Wrath. Liar, she thought. When Assail spoke next, his voice was very low. Leave that male alone. You don't want to get in his paths, got less mercy than I have. So you think only the big boys should deal with him? You got it, sweetheart. As he put the Jag in gear, she stepped back and crossed her arms over her chest. Too frickin' typical. What was it about the cock and balls that made males think they had a lock on strength? I'll see you around, neighbor, she drawled. I'm serious about Ecker. Oh, I can tell you are. He shook his head. Fine. It's your funeral. As he drove off, she thought, wrong pronoun there, buddy. Wrong goddamn pronoun. 54. Autumn was dead asleep when she was joined in the bed, but even in her deep, nearly painful repose, she knew whose hands came upon her skin and traveled over her hip and eased up her stomach. She knew exactly who cupped her breasts and rolled her over. For sex. Cool air hit her skin as the covers were folded aside, and on instinct she parted her legs, preparing to welcome the one male she would e'er take within her. She was ready for torment. Had seemed in recent weeks to always be ready for him. Handias, he would have said, as he was always ready for her. Her great warrior found his way between her thighs, opening them further with his hips. No, those were now his hands, as if he had had one plan and then changed his mind. His mouth found her, locking on, then licking. With her eyes still closed and her mind in that fuzzy netherworld that was neither sleep nor awakening. The pleasure was so intense she bucked and thrashed against his tongue, giving herself over to him with everything she had as he sucked and teased and penetrated. Except there was no orgasm for her, no matter how much he pleasured her. Try as she might to capture the release, she couldn't fall off the edge, pleasure sharpening to the point of agony, and still she could find no climax, even as sweat beaded up her skin and breath sawed in her throat. Desperation made her grab his head and press him harder against her. Except then he disappeared. This was not but a nightmare, she thought as she cried out at the denial. A torturous dream with erotic overtones. Torment surged back at her, and this time it was his full body against her own. Tucking his arms behind her knees, he split her wide as he cranked her into a tight little ball underneath his great weight. And then he entered hard and fast. Now she came. The instant he filled her with that long length of his, her body responded with a tremendous, cracking explosion, the orgasm so violent she bit her own lip with both fangs. As blood flooded her mouth, he slowed his pounding to lap it up. But she didn't want slow. Using his arms to push against with her legs, she found her own rhythm against his shaft, riding him, taking him until she soon found herself again on the verge. And going nowhere. In the beginning, it had been so easy for her to get what she needed when they mated. Lately, though, it was harder and harder. As she strained against him, pumping herself faster and faster, her frustration made her wild. She bit him in the shoulder, scored him with her nails. The combination should have had him stopping and demanding more civilized behavior. Instead, with his blood flowing onto her, he let out a roar so mighty there was a crash in the room, as if it had rattled something off the wall. Then he orgasmed, and thanked the sweet virgin scribe for his release. As he jabbed into her and his erection kicked violently, she finally caught that elusive ride herself, her body rocking with him, the headboard banging. Someone was shouting. Her. There was another crash. The lamp? When they finally stilled, she was soaking wet all over, throbbing between her legs, limp to the point of being boneless. One of the bedside lamps had indeed been knocked off its table, and as she looked across the way, she saw that the mirror over the bureau had cracked its glass. Torment lifted his head and stared at her. In the light from the bathroom, she saw the damage to his shoulder. Oh, dearest, she put a hand to her mouth in horror at the gaping wound. I'm so sorry. He glanced at himself and frowned. Are you kidding me? When he looked back at her, he was smiling with a male pride that made absolutely no sense at all. I have hurt you. She wanted to cry. I have. Shoo! He brushed a damp strand away from her face. I love it. I fucking love it. Scratch me. Dent me. Bite him, it's all good. You are nuts. To use a colloquialism she'd picked up on. I'm not finished is what I am, except as he went to move in her, she winced. Instantly, he froze. Shit, that was pretty rough. It was wonderful. Torment propped his great chest up on his arms and withdrew so slowly and carefully. She barely felt it. And yet she started cramping somewhere inside. Or maybe that was another orgasm. Hard to know, as her body was so o'errun with sensation. Either way, the delicious wear and tear was a good thing. They were so familiar with each other now, so comfortable with mating, and the incredible intensity they achieved was a result of the lack of barriers, and the freedom and the trust they shared. Let me run you a bath to clean you up in. That's okay. She smiled at him. I'm just going to relax here while you take a shower. Then I'll do the same in a bit. In truth, she didn't trust herself to be naked in the bathroom with him. She was liable to bite him on the other side of his shoulders, and as much as she appreciated his carte blanche with the teeth, she would far prefer not to use the leeway. Torment slid out of the mess of covers and stood over her for a moment. Eyes narrowed. "You sure you're okay?" "Promise." Eventually, he nodded and turned away. "You're back." He looked like he'd had cat claws in him, great streaks of red cutting down his torso and spine. He glanced over his bitten shoulder and smiled with more pride. "It feels great. I'm going to think of you when I'm out tonight, every time they pull." As he disappeared into the bathroom, she shook her head to herself. Males were well nuts. Closing her eyes, she cast the sheets from her skin and moved her arms and legs out from her body. The air was cool in the room, perhaps even cold, but in the aftermath, she was her own furnace, the remnants of passion practically steaming from her pores. Whilst Torment showered, the flush gradually faded, however, as did the throbbing aftermath of the lovemaking. And then, finally, she found the peace she had been looking for, her body uncoiling, the lingering tension and ache easing. With a stretch that felt all the better for her nakedness, she smiled at the ceiling. Never had she known such happiness. From out of nowhere, that strange chill she had felt now and again since the fall came back upon her. A premonition she could sense but not define, a warning without context. Cold now, she drew the covers around herself. Alone in the bed, she felt stalked by destiny as surely as though she were in a forest at night, with wolves she could hear but not see padding around the trees, ready to pounce. In the bathroom, Tor dried himself off and leaned into the mirror. The bite mark on his shoulder was starting to heal already. His skin reknitting over the punctures, everything sealing up nicely. Tubata wanted the wounds to stick around for a while. There was pride to be had in being marked like that. Still, he decided to wear a Hanes t-shirt instead of a wife-beater under his jacket. No reason for his brothers to see it. That shit was private between him and Autumn alone. Goddamn, that female was incredible. In spite of the stress he was under, in spite of that convo with Lassiter on the staircase, in spite of the fact that he'd started to touch her only because he'd felt like he should, in the end, and as usual it had been all about the sex, the raw, pounding sex. Autumn was like a vortex that he spun around, the erotic hold she had on his body sucking him in and then spinning him out to the surface for air before claiming him once again. In this, he was sad to say, he had moved on. It pained him to admit that, and sometimes as he lay there afterward, the pair of them recovering their breath and cooling their sweat, that old familiar ache sharpened to a dagger point behind his sternum. He didn't suppose he was ever going to lose that sensation. And yet, every dawn, he sought her out and he took her, and he had every intention of doing the same in another 12 hours. Coming out of the bath, he found her still on the bed. She had curled away toward the windows and was lying on her side with the sheets drawn around herself. He saw her naked, utterly, fucking, naked. The image made his body get instantly hard, his sex punching out from his hips. And as if she sensed his arousal, she moaned in an erotic purr and undulated. Reaching behind herself, she pulled back what covered her and moved her upper leg forward, exposing her glistening sex. "Oh hell," he groaned. His body went to her without thought or decision, tracking her with such a locked-on focus that he wouldn't have even killed anyone who got in his way. He'd have just trampled them and waited to commit murder until he was finished taking care of business with her. Getting up on the mattress, he took his cock in his hand and fit himself to her from behind, head to her core. He was careful as he entered her, just in case she was still sore, and then he waited, suspending himself above her to make sure she still wanted him again so soon. When all she did was moan his name in satisfaction, he let his hips begin to pump. Slick, smooth, hot. He took her without apology and liked the freedom to do that. She remained slight of stature, but she was tougher than she looked, and in the last few months he had learned to let himself go, because he knew she liked it like that too. Shifting one of his hands to her hip, he changed the angle of her body so he could get in even deeper. And of course, there was another added benet to this position. He could see himself going in and out of her, watching the rim of his head make an appearance before going deep, only to return to the edge of her once more. She was pink and swollen, and he was hard and glossy thanks to her. "Fuck!" he barked as he started to come again. He rode her while he released, feeling her orgasm with him, that sex of hers fisting him. And he watched the show until his eyes cranked shut, which was fine, because he could still see her on the backs of his lids. After he was done, he nearly collapsed on her, but caught himself just in time. Dropping his head, he found his mouth close to the top of her spine, and he took advantage of the proximity, brushing his lips on her skin. Knowing he should give her a break, he forced himself to ease back and pull out. Except as he slipped free, he had to grit his teeth at the sight of how ready she still was for him. Planting his hands on her perfect cheeks, he spread her for his tongue. Shit, the taste of her and him together, the feel of her smooth, perfectly hairless sex against his mouth. When she began to grow restless, as if she were on the verge, but not getting quite enough, he licked 3 fingers and slid them up inside as he continued to lap at her. That did the trick. As she called out his name and she jerked backward against his face, he smiled and helped her through the pulses that racked her. And then it was time to stop. Period. For the last week or so, he'd been all over her, which was the reason he'd forced himself to go to the goddamn gym today. She was looking tired, and the reason? She insisted on working during the nights, and he hadn't been able to leave her alone during the days. Autumn shifted around so she was lying on her belly. Then she put her knee out to the side and arched her back. For more. Jesus, he groaned. How am I supposed to leave you? Don't, she said. No asking twice on that one. He took her from behind again, lifting her hips, gripping them, and tilting her pelvis so he could get in deep. He ended up with a forearm around her midsection and his weight balanced on his other hand, working her, pounding her until their bodies slapped together and the bed made that noise again. He came on a curse, his orgasm exploding out of him as if he hadn't had sex in months. And still he was hungry for her, especially as she found her own release. After things quieted, he curled them over onto the mattress, spooning her as he held her against him. Nuzzling his way under her hair to her neck, he worried about the way he was treating her in bed. As if she knew he needed some reassurance, she reached behind and stroked his hair. You feel wonderful. Maybe. But he felt bad for the demands he was putting on her body. Let me run you a bath now? Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Heading back into the bathroom, he went over to the deep-bellied jacuzzi, started the water running, and then got the bath salts from the cupboard. As he checked the temperature of the water and made a minute adjustment, he realized he liked taking care of her. Realized also that he'd found a lot of ways to do it. He looked for excuses to take her upstairs and feed her dinner in private. Bought her clothes off the internet. Stopped by Walgreens and CVS to get her favorite magazines like Vanity Fair, Vogue, and The New Yorker. Always made sure there were Pepperidge Farm Milanos up here in case she got a craving. And he wasn't the only one looking after her and showing her new things. Shex came to the house to see her at least once or twice a week. Together, the pair of them would go out to the local movie theater and watch films. Or head into the better parts of town so Autumn could see the nice houses. Or hit the late-night shops and stores where they bought things with Autumn's own money that she earned working. Bending down, he tested the water, tinkered with the temp again, and got her some towels. On his side, it made him a little tetchy that she was out with the human crazies and the violent lessers and the untrustworthy winds of fate. But at the end of the day, Shex was a straight-up killer, and he knew she would protect her mother if anyone so much as sneezed in their direction. Besides, whenever mother and daughter went out, Autumn always returned with a smile on her face, which in turn put a smile on his. Christ, they'd both come so far since the spring. They were nearly 2 different people. So what else was there? Moving his hand through the churning water in the tub, he wondered with desperation what the fuck he was missing. 55. 2 nights later, Shex awoke with a strange conviction hounding her. Kind of like she'd swallowed her alarm clock during the day and the thing was going off in her belly. Intuition, anxiety, dread. No snooze button on that shit. As she went and took a shower, she continued to be dogged by the sense that forces unseen and unknowable were coalescing, that the landscape was going to shift, that the chess pieces of various people were about to be moved by hands not their own, to places not part of their strategies. The preoccupation stuck with her during the short trip into Caldwell proper. persisted as she got things started at the Iron Mask. Unable to stand it any longer, she removed her chilaches and went out into the city hours earlier than she usually did. And as she dematerialized from rooftop to rooftop searching out the bastards, she had a feeling tonight was the night. But for what? With that question weighing her down, she was especially careful to stay far from where the brothers were fighting. The fact that she had committed to giving them a wide berth was probably the biggest factor in her delay at finding that rifle. The band of bastards was out in the field every night, but as the skirmishes with the lessening society tended to happen only in the desolate parts of the city, it was hard to get close enough while retaining a distance from John and the Brotherhood. Yeah, she had some grids that were new in her repertoire, but it was difficult to isolate who was scorned even though that was academic, because she needed only one of those soldiers to slip up, get injured and have to be taken back to their lair in a car she could track. She wanted to know her larger target intimately. Check out his secrets from the inside. That she had gotten nowhere so far was driving her nuts. And the brothers weren't crazy for it either, although for a different reason. They wanted to just take the other fighters out, but Wrath had KO'd that one. They needed the rifle first, so the king had declared that renegade group of traitors off limits until he got the proof he needed. Logically speaking, the proclamation made sense. No good would come out of slaughtering them all and then trying to calm the Glimmerer with an "oh but they shot me" kind of thing. But the night after night was tough going. At least they had one thing in their favor. It was unlikely that rifle had been destroyed. The BOB would want to keep that shit as a trophy, no doubt. It was time to end this, however, and maybe this premonition thing she was rocking meant that she was finally going to. On that note, and under the theory that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result was insane, she decided to stop looking for Ecker. Nope, tonight, a sale was going to be the one she was after, and what do you know, she located his imprint in the theater district inside the Benloy's art gallery. Natch. A quick shift down to street level and she got an eyeball full of cocktail party going on at the facility. As the artsy set was perfectly capable of wearing leather and considering it business attire, she slipped in. Hot, cramped, lot of egocentric accents echoing around. Geez, in a place like this you couldn't tell the sexes apart. Everyone had birdwing hand gestures and nail polish on. 2 feet past the door she was promptly offered a flute of champagnes if blowhards with delusions of being Warhol ran on view of Clickwat. No thanks. As the waiter, a nice-looking guy in black, gave her a little nod and sauntered off, she almost pulled him back just for the company. Yeah, wow, there were so many arched eyebrows and pointed noses up in the air, you had to wonder if these folks even approved of themselves. And a quick glance around at the art told her that she and her mother were going to have to come here just so Autumn could get a sense of how truly hideous and overindulgent some kinds of self-expression could get. Dumbass humans. With grim determination, she parried her way through all the shoulders, turning this way and that while sidestepping around other waiters. She didn't bother hiding her face. Rev had handled all his deals by himself or with Trez and Iam, so no one here was going to recognize her. And pretty quick, she identified the way to Benloy's office. It was just so damn obvious. 2 goons dressed like waiters, but not carrying trays, were standing on either side of a nearly seamless door cut into the cloth-covered walling. Assail was up on the 2nd floor. She could sense him clearly. But getting to him was a thing. It was tricky to try to dematerialize into spaces unknown. There was probably a staircase on the far side of what was being guarded. But she didn't want to Swiss cheese herself by reforming in the middle of it. Besides, she could always catch the guy on the exit. Chances were good he'd come in through the back and would leave the same way. He was cagey, and his visit was not about the frickin' art. Good thing, too, as it was difficult to see Q-tips glued to a Tupperware bowl mounted on a toilet seat as anything other than trash. Heading deeper into the building, she slipped through a staff-only door and found herself in a concrete-floored, concrete-walled warehouse space that smelled like chalk dust and crayons. Up above, caged fluorescent lights were set into the high, unhung ceiling, and exposed ductwork and electricals burrowed through joists like moles in a lawn. Desks were set back and file cabinets were out to the sides, the center of the space remaining clear, as if large installations were regularly rolled in from the rear alleyway. The double doors straight ahead were made of steel and had security alarm contacts on them. "May I help you?" Not an inquiry. She turned around. One of the bouncers had followed her inside, and he was standing with his feet spread and his blazer open like he had a gun in there. Rolling her eyes, she waved a hand and put him in a temporary trance. Then, placing a thought in his mind that there was nothing unusual going on, she sent him back to his post where he would relate to his big S buddy that, in fact, there was nothing unusual going on. Not exactly rocket science with these Homo sapiens. But just to be on the safe side, she fritzed out the security cameras as she went toward the back doors. Shit. One look at the way the steel panels were wired and she decided not to push on through and risk an incident involving the police. If she wanted to be in the alley, she was going to have to work for it. With a curse, she headed back for the party. It took her a good 10 minutes to weed her way through all the denizens of questionable taste and undeniable ego, and as soon as she was out in the night air, she dematerialized up to the roof and walked to the far side. A sales car was parked down in the alley below, facing out, and she wasn't the only one looking at it. Holy crap. Ecker was in the shadows, waiting for the mail as well. Had to be him. Whoever it was had a lockdown on his inner core to such a degree. There was little superstructure to be read. By habit or by trauma, or likely some of both, the three dimensions had shrunken in on each other until they formed such a gnarled, tight mass, it was impossible for her to get a bead on any emotion whatsoever. Man, she'd seen imprints like this from time to time. They usually meant real trouble, as the individual was capable of anything. For example, you'd need precisely this kind of knotted center to have the balls to make a run at the king. This was her target. She knew it. And now that she had locked into that mangled grid, she backed off, dematerializing to the roof of a tall building a block away. She didn't want to spook the son of a bitch by getting too close, and from here, she still had an adequate sight line to the Jag. Shit, if only her radar had greater reach. She could go maybe a mile with her sympathicide, but that was pushing it, her instincts strong, just short range. So if he dematerialized a great distance away, she was going to lose him. As she waited, she wondered once again about Ecker's connection to a sale. Unfortunately for that aristocrat, if he was funding the insurrection, even indirectly, he was going to find himself in the crosshairs. Not a good place to be. About a half hour later, a sale emerged from the gallery's ass and looked around. He knew the other male was there and he addressed some sort of comment to precisely where Ecker stood. The cold breeze and ambient noise of the city killed the soundtrack of whatever exchange occurred between the pair, but she didn't need dubbing to get the gist. Assail's emotions shifted around until she had to approve of the dislike and mistrust he felt toward whoever he was talking to. The closed-up male, naturally, gave nothing away. And then Assail took off. And so did the other grid. She trailed the ladder. Like so many things in life, in retrospect, what happened to Autumn around 11 o'clock that evening made sense. The clues had been there for months. But as was rather often the case, when you were going about your life, you misinterpreted the guideposts, misread the compass needle's position, mistook one thing for another, until you were at a destination that was nothing you would ever have chosen, and not something you could get away from. She was down in the training center, taking out a pile of hot sheets from the dryer, when the storm hit. Later, much later, a lifetime later, she would remember with clarity the feel of that soft heat against her torso, the warmth burrowing into her gut and making sweat break out on her forehead. She would remember forever turning to the side and putting the fluffy white sheets on the counter. Because when she stepped back, her kneading hit for the second time in her life. At first, it just felt as though she were still holding on to the sheets, the warmth remaining with her, along with a weight upon her belly, sure as though she was as yet carrying the load. As perspiration dripped down the side of her face, she glanced over at the thermostat on the wall, thinking that it was malfunctioning or set too high. But no, it read 70 degrees. With a frown, she looked down at herself. Although she wore naught but a t-shirt and a pair of what they called yoga pants, it was as though she had on the parka she wore out with Shex. A curling cramp gripped her lower abdomen, fisting up around her womb, her legs wobbling until she had no choice but to allow herself to go down onto the floor. And this was a good thing, at least temporarily. The concrete was cold, and she stretched out on it until the next big crunch grabbed hold of her. Pressing her hands into her pelvis, she balled up and strained, throwing her head back as she tried to escape whatever had overtaken her body. And then it started. Her sex, which had been throbbing a bit ever since Tor and she had been together for those rough, intense matings before he'd left, gained its own proper heartbeat, the core of her begging for the only thing that would give it relief. A male. The sexual craving hit her so viciously. She couldn't have stood if she'd had to. Couldn't have thought of aught else had she chosen to. Couldn't have spoken intelligible words had she wanted to. This was so much worse than it had been with the Symphoth. And this was her fault, this was all her fault. She hadn't been going over to the sanctuary. It had been dearest Virgin Scribe, it had been months since she had tarried at the far side to regulate her cycle. Indeed, there had been no need to refresh herself for blood because Tor had been feeding her and she hadn't wanted to miss even a moment with him. She should have known this was coming. Gritting her teeth, she panted hard through another peek. Then, just as Dr. Manello stopped short, his face a mask of confusion. What the? He sagged against the door jamb and abruptly covered the front of his hips with his hands. Are you okay? As the craving crescendoed again, she caught a fleeting image of him going loose where he stood, but then her lids clamped down and her jaw locked and she was momentarily lost. From a distance, she heard him say, "Let me get Jane." Seeking more of the cold floor, Autumn rolled over onto her back. But as her knees wouldn't unhinge, she didn't have enough surface contact. Back to the side, then over onto her stomach, even though her legs wanted to recurl against her chest. Pushing down with her hands, she tried to take control of the sensation and manipulate her position, tried to find another arch or breath or stretch of the arms or thighs to bring relief. There was none to be had. She was at the center of a lion's den, great teeth of need biting into her, tearing at her flesh, racking her bones. This was the culmination of those hot flashes that she had mistaken for spikes of passion and the bursts of chills that she had chalked up to premonitions and the bouts of vague nausea that she had blamed on big meals. This was the exhaustion, the appetite, probably the hot sex that she had been having of late with Torment. As she moaned, she heard her name being said and thought someone was talking to her. But it wasn't until the craving ebbed that she could open her eyes and see that yes, in fact, she was not alone. Doc Jane was kneeling before her. "Autumn, can you hear me?" "Aye." The healer's pale hand brushed tangled strands of blonde out of her face. "Autumn, I think this is your needing, would that be right?" Autumn nodded until the wave of hormones resurged, robbing her of everything but the overwhelming need for sexual relief, which her body knew could only come from a male. Her male. The one she loved. Torment. Okay, we'll call him." Autumn threw out a hand and grabbed the other female's arm. Forcing her eyes to work, she pegged the healer with a hard demand. "Do not call upon him. Do not put him in that position. It would kill him. To service her in her need? He'd never do that. Sex was one thing, but he'd already lost a child." "Autumn, honey, that's his choice, don't you think?" "Don't call him, don't you dare call him." 56. Quinn hated nights off. Absolutely despised them. As he sat back on his bed, staring at a TV that wasn't on, it dawned on him he'd been watching nothing for close to an hour now. Still, getting the remote and picking a channel just seemed like a lot of fucking hassle for not much in return. Damn it, there were only so many miles you could run down in the gym. Only so much surfing you could do on the internet. A limited number of trips you could take up and down to the kitchen. Yeah, and that last one was especially true, given Saxton was still using the library as his own personal office. That super-secret king stuff was taking him for frickin' ever. Either that or he was getting distracted a lot. By a certain redhead. "'Kay, not going there. Nope." Quinn glanced at his watch again. 11 o'clock. Fucking hell. 7:30 tomorrow night was an eternity away. Shifting his eyes to the flat wall across the way, he was willing to bet John Matthew was next door, locked in the same grind. Maybe they should head out and have a drink somewhere. Then again, did he really want to go to the effort of getting dressed just to have a beer around a bunch of drunk, horny humans? At one point in time it would have sexed him up. Now, the prospect of all that pathetic, alcohol-induced yearning depressed the shit out of him. He didn't want to be home. Didn't want to be out. Christ, he wasn't sure he even wanted to be fighting, for that matter. The war just seemed like a slightly more interesting slice of empty. Oh, for fuck's sake, what was his problem? His phone beeped beside him and he picked it up without any real interest. The text made no sense. "All males stay in main house. Do not enter training facility." "Thanks, Doc Jane." "Huh?" He got up, grabbed a robe, and went over to John's. The knock was answered immediately by a whistle. Putting his head in, he found his buddy in the same position he'd just been rocking, except the plasma screen was on. 1,000 Ways to Die on Spike TV. Nice. Did you get that text? Which one? From Doc Jane. Quinn tossed his cell over. Any ideas? John read it and shrugged. Not a clue. But I've already worked out. You? Yeah. He walked around the room. Man, is it me or is time dragging? The whistle he got in reply was a big fat yup. You want to go out? He asked with all the enthusiasm of someone suggesting a trip to a nail parlor. Movement on the bed drew his eyes around. John was up on his feet and heading for his closet. Across his back, deep in his skin, the name of his Shellen was carved in the old language. Exania. Poor bastard. As the male pulled on a black button-down and covered his bare ass in leather, Quinn shrugged. Guess they were going for a beer. I'll go get clothes and be right back. Stepping out into the hall, he frowned and followed a compelling instinct down to the open landing that overlooked the foyer. Leaning over the gold-leafed railing, he called out, Layla? As the name echoed, the female emerged from the dining room. Oh, hello. Her smile was automatic and meaningless, the expressional equivalent of a blank wall. How fare thee? He had to laugh. You're blowing me away with all that happy joy. I'm sorry. She seemed to snap out of her distraction. I don't mean to be rude. Don't worry about it. What are you doing here? He shook his head. What I mean is, were you summoned? Had someone come home injured? Blay, for example. No, I have naught to do. I'm just waffling about, as you would say. Come to think of it, ever since the fall, she had been doing that a lot, just hanging around in the periphery, loitering as if she were waiting for something. She was different, he thought abruptly. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but lately she had changed. Grave. Less quick to smile. Serious. To put it in human terms, he supposed she'd been a girl for as long as he'd known her. Now she was starting to look like a woman. No more wide-eyed wonder about everything this side of the divide had to offer. No more glowing enthusiasm. No more. Shit, she looked a lot like he and John did. Worn out by the world. Hey, you want to come out with us? He asked. Out? As in? John and I are going to go have a drink. Maybe two. Maybe more. I think you should come with us. After all, misery loves company. She linked her arms over her chest. Is it so obvious? You're still beautiful. Layla laughed. You're being charming. Lady in distress, you know the drill. Come out with us, let's just kill some time. She looked around. Then she picked up her skirting and ascended the stairs. When she got to the top, she stared at him. Quinn, may I please ask you something? Long as it's not multiplication tables. I suck at math. She laughed a little but quickly lost the levity. Did you ever think life would be so empty? Some nights, I feel as though I could choke on the void. Jesus, he thought. Yeah, he did. Come here, he told her. As she stepped into him, he pulled her in close, tucking her against his chest and resting his chin on the top of her head. You are such a good female, you know that? You're being charming again. And you are still in distress. She relaxed in his arms. You are very good to me. Back at you. It's not you, you know. I'm not pining over you anymore. I know. He rubbed her back as a brother would. So tell me you're coming out, but be warned. I might just have to get you to tell me who you were missing. The way she pulled back and ducked his eyes told him, yup, there was a male involved, and nope, she wasn't volunteering any information. I shall need some clothes. Let's try the guest room. I think we'll find M there. He put an arm around her shoulders and led her down the hall. And as for this Joe Schmo of yours, I promise not to beat him unless he breaks your heart. Then I might have to do some dental work on the bastard. Who the hell could it be? He wondered. Everyone in the house was hooked up. Maybe it was someone she'd met up north at Fury's great camp? But who would the guy be letting in? Could it be one of the shadows? Those bastards were males of worth, to be sure, the kind of thing that could definitely turn a female's head. Man, he wished it was something else, for her sake. Love was hard, even if good people were involved. In the guest room, he found her some black jeans and a black fleece. He didn't like the idea of her in some miniskirt nightmare, not just because it offended his delicate sensibilities, but he didn't need the pre-male doing any cosmetic dentistry on him. When they came out, John was waiting in the hall, and if he was surprised to be joined by the chosen, he didn't show much of the reaction. Instead, he was kind to Layla, mouthing small talk with her as Quinn threw some proper clothes on. About 10 minutes later, the three of them dematerialized downtown to the bars, though neither he nor John was interested in escorting a chosen into Screamers or the Iron Mask. Instead, they ended up in the theater district at a dessert place that was open until 1 a.m. and served liquor along with chocolate thingies draped in whatever topped with blah 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 on a bed of poached yeah. The tables were small, the chairs likewise, and they sat in front of the emergency exit in the back, hunkering down as the waitress continued to blabber about the specials, none of which were appealing. The beer selection was mercifully short and to the point. 2 black and tans for us, he said. And for the lady? As he glanced at Layla, she shook her head. I can't decide. Get both of whatever appeals. All right, I'll take the creme brulee and the moon pie. And a cappuccino, please. The waitress smiled as she wrote on her pad. I love your accent. Layla inclined her head graciously. Thank you. I can't place it French and German? Or Hungarian? Those beers would be great now, Quinn said firmly. We're thirsty. When the woman went off, he hairy-eyeballed the other diners, getting markers on their faces and scents, listening to the talk, wondering whether there was an attack coming. Across the way, John was doing the same. 'Cause, yeah, it was so relaxing taking a chosen out into the world. We're not very good company, he said to Layla after a while. Sorry, I'm not either. She smiled at him and then John. But I am enjoying being out of the house. The waitress came back with the order, and everyone eased away from the table as glasses and plates and the cup and saucer were arranged. Quinn snagged his tall glass as soon as the coast was clear. So tell us about him. We can be trusted. Across the table, John looked like someone had goosed him in the ass, especially as Layla blushed. Come on. Quinn took a pull off the black and tan. It's obvious this is about a male, and John won't say a thing. John looked over at her and signed, then flashed Quinn the bird. He says, duh, he's a mute, Quinn translated. And if you don't know what that final gesture was, I'm not going to be the one to tell you. Layla laughed and picked up her fork, cracking the hard top of the creme brulee. Well, I've been waiting to see him again, actually. So that's why you're hanging around? Is it bad of me? God, no. You're always welcome, you know that. Except who's the lucky guy? Or dead one, depending. Layla drew in a deep, bracing breath and took 2 mouthfuls of her first dessert like the thing was a VNT, promise you shan't tell a soul? Cross heart, hope to die, all that shit. He's one of your soldiers. Quinn lowered his glass to the table. I'm sorry. She lifted her cup and sipped from the rim. Remember when that fighter came into the training center back in the autumn had been with you against the Lessers? He was injured badly and you were taking care of him. As John sat up straight in alarm, Quinn swallowed his own case of the fucking hells and smiled smoothly. Oh yeah, we remember him. Throw. 2nd lieutenant of the band of bastards. Holy shit, if she thought she was into him, they had a huge problem. And, he prompted, forcing his voice to stay level. Good thing he'd put the Guinness down, was stressing enough to crush the glass. Then again, he supposed shit could be worse. Throw wasn't going to be able to get anywhere near her. He called me to him. Layla started to pick at her moon pie, and good goddamn thing, he and John had both bared their fangs. Humans, he reminded himself. They were out in public with humans. Now was not the time for the canine display. But fuck. How? He hissed only to dial back. I mean, you don't have a cell phone. How'd he reach you? He summoned me. As she waved her hand like that was no big deal, he told his inner caveman to pipe down, sonny. There would be time to sort the house out later. I went and there was another soldier injured badly. Oh God, he was beaten so badly. Tendrils of pure panic feathered across the back of his neck and pegged him in the chest, jacking his heart rate up. No, oh shit no. I don't understand why males are so pig-headed. I told them to bring him into the clinic, but they said he just needed to feed. He was having trouble breathing, and Layla fixated on the moon pie as if it were a screen, as if she were remembering every single thing that had happened. I fed him. I wanted to care for him further, but the other soldier seemed in a hurry to take him away. He was powerful, so powerful, even though he was hurt. And as he looked at me, felt as though he was touching me. It was like nothing I've ever known before. Quinn shot a stare over to John without moving his head. What did he look like? Maybe it had been one of the others. Maybe it hadn't been. It was hard to tell. His face had been wounded so badly those lessers are vicious. She reached up to her mouth. His eyes were blue and his hair dark, his upper lip was twisted. As she kept talking, Quinn's hearing took a little to. Reaching over, he put his hand on her arm, stopping her. Baby girl, hold up. That first soldier called you out to where? It was a meadow, a field in the farmland. As the final pint of blood drained out of his head, John started to mouth various curse words, and damn right with all that. The idea that Layla had been out in the night, alone and undefended, with not just throw but the heart of the beast? Plus, holy hell, she had fed the enemy. What's wrong? He heard her ask. Quinn? John? Whatever is the matter? 57. Across town, in the meatpacking district, Tor outed both his black daggers in preparation to strike. Z and Fury were a mere block over from him, but there was no reason to call the man, not because he was rocking the whole Death Wish shit again. These two lessers up ahead were suffering from a fantastic case of the meanders. They were just ambling along like they had nothing better to do than wear down the soles of their boots. The society was over-recruiting, he thought, mining too deep into the pool of miscreant antisocials. And then once they were inducted, the SOBs weren't getting enough training or support. Against his side, his phone vibrated as a text came through, but he ignored it as he broke into a jog. The snow cover helped muffle the sound of his shit kickers, and thanks to the cold air blowing into him, he had no scent to give himself away, not that these fools would have noticed either. At the last moment, however, something tipped them off and they pivoted around. He couldn't have asked for a better response. He nailed them both right in the neck, ripping through their carotids, opening second mouths below their chins. As their hands shot up, he tore through the space between them and wheeled about, ready to escort them onto the ground if necessary. Oh, but no. The pussies were already falling to their knees. Whistling through his teeth, he signaled to the others as he outed his phone to call Butch for cleanup. He froze. The text that had come in was from Doc Jane. I need you to come home right now. Autumn. As his brothers came skidding around the corner, he looked up. I gotta bounce. Fury frowned. What's happened? I don't know. He dematerialized on the spot, ghosting to the north. Had she hurt herself? Maybe down in the clinic working? Or fucking hell, what if she'd been out in town with Shex and someone had aggressed on her? As he reformed on the steps in front of the mansion, he all but broke down the doors of the vestibule. Good thing Fritz cut the need for a carpenter by answering the inner one quick. Tor blew by the butler at a dead run. He was damn sure the guy was talking at him, but there was no tracking that or any other conversation. Hitting the hidden door under the stairs, he fell into a pounding gallop as he shot through the underground tunnel. His first clue as to what was wrong came as he burst out of the supply closet and into the office. His body flipped out, the signals from his brain cut off by interference and a change of focus that made no sense. An erection, thick and long, punched at his leathers, his head swimming with a sudden, crushing need to get to Autumn and... Oh, fuck no, the ragged sound of his voice was cut off as a scream pealed out of some room down the corridor. High-pitched and horrid, it was that of a female in incredible pain. His body responded instantly, trembling as an overriding need struck him. He had to get to Autumn unless he serviced her. She was going to spend the next 10 or 12 hours in hell. She needed a Malahim inside of her, taking care of her. Tor lunged for the glass door, arm outstretched, hand ready to shove the transparent, fragile barrier aside. He caught himself just as he opened the way. What the fuck was he doing? What the fuck was he doing? Another scream echoed down to him, and he sagged as a wave of sexual instinct nearly brought him to his knees. As his higher reasoning browned out again, his thought patterns ground to a halt as all he could think about was mounting Autumn and easing her torment. But as the hormones ebbed, his brain started cranking over again. No, he barked. No, no fucking way. Pushing himself away from the door, he scrambled backward until he hit the desk and grabbed onto the thing in preparation for the next onslaught. Images of Wellesley's kneading, the one when they had conceived their young, flickered through his mind, the onslaught as unrelenting and undeniable as his body's urges. His Wellesley had been in such pain, crippling pain. He'd come home just before dawn, hungry, tired, thinking he was going to enjoy a good meal and some bad TV before they fell asleep against each other, but as soon as he'd entered through their garage, he'd had the same response he was fighting now. An overwhelming urge to mate. There was only one thing that caused that kind of reaction. 6 months before that, Wellesley had made him swear, on the very basis of their sanctified mating, that when she went into her next kneading, he would not drug her. Man, they'd had a fight over that. He hadn't wanted to lose her to the birthing bed. Like a lot of bonded males, he would have rather they remain childless for the rest of their long lives together than for him to be left with nothing. And what about you fighting? She'd yelled at him. You face your own goddamn birthing bed every night. He couldn't remember now what he'd said to her then. No doubt he'd tried to calm her down, but it hadn't worked. Something happens to you, she'd said. I've got nothing either. You think I don't go through that crucible every fucking night? What had he said to her? Fuck him, he didn't know. But he could picture her face clear as day as she'd stared up at him. I want a young Tor. I want a piece of you and me together. I want a reason to go on living if you don't, because that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to keep living. Little had they known that he'd be the one left behind. That the young wouldn't be why she died. That all the things they had fought over that night hadn't been the right worries. But life was like that. And as soon as he'd walked into their house, he'd wanted to call Havers, had even gone to the phone. But in the end, and as usual, he hadn't been able to deny her. And instead of bleeding after the kneading had passed, she'd found herself pregnant. Incandescent had barely described her joy. The next scream was so loud it was a wonder it didn't shatter the glass door. Jane burst into the office. Tor, listen, I need your help. As his hands clawed into the desk's edge to keep himself in place, he shook his head like a crazy man. I'm not doing it. I'm not servicing her no fucking way. I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. Babbling, he was fucking babbling. He didn't even hear his own words as he started to lift up the desk and slam it down over and over again until something hard and heavy got knocked onto the floor. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he dimly thought it was too fucking ironic that he was losing it in this room again. He'd found out Wellesley was dead in here. Jane held her hands up. No, wait, I need your help, but not in that way. Another wave of instinct made him grit his teeth and have to bow his upper body as he cursed. She told me not to call you. Then why was he here? Oh, fucking hell. The urge. Then why did you text me? She won't take any drugs. Tor shook his heededly. This time it was in an attempt to improve his hearing. What? She's refusing the drugs. I can't get her to consent, and I didn't know who else to call. I can't reach Sheksan, no one else is close to her. She's suffering. Drug her anyway. She's stronger than I am. I can't even get her back on the bed without her lashing out. But that's not the point. Ethically, I can't treat someone who doesn't let me. I won't do that. Maybe you can talk to her. At that point, Tor's eyes got with the program and actually focused on the female. Her white coat was torn, one lapel hanging loosely like a flap of white skin. Clearly she'd been roughed up. Tor thought of Wellesley in her kneading. When he'd gotten down to their room, it had looked like the place had been ransacked. The bedside table and everything on it knocked over and broken. The clock radio on the floor. The pillows off the mattress, the sheets split. He'd found his female on the far side, on the carpet, in a ball of agony. She'd been naked, but flushed and sweating even though it had been cold. He'd never forget the way she had looked up at him and, through her tears, begged him for what he could give her. Tor had mounted her fully clothed. Tor? Tor, have you quarantined the other males? He mumbled. Yes. I even had to send Manny away. He was... Yeah. The guy was probably calling pain in from the field. Either that or spending a lot of meaningful time with his left hand. Once a male got exposed, he was perma-hard for some time even if he left the vicinity. I also told Ellen, and she said she's got to stay away. I guess sometimes one female's cycle can affect the others? And nobody wants to be pregnant around here. Tor put his hands on his hips and bowed his head, pulling his shit together. He told himself he was not some animal to take Autumn on whatever bed she was lying on. He was not. Shit, how much was he willing to trust that resolution? And what the hell was she thinking? Why the fuck wasn't she taking the drugs? Maybe this was a ploy. To get him to service her. Could she be the calculating? The next scream was heart-wrenching and pissed him off. In its wake, he told himself to turn around to the supply cabinet and put the thing to good use, except he couldn't leave Doc Jane. Sure enough, she'd make another attempt to help Autumn and get shanked again. He looked over at the healer. Let's go down together, and I don't care if she consents or not. You're going to put her out of that misery even if I have to pin her to the fucking floor. Tor took a couple of bracing breaths, jacked up his leathers. Jane was talking to him, no doubt spouting all kinds of ethical this and ethical that, but he wasn't hearing it. That walk down the corridor took forever. With each step, his body's needs tightened up, transforming him into a bomb of instinct. By the time he got to the door of the recovery room she was in, he was bent over, clutching himself at the groin even in front of Doc Jane. His cock was pounding, his hips straining. He opened the door. Phew-uck! His bones nearly snapped in two as half of him went to lunge forward and the other half had to hold himself back by the steel jam. Autumn was on the bed, on her stomach, one knee up to her chest, her other leg extended out at a tortured angle. Her shift was twisted tight around her waist and soaking wet from the sweat, her hair a knotted mess tangling around her upper body. And there were spots of blood near her mouth, probably bitten through her lip. Torment, her broken voice rose up. No, go away. He lurched over to the bed and put his face in front of hers. It's time to stop this. Go away. Her bloodshot eyes met his without focusing as tears streamed down her spectacularly colored face, the hormones suffusing her skin with a peachy tint like she was an old-fashioned, hand-painted photograph. Gono. The grunt that cut off the word rose in volume to another scream. Get the drugs, he snapped at the healer. She won't take them. Get them. You may need her consent, but I sure as shit don't. Talk to her first. No. Autumn hollered. All hell broke loose at that point, everyone shouting at each other until the next wave came and shut him and Autumn up, the two of them once again bowing under the pressure. Lassiter's appearance registered in the heartbeat between the surge easing off and the next round of arguing. The angel stepped up to the bed and extended his palm. Autumn calmed instantly, her eyes rolling back in her head, her limbs loosening. Tor's relief, such that he had any, was that at least her suffering had eased off. He was still gripped by the need, but she was no longer killing herself. What are you doing to her? Doc Jane asked. Just a trance, and it's not going to last. Still, that shit was impressive. Vampire minds were stronger than human ones, and the fact that the angel could pull this kind of reaction out of her in her condition suggested he had some special tricks up his sleeve. Lassiter's eyes met Tor's. You sure? About what? He snapped. Fucking hell, he was on the verge of losing his mind here. Servicing her. Tor laughed in a cold burst. Not in the cards. Ever. To prove the point, he lunged to the right, where a tray of syringes was on standby, clearly intended for Autumn. Nabbing two. He punched them into his thighs and shot himself up with whatever was in them. Lots of shouting at this point, but it didn't last. The drug cocktail, whatever it was, took immediate effect and dropped him to the floor. His last image before he passed the fuck out was of Autumn's fuzzy eyes watching him go down. 58. As Quinn and John stared at her with studiously blank expressions, Layla straightened in the hard chair she was seated in. Glancing around the restaurant, she saw only humans calmly enjoying little confections similar to what were on her plateau. It was hard to understand what was wrong. Is it something outside? She whispered, leaning forward. Generally speaking, she found that humans were much the same as vampires, just trying to live their lives without interference. But these two males would know otherwise. Quinn looked at her and smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. After you fed the male, what did you do? What did they? She frowned, wishing they'd tell her what was wrong. Well, I tried to talk them into bringing him back to the training center. I figured since his comrade had been treated there, he could be as well. Do you believe that his injuries could have been fatal? If I hadn't gotten there in time? Yes, I do. But he was looking better when I left. His breathing was much improved. Did you feed from him? Now the tone in Quinn's voice was dire, to the point that, had the boundaries of their relationship not been well set, she might have thought he was jealous. No, I did not. You're the only person I've done that with. The silence afterward told her more than the questions did. The problem was not the humans around them in the restaurant or outside on the streets. I don't understand, she said angrily. He was in need and I took care of him. You of all people should not discriminate simply because he is a soldier and not of noble birth. Did you tell anyone where you were going that night? What you did there? The pre-mail gives us free rein. I have been feeding and caring for fighters for a long time. It is what I do. It is my purpose. I don't understand. Have you had any contact with him since then? I was hoping, in truth, I had hoped either one or both would appear at the mansion in some official capacity so that I might see the wounded one again. But no, I haven't seen them. She pushed her plates away. What is so wrong here? Quinn got to his feet and took out his money roll. Peeling off a couple of 20s, he tossed the bills onto the table. We have to go back to the compound. Why are you being? She dropped her voice as a few people looked over. Why are you being like this? Come on. John Matthews stood up as well, his expression furious, his fists clenched, his jaw hard. Layla, come back with us. Now. To avoid a scene, she rose up and followed them out into the cold air. But she had no intention of taking orders and dematerializing like a good little girl. If the pair of them were going to behave like this, they were damn well going to tell her why. Planting her feet in the snow, she glared at the two males. What is wrong with you? Her tone of voice was one that even a year ago she would have been shocked to hear coming out of her own mouth. But she was not the same female she had once been. When neither of them replied, she shook her head. I'm not budging from this stretch of sidewalk until you talk to me. We're not doing this, Layla, Quinn bit out. I have to. Unless you tell me what is going on here, the next time either of those soldiers contacts me, you'd better believe I'm going to see them. Then you'd be a traitor too. Layla blinked. I'm sorry, traitor? Quinn glanced over at John. When the male shrugged and threw up both his palms, there was a long stream of curses. And then the earth fell out from beneath her feet. I believe the male you fed is a soldier named Ecker. He is the leader of a rogue squadron of fighters colloquially called the Band of Bastards. And back in the fall, about the time you fed him, he made an attempt on Rat's life. I'm sorry. What? As she weaved on loose legs, John stepped in and held her up. But how can you be sure? I was the one who put those bruises on his face, Layla. I beat the shit out of him so that Wrath could get home safely and have his gunshot wound treated. That's our enemy, Layla, as the lessening society is. The other, she had to clear her throat. The other soldier, though, the one who took me to him. He was in the training center. Fury brought me to feed him with Vishouse. They told me he was a soldier of worth. They said that? Or allowed you to believe that? But if he was the enemy, why harbor him? That's Thro, Ecker's second in command. He'd been left for dead by his boss, and we were going to be goddamned if he was dying on our watch. John took out his cell phone with his free hand and texted quickly, but Layla wasn't tracking anything. Her lungs were burning, her head swimming, her gut twisting. Layla? Someone was calling out to her, but the panic that claimed her was the only thing she could connect with. As her heart hammered and her mouth opened wide for air, a blackness descended upon her. Fucking hell, Layla. Working the rooftops of Caldwell, Shex kept on Ecker at a distance, tracking him from alley to alley and district to district as he went up against slayers. From what little she saw, the male was an incredibly efficient fighter, that side of his doing some serious fucking work. Damn shame he was a megalomaniac with delusions of the thronal variety. At all times, she stayed a minimum of a block away. There was no reason to press her luck and run the risk of his tweaking to the fact that he was being followed. She had a feeling he knew, though. If the way he handled the enemy was any indication, he'd be smart enough to assume that Wrath and the Brotherhood would send emissaries out after him, and it wasn't like he was in hiding. He was an individual with a pattern within a limited geographic space. He fought in Caldwell. Every fucking night. Hello? As snowflakes began to swirl in the air, the male in question moved position, falling into a jog with his right-hand man, Thro by his side. Staying on them, she dematerialized to another building. And another, and a third. Where were they going? She thought as they left the fighting sector. Half a mile or so later, Ecker paused down at street level, clearly trying to decide between left and right. As Thro came up next to him, angry words were exchanged. Maybe because Thro recognized they were headed in the wrong direction. While they argued, she glanced at the sky, checked her watch. Shit, Ecker was going to dematerialize at the end of the night, and that was how she was going to lose him. With her instincts roaming only so far, he was going to get out of range fast when he ghosted away. But at least she had his grid now. And sooner or later, either he or one of his soldiers was going to get injured and have to be driven out of the city. It was inevitable, and that was how she was going to get them. A scattering of molecules she couldn't track. But a car, a van, a truck, an SUV was her way in. And shit knew they were months overdue for a goddamn injury. Abruptly, Ecker went on the move again, heading around the building she was up on top of, calling her back into action. With grim intensity, she crunched through the crusted snow of the rooftop, circling with him, jogging by HVAC vents and other mechanicals. When she got to the other side, John Matthew. Shit, her John was not far. What the hell? He told her he was staying home tonight because he was off rotation. Who was he out with? Quinn had given up his man-whore ways wrong part of the city for that anyway. This was the theater district. Dematerializing to the lip of the building, she looked down. Across the street, at the head of an alleyway, John was standing in the shadows with Quinn and Layla, who was up off the ground in the former's arms, looking like she'd passed out. Lot of drama down there. Big drama, the kind that was threatening to fritz out the Chosen's emotional grid altogether. Scattering her molecules, Shex reformed in front of John, startling the bunch of them. Is she okay? We're waiting for Butch, John signed. Is he on his way? He's tied up across town on cleanup. But we need him now. Clearly, whatever had happened here was deep. You can put me down now, Layla said gruffly. Quinn just shook his head and kept holding her up off the snow. Look, I am's not far. Shex took out her cell and flashed it. Will you let me call him? Yeah, that'd be good, Quinn replied. As she hid up the shadow, she stared at John while the phone rang. Hey, I am, how's you? Yup. How'd you know? Yeah, I need a set of wheels in the theater district, stat. You were so the man, I am. She ended the call. Done. ETA is less than 5 minutes. Thank you, John signed. What is it? Quinn said as Layla started to stiffen. Shex narrowed her eyes on the Chosen's face as the female's grid lit up with arousal and shame and pain. He's here, the Chosen whispered. He's not far at all. John and Quinn instantly went for their weapons, which was a good trick on the latter's part, given that he still had Layla up in his arms. Who the hell was she talking about? Shex breathed as she looked in the same direction the Chosen was focusing on. And then connecting the dots, she thought out loud, Jesus Christ, Ecker? I am picked that moment to pull up in a BMW X5, and a split second later, he was out and holding the door open. Quinn lunged for the SUV, and Layla didn't put up any fight as she was shoved in there like an invalid. Take the vehicle, I am, told the males. Use it as your own. After an abrupt thank you from Quinn, there was a brief moment of now what as John looked at Shex. Bracing herself for some male chest thumping, she wanted to curse. We'll take her back, John signed. You stay here and do what you have to. Just like that, they hopped into IM's SUV and off they went. Do you need help? IM asked. Thanks, but nope, she murmured as she watched the red brakes flare and then disappear around the far corner. I got this. 59. Ecker had sensed the Chosen female from blocks away. Drawn to her, he had changed direction and headed toward her until Throw had gotten in the way and argued with him, which had been, in a manner of speaking, a good thing. It meant that the male was staying true to his vow to never see her again. Ecker, on the other hand, had made no such promise, so he had pressed onward, leaving his soldier in the dust. Fates, but he had spent so many days staring up at the cobwebbed beams above his bunk, wondering where she was, what she was doing, how she was doing. If the Brotherhood ever found out who she had been of aid to in that field, they would be furious, and Wrath, the blind king, had long been known to live up to his name. Lo, how Ecker still regretted that his second lieutenant had brought her into this mess. She was guileless, an innocent seeking only to help, and they had made a traitor out of her. She deserved better. Indeed, it felt insane to pray for his target's mercy in her case. But he did. He prayed that Wrath would spare her if the truth ever came out. Closing in on her, he dared not get too close, and he found her in the lee of a little cafe, draped in shadows that, no matter how hard his eyes strained, he could not penetrate. She was not alone. She was guarded by soldiers, 2 of them male, 1 of them female. Would she sense him? He wondered, his heart beating sure as if he were being chased. Would she tell them he was nearby? A black vehicle came tearing up to the group, and what got out was something he'd only heard whispers about. Was that a shadow? An actual living, breathing shadow? The Brotherhood had worthy allies, that was for sure. With speed, his Chosen was carried to the car in the arms of the soldier he had fought with that night at Assails. Ecker bared his fangs, but kept the growl to himself. That another male was touching her made him violent to his core. That she might be injured in some way made him terrified to the point of tremors. In the last moment, just before she disappeared into the back seat, she looked his way. The moment of connection slowed time down until everything from the snowflakes that were falling to the blink of the neon sign beside her to the speed with which she was dispatched out of sight went into single frames, the photographs taken by his mind one by one. She was not in a white robe, but rather human clothes that he did not favor. Her hair was still pulled up high above her neck, however, accentuating the spectacular features of her face. And as he breathed in, his sinuses hummed from both the cold and her delicate scent. It was everything he remembered about her. Except now she was clearly in distress, her skin too pale, her eyes too wide, her hand shaking as she raised it to her throat as if to protect herself. His fighting palm actually reached forward for her, as if there was something he could do to relieve her suffering, as if he could help her in some way. It was a gesture that would have to remain forever in the shadows. She knew he was here, and that was probably why they were taking her away. And she was scared of him now. Likely because she knew he was her enemy. The two males packed in with her, the taller one getting behind the wheel, the one he'd fought slipping in beside her in the back. Without his being aware of it, his palm sneaked inside his jacket and found his gun. The temptation to flash into the path of that vehicle, kill the two males, and take what he wanted was so great he actually shifted his position down the street. But he could not do that to her. He was not his faith, was not the bloodletter. He would not torture her conscience for the rest of her days with such violence, because surely she would extrapolate and blame herself for the deaths. No, if he ever had her, it would be because she came unto him of her free will. Which was an impossibility, of course. And so let her go. He stepped not into the path of the motor car to put a bullet through the forehead of the driver. He did not then rush forth, shoot the one in the back seat, and turn about to kill the female soldier who was, as of this moment, directly behind him by about half a block. He did not infiltrate the vehicle, lock the chosen in, and drive her off to somewhere warm and safe. Whereupon he would take those dreadful human dressings from her skin and replace them with his naked body. Dropping his head, he closed his eyes and recalibrated his thoughts, reining them in, steering them away from the fantasy. Indeed, he would not even use her as a way to find the brothers. That would be signing her death warrant, sure, as if he could actually write his own name. No, he would not use her as a tool in this war. He had already compromised her too much. Pivoting in the snow, he faced the direction of the one who was behind him. That the soldiers had left with the chosen instead of fighting with him was logical. A female such as she was a highly valuable commodity, and they'd likely called in many reinforcements for the trip to wherever they were going. Interesting that the one they had picked to stay behind was of the fairer sex. They must have assumed he'd give chase. "I sense you clear as day, female," he called out. To her credit, she stepped into the light of a doorway down the alley. With short hair and a tight, powerful build that was encased in leather, she was definitely a female fighter. Well, wasn't this a night for surprises? If she was associated with the Brotherhood, he had to assume she was dangerous, so this could be fun. And yet, as she confronted him, she took out no weapons. She was prepared, though indeed, her stance told him she was ready to do what she must. But she was not on the offensive. Ecker narrowed his eyes. "Too ladylike to fight? You are not mine to take. So whose am I?" When she didn't reply, he knew there was a game afoot. The question was, what kind? Nothing to say, female? He took a step toward her. And another. Just to test where the boundaries were. Sure enough, she didn't retreat, but instead slowly unzipped the front of her jacket as if she were ready to get at her guns. Standing in that pool of light, with the snow falling around her and her boots planted on the white, fluffy ground, her black figure cut quite a picture. He wasn't attracted to her, however mayhap it would be easier if he was. Someone with her intrinsic harshness might fare better in the face of his face, as it were. "You appear rather aggressive, female. If you force me to kill you, I will." "Ah. Well, I shall keep that mind. Tell me, do you tarry here for the pleasure of my company?" "I doubt there'd be much pleasure in it." "Right you are. I am not known for my social graces." She was tracking him, he thought. That was the reason she was here? In fact, he had had the sense since the earlier part of the night that there had been a shadow on him. "I'm afraid I shall have to be going," he drawled. "I have a feeling our paths shall cross again, however." "You can bet your life on it." He inclined his head toward her and promptly disappeared himself far away. Whatever her tracking skills were, she couldn't follow molecules. No one was that good. Not even his chosen could do that, and thank the fates for it. For truth, the thought had long lingered in his mind that she might find him if she wished, her blood in him a beacon she could follow for quite some time. But she hadn't done so, and she wouldn't. She was not of the war. His phone went off just as he came back into his physical form on the shores of the Hudson far from downtown. Taking the black device out, he looked at the screen. The picture of an old-fashioned dandy was showing beside writing and numerals he could not decipher, which indicated his contact within the glimmerer was reaching out to him. He hit the button with green lettering on it. "How lovely to hear from you, Elon. he murmured. However are you doing this fine eve? They are? Indeed. Yes. I shall get back to you on a location, but tell them we shall meet with them post-haste. Perfect, he thought as he hit the red button. The splintering faction of the Glimmerer wanted to meet in person. Things were finally starting to move. About time. Staring out over the river, he let his aggression flow, but the surge didn't last. Inevitably, his thoughts returned to his chosen and that horrid expression on her face. She knew who he was now, and as all females did, she viewed him as a monster. Riding in the back of IM's SUV, Quinn kept a lookout on all sides of the vehicle in case they were being trailed. He'd also called in V and Rage to flank the BMW on a just-in-case. Not that he'd told them it was the bastards he was worried about. They had assumed it was Lessers, and he'd let them go with that one. And John wasn't driving back to the compound, no reason to get anywhere near home base. Instead, they were going to head out into the burbs and go in circles, staying in the human-heavy neighborhoods until Layla had time enough to recover and dematerialize back to the mansion. On that note, he glanced over at her. She was staring out the window beside her, her chest rising and falling way too fast. But yeah, finding out you'd helped the enemy probably saved his life was not the kind of thing anyone would handle well. He leaned over and put his hand on her leg, giving it a squeeze. It's okay, baby girl. She didn't turn her head to him, just shook it. How can you say that? You didn't know. He stayed back in town. He didn't follow us. Good to know. You'll let me know if that changes. Absolutely. Her voice was dead. In a moment, Quinn cursed under his breath. Layla, look at me. When she didn't, he put his forefinger on her chin. Hey, you didn't know who he was. Layla closed her eyes as if she wished she could return to whatever night she had met the guy and do everything over. Come here, he said, pulling her into an embrace. She came stiffly to him, and as he rubbed her back, the tension in her muscles was legion. What if the king turns me out? She said into his pectoral. What if fury? They won't. They'll understand. As she shuddered against him, he glanced up at John in the rearview mirror and shook his head at his best friend. Mouthing the words, he said silently, let's just drive her in. Ecker stayed back in town. John cocked a brow and then nodded. After all, blood sense didn't lie, although unfortunately it was a sword that cut both ways. The good news was that the Mies V threw up around the compound would keep anyone on the outside from finding her, which was the reason Throw had been fed in the first place. And at least the connection with Layla was fading with every passing night, even with the Chosen's blood being so pure. I've got nothing of my own, Layla said roughly. Nothing. Even my service can be taken away from me. Shoo ain't going to happen. I won't let it. Man, he prayed that wasn't a lie. And they damn well had to tell the king and the pre-mail right away. Their first stop after they took her to Doc Jane's was going to be Rath's study. Those two just had to understand where she'd been coming from. She'd been manipulated by the enemy, exploited like any other resource into doing something she never would have volunteered for in a million years. He wished he'd killed Ecker when he'd had the chance. A good 30 minutes later, John turned off onto the rear road to the training center, and it was another 10 before they finally pulled into the parking garage. The first clue something was off came when Quinn stepped out onto the curb. His skin tightened up in a rush, his blood heating to a boil in his veins for no good reason. And then he popped a giant, throbbing erection. Frowning, he glanced around. And John did the same as the guy cracked his door and got out from behind the steering wheel. There was some kind of mojo working in the parking lot. What the fuck? Ah, right. Okay. Let's get you to Doc Jane, Quinn said as he took Layla's elbow, and made sure the front of his hips was covered by the tails of his leather jacket. I'm fine. Honestly. Then that's just what the good doctor will tell. As John opened the door to the place and they all stepped inside, Quinn lost his train of thought as a wall of hormones smacked right into him. Looking down at his pelvis, he couldn't believe he was suddenly about to orgasm. Someone's in her kneading, Layla announced. I don't think you two should go in. Far down the hall, Doc Jane all but jumped out of one of the examination rooms. You have to leave, Quinn, and John, you've got to go. Whose Quinn had to close his eyes and slow his breathing down. The motion was causing his cock to rub against his button fly, threatening a messy explosion. Who is? As some kind of wave intensified, he lost the ability to speak. Fuck. It was like he'd just come through his transition, and was surrounded by naked females in all-access positions. "It's autumn," Jane said, running toward them and ushering them back out into the parking lot. "Are you okay, Layla?" "I'm fine." "She needs a quick physical," Quinn mumbled as he turned for the Shadow's car. "Just came close to passing out. Text me when you're done, Layla K." John was walking like a scarecrow as well, stiffly and without any coordination. Then again, when you had a baseball bat in your pants, you were hardly going to Fred Astaire around. As the heavy steel door shut them out, things got a little better, and by the time they had driven through the series of gates, short of a raging hard-on, he was feeling more rational. "Jesus," Quinn said. "Bottle that shit and the Viagra boys are out of business." Behind the wheel, John whistled in agreement. As the guy drove them around the base of the mountain and approached the main house from the front, Quinn squirmed in his leathers. He hadn't done much sexually since, well, shit, almost a year ago when he'd had some private time with that red-haired guy at the Iron Mask. After that, he hadn't had much interest in anything or anyone, male or female. He didn't even wake up hard anymore. Hell, given the length of his dry spell, he'd begun to think that he'd just burned through his allotment of orgasms. Considering how much fucking he'd done after his transition, it sure as shit seemed possible. But here he was itching in his seat. Next door, John was doing the same, moving this way and that. Jacking himself up, pushing back. When the mansion finally made an appearance out of the maze, Quinn dreaded going inside. There didn't seem anything even remotely sexy or appealing about heading up to his room alone, jerking off once or twice, and then resuming his vigil in front of a dark TV screen. "I've got nothing of my own. Nothing. Even my service can be taken away from me." Layla was so right about that. Although everyone made him welcome here, the bottom line was he was allowed to hang because he served a purpose for John as Ostrix Notrum. Like Layla, however, he could be fired. And as for his future? He was certainly never going to be mated because he wasn't going to condemn some female to a loveless union, and he was never going to have any young, although, considering his mismatched eyes, maybe that was a good thing. Bottom line, he was staring down the barrel of countless centuries with no real home, no true family, no blood of his own. As he rubbed a hand through his hair and wondered whether there was any possibility his cock would magically deflate, he knew just what that chosen meant when it came to empty. 60. Shex needed intel. Stat. When Ecker had dematerialized away from her, he'd gone outside the scope of her radar within seconds. And yeah, she had a bead on his direction, but only an asshole wouldn't camo the way to his hideout. Sure enough, as she followed what she could of him, she found herself stuck on the shores of the Hudson not far from her house. The trail got cold at that point, and not because the frigid north wind was blowing down the river. She kicked a random snowdrift and paced around. Retraced her steps back to the theater district. Scanned the rest of the city, going rooftop to rooftop. Nothing. She ended up back on top of that building where she'd seen John and the others stalking around and cursing like a sailor. In the absence of physical clues, she was forced to go with the only other thing she had, the drama outside that dessert place. Taking out her phone, she texted John and waited. And waited. And waited. Did they get ambushed on the way back? She texted again. Hit up Quinn and got no reply. Damn it, what if something had happened? Just because Ecker had appeared to leave the city, that didn't mean he couldn't cycle around and intersect IM's SUV. Meanwhile, she was here chasing her tail like an idiot. Just as she was about to start another round of near-panic texting, John hit her back at home safe. Sorry, WZ down in clinic. Dialing back on her checkout, she took a deep breath and texted back, we need to talk about Layla. Let me come to the house. It was possible that Quinn wouldn't want to leave the Chosen in her condition, and Shex didn't want John to drag his Ostrix Notrum out just for a meeting. Instead of waiting for a response, she flashed herself over to the mansion and strode up the steps and into the vestibule. The inner door opened immediately and Fritz appeared frazzled. Good evening, my lady. What's wrong? The butler bowed and shuffled backward. Oh, indeed. Yes. Whom are you here to see? There was a time when that wouldn't have been a question. John. Is he at the clinic? Oh no. No, definitely not there. He's upstairs. Shex frowned. Is there any problem? Oh no. Please, madam, go forth. Bullshit, there wasn't something going on. She crossed the mosaic apple tree at a jog and took the stairs 2 at a time. When she got to the second floor, she hesitated. Even out in the hall, she could catch the scent of sex, a mixed bag of it, actually suggesting there were multiples going on. Literally. And didn't that make her feel like throwing up? As she approached John's door, She braced herself for whatever could be on the other side. Layla was trained as an arrows, and Quinn had long been up for anything, and maybe this separation had led her mate into the arms of others. With a dead heart, she knocked loudly. "John? It's me." Closing her eyes, she imagined naked bodies freezing, people looking back and forth, John scrambling to get something to cover himself. There was no reading grids, she was too scattered to pull that off. No sorting through the scents, either she was having enough trouble staying on her feet because she knew at least one of them was John's. "I know you're in there." Instead of the door opening, she got a text on her phone. "A.M. Sosbisi. Can I seem find you L8R? Fuck that and the horse it rode in on." Shex grabbed the doorknob, twisted hard enough to break the thing off, and shoved her way. Holy shit. John was by himself on his bed, lying on top of twisted sheets, his naked body gleaming in the light that bled in from the bathroom. One hand was between his legs, his big fist locked on his thick cock, the other was gripping the headboard for leverage as he worked himself. His teeth bared, the muscles in his shoulders and neck standing out in stark relief as he strained. His lower abdomen was slick from other orgasms, and yet he seemed starved for release. Fevered eyes met hers as his hand stilled. "Go," he mouthed. "Please." She quickly stepped inside and shut the door. This was not something anyone else needed to see. "Please," he demanded. Please, indeed, she thought to herself, her own body responding, her own blood starting to pump. Stepping over the crumpled discards of what he'd been wearing in the theater district, she could think only about how much she had missed the carnal side of him. It was as if she had been shut down during these long months, and yeah, it would have been far better for her to walk out, let him deal with his rock in a hard place by his lonesome, and reconvene later. But, God, she had missed being his female. "I can't stop," he mouthed. Autumn in her kneading got too close. "Ah, that explained it. Except, is my mother okay? At Jane's, and yes. God, that poor female. To have to suffer through that again after all she'd been through. But at least Jane would ease the suffering, assuming Tor didn't. Right, she was so not getting close to that one. "Shex, you have to go." "What if I don't want to?" At that, his body undulated wildly, sure as if she were already touching him, and he orgasmed hard, his grip slipping up and down as he came all over the muscled expanse of his lower belly. Well, wasn't that a very well-spoken answer? He wanted her, too. Shex stepped up to the edge of the bed and reached out, brushing his churning thigh with her fingertips. The light contact was enough to keep his release going, his hips thrusting up, his sex kicking, his warrior body contracting as the pleasure rocked through him. Bending down, she shoved his pumping hand aside and captured him with her mouth, sucking him off, finishing him the right way as he thrashed in the sheets. And as soon as he was done, at least with that particular release, he stilled for only a nanosecond before sitting up and reaching for her. She went to him with ease, kissing him as he pulled her on top of his body. His hands, those big, familiar hands, roamed everywhere until they settled on her ass and jacked her upward so he could nestle his face into her breasts. With a quick slash of his fangs, he bit through her muscle shirt and latched onto her nipple, sucking and licking as she helped him out, pulling her jacket off, ditching her weapons, and John flipped her over onto her back and snarled soundlessly at her leathers. Things didn't go well for them, which, considering how tough Cowhide was, said something about all the get-naked that was happening. At least he knew better than to mess with her chillaches, though. As soon as they were in position, he pushed into her with a jab, and the sting of the stretch was enough to throw her right into a bone-bending orgasm. He followed, joining her, their bodies working each other while she cried out. And still he kept riding her, the relentless pounding giving her more of exactly what she needed. Baring her fangs, she waited until he paused for a moment, then she struck. Biting him hard, she shoved him over onto his back, forcing him flat on the mattress so she could straddle him. And as she held him down by the shoulders and drew against his throat, she resumed the fucking, her thighs lifting her up and pushing her down, working his erection. John's surrender to her was complete. His arms stayed to the sides, his strength ceded to her, his body hers to use until she drained him dry up at his neck and down at his hips. As she took him, his eyes stayed locked on her face, the love shining out of them so great. They were a pair of blue suns raining warmth all over her. How in the world could she ever live without him? Releasing his throat temporarily, she rode out the current orgasm, burying her face into his shoulder, as things got so violent she couldn't keep contact with his throat. But she knew his vein was hers for the taking, as soon as it was over. Man, life was complicated. But the truth was simple. He was her home. He was where she belonged. Rolling to the side, she encouraged him to follow her, and he came with her as easy as water, as hot as fire. It was his turn to feed, and given the way his eyes zeroed in on her jugular, he agreed with her. "Let me seal you first," she said as she went for her puncture marks. He took her wrist and held her back, shaking his head. "And oh, I want to bleed for you." Shex closed her eyes, her throat tightening. It was hard to say where this was going to lead them because she never would have predicted their split in the first place. But it was so damned good to be home even if this was just a short stay. Hours passed, the night waning and dawn arriving, and then the sun rose from the lip of the horizon, ascending to its noonday heights, washing the snow-covered mountain with light. Autumn was unaware of any of this, and that would have been true whether she was down in the clinic or up at the mansion or out in the snow. In fact, she might as well have been directly in the sunshine. She was on fire. The blazing heat in her womb reminded her of the birthing of Hexania, the agony rising to heights that made her wonder if death wasn't coming for her, before easing off just enough so she could catch her breath and prepare for the next peak. And as with labor, the cycling persisted, the moments of relenting becoming farther and farther apart until the pain of the need filled out the contours of her body and took over all movement, all breath, all thought. It had not been like this before. Back when she'd been with that symphoth, the kneading hadn't been half this strong. Or half this long. After however many hours of torture, she had no more tears left, no more sobs, not even any twitches. She just lay in stillness, barely breathing, her heartbeat sluggish, her eyes closed as her body was yet assaulted internally. It was hard to pinpoint exactly when the tipping point came upon her, but gradually the throbbing between her legs and the burning in her pelvis drifted away. The rigors of the kneading replaced with an abiding soreness in her joints and her muscles from all the straining she'd done. When she could finally raise her head, her neck cracked loudly and she groaned as her face hit a wall of some sort. Frowning, she tried to orient herself. Oh, indeed, she was at the foot of the bed, pressed up against the short board at its end. She laid her head back down for a while. With the boiling heat easing to a mere simmer, she began to feel cold and she fumbled around for a sheet, or a blanket, or a cover of any sort. There was nothing. All was on the floor. She was naked on a bare mattress. Clearly she'd ripped off even the fitted sheet. Summoning what little energy she had, she attempted to push her torso up and lift her head. She made little progress. It was as if there was glue holding her down. Eventually, she rose up. The trip to the bathroom was as arduous and treacherous as a hike up a mountainside. But lo, the joy with which she beheld the shower and turned it on. As temperate water fell generously from the spout anchored upon the wall, she sat down on the tile beneath it, tucking her heels up against her bottom, hugging herself around her knees. As she laid her head to the side, the gentle spray washed away the salt of her tears and her sweat. The shivers turned violent shortly thereafter. "Autumn," came Doc Jane's voice from the room beyond. Her rattling teeth prevented her from replying, but the shower said enough. The other female appeared in the doorway and then ventured further into the bath until she pulled back the cloth curtain and knelt down so they were eye to eye. "How are you feeling?" Abruptly, Autumn had to shield her face as she began crying. Hard to know whether the outburst was because the kneading had finally passed, or because she was so tired she had no boundaries left, or because the last thing she remembered before everything became a blur was the sight of Tor driving those 2 needles into his thighs and falling to the floor. "Autumn, can you hear me?" "Yes," she croaked. "I'd like to get you back in bed if you're done washing up. There's a lot of heat in here and I'm worried about your blood pressure." "I'm CC cold. That's fever chills. I'm going to turn off the water now, okay?" She nodded because she didn't have the wherewithal to do anything else. When the warm rain stopped falling, the rattling inside her skin got worse as the cold rushed in and traveled across her tender flesh. Soon enough, however, a soft blanket was draped around her shoulders. "Can you stand?" When Autumn nodded again, she was helped up, dressed in a light sheath, and escorted back over to the bed, which had magically been remade with fresh sheets and blankets. Stretching out, she was aware only of the tears that seeped from the corners of both eyes, an endless, slow stream of them hot against her cold face. "Shoo, you're okay," the healer said as she sat down on the edge of the mattress. "You're all right, it's over." As a gentle hand stroked her wet hair back, the tone of Doc Jane's voice, more than the female's actual words, helped the most. And then there was a straw sticking out of a soda can, brought close to her mouth. One draw of that cold, sweet nectar and Autumn's eyes rolled back into her head. "Oh, blessed Virgin Scribe, what is that?" "Ginger ale. And you're welcome, hey, not too fast." After she'd finished the whole lot of it, she lay back again as a band was shuffled onto her arm and puffed up before being deflated. Next, a cold disc was pressed to her chest in a couple of places. A light was flashed in her eyes. "May I have some more ginger ale, please?" she asked. "Your wish is my command." The healer did one better than that, returning not only with another chilly tin can and a straw, but some plain crackers that tasted like absolutely nothing and were total heaven in her belly. She was making quick work of the sustenance when she realized the healer had sat down in a chair and was saying nothing. Autumn stopped eating. "Do you not have any other patients?" "Just one, and she was fine when she got here." "Oh." Autumn picked up another of the crackers. "What are these called?" "Saltines. Of all the drugs I dispense down here, sometimes there's nothing better." "They're wonderful." She put the flaky, dusty square in her mouth and bit down. As the silence persisted, she said, "You want to know why I refused the drugs? It's none of my business. But I do think you need to talk to someone about it." "A professional of some order?" "Yeah. There is nothing wrong with letting nature take its course." Autumn glanced over. "But I begged you not to get him. I told you not to call him." "I had no choice." Tears threatened, but she forced them away. "I didn't want him to see me like that. Wellesley." "What about her?" Autumn jerked around in surprise, rattling the crackers, splashing soda out over her hand. In the doorway, Torment loomed, a great dark shadow that filled the jams. Doc Jane rose up. "I'll just go check on Layla again. Your vitals are good, and I'll bring a proper meal back with me when I come." And then they were alone. He didn't approach the bed, but stayed by the door, settling back against the wall. With his brows down tight and his arms linked over his chest, he was self-contained and explosive at the same time. "What the hell was that all about?" he said harshly. Autumn put the crackers and the can aside, then busied herself folding and unfolding the edge of the blanket. "I asked you a question." Autumn cleared her throat. "I told Doc Jane not to summon you." "Did you think if you suffered I'd come and help you out?" "Not at all." "You sure about that? Because what did you think Jane was going to do when you refused to be treated?" "If you don't believe me, ask the healer. I instructed her specifically not to call upon you. I knew that that would be too much for you. How could it not be after?" "This is not about my Shellen. This has nothing to do with her." "I'm not so sure about that." "Trust me." After that, he didn't say anything else. He just stood there with that tense body and those hard eyes, staring at her as if he had never seen her before. "Where are your thoughts?" she asked quietly. He shook his head from side to side. "You don't want to know." "Yes, I do. I think I've been fooling myself all these months." As she felt the shivering from the shower return, she knew the cause was not a temperature imbalance in her bones. Not anymore. "How so?" "Now isn't the time for this." As he turned to go, she had the very clear sense that she was not going to see him again. Ever. "Tor," she said in a rough voice. "There was no manipulation on my part. You need to believe that. I didn't want you to. Service May would never put you through that." After a moment, he looked over his shoulder, his eyes dead. "You know what? Fuck all that. It's almost worse that you didn't want me in here with you. Because the other option is that you're mentally ill." "I beg your pardon." Autumn frowned. "And I am utterly sane." "No, you're not. If you were, you wouldn't have chosen to put yourself through that. I just didn't want the drugs. Your extrapolation is extreme." "Oh yeah? Well, brace yourself. You're really not going to like my next conclusion. I'm beginning to think you're with me to punish yourself." She recoiled so sharply, her neck cracked again. "I most certainly am not." "What better way to steep yourself in misery than to be with a male who loves someone else?" "That is not why I'm with you." "How would you know, Autumn? You've been making a martyr out of yourself for centuries. You've been a servant, a maid, a laundress, and you've been fucking me for the last few months, which brings us back to my point about clinical insanity." "How dare you judge my inner convictions?" she hissed. "You know nothing of what I think or feel." "Bullshit. You're in love with me." He pivoted to face her and put up his palm to stop her commenting. "Don't bother denying it. You tell me in your sleep every day. So let's build a case. You clearly like to punish yourself. And you know damn well the only reason I'm with you is to get Wellesley out of the in-between. So don't I just fit your pattern to a T?" "Get out," she snapped. "Get out of here. What, you don't want me to stay so you can make it hurt so good some more? You bastard. You got that right. I've been using you, and the only person it's working for is you. God knows it's gotten me nowhere. The good news is that this whole thing," he gestured back and forth between them, "is going to give you a terrific excuse to torture yourself even longer. Oh, don't bother with the denials. That sympathy was your fault. I'm your fault. The weight of the world is all your fault. Because you enjoy being the victim. Get out!" she screamed. "You know, the whole indignant routine is a little hard to take seriously considering you spent the last 12 hours suffering. Get out. When you didn't have to." She threw the first thing within reach at him, the soda can. But his reflexes were so good, he just caught it in his big hand and then walked it right back over to the rolling table. "You might as well own the fact that you're a masochist." He set the thing down with deliberate finesse, as if he were daring her to pitch it at him again. "And I've been your drug of choice lately. But I'm not doing that anymore, and neither are you, at least not with me. This shit between us, it's not healthy for me. It's not healthy for you. And it's all we are together. All we'll ever have." He cursed low and hard. "Look, I'm sorry, Autumn. For the whole fucking thing, I am really sorry. I should have stopped this long ago, long before it went as far as it did, and all I can do to make it right is to end it right now." He shook his head, his eyes growing haunted. "I was part of you self-destructing once, and I remember all too well the blisters that came from digging your grave. I'm not doing that again. I can't. You will always have my sympathy for everything you've been through, but I've got my own shit to deal with." As he fell silent, she wrapped her arms around herself. In a whisper, she said, "All this just because I didn't want to be knocked out? It's not just about the needing. You know it isn't. If I were you, I'd take Jane's advice and talk to someone." Maybe he shrugged. "I don't know. I don't fucking know anything anymore. The only thing I'm sure of is that we can't keep doing this. It's getting us both worse than nowhere." "You feel something for me," she said, kicking her chin up. "I know it's not love, but you feel." "I feel sorry for you. That's where I'm at. Because you're just a victim. You're no one but a victim who likes to suffer. Even if I could fall in love with you, there's nothing about you to get truly attached to. You're just a ghost who's not really here any more than I am. And in our case, two wrongs do not make a right." At that, he turned his back on her and walked out, leaving her to reel in pain and loss, leaving her to confront his twisted vision of her past, her present, her future, leaving her alone in a way that had nothing to do with the fact that she was by herself. The door, as it shut behind him, made no sound whatsoever. 61. As Tor stepped out into the hall, he was crazed, incoherent, on the verge of a violent breakdown. Jesus Christ, he had to get out of here, get away from her. And to think he'd called her insane? He was a fucking mad ant at the moment. When he looked up, Lassiter was right in front of him. Not now. The angel hauled back and cocked him so hard, he didn't just see stars, he saw whole fucking galaxies of them. As he hit the concrete wall behind him, the angel grabbed the front of his shirt and slammed him back again, rattling his molars. When his vision finally cleared, that pierced face was nothing short of a demon's mask, the features distorted by the kind of anger that required a gravedigger's cleanup. "You're an asshole," Lassiter barked. "A total fucking asshole." Tor tilted to the side and spit out blood. "Was it Maury or Ellen who taught you to judge character?" A long finger was shoved into his face. "Listen to me very carefully because I'm going to say this only once. Wouldn't you rather hit me again? I know I'd get more out of it." Lassiter threw him into the wall again. "Shut up. And listen to me. You win. Excuse me. You've got what you wanted. Wellesley's condemned for eternity." "What the?" The third slam cut him off. "It's over. Done." He pointed to the closed door of Autumn's room. "You just killed your chance when you ripped her apart." Tor lost it, his emotions detonating. "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know shit. You haven't had a clue about any of this, not me, not her, not your job. What the fuck have you done here for the last year? Nothing. You've been sitting on your ass watching talk shows while my Wellesley's disappearing. You're a goddamn waste of time." "Really? Okay, you're so fucking brilliant. How about this?" Lassiter released him and stepped back. "I quit." "You can't quit." Lassiter flashed his middle finger. "I just did." The angel turned away and stalked down the hall. "You're fucking quitting. That's great, fucking great. Talk about staying true to someone's character, you selfish son of a bitch." All he got was another bird flipped over the shoulder. With a vicious curse, Tor made a move to go after the guy, but then stopped himself. Spinning around, he threw out a quick jab, punching the concrete so hard he felt his knuckles break. And what do you know, the pounding pain in the back of his hand wasn't even close to the agony in his chest. He was absolutely raw inside and out. Taking off in the opposite direction from that angel, he found himself at the heavy steel door that opened into the parking lot. With no clue what he was doing or where he was going, he sent it flying wide on its hinges and marched out into the chilly air, going to the right, heading up the incline, passing the empty spaces that were demarcated with yellow paint. He went all the way to the back, to the farthest wall, and sat his ass down on the cold, hard asphalt, his shoulders against the damp concrete. As he breathed hard, he felt like he was in the goddamn tropics, likely the tail end of the Needings effect on his body. Even though he'd been out like a light from the drugs, he had had plenty of exposure, his balls aching as if he'd put them in a vice. His cock still hard, his joints sore as if he had strained even in the morphine haze. Gritting his teeth, he sat alone and stared straight ahead into the darkness. This was the only safe place for him at the moment. Probably for a while. When Layla heard shouting, she poked her head out of the gymnasium to see who was yelling and immediately ducked back inside. Tor and Lassiter were having a set-to, and that was not anything she had to get involved with. She had her own problems. In spite of Autumn's needing, she had stayed down in the clinic for the night, knowing she had spent some time up at the sanctuary recently, so there was no reason to worry about her cycle. More to the point, however, she had nowhere else to go. Quinn and John were no doubt talking to the king and the pre-mail at the main house, and soon enough she would be summoned to learn of her fate. Faced with possible exile or worse, death for aiding a traitor, she had spent the hours upon hours walking around the edges of the gym's honey-colored floor, passing the bleachers and the benches, and the entrances into the PT suite, and the doors out into the corridor, and then going back by them all again. Her anxiety was such that it spooled out tension like a wool spinner, the twisted threads reaching up to encircle her throat and winding down to constrict her gut. She thought relentlessly about Ecker and his second lieutenant. She had been used by them both, but especially the latter. Ecker hadn't wanted to partake of her vein. He had fought it, and when she had overridden him, there had been deep regret in his eyes because he had known exactly what position he was putting her in. The other soldier had had no such compulsion. Indeed, she blamed him. Whatever fell upon her head, it was his doing. Mayhap she would be reincarnated as a ghost and could haunt him for the rest of his nights. Of course, that was assuming she would be put to death. And if she was not, what was she going to do? Surely they would strip her of her duties herein as well as her chosen status. Where would she go? She had nothing of her own, nothing that had not been provided at the behest of the king or the pre-mail. Continuing on her loop, she confronted yet again the emptiness of her breathing days and wondered what purpose she would serve in the future. The door opened at the far end and she stopped. All four of them had come to find her. The king, the pre-mail, Quinn, and John Matthew. Straightening her spine, she crossed the gym down its middle, holding their eyes. When she got close enough, she curtsied down to the floor and did not wait to be addressed. Court manners were the least of her problems. My lord, I am prepared to accept all responsibility. Rise, chosen. A hand appeared in front of her face. Rise and be at ease. As she gasped and looked up, the king's smile was gentle, and he didn't wait for her to respond. Bending to her, he gathered her palm in his and helped her up from her supplication. And when she glanced at the pre-mail, his eyes seemed impossibly kind. She just shook her head and addressed wrath. My lord, I fed your enemy. Did you know who he was at the time? No, but... Did you believe that you were helping a fallen soldier? Well, yes, but... Have you sought him out again? Absolutely not, but... Did you in fact tell John and Quinn where he was when you were leaving town last night? Yes, but... Enough with the buts then. The king smiled again and put his hand to her face, brushing her cheek lightly in spite of his blindness. You've got a big heart, and they knew it. They took advantage of your trust, and used you. Fury nodded. I should have told you who you were feeding in the first place, but the war's a messy, nasty business, and I didn't want you to get sucked into it. It never dawned on me that Throw would seek you out, but I shouldn't be surprised. The band of bastards is ruthless to the core. In a rush, she put her free hand up to her mouth, holding in a sob. I'm so sorry, I swear to the both of you I had no idea. Fury stepped in and drew her against him. It's okay. Everything's okay. I don't want you to think about this again. As she turned her head to the side to rest it upon his heavy pectoral, she knew that wasn't possible. Unwittingly or not, she had betrayed the only family she had, and that wasn't the kind of thing someone could just shrug off even if her stupidity was forgiven. And these past tense hours, when her fate had been unknown and her loneliness revealed to its fullest extent, were not going to be brushed away either. "The only thing I ask," Wrath said, "is that if he contacts you again, if any of them Doya, tell us immediately." She pulled free and had the temerity to reach for the king's dagger hand. As if Wrath knew what she wanted, he gave his palm over to her readily, the great black diamond flashing on his finger. Bowing her head and placing her lips upon the symbol of the monarchy, she spoke in the old language. "With all that I have, and all that I am, I so swear." As she made the pact with her king, in front of the pre-mail and 2 witnesses, an image of Eker played across her mind's eye. She remembered every detail about his face and his warrior's body. From out of nowhere, a shot of heat speared through her. It mattered not, however. Her body might be a traitor, her heart and soul were not. Straightening, she stared at the king. "Let me help you find him," she heard herself say. "My blood is in his veins. I can." Quinn cut her off. "Absolutely not. No fucking way." She ignored him. "Let me prove to you my fealty." Wrath shook his head. "You don't have to. You're a female of worth, and we're not endangering your life." "I agree," the pre-mail said. "We'll deal with those fighters. They're nothing for you to worry about, and now I want you to take care of yourself. You look exhausted, and you must be starvejo. Get yourself some food and have a sleep at the mansion." Wrath nodded. "I'm sorry we took so long to come to you. Beth and I were down in Manhattan having some R&R, and we just arrived back at nightfall." Layla nodded and agreed with everything else that was said, but only because she was suddenly too exhausted to stay on her feet much longer. Fortunately, the king and the pre-mail left soon thereafter, and then Quinn and John took over, leading her back to the mansion, taking her to the kitchen, and sitting her down at the counter as they popped open refrigerator and pantry doors. It was sweet of them to want to wait on her, especially given that they didn't know their way around even boiling an egg. The thought of food turned her stomach, however, making her gag. "No, please," she said, waving away leftovers from first meal. "Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe, no." As they fixed themselves plates of turkey and mashed potatoes and some kind of broccoli mix, she tried not to see or smell any of it. "What's the matter?" Quinn said as he slid onto the stool next to her. "I don't know." She should have been relieved that Wrath and Fury were so forgiving of her transgression. Instead, she was more anxious than ever. "I don't feel right. I want to help. I want to make amends. John began signing something from over by the microwave, but whatever it was, Quinn shook his head and refused to translate. "What is he saying?" she demanded. When she got no response, she put her hand on the male's arm. "What's he saying, Quinn?" "Nothing. John ain't saying no goddamn thing." The other male didn't appreciate the shutout, but he didn't argue either as he prepared a second plate of food, no doubt for Shex. After John excused himself to go feed his shellin, the silence in the kitchen was broken only by the sound of Quinn's silverware against his plate. It was not long before she was ready to jump out of her skin, and to keep from screaming, she began to pace around. "You really should rest," Quinn murmured. "I can't seem to settle. Try to eat something." "Dearest Virgin Scribe, no. My stomach's a mess and it's so hot in here." Quinn frowned. "No, it isn't." Layla just kept walking, faster and faster, and she supposed it was because she was trying to get away from the images in her head, Eker looking up at her. Eker taking her vein. Eker's big body, his massive, warrior body laid out before her and clearly aroused from the taste of her blood. "What the hell are you thinking about?" Quinn asked darkly. She stopped short. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Quinn shifted on his stool and then abruptly shoved his half-eaten food away. "I should leave you," she announced. "Nah, it's cool. Guess I'm tetchy too." As he got up from the counter with his dishes, her eyes traveled down his torso and widened. He was aroused. Just as she was. Remnants of autumn's kneading, clearly. The heat wave came over her in such a rush she barely had time to grab onto the granite counter to keep herself standing, and she cowed respond as she heard Quinn shout her name from a distance. Need gripped her body, fisting her womb, making her buckle under its force. "Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe," between her legs, her sex opened, the blossoming having nothing to do with Eker or Quinn or any outside force. The arousal came from inside of herself. Her needing. It hadn't been enough. The visits to the sanctuary hadn't been enough to keep her from being caught by Autumn's. The next surge of yearning threatened to take her to her knees, but Quinn was there to catch her before she hit the hard tile. As he dragged her into his arms, she knew she didn't have much time to be rational, and knew the resolution that abruptly came upon her was at once utterly unfair and totally undeniable. "Service me," she said, cutting off whatever it was he was saying to her. "I know you don't love me, and I know we won't be together afterward, but service me so that I can have something that's mine, so you can have something that's yours." As the blood drained out of his face and his mismatched eyes bulged, she forged on, talking in fast gasps. "We both have no true family. We're both alone. Service me, and change all that. Service me so that we may each have a future that is at least partially our own. Service me, Quinn. I beg of you, service me." 62. Quinn was pretty certain he was in a parallel universe, because there was no way that Layla was going into her needing and turning to him to see her through it. Nah. This was just a mirror image of the way the real world was, a world where the biologically pure stuck to themselves so that they created generations of biologically pure and therefore superior young. "Service me and give us something that is ours." The hormones in her cranked up to a newer, higher level, cutting off her voice. It soon came back, however, with the same words. "Service me." As he started to pant, it was unclear whether that was the sex in his blood or the vertigo created by this unexpected cliff he was hanging off of. The answer was no, of course. No, absolutely not. No children ever, certainly not with someone he wasn't in love with, certainly not with the virgin chosen. No. No. Fuck no, shit no, God no, damn it to hell no. "Quinn," she groaned. "You're my only hope and I yours." Well, actually, that wasn't true, at least the first part. Any other male in the Haozu on the planet could take care of this. And of course, right afterward, they would be answerable to the pre-male. Not a conversation he was going to volunteer for. Except, well, she was right about the second part. In her delirium, in her desperation, she was voicing the same thing he'd been thinking for months now. Like her, he had nothing that was really his, no prospects of true love, no abiding reason to rise each sunset other than the war. What kind of life was that? Fine, he told himself. Go get a goddamn dog. The answer to all that was not to lie with this chosen. "Quinn, please. Listen, let me get you to Doc Jane. She'll take care of you the right way." Layla shook her head wildly. "No. I need you." From out of nowhere, he thought, young were a future that was your own. If you parented them well, they never truly left you and they could not be taken away from you if you kept them safe. Hell, if Layla conceived, even the pre-male couldn't do shit because Quinn would be the father. Which in vampire terms was the ultimate trump short of the king, and wrath wouldn't touch something private like this. On the other hand, if she didn't fall pregnant, they would likely beat the ever-loving balls off him for soiling a sacred female. Wait a minute, was he actually considering this? Quinn. He could love a young, he thought. Love it with everything he was and ever would be. Love it as he had loved no other, even Blay. Closing his eyes briefly, he went back in time to the night he had died and gone up to the door of the Fade. He thought about that image he had seen, that little female. "Oh, Jesus. Layla," he said roughly as he put her back on her feet. "Layla, look at me. Look at me." As he shook her, she seemed to gather herself, focusing on his face as she gripped his upper arms with her nails. "Yes. Are you sure? Are you positive you need to be sure?" For the briefest of moments, a completely lucid, rather ancient expression cut through her tortured, beautiful features. "Yes, I am sure. Let us do what we must. For the future." He searched her face carefully just to be sure. Fury was going to be pissed, but then even Chosen had the right to choose, and she was picking him, right here, right now. As all he saw was an abiding resolution, he nodded once, picked her back up into his arms, and strode out of the kitchen. His only thought as he hit the bottom of the grand staircase was that they were going to conceive in the next few hours, and both the young and Layla were going to live through everything, the pregnancy, the birthing, and those critical few hours thereafter. He and Layla were going to bring into the world a daughter. A fair-haired daughter with eyes that were shaped like his, and at first colored like the Chosen's before they changed to be as the blue and green of his own. He was going to have a family of his own. A future of his own. Finally. As Shex stepped out of the shower, she knew John had returned because she caught his scent as well as the smell of something frickin' delicious. Reapplying the chilaches she'd removed to get cleaned up, she wrapped a towel around herself and padded out into the bedroom. "Oh man, turkey," she said as he set up a lap tray for her. Glancing over, his eyes lingered on her body like he wanted to eat her instead, but then he just smiled and went back to his ministrations with what he'd brought them both. "This is perfect timing," she murmured as she got on the bed. "I'm starved." After everything was set up properly, from the napkin to the silverware to the glass and covered plate, he brought the tray over to her, placing it across her thighs. Then he retreated to the other side of the room to have his own food at the chaise lounge. Would he rather be feeding her by hand? She wondered as they ate in silence. Vampire males like to do that, but she'd never had the patience for it. Food was energy for the body, not something to get all Valentine's Day about. Yes, they were both capable of closing each other out, weren't they? And something was up. His grid was conflicted, to the point where his emotions were nearly frozen. "I'll leave," she said sadly. "After I check in on my mother, I'll go." "You don't have to," he signed. "I don't want you to." "You sure about that?" When he nodded, she had to wonder, given what his grid was up to. But come on, a couple of hours in the sack were not going to close the kind of distance they had been rocking lately. Abruptly, he took a deep breath and stopped playing with what was on his plate. "Listen, I need to tell you something." She put down her fork and wondered how bad this was going to hurt. "Okay." "Layla Fedecker." "What the F? I'm sorry, did I hear you right?" As he nodded, she thought, right, she'd known there was drama going down in the theater district, but she never would have guessed it was that serious. She didn't know who it was. Throw tricked her, reached out and found her and brought her to Ecker. Jesus, like the king needed another reason to kill that motherfucker? Here's the thing. She wants to help find him, and with her blood in his veins she can. She knew where he was last night, sensed him clear as day. She could really help you. Shex forgot all about the food, adrenaline rocketing through her body. "Oh man, if I can just get her in range. How long ago did she feed him?" "The fall." "Shit. Time's wasting." She burst up and went for her leather pants, picking them up off the floor. Damn it, they were split in half. "There are some others still in the closet." "Oh, thanks." She went over and tried not to get depressed as she saw their clothes lined up together. "God, do you know where she is?" "Down in the kitchen with Quinn." As John's grid shifted, Shex stopped in the process of pulling a fresh set out. Narrowing her eyes over her shoulder, she said, "What aren't you telling me?" Wrath and fury don't want to involve her. She offered to help and they shut her down. If you use her, they can't ever know you. Didi can't state that more plainly. Shex blinked, her breath freezing in her lungs. No one can know Shex, not even Quinn. And it goes without saying that you've got to keep her safe. As John met her stare grimly, she didn't care about any of that shit. Didn't even hear it. With this piece of intel, he had just chosen her and her quest over both his king and the pre-male of his race. Even more, he had potentially handed her the key to infiltrating the band of bastards and sent her into the belly of the beast. Talk about putting his money where his mouth was. Shex forgot about the leathers and walked over to him, taking his face in her hands. "Why are you telling me this?" "It's going to get you there," he mouthed. She brushed back his hair from his handsome, tense face. "You keep this up. And what? And I'm going to owe you. Can I pick how you repay me?" "Yeah, you can." "Then I want you to move back in with me. Or let me come live with you. I want us to be together properly again." Blinking hard, she bent down and kissed him slowly, thoroughly. Words didn't mean shit. He'd been right about that. But this male, who'd been all about brick walls and obstacles in the spring, was clearing the way for her big time now. "Thank you," she whispered against his mouth, rolling everything she was feeling up into those two simple words. John beamed at her. "I love you too." After she kissed him once more, she stepped off from him, threw on a fresh set of pants, and grabbed her muscle shirt. Pulling it over her head, At first she thought the hot flash that went through her was because she was standing directly under a heat vent in the ceiling. But as she moved and it stuck with her, she looked down at her body. Glancing over at John, she watched him stiffen and glance into his lap. "Fuck," she whispered. Who the hell's in her needing now? John went to check his phone, and then shrugged his shoulders. "I should probably get out of here." Symphiths could generally control their fertility at will, and she'd always had luck with that. As a half-breed, however, she wasn't willing to take a chance on it with someone actually having their time next door. "You're sure my mother was over it when you went down to see Layla?" "Shit. I'll bet it's her. I'll bet it's the chosen." A groan bled through the walls from over on the right, where Quinn's room was. The muffled thumping that followed could only mean one thing. Holy shit, is Quinn, except she knew the answer to that. Training her senses next door, she picked up on their grids. No romantic love between them, more like resolution on both sides. They were doing what they were with a purpose she could only guess at. But why would they want a young? That shit was crazy town, especially given the chosen station and his. As another surge from the needing threatened to overtake her, Shex lunged for her jacket and her weapons. I really should go. I don't want to get exposed. Just in case. John nodded and went to the door. I'm gonna go check in on my mother now. Layla's going to be busy for a while, but afterward, I'll talk to her and let you know how it goes. I'll be here, waiting to hear from you. She kissed him once, twice, a third time, and then he opened the door and she left. The instant she got out into the hall, the hormones hit her hard, knocking her off balance. Oh, hell no, she muttered, taking off for the stairs, and then dematerializing down to the hidden door under the staircase. The farther away she went, the more like herself she felt. But she was worried about her mother. Thank God they had drugs to soften the edges of that crucible. Tor couldn't possibly have serviced her. No way. Emerging from the tunnel into the office, she strode out into the training center's long corridor. There was nothing peculiar in the air, and that was a relief. The fertility period was violent, but the good news was, when it was over, it got out of Dodge fairly quickly, although the female generally required a day or so to recover fully. Putting her head into the main examination room, she found no one. Same with the 2 recovery rooms. But her mother was here, she could sense her. Autumn? She called out with a frown. Hello? Where are you? The reply came from somewhere much farther down, where the lectures used to be given to the trainees. Striding toward the sound, she pushed her way into the primary classroom and found her mother seated at one of the tables that faced the blackboard. The lights were on overhead and there was no one else in there with her. Not good. Wherever the female was in her mind was a not good situation. Mommin, Shex said as she let the door ease shut behind her. How are you doing? Time to tread carefully. Her mother was as motionless as a statue and just as put together, everything all arranged from her tightly braided hair to her carefully matched clothes. That totally put together was false, however, nothing but external trappings of composure that just made her appear even more brittle. I'm not well. Autumn shook her head. Not well? Not well at all. Shex walked over to the instructor desk and put down her weapons and her jacket. At least you're honest. Can't you tell what is on my mind? Your grid's shut down. So you're hard to read. Autumn nodded. Shut down, yes, that would cover it. Long pause, after which her mother looked around. Do you know why I came in here? I thought the residue of the teaching would rub off on me. Not working, I'm afraid. Shex eased her ass down on the desktop. Did Doc Jane check you out? Yes. I am fine. And before you ask, no, I wasn't serviced. I did not want to be. Shex exhaled in relief. Aside from her mother's mental health, the physical risks of pregnancy and birth were not anything they needed to face right now, although maybe that was selfish. Come on, though, she just found the female, she didn't want to lose her so soon. As Autumn's eyes shifted over, there was a frankness in them that was new. I need a place to stay. Away from here. I have no money, no job, and no prospects, but you can move in with me for however long you want. Thank you. Those eyes moved away and lingered on the blackboard. I shall endeavor to be a good guest. You're my mother. You're not a guest. Listen, what's happened? The other female stood up. May we go now? Man, that grid was totally closed off. Battened down. Draped in self-protection. As if she'd been attacked somehow. Now was clearly not the time to push. Ah yeah, sure. We can go. Shex shoved herself off the desk. Do you want to check in with Tor before you leave? No. Shex waited for some kind of explanation after that, but none came. Which told her plenty. What did he do, Mommin? Autumn lifted her chin, her dignity making her more beautiful than ever. He told me what he thought of me. Quite succinctly. So at this point, I do believe he and I have nothing more to say to each other. Shex narrowed her eyes, anger curling up in her gut. Shall we? Her mother said. Yeah, sure. But she was going to find out what the fuck had gone down, that was for certain. 63. After the shutters rose from their sills, and night whisked away all the light from the sky, Blay left the billiards room, intending to check in with Saxton in the library and then go up to shower for first meal. He didn't make it much farther than the trunk of the mosaic apple tree in the foyer. Stopping dead, he glanced down at his hips. A pounding erection had punched out of him, the arousal as unexpected as it was demanding. With the looking upward, he wondered who else had gone into her kneading. It was the only explanation. You may not want the answer to that. Glancing over, he found Saxton standing in the archway of the library. Who? But he knew. He fucking knew it. Saxton swept his elegant hand behind himself. Won't you come and have a drink with me in my office? The male was aroused as well. The slacks of his fine herringbone suit pulled out of shape at the fly, except his face didn't match the erection. He was grim. Come, he repeated, motioning with his hand again. Please. Blaze's feet went to work, taking him into the chaotic mess that the library had been in since Sax had been given his assignment. Whatever it was. As Blaze stepped inside, he heard the double doors click into place behind him and searched his mind for something to say. Nothing. He had nothing. Especially as up above his head on the ornate ceiling with its plaster molding, a muffled thumping started to sound out. Even the crystals on the chandelier twinkled, as if the force of the sex was being transmitted through the floor joists. Layla was in her kneading. Quinn was servicing her. Here, drink this. Blay took whatever was offered and threw it back like his gut was on fire and the shit was water. The effect was the opposite of any extinguishing, though. The brandy burned its way down and landed in a ball of heat. Refill, Saxton said. When he nodded, the snifter disappeared and came back much heavier. After he sucked back number 2, he said, I'm surprised at how awful this felt. He'd thought all the ties between him and Quinn had been severed. He should have known better. He refused to finish the thought out loud, however. That you can handle this disorder, he tacked on. Saxton went over to the bar and poured himself his own tipple. The detritus is necessary, I'm afraid. As Blay walked over to the desk, he circled his brandy in his palm to warm it and tried to talk in a sensible way. I'm surprised you're not doing this more on the computers. Saxton discreetly covered his work with yet another leather-bound volume. The inefficiency of taking notes by hand gives me time to think. I'm surprised you need it. Your first instinct is always right. You're surprised about a lot of things right now. Only one, really. Just making conversation. But of course. Eventually, he looked over at his lover. Saxton had settled on a silk couch across the way, his legs crossed at the knee, his red silk socks peeking from beneath his precisely pressed cuffs, his Ferragamo loafers gleaming from regular polishing. He was every bit as refined and expensive as the antique he was perched on. A perfectly elegant male from a perfectly appointed bloodline with perfect taste and style. He was everything anyone could want. As that fucking chandelier twinkled overhead, Blay said roughly, I'm still in love with him. Saxton dropped his eyes and brushed at the top of his thigh, as if there might have been a tiny piece of lint there. I know. You thought you weren't. As if that were rather stupid of him. I'm so fucking tired of it. I really am. That I believe. I'm so fucking God, those sounds, that muted pounding, that audible confirmation of what he had been ignoring for the past year. On a sudden wave of violence, he pitched the brandy snifter at the marble fireplace, shattering the thing. Fuck. Fuck. If he'd been able to, he'd have jumped up and torn that goddamn cocksucking light fixture off the goddamn cocksucking ceiling. Wheeling around, he went blindly for the doors, tripping over books, messing up the piles, nearly knocking himself over on the coffee table. Saxton got there first, blocking the way out with his body. Blaze's eyes locked onto the male's face. Get out of my way. Right now. You don't want to be around me. Is that not for me to decide? Blaze shifted his focus to those lips he knew so well. Don't push me. Or, what? As his chest started to pump, Blay realized the guy knew precisely what he was courting. Or at least thought he did. But something had come unhinged. Maybe it was the kneading, maybe it was shit he didn't know, and he really didn't care. If you don't get the fuck out of my way, I'm going to bend you over that desk of yours. Prove it. Wrong thing to say. In the wrong tone. At the wrong time. Blay let out a roar that rattled the diamond-paned windows. Then he grabbed his lover by the back of the head and all but threw Saxton across the room. As the male caught himself on that desk, papers went flying, the confetti of yellow legal pads and computer printouts falling like snow. Saxton's torso curled around as he looked behind at what was coming at him. Too late to run, Blay growled as he ripped open his button fly. Falling upon the male, he was rough with his hands, tearing through the layers that kept him from what he was going to take. When there were no more barriers, he bared his fangs and bit down on Saxton's shoulder through his clothes, locking the male beneath him even as he grabbed those wrists and all but nailed them to the leather blotter. And then he pushed in hard and let out everything he had, his body taking over even as his heart stayed far, far away. The cabin, as Shex called it, was a very modest accommodation. As Autumn walked around its interior, there was not much to get in the way of her path. The galley kitchen was nothing but cabinets and countertops. The living space offered little more than a view of the river with only 2 chairs and a little table for furnishings. There were only 2 bedrooms, one with a pair of mattresses, another with a larger, singular sleeping platform. And the bathroom was cramped but clean, with a single towel hanging from the shower rod. "Like I told you," Shex said from the main room, "it's not much. There's also an underground facility for you during the daytime, but we have to access it from the garage." Autumn came back out from the loo. "I think it's beautiful." "That's okay, you can be honest. I mean what I say. You are a highly functional female. You like things to work well and you don't like to waste time. This is a beautiful space for you." She cast her eyes around once more. All the fixtures that carry water in and out are new. So are the radiators for the heat. The kitchen has plenty of space to cook on, with a stove that has 6 burners, not 4, and is gas-powered, so you don't have to worry about electricity. The roof is slate and thus enduring, and the floors don't squeak, so I assume the undercarriage is as cared for as everything else. She pivoted from one corner to the next. "From every angle there is a window to look out of, so you will never be caught unaware, and I see that there are copper locks everywhere." "Perfect." Shex took her jacket off. "That's very perceptive of you." "Not really. It's obvious to anyone who knows you." I'm really glad you do. Myself as well." Autumn went over to the windows that faced the water. Outside, the moon cast a bright light down upon the snowy landscape, the refracted illumination reading blue to her eyes. "You're in love with me. Don't bother denying idiot, tell me in your sleep every day. And you know damn well the only reason I'm with you is to get Wellesley out of the in-between. So don't I just fit your pattern to a T?" "Mommin." Autumn focused on her daughter's reflection in the glass. "I'm sorry, what? Do you want to tell me what happened between you and Tor?" Shex had yet to take off her weapons, and as she stood there, she was so powerful, secure, strong she would bow before no male and no one, and wasn't that wonderful? Wasn't that a blessing beyond measure? "I am so proud of you," Autumn said, turning around to face the female. "I want you to know that I am so very, very proud of you." Shex's eyes dropped to the floor, and she brushed a hand through her hair as if she didn't know how to handle the praise. "Thank you for taking me in," Autumn continued. "I shall endeavor to earn my keep for the duration I am here and contribute in some small way." Shex shook her head. "I keep telling you, you're not a guest. Be that as it may, I shan't be a burden. Are you going to tell me about Tor?" Autumn regarded the weapons that as yet hung from those leather holsters, and thought the gleam of the gunmetal was very much like the light in her daughter's eyes. A promise of violence. "You are not to be angry with him," she heard herself say. "What transpired between us was consensual, and it ended for a proper reason. He did nothing wrong." As she spoke, she wasn't sure what she really thought about it all, but she was clear on one thing. She was not going to create a situation where Shex went after the male with all guns blazing literally. "Do you hear me, daughter mine?" Not a question, a command, the first she had ever made that sounded as a parent to a young. "You are not to find cause with him or speak of this to him." "Give me a reason why." "You know the emotions of others, correct?" "Yeah." "When was the last time you met someone who had made themselves fall in love with somebody else? Who had willed their feelings in a given direction, when in their natural state, their heart cleaved unto someone else?" Shex cursed a little. "Never. It's a recipe for disaster, but you can still be respectful of the way you phrase things. Gift-wrapping one's words does not change the nature of truth." Autumn looked back out to the snowy landscape and the river that was partially frozen. "And I would rather know what is real than live a lie." There was silence for a while between them. "Is that enough of a why, daughter mine?" Another curse. But then Shex said, "I don't like it, but yeah, it is." 64. Tor sat in that parking lot for God only knew how long. Had to be at least a night and a day and then maybe another night or 2. He didn't know and didn't really care. It was rather like being back in the womb, he supposed. Except his ass was numb and his nose ran from the cold. As his epic anger faded and his emotions smoothed out, His thoughts became as a band of travelers, passing through sections of his life, wandering around the landscapes of different eras, doubling back for the re-examination of peaks and valleys. Long fucking trip. And he was tired at the end of it even though his body hadn't moved in hours upon hours. Not surprisingly, the two places most revisited were Wellesley's Kneading and Autumn's. Those events and their respective aftermaths were the mountains most climbed, the different scenes like vistas flashing in an alternating sequence of comparison until they blurred together, forming a pastiche of actions and reactions, his and theirs. After all the ruminations, there were 3 resolutions he kept returning to again and again. He was going to have to apologize to Autumn, of course. Christ, that was the second time he'd taken a hunk out of her, the first being way back nearly a year ago at the pool. In both cases, his temper had gotten the best of him because of the stress load he was under, but that was no excuse. The second was that he was going to have to find that angel and do another set of I'm sorrying. And the third was actually the most important, the thing he had to do before the others. He had to make contact with Wellesley one last time. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and willed some relaxation into his muscles. Then, with more desperation than hope, he commanded his weary mind to be free of all thoughts and images, empty of everything that had kept him awake for all this time, devoid of the regrets and the mistakes and the pain. Eventually the order was complied with, the relentless mental trekking slowing down until all that Lewis and Clark cognition shit ceased. Impregnating his subconsciousness with a single goal, he let himself go into sleep and waited in his resting state until Wellesley came to him in shades of gray, in that barren landscape of fog and frigid wind and boulders. She was so far away now that the scope of his vision allowed him to see one of the crumbling rock formations up close. Except it was not, in fact, made of stone. None of them were. No, these were the hunched figures of others suffering as she did, their bodies and bones gradually collapsing in on themselves until they were but mounds to be worn away by the wind. Wellesley, he called out. As her name drifted off into the limitless horizon, she did not look at him, did not appear to even recognize his presence. The only thing that moved was the cold wind that abruptly seemed to marshal itself in his direction, blowing across the flat gray plain, blowing across him, blowing across her. As it caught her hair, wisps formed around her. No, not wisps. Her hair was ashes now, ashes that scattered on the invisible current and came at him, hitting him as dust that made his eyes water. Eventually that would be all of her. And then none of her. Wellesley, Wellesley, I'm here. He called out to her to rouse her, to get her attention, to tell her he was finally ready, but no matter how much he yelled or how much he waved his arms, she did not focus on him. She did not look up. She did not move, and neither did his son. Yet still the wind blew, taking infinitesimal particles from their forms, wearing them down. In a gripping fear, he turned himself into a great monkey, caterwauling and jumping all around, screaming at the top of his lungs and flailing his arms. But, as if the rules of exertion applied even in this other world, eventually he lost his energy and fell down onto the dusty ground in a heap. They were sitting in the same pose, he realized. And that was when the paradoxical truth came to him. The answer was at once all about what had happened with Autumn and the sex and the feeding and yet had nothing to do with her. It was about everything Lassiter had tried to help him with and yet none of that. It wasn't even about Wellesley, really. It was him. All him. In his dream, he stared down at himself, and abruptly, strength came to him with a calmness that had everything to do with the seat of his soul and the fact that the pathway out of his suffering and hers had just been illuminated by the hand of his maker. Finally, after all this time, all this shit, all this agony, he knew what to do. Now when he spoke, he did not yell. Wellesley, I know you can hear me, oh hang on. I need just a little longer from you, I am finally ready. I'm just sorry it took me so long. He tarried for only a moment longer, throwing all his love in her direction as if it might keep what remained of her intact. And then he withdrew, yanking himself free with a Herculean burst of will that had his body jerking out of its position on the concrete floor. Throwing out a hand, he kept himself from landing on his face and immediately got to his feet. As soon as he stood, he realized that if he didn't take a piss immediately, his bladder was going to explode and take no prisoners with it. Striding down the ramp, he punched into the clinic and hit the first bathroom he came to. When he emerged, he didn't stop to check in with anyone, even though he could hear voices elsewhere in the training center. Up at the main house, he found Fritz in the kitchen. Hey, my man, I need your help. The butler jumped up from the grocery list he was making. Sire, you are alive. Oh, blessed Virgin Scribe, all and sundry have sought out. Shit. He'd forgotten there were implications to going off the grid. Yeah, sorry. I'll text everyone. Assuming he could find his phone? Probably down in the clinic, and he wasn't gonna waste time going back there. Listen, what I really need is for you to come with me. Oh, sire, it would be my pleasure to serve you. But mayhap you should go unto the king first. All have been so worried. Tell you what, you can drive and I'll borrow your phone. When there was a hesitation, he dropped his voice. We've got to go now, Fritz. I need you. The call to service was precisely the motivator the butler needed. With a low bow he said, as you wish, sire. And mayhap I shall pack you up some refreshments. Good idea. I need 5 minutes. When the butler nodded and disappeared into the pantry, Tor rounded the base of the stairs and took the red-carpeted steps 2 at a time. He stopped rushing when he got to John Matthews' door. His knock was answered immediately, John pulling open the way with a jerk. As the kid's face registered surprise, Tor put his hands out in self-defense because he knew he was going to get hollered at for disappearing again. I'm sorry that He didn't get a chance to finish. John threw his arms around Tor and held him so hard. His spine cracked. Tor was right there with returning the favor. And as he held the only son he had, he spoke in a low, clear voice. John, I want you to get off rotation tonight and come with me. I need you to come with me. Quinn can as well, and this is going to take all night, maybe longer. As Tor felt the nodding against his shoulder, he took a steadying breath. Good, son. That's good. There's no way I would do this without you. How you doing? Layla opened her heavy eyes and looked up Quinn's body to his face. Standing next to her side of the bed in his room, he was fully dressed, big and remote, awkward though not unkind. She knew how he felt. With the intense fire of the kneading having passed, those hours of straining and pounding and clawing were done and dusted, a strange footnote that appeared to be already fading in her memory like a dream. When the two of them had been gripped in the fist of the experience, it had seemed as if nothing would ever be the same, that they would be forever changed and transformed by the volcanic eruptions. But now the quiet return of normalcy appeared to be just as powerful, wiping the slate clean. I think I'm ready to get up, she said. He had been so good about feeding her from his vein and also bringing her food, and she had stayed on bed rest for at least 24 hours afterward, as was the tradition up in the sanctuary after the pre-mail had lain with a chosen. It was time to get moving, however. You can stay here, you know. He went over to his closet and began to arm himself for the night. Rest some more. Relax. No, she had done enough of that. Pushing herself up on her arms, she waited to feel lightheaded, and was relieved when she didn't. If anything, she felt strong. There was no other way to put it. Her body just felt strong. Shifting her legs off the side of the mattress, she put her weight on her bare soles and slowly rose up. Quinn came instantly to her side, but she didn't need the help. I think I'll have a shower, she announced. And after that? She didn't have a clue what she was going to do. I want you to stay here, Quinn said, as if reading her mind. You are going to stay here, with me. We don't know if I'm pregnant. All the more reason to take it easy. And if you are, you're going to keep on staying with me. All right? They were, after all, going to be in this together, assuming there was any this to be had. I'm going out to fight now, but I have my cell phone with me at all times, and I've left you one on that bedside table. He held his up and pointed to the one by the alarm clock. You call or text if you need me. Clear? His face was dead serious, his eyes focusing on her with an intensity that gave her an idea of how accomplished he probably was in the field. Nothing and nobody was going to get in his way if she called for him. I promise. He nodded and went for the door. Before he opened the way out, he paused and seemed to be searching for words. How will we know if you... Miscarry? I'll start cramping and then I will bleed. I saw it happen on the other side a number of times. Are you in any danger if you do? Not that I ever saw, not this early. Should you stay on bed rest? After the first 24 hours, if it's going to take, it does whether I am inactive or not at this point, our die is already cast. Let me know. As soon as I do. He turned away, appeared to stare at the face of the door for a moment. It's going to stick. Of that he was far more confident than she, but it was gratifying to learn of his faith and his desire for what she wanted. I'll be back at dawn, he said. I shall be here. After he left, she attended to herself in the shower, passing the bar of soap over her lower belly again and again. It seemed odd to have such a potentially momentous thing occurring in her own body, and to be as yet unaware of the particulars. They would find out soon enough, though. Most females bled within the first week if they were going to. When she got out from beneath the spray, she toweled off and discovered that he'd thoughtfully left another of her robes upon the counter, and she drew it on, along with some underthings in the event that a termination event occurred. In the main bedroom, she sat down on the duvet to pull on her slipper shoes, and then there was nothing for her to do, and the silence and stillness were rotten companions for her anxiety. Unbidden, the image of Ecker's face returned to her once again. With a soft curse, she feared she would never forget the manner in which he had regarded her. His eyes staring up at her as if she were a vision he couldn't fully comprehend, yet would be grateful for having seen but once. Unlike memories of the kneading, the sensations she had felt when that male had focused upon her were as incandescent as the moment she had lived them, unfaded through the months that separated her from that meeting. Except had she simply imagined it all? Was it possible that the recollection was strong simply because it was fantasy? Clearly, if the kneading was anything to go by, real life faded fast. The desire to be wanted did not, however. The knock on the door made her gather herself. Yes. Through the panels, a female voice replied, "It's Shex. Mind if I come in?" She couldn't imagine what the female was doing seeking her out. Still, she liked John's mate and she would always entertain his shellin'. "Oh, pleased to hello, this is a welcome surprise." Shex shut them in together, and awkwardly looked everywhere but upon her face. "So, how are you feeling?" Indeed, she had the sense a lot of people were going to be asking her that in the coming week. "Well enough." "Good. Yeah, good." Long silence. "Is there something I may help you with?" Layla asked. "As a matter of fact, yes." "Then by all means, tell me and I shall do whatever I can." "It's complicated." Shex narrowed her eyes. "And dangerous." Layla put her hand over her lower belly as if to shelter her young in case there was one. "Whatever do you seek?" "On Rath's orders, I'm trying to find Ecker." Layla's chest constricted, her mouth opening so she could breathe. "Indeed. I know you're aware of what he did." "Yes, I am." "I also know you fed him." Layla blinked as the image of that cruel, strangely vulnerable face came to her anew. For a split second, she had the absurd instinct to protect him, but that was ridiculous and not something she would sustain. "Of course I will help you and Rath. I'm glad the king has reconsidered his earlier stance." Now the female hesitated. "What if I told you Rath couldn't know about it?" "No one could, especially not Quinn." "Would that change your mind?" John, she thought. John had told his mate what had transpired. "I realize," Shex said, "that I'm putting you in a terrible position, but you know what my nature is. I'll use anything at my disposal to get what I want, and I want to find Ecker now. I have no doubt that I'll be able to protect you, and I don't have any intention of getting you anywhere near him. I just need the general area where he settles at night, and I'll take it from there." "Are you going to kill him?" "No, but I'm going to give the Brotherhood the ammunition to do so." The weapon that was used to shoot at Rath was a rifle with a long-range scope, not the kind of thing anyone would take into the field on a normal night. Assuming they haven't destroyed it, they'll leave it behind when they go out. If I can get a hold of it, and we can prove what they did, things are going to take their natural course. Kind eyes, she thought the male had had such kind eyes when he'd stared up at her. But in fact, he was the enemy of her king. Layla felt her head nod. "I shall help you. I shall do anything I can and not say a word." The female came over and put a surprisingly gentle hand on her shoulder. "I hate putting you in this position. War is an ugly, ugly business that specializes in compromising good people such as yourself. I can feel how this is tearing you up, and I'm sorry that I'm asking you to lie." It was lovely of the Simphith to offer concern, but her conflict was not with giving false testimony to the Brotherhood. It was the fighter she would be helping to kill. "Ecker used me," she said, as if trying to convince herself. "He's very dangerous. You're lucky to have come out of meeting him alive." "I will do what is right." She glanced up at Shex. "When do we leave?" "Right now, if you're able to." Layla called upon deep recesses of strength, then nodded. "Allow me to get my coat." 65. Hours later, as Marissa sat at her desk at Safe Place, she answered her cell phone and couldn't keep the smile off her face. "It's you again." Butch's Boston-accented voice was full of gravel. "As usual. When are you coming home?" She looked at her watch and thought, where had the night gone? Then again, it was always this way at work. She came in as soon as the sun was safely below the horizon, and before she knew it, the light was threatening in the east and driving her back to the compound. Into the arms of her male. Hardly a chore, that was. About 45 minutes? You could come now. The way he drawled those words suggested an altogether different meaning to that verb than return home. Butch, I didn't make it out of bed tonight. She bit her lip, picturing him naked in the sheets that had been messy when she left. No? No. He drew out the syllables at least until his breath caught. I've been thinking about you. His voice was so deep, so raw, that she knew exactly what he was doing to himself, and for a moment she closed her eyes and indulged in some seriously beautiful mental pictures. Marissa, come home. Snapping herself together, she pulled out of the spell he knew damn well he was weaving around her. I can't leave quite now, but I'll start getting ready to check out. How about that? Perfect. She could hear the grin on his face. I'll be here waiting for you, and listen, all kidding aside, take as long as you need. Just come back here first before you go to last meal? I want to give you an hors d'oeuvre you won't forget. You're pretty unforgettable already. That's my girlie. I love you. I love you too. As she ended the call, that big, fat, happy smile stayed on her face. Her mate was a traditional kind of male, old school, as he called himself, with all the biases that came with that mental set. Females should never pay for anything, open a door, pump gas into their cars, step through a mud puddle, carry something larger than what could fit in a sandwich bag, you name it. But he never got in the way of her job. Ever. That was the one area of her life where she called the shots, and he never complained about her hours, her workload, or her stress level. Which was just one of the many reasons she adored the brother. The displaced females and children who stayed at Safe Place were a kind of family to her, one that she was the head of. She was in charge of the facility, the staff, the programs, the resources, and, most important, everything and everybody who was under its roof. And she loved her job. When Wrath had given her the charter to run the charity, she had nearly balked, but she was so glad she had fought through the fear to find her professional purpose. Marissa? Glancing up, she found one of the newer counselors standing in her office's doorway. Hi there. How was group tonight? Really good. I'll be filing my report in about an hour right after we finish making cookies down in the kitchen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's a gentle-mail here with a delivery. Really? She frowned at the calendar on the wall. We don't have anything scheduled. I know, so I haven't unlocked the door. He said you'd know him, but he didn't give his name. I'm wondering if we shouldn't call the Brotherhood. What does he look like? The female reached a hand up over her head. Very tall. Big. He's got dark hair with a white stripe in front. Marissa jumped up so fast her chair let out a squeak on the floor. Torment? He's alive. I'm sorry. I'll handle this. It's okay, you head back to the kitchen. Marissa shot out of her office and went down the front set of stairs. Pausing by the main entrance, she checked the security monitor that V had installed and then immediately yanked open the door. She threw herself at the brother without thinking. Oh God, where have you been? You were lost for nights. Not really. He returned her embrace gently. I was just taking care of some business. But it's all good. She stepped back, but held on to both his thick biceps. Are you okay? Everyone at the mansion knew that Autumn had gone through her kneading, and she could imagine how hard that had been on him. And she'd hoped, as they all had, that the growing relationship between the brother and the quiet, fallen aristocrat would heal him. Instead, he disappeared after she'd come out of her fertile time, and Autumn had moved out of the house. Not a happy outcome, obviously. Listen, I know you take donations, right? He said. Respecting the fact that he hadn't answered her question, she stopped probing. Oh, we absolutely do. We'll take anything we experts at adaptive reuse around here. Good, because I have some things I'd like to give the females, maybe? I'm not sure you can use any of it, but... He turned and led the way over to the Brotherhood's van, which was parked at the head of the driveway. Fritz was in the passenger seat, and the old butler hopped out as she approached. For once, he did not have a cheery smile on his face. He did bow deeply, however. Madam, how fare thee? Oh, very well, Fritz, thank you. She fell silent as Tor slid the side panel back. One look inside and she stopped breathing. Illuminated by the van's overhead light were neat piles of what appeared to be clothes in laundry baskets, cardboard boxes, open duffels. There were also skirts and blouses and dresses still on their hangers, draped with care on the floorboards. Marissa looked at Tor. The brother was silent and staring at the ground and clearly not about to make eye contact. Like I said, I'm not sure you can use any of it. She leaned in and fingered one of the dresses. The last time she had seen it, it had been on Wellesley. These were his Shellen's clothes. In a voice that cracked, she whispered, "Are you sure you want to give this away?" "Yeah. Throwing it all out just seems like such a waste, and she wouldn't approve of that. Wellesley would want them to be used by others that would be important to her. She hated waste. But yeah, I don't know about the whole female size thing though. This is very generous of you." She studied the male's face, realizing it was the first time since he'd come back after the killing that she'd heard him say the name. "We will use all of it." He nodded, his eyes still avoiding hers. "I included unopened toiletries too? Like shampoo and conditioner, her moisturizer, that Clinique soap she liked?" Wellesley was really fussy about that kind of stuff. She tended to find something she liked and stick to it. Was also big into backups, so there was a lot when I cleaned out our bathroom. "Oh, and I also have some of her kitchen things, those copper pans she preferred, and her knives. I can take that to a human Goodwill if you." "We'll take anything you have. Here's the cooking stuff." Torment went around and opened the back to show her. "And I know you don't allow males inside, but maybe I could put it all in the garage?" Yes, please. Let me go and get some extra hands to help us. I'd like to carry it in myself if you don't mind." "Oh yes, of course, yes." Shaking herself, she jogged over and punched in the code on the keypad by the garage doors. As the left side trundled open, she went over and stood by the butler as Torment went back and forth at a steady pace, carrying his mate's possessions with care, creating a tall, orderly pile right by the door that led into the kitchen. "He's packing up the house?" she whispered to Fritz. "Yes, madam. We've worked all night, John, Quinn, myself, and him. He did their rooms and the kitchen, whilst the other males and I worked on the rest of the house. He's asked me to return with him after this coming sunset, so that all the furniture and the art can be moved to the mansion." Marissa put her hand up and covered her mouth so that her shock was less apparent. But she needn't have worried about her reaction making Tor uncomfortable. The brother was solely focused on his task. When the van was empty, he closed everything up and came around to her. Just as she was trying to marshal appropriate words of gratitude, of profound respect, of deepest sympathy, he cut her off by taking something out of his pocket, a velvet bag. "I have one more thing. Give me your hand." When she extended her palm, he loosened the cord at the neck of the thing. Tilting it upside down, he poured out, "Oh my God!" Marissa gasped. "Rubies. Big red rubies set with diamonds. Lots of thema necklacino, a necklace and a bracelet. Earrings too." She needed both hands to hold it all. "I bought these for her back in 1964. From Van Cleef and Arpels? It was supposed to be for our anniversary, but I don't know what the fuck I was thinking." Wellesley wasn't a big fan of jewelry. She liked art more. She always said that jewels were fussy. "Anyway, I saw these in a magazine at Darrieson, a town and country. I thought they would go well with her red hair, and I wanted to do something over the top and romantic just to prove I could." She didn't really care for them, but every year afterward, every single year without fail, she took the set out from the gun safe and put it on. "And every single year, I got to tell her that they didn't hold a candle to how beautiful she was." He stopped short. "I'm sorry. I'm totally rambling. Tor, I can't accept these. This is too much. I want you to sell M. Sell M and take the money and use it to expand the house in the back." Butch was saying something about you needing more space? "I think they've got to be worth $250,000, maybe more." Wellesley would have loved what you're doing here. She would have supported it, volunteered with the females, and the kids really gotten involved. "So, there isn't a better place for these to go." Marissa started to blink really fast. It was either that or have tears fall. It was just he was being so brave. "Are you sure?" she said roughly. "Are you certain you want to do all this?" "Yeah. It's time. Holding on to it hasn't brought her back and never will. But at least it can help the females in this who see so none of it's wasted. It's important to me that the things we bought together, had together, used together aren't, wasted." At that, Tor leaned in and gave her a quick hug. "Be well, Marissa." And then he closed up the van, helped the butler into the driver's seat, and, with a final wave, dematerialized into the waning night. Marissa looked down at the fortune in her hands, then back up at the van. Fritz was cautiously reversing out of the driveway. As the dog Jen went, so she followed, walking down to the street, putting the gems back in their little bag. While he turned, she lifted her arm and waved. He did the same, wrapping her arms around herself to ward off the chill. She watched the tail lights fade. With the weight of the gems still in her hands, she pivoted around toward the house and pictured the expansion she could do out into the rear yard, creating more rooms for more females and their young, especially underground, where it was safe during the day. Her eyes misted over again, and this time there was no stopping the tears from hitting her cheeks. As the facility in front of her grew wavy, the future became clear. She knew exactly who she was going to name the new wing after. Welisandra had such a nice ring to it. 66. Layla had never been out close to dawn before, and she found it interesting to note that there was a real change in the air, a vitalization she could sense but not see. The sun was indeed powerful, capable of illuminating the whole world, and the gathering illumination made her skin prickle in alarm. Some instinct bred deep in her flesh telling her now was the time to be heading home. Yet she did not want to go. "How you doing?" Shex asked from behind her. For truth, it had been a long evening. They had been on the outskirts of Caldwell for hours, circling in the darkness, tracking Ecker and his fighters, which had proven easy enough to do. Her sense of the male was clear as a spotlighted location. Her tie to him from that feeding months ago as yet unfaded. And on his side Ecker appeared to be so caught up in his fighting that he did not know she was on the periphery. Certainly if he was aware of her vicinity, he did not approach her, and nor did the other soldier. "Layla?" She glanced over at the female. "I know right where he is. He hasn't moved." "That isn't what I'm asking about." Layla had to smile a little. One of the big surprises of the night had been the sympathlum she actually no longer felt comfortable defining as such. Shex was razor-sharp mentally and strong as a male physically, but there was a warmth to her that was at odds with those traits. She had never once left Layla's side, hovering like a mammon over a young, ever solicitous and careful, as if she knew that so much of this was foreign work under troubling circumstances for her charge. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." As Layla refocused on the signal of her blood some 2 blocks away, she stayed quiet. "I'm sure you're already aware of this," Shex murmured, "but you really are doing the right thing here." "I know." He's changing positions. "Yeah, I can sense that." Abruptly, Layla turned toward a lofty, glowing beacon to the west, the highest skyscraper in the city. As she focused on the lights that blinked white and red at its apex, she imagined him standing in the gusting cold atop the monument, staking his claim to the city. "Do you think he's evil?" she asked roughly. "I mean, you can sense his emotions, yes?" "To a point I can." "So, is he evil?" The other female exhaled long and slow as if she regretted what she had to share. "He wouldn't be a good bet, Layla. Not for you, not for anyone, and not just because of the wrath issue. Ecker's got some sinister shit in him. So he is a dark soul. You don't need to read him to know that. Just think about what he did to your king." "Yes, yes, indeed. From Quinn to Ecker. Fabulous track record for picking males." "He's moving fast," Layla said urgently. "He's dematerialized. This is it. This is where you come in." Layla closed her eyes and shut out all of her senses except the instinct to find her own blood. "He's moving north." As previously agreed, the 2 of them traveled a mile and reconvened. Traveled another 5 miles and reconvened. Traveled another 10 and another 10 with Layla's instincts acting as a compass, steering their course. And all the while time was of the essence, dawn racing in, a dangerous glow lodging in the seat of the sky and getting stronger. The final leg of their race found them in a wooded forest, a good mile to a mile and a half away from where he had stopped and at last gone no farther. "I can get you closer," Layla murmured. "He's not going anywhere?" "No, he's not." "Then you go. Now go." Layla took one last look in the direction he was in. She knew she had to depart, for if she could sense him, he could perhaps sense her as well. The expectation, of course, was that if he did, he would not be able to react fast enough, that her disappearance to the mice-protected environment up north would stop her trail and stymie him completely, not just giving him no inkling of her destination, but scrambling his blood sense so totally, he would be sent in a different direction like light bouncing off the surface of a mirror. Fear made her heart skip, and she held on to the sensation, recognizing it as more real than her assessment of the time they'd been together when he had fed from her. "Layla? Go." Dearest Virgin Scribe, she had condemned him to death this night. No, she corrected. He had done that to himself. Assuming that rifle was found in and among the band of bastards' living arrangements, and that it proved what the brothers thought it would, Ecker had set the wheels of his doom in motion months ago. She might be the conduit, but his actions were the electrical charge that was going to stop his heart. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to do the right thing," she told Shex. "I'll go home right now." With that, she dematerialized away from the wooded glen, zeroing in on the mansion, making it into the vestibule just as the light was beginning to sting her eyes. It was not tears doing that. No, those were not tears, it was the coming dawn. Tears shed for that male would be wrong of her on too many levels to count. "We need to go, buddy." John nodded as Quinn spoke to him, but he didn't move. Standing in the middle of Wellesley's kitchen, he was suffering from a kind of culture shock. The cupboards were bare. The pantry was empty. So were all the drawers and the 2 closets. The bookcases over the built-in desk. The desk itself. Walking around, he circled the table that was in the alcove, remembering the dinners Wellesley had served on it. Then he ambled down the long stretch of granite countertop, imagining her bowls of bread dough draped with dish towels, her cutting boards with piles of diced onions or sliced mushrooms on them, her canister of flour, her crock of rice. At the stove, he almost bent down to breathe in the aroma of the stew and the spaghetti sauce and the mulled apple cider. "John." Turning away, he walked over to his best friend and then kept going, heading out into the living room. Shit, it was like the place had been bombed in a way. The paintings had all been stripped from the walls, nothing but their claw-shaped brass hangers left where they had been hung. Everything in a frame had been moved over to the far corner, the works of art leaning up against each other, separated by thick terrycloth towels. The furniture had likewise been shifted all around, the lot of it sorted into arrangements of chairs, side tables, lamps. God, the lamps. Wellesley hadn't liked overhead lighting, and that had meant there were, like, 100 lamps of different shapes and sizes in the house. Same with rugs. She'd hated wall-to-wall, so there were she'd been orientals laying everywhere on hardwood and marble. Now, though, like everything else, they had been rolled up with their pads and organized into a cordwood-like stack against the long wall in the living room. The best of the furnishings and all of the artwork were going to be brought north to the mansion, the staff securing a U-Haul truck for the relocation. What was left over would be offered to Safe Place and, if declined, forwarded onto Goodwill or the Salvation Army. Man, even after the 4 of them had worked for 10 hours straight, there was a lot left to do. This first big push, however, seemed like the most critical part. From out of nowhere, Tor stepped into his wandering path, stopping him short. "Hey, son." "Oh, hey." As they clapped palms and then shoulders, it was a relief to be on the same page again after months of estrangement. The fact that the brother had brought him here to help with all this had been a measure of respect that had surprised him and touched him deeply. Then again, as Tor had said on the trip out here, Wellesley had been as much John's as anyone else's. "I sent Quinn back, by the way. Figured this is an extenuating circumstance and I got you." John nodded. As much as he loved his friend, it felt right for him and Tor to be in the house together alone, even if just for a few moments. "How'd it go at Safe Place?" He signed. "Really well." Marissa was. Tor cleared his throat. "You know, she's just a lovely female." "She totally is." "She was really happy about the donations." "You give her the rubies?" "Yeah." John nodded again. He and Tor had gone through what little was in Wellesley's jewelry collection. That necklace, bracelet, and earrings had been the only things with any intrinsic value. The rest was more personal, little charms, a couple pairs of hoops, a set of tiny diamond studs. They were going to keep all that. "I meant what I said, John. I want you to use the furniture if you want. The art, too. There's a Picasso in there I really like, actually." "It's yours then. All of it, any of it, is yours." "Ours." Tor inclined his head. "That's right. Ours." John walked around the living room again, his footsteps echoing up and around. "What made you decide tonight was the night?" he signed. "It wasn't any one thing. More like a culmination of a lot of stuff." John had to admit he was glad for that answer. The idea that this might have somehow been solely tied to Autumn would have made him angry, even though that would have been unfair to her. People moved on. It was healthy. And maybe that lingering anger was a sign that he needed to let go a little more as well. "I'm sorry I wasn't better about Autumn." "Oh no, it's okay, son. I know it's tough." "Are you going to mate her?" "No." John's brows jumped. "Why not?" "It's complicated actually, no. It's pretty simple. I blew up the relationship the night before last. There's no going back." "Oh shit." "Yeah." Tor shook his head and looked around. Yeah. The pair of them just stood there side by side, their eyes tracing the mess they had created out of the order that had once been. The state of the house was now, John supposed, rather like where their lives had been after Wellesley had been killed, blown apart, hollow, everything in wrong places. It was more accurate than what had been before, though. False order, preserved out of a refusal to move on, was a dangerous kind of lie. You're really going to sell the property? He signed. Yeah. Fritz is calling the realtor as soon as the business day gets rolling. Unless, well, if you and Shex want it, it goes without saying. No, I agree with you. Time to let it go. Listen, I want to see if you can take the next couple of nights off. There's a lot still to do here and I like having you with me. Of course. I wouldn't miss this for anything. Good. That's good. The two of them stared at each other. I guess it's time to go. Tor nodded slowly. Yeah, son. It really is. Without another word, the pair of them stepped out of the front door, locked up and dematerialized back to the mansion. As his molecules scattered, John felt like there should have been some kind of proclamation or exchange between them that was momentous, some conversational flag in the sand, a grave, milestone-wide recitation of something. Then again, he supposed the healing process, in contrast to trauma, was gentle and slow. The soft closing of a door rather than a slam. 67. Several nights after Autumn arrived at Shex's cabin, a towel changed everything. It was just a white hand towel, fresh from the dryer, destined to be rehung in the above-ground bathroom and used by either one of them. Nothing special. Nothing that Autumn hadn't handled either at the Brotherhood Mansion or up in the sanctuary over the course of decades and decades and decades. But that was the point. As she held it in her hands, feeling the warmth and the soft nap, she began to think of all the laundry she had done, and the trays of food she had delivered to the Chosen, and the bedding platforms she had made, and the stacks of Johnnies and scrubs and towels. Years and years of maid service that she had been proud to do. You've been making a martyr out of yourself for centuries. I have not. She refolded the towel and unfolded it again. As her hands made work for themselves, Tor's angry voice refused to yield. In fact, it got even louder in her head as she went out and saw the floors gleaming from her hand polishing and the windows sparkling and the kitchen neat as a pin. That Simfith was your fault. I'm your fault. The weight of the world is all your fault. Stop it, she hissed, clamping her hands on her ears. Just stop it. Alas, the desire to become deaf was thwarted. As she limped around the small house, she was trapped not by the confines of the roof and walls, but by Torment's voice. The trouble was, no matter where she went or what she looked at, there was something she had scrubbed or straightened or buffed right in front of her. And her plans for the night had included more of the same, even though there was no demonstrable need for any more cleaning. Eventually, she forced herself to sit down in one of the two chairs that faced the river. Extending her leg, she looked down at the calf that had not looked right or worked right for such a very long time. You enjoy being the victimary all about it. 3 nights, she thought. It had taken her 3 nights to move into this place and slip right into the role of maid. Actually, no. She had started in as soon as she had woken up after that first sunset. Sitting by herself, she breathed in the lemon-scented fragrance of furniture polish and felt an overwhelming need to get up, find a rag, and start wiping tabletops and counters, which was part of her pattern, wasn't it? With a curse, she forced herself to stay seated as a replay of that horrid conversation with Torment churned through her brain again and again. Immediately after he had left, she had been in shock. Next had come great waves of anger. Tonight, however, she actually heard his words. And considering she was surrounded by evidence of her behavior, it was hard to dispute what he had said. He was right. Cruel though the expression of the truth had been, Torment was right. Although she had couched it all in terms of service to others, her duties had been less of a penance, more of a punishment. Every time she had cleaned up after others, or bowed her head under that hood, or shuffled off to stay unnoticed, there had been a satisfying lick of pain in her heart, a little cut that would heal nearly as quickly as it was inflicted. 10,000 slices over too many years to count. In fact, none of the Chosen had ever told her to clean up after them, nor had the scribe virgin. She had done it herself, casting her own existence in the mold of worthless servant, bowing and scraping over millennia. And all because of an image of that Simfith came back to her, and for a brief moment she remembered the smell of him, and the feel of his too slick skin, and the sight of his six-fingered hands on her flesh. Yet as bile rose up in her throat, she refused to give in to it. She had given him and those memories far too much weight for far too many years. Abruptly, she pictured herself in her room at her father's manse, right before she had been abducted, ordering around the dog gen, unsatisfied by everything around her. She'd gone from madam to maid by her own choice, pitching herself between the two extremes of unqualified superiority and self-enforced inferiority. That Symphath had been the binding agent, his violence linking the ends of the spectrum such that in her mind one flowed from the other, tragedy overtaking the entitlement and leaving in its wake a ruined female who had made suffering her new status quo. Torment was right. She had punished herself ever since then, and denying the drugs during her needing had been part and parcel of that. She had chosen that pain, just as she had picked her low station in society, just as she had given herself to a male who could never, ever be hers. I've been using you, and the only person it's working for is you've gotten me nowhere. The good news is that this whole thing is going to give you a great excuse to torture yourself even longer. The urge to attack some manner of dirt, to scrub with her palms until sweat beaded upon her brow, to work until her back ached and her legs screamed was so strong. She had to grip the arms of the chair to keep herself where she was. Maman! She twisted around and tried to pull herself out of the spiral. Daughter mine, how fare thee? I'm sorry I've gotten home so late. Today was busy. Oh, that is fine. May I get you something too? She stopped herself. The force of habit was so strong. She found herself holding on to the chair again. It's okay, Maman, Shex murmured. You don't need to wait on me. I don't want you to, actually. Autumn brought a shaking hand up to the tail end of her braid. I feel quite undone this evening. I can sense that. Shex came forward, her leather-clad body strong and sure. And I know why, so you don't have to explain. It's good to let things go. You have to if you want to move forward in your life. Autumn focused on the dark windows, picturing the river beyond. I don't know what to do with myself if I'm not a servant. That's what you need to find out: what you like, where you want to go, how you want to fill your nights. That's life if you're lucky. Instead of possibility, I see only emptiness, especially without. No, she would not think of him. Torment had made it more than clear where their relationship stood. There's something you should probably know, her daughter said. About him. Did I speak his name? You don't have to. Listen, he's... No, do not tell me. There is nothing between us. Dearest Virgin Scribe, that hurt to say. There never was, so there is nothing I need to know about him. He's closing up his house, the one he and Wellesley stayed in. He spent all last night packing up stuff, giving her things away, getting the furniture ready to move out, selling the place. Well, good for him. He's going to come see you. Autumn burst up from the chair and went to the windows, her heart thumping in her chest. How do you know? He told me so just now when I went to make a report to the king. He said he's going to apologize. Autumn put her hands up to the cold glass, the pads of her fingers going numb quickly. For what part, I wonder? The insight that he was right about? Or would it be the honesty with which he spoke when he said he felt nothing for Medhat? I was merely a vehicle to free his beloved. Both are true, and therefore, short of his tone of voice, there is naught to offer apology for. He hurt you. No greater than I have been before. She retracted her hands and began rubbing them together for warmth. He and I have crossed paths twice now in our lives, and I can't say I wish to continue the association. Even though his assessment of my character and my flaws is correct, I need not have that elucidated again, even gilded by syllables of "I'm sorry." That sort of thing sticks with one well enough the first time. There was a length of silence. As you know, Shex said quietly, John and I have been having problems. Big ones, the kind of shit I couldn't live with even though I loved him. I really thought it was all over. What convinced me otherwise was not what he said, but what he did. Torment's voice came back. You know damn well the only reason I'm with you is to get Wellesley out of the in-between. There is one difference, my daughter. Your mate is in love with you, and at the end of the day, that means everything. Even if Torment lets his Shellen go, he will never love me. The good news is that this whole thing is going to give you a great excuse to torture yourself even longer. No, she thought. She was done with that. Time for a new paradigm. And though Autumn had no idea what it was, she was damn sure going to figure it out. Listen, I have to hustle, Shex said. But I'm hoping this won't take long. I'll come back as soon as I can. Autumn glanced over her shoulder. Do not rush on my account. I need to get used to being on my own, and I might as well start tonight. As Shex left the cabin, she was careful to lock up behind herself and wishing she could do more for her mother than just turn a deadbolt. Autumn's emotional reorientation was extreme. The female's interior grid turned upside down on itself. But then, that was what happened to people when they finally got a clear picture of themselves after eons of sublimation. Not a happy place. And it was hard to witness. Hard to leave behind, but Autumn was right. There came a time in everyone's life when they realized that in spite of how hard they'd been running from themselves, everywhere they went, there they were. Addictions and compulsions were nothing but marching bands of distraction, masking truths that were unpleasant, but ultimately undeniable. The female did need some time to herself. Time to think. Time to discover. Time to forgive and move on. And as for torment, there was a part of Shex that really wanted to take whatever had been said to her mother out of his hide. Except she had been around him, and he was suffering in ways that a bruised jaw couldn't compete with. Tough to know how much of it was the shit with Autumn and how much was Welsier instinct told her they'd all find out soon enough, however. The brother had only started by dismantling that house and giving away Welsie's clothes. His end game was pretty damn clear. Then they'd see just how much he cared about Autumn. On that note, Shex dematerialized and headed to the east. She had spent the entire day on Ecker's home turf, never getting closer than a quarter-mile away. The male's grid had been clear to her as soon as she'd gotten within range, and she'd been careful to get beads on those of his soldiers as well before she'd headed north to the mansion and reported to the king. And now she was back under the veil of the night, moving slowly through the forest, throwing out her sympath senses. Closing in on the area where the grids had been concentrated during the daylight hours, she dematerialized at clips of 100 yards, taking her sweet time, using the pine boughs as cover. Man, shit like this made her really appreciate evergreens, their fluffy branches not just concealing her, but providing a snowless ground cover that hid her footprints as she went from trunk to trunk. The empty farmhouse she eventually came across was exactly what she would have expected. Made of coarse old stone, it was sturdy and had few windows, the perfect bunker. And of course, the irony was that with its snow-covered roof and its cheery chimneys, the place looked like something off a Christmas card. Ho ho ho, season's beatings. As she cased the environs, the van that was parked off to the side seemed to belong somewhere else, an unwelcome shot of the modern in what appeared to be a resolutely antiquated picture. And the same was true for the electrical lines that came in and were anchored at the rear corner. Shex ghosted to that back flank. It was impossible to know whether or not the power was live. No lights had been left on, the house dark as the inside of a skull. The last thing she wanted to do was trigger an alarm. Except a quick look at the glass of a window had her frowning. No shutters unless they were on the inside. More important, no steel bars. Then again, the underground would be the priority, wouldn't it? Going around, she looked in every window, then dematerialized up to the roof to check the dormers on the third floor. Totally empty, she thought with another frown, and not well fortified. Back down on ground level, she took out both her guns, grabbed a deep breath, and, reforming inside the house, she was in full attack mode, her back to the corner of the empty, dusty living room, auto-loaders up in front of her. The first thing she noted was that the air was as cold inside as out. Did they not have heat? Second thing was there was no sound of an alarm. Third, no one appeared from out of nowhere, ready to defend the territory. Didn't mean this was a lickety-split sitch, however. What was more likely was that they didn't give a crap about anything on this floor or above. With care, she dematerialized over to the doorway of the next room. And the next. The logical location of basement stairs would be the kitchen, and what do you know, she found what she assumed were them right where she expected them to be. And gee-fucking-whiz, the door keeping her out was sporting a brand new solid lock made of copper. It took her a good 5 minutes to pick the bitch, and by then her nerves were twitchy. Every 60 seconds she stopped and listened hard. Even though her sympathide was out in full force the whole time, her chillaches left behind at the cabin. When she finally worked the lock, she opened the door but a crack and had to let out a dry laugh. The hinges squealed loud enough to wake the dead. It was a reliable, old-fashioned trick, and she was willing to bet every door and window in the place was likewise unoiled. Stairs probably creaked like an old woman if you put any weight on them, too. Yup, just like folks had done before electricity had been invented. A good ear and a lack of WD-40 was an alarm that never needed a battery or a power source. Putting her penlight between her teeth, so she could keep a gun in each hand, she searched what she could see of the rough wooden staircase. Down at the bottom there was a dirt floor, and she flashed herself to it, pivoting quickly into a defensive stance. Lot of bunks, 3 sets of uppers and lowers with a single off to one side. Clothes in big sizes. Candles for light. Matches. Reading materials. Cell phone charging cords. One for a laptop. And that was it. No weapons. No electronics. Nothing that offered any true identification. Then again, the band of bastards had started out as nomads, so of course their personal effects were few and very portable, and this was part of the reason they were so dangerous. They could relocate at the drop of a hat and leave no meaningful footprint behind. This definitely was, however, their inner sanctum, the site where they were relatively vulnerable during the day, and they did protect themselves accordingly. The walls and the ceiling and the back of the door were covered with steel mesh. No getting down here or out of here, but through that opening way above. She went around slowly, looking for trapdoors, a tunnel entrance, anything. They'd need an ammunition storage facility somewhere in here. Even as mobile as they liked to be, there was no way they could go out night after night buying just enough bullets to get them to the dawn. They'd need a cache. Refocusing on the single cot, she guessed it was Eckers as their leader, and it didn't take a genius to figure that if there was any hiding place, it would be in his arena. Had just the kind of suspicious mind to not fully trust even his own soldiers. Investigating the bed with her light, she searched for triggering mechanisms either to an alarm or a bomb or a trapdoor. Finding none, she sheathed her guns for a moment and lifted up the metal frame, moving aside. Taking out a miniature handheld metal detector, she scanned the dirt floor and, "Hello, boys," she murmured. Her handy-dandy piece of equipment picked up a perfectly square outline that measured about 4 by 2.5 feet. Kneeling down, she used one of her knives to displace the soil around the peripheral edges. Whatever it was buried deep. Shex froze as her acute hearing informed her that a car had pulled up. It was not one of the bastards or their cohorts, however. The emotional grid was far too uncomplicated. A dog gen, arriving with provisions? Flashing up to the head of the stairs, she shut the door as much as she could without re-engaging the lock and then went back to the buried box. Moving at triple time now, she kept one ear pinned on the footsteps creaking around on the first floor. On the long side of the delineated rectangle, she used her knife point to probe the packed dirt for a handle. Finding nothing, she repeated the investigation on the short. Bingo! Brushing the earth away, she gripped a circular ring, put the penlight back between her teeth, and heaved with everything she had. The lid weighed as much as a car hood, and she had to swallow her grunt. Wow! Talk about an arsenal. In the large box below there were handguns, shotguns, knives, ammunition, munitions, cleaning supplies, all of it in a well-ordered, obviously watertight environment, among which was a long, black, hard plastic rifle case. She took the thing out and put it on the dirt floor next to her. One look at the lock and she cursed. Fingerprint activated. Whatever. The damn thing was big enough to house 1 or maybe 2 long noses. So it was coming with her. With quick, sure hands, she shut the lid, kicked dirt back over it, and patted the surface so it was packed hard once more. Covering her tracks took less time than she thought, and before she knew it, she was moving the bunk into place again. Picking up the case with her left hand, she listened. The dog gen was moving around upstairs, the female's grid as unremarkable as it had been when she had arrived. She had heard nothing, knew nothing. Glancing around, Shex thought it was unlikely that the maid had the key to get down here. Ecker would be too cagey for that. But still, it wasn't safe to just hang out. Even if they gave the dog gen the run only of the upstairs, one of the bastards could get injured in the field at any time, and though she had no hesitation in fighting any one of them or every fucking one, if the rifle was in fact in this case, she needed to get the weapon out immediately. Time for a meet and greet. As she dematerialized up to the head of the stairs, her weight on the top step released a creak from the wood. On the far side, the dog Jen called out, "Sire." There was a pause. "Wait, I shall assume the position." "What the fuck?" "I am ready." Shex palmed the doorknob, opened the way, and stepped out, expecting to find some kind of Kama Sutra nightmare going on. Instead, the older female was standing in the corner of the kitchen facing the juncture of the walls, with her eyes covered by her hands. They didn't want her to be able to identify them, Shex thought. Smart. Very smart. Timely, too, as she would have had to waste precious minutes screwing with the female's head. Further, that position, as it were, was going to save the doggin's life later when Ecker eventually found out that his lair had been infiltrated while they were gone. If you didn't see anyone ever, there was no way you were protecting an intruder. Shex shut the door, and the lock triggered itself, re-engaging. Then she dematerialized right out of there, carrying the gun case against her chest. Good thing it wasn't that heavy. And God willing, this house was going to be off rotation for the night. 68. Back at the Brotherhood compound, Tor held the basement door open and stood aside as John passed by and hit the stairs. Descending after the other male, Tor's body was stiff, especially his back and shoulders. His nightly workouts as a furniture mover were finished, though. After a final 3-hour push this evening, his and Wellesley's house was officially empty, and on its way to being entered into Caldwell's MLS system. Fritz had met with the realtor during the day, and the price they had set was aggressive but not crazy. If Tor had to carry the costs of the place for another couple of months, or even through the spring, that was fine. Meanwhile, the furniture and rugs had been moved into the mansion's garage, the paintings and etchings and ink drawings were up in the climate-controlled part of the attic, and the jewelry box was in Tor's closet above the mating dress. So it was done. At the bottom of the stairs, he and John set off at a resolute pace that took them through a cavernous room and by the massive boiler that not only kicked out enough heat to keep the main part of the house warm, but threatened to fry his face and body as he strode into its orbit. Continuing onward, their footsteps were loud, the air cooling fast as they left the boiler's range and hit the second half of the basement. This part was cut up into storage rooms, one of which would soon hold the balance of his and Wellesley's furniture, another of which was V's private workspace. No, not that kind of work. He used his penthouse for that shit. Vicious's forge was down here. The sound of the brothers' fire-breathing monster started off as a low hum. By the time they turned the final corner, the dull roar was loud enough to drown out the sound of their shit-kickers. In fact, the only thing that cut through the din was the tink-tink-tink of V pounding a hammer on red-hot black metal. As they stepped into the doorway of the cramped stone room, V was hard at work, his bare chest and shoulders gleaming in the orange light of the flames, his muscled arm rising up to strike again and again. His concentration was fierce, and it should be. The blade that strip of metal was becoming would be responsible for keeping its owner alive, as well as getting the enemy good and dead. The brother looked up as they appeared, and nodded. After 2 more strikes, he put down his hammer and cut the oxygen feed to the fire pit. "What's doing?" he said as the great growl settled into a purr. Tor glanced over at John Matthew. The kid had been a star throughout the whole process, never faltering in the grim work of dismantling a lifetime's worth of keepsakes, mementos, and collections. So hard this was. On the both of them. After a moment, Tor looked back at his brother and found himself at a loss for words, except V was already nodding and getting to his feet. Removing the heavy leather gloves that went up to his elbows, he stepped free of his station. "Yeah, I've got them," the brother said. "Back at the pit? Come on." Tor nodded, because that was all he had to share with anyone. Still, as the 3 of them filed out and walked in sad silence back for the stairs, he clapped his hand on John's nape and kept it there. The contact comforted them both. When they emerged into the kitchen, there was too much last meal chaos for any of the staff to really notice them, so fortunately there were no questions, no kind inquiries, no guesses about why they were all looking so serious. Out the butler's pantry. Hop across to the hidden door beneath the staircase. Down into the tunnel to avoid the cold of the winter. As they hung a right and headed in the opposite direction from the training center, he couldn't believe on some level that this was happening. His shit-kickers even faltered a couple of times, like maybe they were trying to pull him away from this last piece. He was resolved, however. At the door that led into the pit, V punched in the code and opened the way up, indicating that they should go first. The place where Butch and V bunked in with their shellins was the same as always, except neater now that there were females cohabitating there. The Sports Illustrateds were in an orderly pile on the coffee table. The kitchen didn't have empty bottles of lag and goose all over the counters, and there were no more gym bags or biker jackets hanging off of everything. These 4 toys still took up one whole corner, however, and the massive plasma screen TV remained the biggest thing in the place. Some things would never change. She's in my room. Tor wouldn't ordinarily follow the guy into his private space, but this was not ordinary. V and Doc Jane's room was small and had more books than bed in it, stacks of physics tomes and chemistry volumes crowding the rug until you could barely walk on it. The good doctor made sure the place wasn't a total pigsty, however, with the duvet all pulled up nice and neat and the pillows angled carefully against the headboard. Over in the corner, this house opened the closet and reached up to the top shelf, straining even with his height for. The black velvet-wrapped bundle he brought out was big enough and heavy enough to require both hands, and he grunted as he eased back and carried it over to the bed. As he put the thing down, Tor had to force himself to keep breathing. There she was, his Wellesley, everything that was left of her on earth. Lowering onto his knees before her, he reached forward and undid the satin bow at the top. With hands that shook, he pried the velvet bag open and pushed it down, revealing a sterling silver urn that had Art Deco etchings on its 4 sides. "Where did you get this?" he said, running a forefinger down the bright, shiny metal. "Darius had it in a back room. I think it's Tiffany from the 30s. Fritz polished it up." The urn was not part of their tradition. Ashes were not meant to be kept. They were supposed to be set free. "It's beautiful." He glanced up at John. The kid's face was pale, his lips tight, and in a quick, slashing movement, he brushed under his left eye. "We're ready to do her fade ceremony, aren't we, son?" John nodded. "When?" V asked. "Tomorrow night, I think." As John nodded again, Tor said, "Yeah, tomorrow." "You want I talk to Fritz and set it up?" V asked. "Thanks, but I'll take care of it. John and I are going to do it." Tor refocused on the lovely urn. "He and I are going to let her go together." Standing over Tor, John was having a difficult time keeping it together. Hard to know what was getting to him more, the fact that Wellesley was actually in the room with them again, or that Tor was kneeling before that urn as if his legs weren't working right. The past couple of nights had been a brutal exercise in reorientation. It wasn't that he hadn't known Wellesley was gone, it was just dismantling everything in that house had made that fact so loud there was a constant screaming in his head. God damn it, she was never going to know that he'd made it through his transition, or that he was a halfway decent fighter, or that he'd gotten made it. If he ever had a child of his own, she'd never hold it in her arms or see a first birthday or get to witness first steps or first words. Her absence made his own life seem less full, and he had the awful feeling that that was always going to be true. As Tor bent his head, John went over and put his palm on the guy's heavy shoulder, reminding himself that however hard this was for him, what Tor was going through was 1,000 times worse. Shit, though, the brother had been strong, making all those out and safe decisions about everything from pairs of jeans to pots and pans, working steadily in spite of the fact that he had to be raw on the inside. If John hadn't respected the fuck out of the brother before, he sure as hell did now. "This house," came a female voice down the hall. John wrenched around. "Shex was here?" Tor cleared his throat and pulled the velvet bag back into place. "Thanks, V, for taking such good care of her." "V, you got a minute?" Shex called out. "I need to, oh shit." As she stopped herself, like she'd tweaked to the vibe in the bedroom from where she was out in front, Tor got to his feet and nodded at John with a smile too generous to comprehend. "You'd best go to your female, son." John hesitated, but then V stepped up and put his arms around his brother, whispering low words. Giving the males some privacy, John went down to the living room. Shex was not surprised to see him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anything." "It's okay." His eyes went to the carrying case in her hand. "What's that?" Even though he knew holy shit had she gotten the... "That's what we need to find out." In a sudden panic, he looked her over carefully, searching for signs of injury. There were none, though. She had gone in and come out in one piece. John didn't mean to do it, but he lunged forward and grabbed her hard, holding her against his body. As she embraced him in return, he felt the rifle case press into his back, and he was just really fucking glad she was alive. So fucking glad. Shit, he was tearing up. "Sure, John, it's okay. I'm safe. I'm all right." While he shuddered, she held him with the strength and power in her body, keeping him together, blanketing him with exactly the kind of deep love that Tor had lost. Why some people were lucky and others were not seemed the cruelest kind of lottery. When he finally pulled back, he mopped up his face and then signed, "Will you come to Wellesley's fade ceremony?" There was no hesitation. Absolutely. Tor says he would like the two of us to do it together. Good, that's good. At that moment, Vishouse and Tor came back out, and both brothers immediately locked eyes on that case. You are fan-fucking-tastic, Vi said with a kind of awe. Hold your ass-kissing, I haven't opened it yet. She held the thing out to the brother. Fingerprint lock. I need your help. Vi grinned in an evil way. Far be it from me to not come to the aid of a lady. Let's do this. As the pair of them took the gun case over to the kitchen counter, John pulled Tor aside. Nodding at the velvet-covered urn, he signed, "Do you need me any further tonight?" "No, son. You stay with your female IV, got to go out for a little bit, actually." The guy stroked the velvet. "I'm going to put her in my room first, though." "Yeah, okay. Cool." Tor hugged him hard and fast, and then went out the door into the tunnel. From over in the kitchen, Shek said, "How are you going to?" "Well, yeah, that'll work." The smell of burning plastic had John twisting around. V had removed his glove and put his glowing forefinger up against the locking mechanism, acidic smoke rising from the contact in nasty curls of dark gray. "My prints tend to do the job on just about anything," the brother said. "Clearly," Shex murmured, her hands on her hips, her taut body bent forward. "You ever barbecue with that thing?" "Only lesser sand they ain't good eatin'. Staying back, John stared across the way and he was just amazed at the female. Who the fuck did shit like this? Going into the BOB's secured hideout. Rifling through, looking for a rifle, natch. Coming back like she'd done nothing more incredible than order a Starbucks. As if she sensed his eyes on her, she glanced over. Opening himself up emotionally so that there were no barriers at all, he revealed to her everything he was feeling. "Got it," V announced, retracting his glowing hand and Reg loving it. Turning the gun case toward Shex, the brother said, "How'd you like to do the honors?" Shex refocused and cracked open what she had brought home, the mangled locking mechanism falling apart. Inside, there were a pair of rifles nested in black egg crate padding, along with long-range scopes. Bingo, she breathed. She'd done it, John thought. He was willing to bet his left nut that one of those guns was going to prove to be the rifle that shot Wrath. She'd frickin' done it. From out of his gut, a massive groundswell of pride rose, warming his entire body, stretching his lips into a smile so wide his cheeks hurt, staring at his female and the mission-critical evidence she'd brought into the fold. He was willing to bet he threw shadows. He was beaming so much. He was just so incredibly proud. Pretty goddamn promising. V closed up the case. "I've got the equipment we're going to need at the clinic along with that bullet. Let's do this." 1 minute. Shex turned to John, walked over to him, took his face in her hands. As she stared up at him, he knew she was reading every bit of everything he had in him. Rising up onto her tiptoes, she pressed her lips to his and spoke 3 words he hadn't expected to hear again anytime soon. "I love you." She kissed him again. "I love you so much, my Helren." 69. On the other side of the Hudson, down south from the Brotherhood compound, Autumn sat in the cabin in darkness, still occupying the same chair she'd settled into at the beginning of the night. She had long since willed the lights off, and the lack of illumination around her made the snow-covered landscape appear bright as day under the moon's glow. From her vantage point, the river was a wide, motionless expanse, even though it was iced in only at its shores. From her vantage point, she had seen little of the view before her, having dwelled instead on the stages of her life. Many hours had passed since Shex had checked in with her, the moon shifting position, the black shadows thrown by the trees pinwheeling around over the white ground. In many ways, time had no meaning, but it did have an effect. The longer she spent mulling over things, the more clearly she saw herself, her earlier realizations no longer a shock, but instead something she steeped herself in. Something she began to change herself with. At first, the dark slash that cut through the wintry vista seemed to be just another shadow cast by a tree trunk at the edge of the property. Except then it moved. It was alive. It was not an animal. It was a male. A sudden shot of fear jerked her upright, but her instincts rushed forward and told her immediately who it was. Torment. Torment was here. Her first thought was to go down into the underground retreat and pretend she hadn't seen him, and considering how he waited on the lawn, giving her plenty of time to identify him, he seemed to be offering her that out. She was not going to run, however. She'd done enough variations of that to last for several lifetimes. Rising from the chair, she went to the door that opened toward the river and unlocked it, pushing it wide. Crossing her arms over her chest against the cold, she tilted up her chin and waited for him to come forward. And he did. With an expression of somber purpose, the brother approached slowly, his heavy boots crunching through the crusty top layer of the snow. He still looked the same, still tall and broad, with his thick, white-striped hair and his handsome, grave face marked with lines of distinction. How odd of her to measure him for some kind of metamorphosis, she thought. Clearly, she was ascribing her own transformation to anyone and everyone. As he stopped in front of her, she cleared her throat, easing the tickle of the bitterly frigid air. She did not speak first, however. That was his due. "Thank you for coming out," he said. She just nodded, unwilling to make whatever cursory apology he was about to offer easy on him. No more easing his way or others. "I want to talk for a bit if you have some time?" Given the way the cold wind cut through her clothes, she nodded and stepped back inside. The interior of the cabin hadn't seemed particularly warm before. Now it was tropical and cramped. Sitting back down in her chair, she let him choose whether to stand or not. He picked the former and did so directly before her. Upon a deep, bracing breath, he spoke clearly and succinctly as if he had mayhap practiced his words. "I can't apologize enough for what I said to you. It was utterly unfair and unforgivable. There's no excuse for it, so I'm not going to try to explain it away. I just—" "You know what?" she cut in evenly. "There's a part of me that wants to tell you to go to hell, to take your apology and your weary eyes and your heavy heart and never ever get anywhere near me again." After a long pause, he nodded. "Okay, I get that. I can totally respect that." But she cut him off again. "I've spent all night sitting in this chair, thinking about that candid soliloquy of yours. Actually, I've thought of little else since I left you." Abruptly, she glanced out at the river. "You know, you must have buried me on a night like tonight, didn't you?" "Yes, I did. Except it was snowing. It must have been hard to get through the frosted ground." "It was. Blisters to prove it, yes, indeed." She refocused on him. "To be honest, I was fairly close to ruined when you left my recovery room at the training center. It's important to me that you realize that. After you departed, I had no thought, no feeling, nothing but breathing, and only because my body did that on its own." He made a noise in the back of his throat as if, through his regret, he couldn't find the voice to speak. "I have always known that you love only Wellesley, and not just because you told me so yourself in the beginning, but because it was evident all along. And you're right, I did fall in love with you, and I did try to keep it from you, at least consciously, because I knew that it would hurt you in an unbearable way, the idea that you had let some female get that close." She shook her head as she imagined how that would have impacted him. "I really wanted to spare you any more pain, and I honestly wanted Wellesley to be free. Her disposition was nearly as important to me as it was to you, and that was not about punishing myself, but because I truly loved you." "Dearest virgin scribe," he was so still, barely even breathing. "I've heard that you're disposing of the home you had with her," she said, "and have done likewise with her things. I am guessing it is because you are trying a new route to release her unto the fade, and I hope it works. For the both of you, I hope it works." "I came here to talk about you, not her," he said softly. "That's kind of you, and know that I am turning the conversation onto you not because I feel like a victim of some unrequited romance that has ended badly, but because our relationship in this era has always been based upon you, which is my fault, but also the nature of the cycle we have completed." "Cycle?" She rose up, wanting to put them on equal footing. "Just as the seasons come full circle, so have we. When we first crossed paths, it was all about me, my selfishness, my focus on a tragedy I had lived through. This time it was all about you, your selfishness, your tragedy that you had lived through." "Oh, Jesus, Autumn. As you yourself pointed out to me, we can't deny the truth, and shouldn't attempt to. Therefore, I suggest that neither of us tries to fight it any longer. We are of an accord as of now, our transgressions one against the other wiped clean by deeds and words that neither of us can take back. I will always regret the position I put you in with your dagger so many years ago, and you don't have to tell me that you feel deep sorrow as you stand before me now. I can see it written in your face. You and I, it's a full circle, and it is completed." He blinked, his stare holding hers. Then he brought his thumb over his eyebrow and rubbed at his forehead like it hurt. "You're wrong about that last part. I fail to see how you can argue with the logic. I've been doing a lot of thinking too. I'm not going to fight with you about it, but I want you to know I was with you for more than just Wellesley. I didn't realize it at the time or I couldn't let myself, I don't fucking know. But I am rock solid that it was also very much about you, and after you left, that became clear. You don't have to apologize. This isn't an apology. This is about waking up and reaching for you and wishing you were next to me. It's about ordering extra food for you, and then remembering that you're not around to feed it to. It's about the fact that even as I was packing up my dead mate's clothes, I had you in my mind, too. It wasn't just Wellesley, Autumn, and I think I knew that after your kneading, and that's why I snapped. I spent a day and a half sitting on my ass, staring into the dark, trying to figure this all out, and I don't know, I guess I finally found the courage to be really fucking honest with myself. Because it's hard when you've loved one person with everything you've got, and she's gone, and someone else comes and treads all over her territory in your heart. He put his hand up to his chest and struck at his sternum. This was hers and hers alone, forevermore. Or at least so I thought, but shit didn't work out that way. And then you came along and circle be damned. I don't want to be finished with you. Now it was her turn to feel poleaxed, her body going numb as she struggled to comprehend what he was saying. Autumn, I'm in love with you, that's why I came here tonight. And we don't have to be together, and you don't have to get over what I said, but I wanted you to hear that from me. And I also want to tell you that I'm at peace with it because he took a deep breath. You want to know why Wellesley got pregnant? It wasn't because I wanted a young. It's because she knew that every night when I left the house I could get killed in the field, and as she said, she wanted something to keep on living for. If I had been the one to go, she would have carved out a life for herself, and the strange thing is I would have wanted her to do that, even if it included someone else. I guess I've realized that she wouldn't have wanted me to mourn her forever. She'd have wanted me to move on, and I have. Autumn opened her mouth to speak. Nothing came out. Had she really heard him say all that? Hallelujah. As she let out a cry of alarm and unsheathed a black dagger, Lassiter stepped out into the middle of the room. The angel clapped a couple of times, and then held his palms up to the heavens like an evangelist. Finally! Jesus, Tor hissed as he put his weapon away. I thought you'd quit. Okay, still not that guy who was born in a manger. And believe me, I tried to file my resignation, but the maker wasn't interested in what I had to say. As usual. I called for you a couple of times and you didn't come. Well, first I was flat out pissed off at you. And then I just didn't want to get in your way. I knew you were up to something big. The angel came over and put his hand on Autumn's shoulder. You okay? She nodded and managed something close to an aha. So this is good, yeah? Lassiter said. Tor shook his head. Don't force her into anything. She is free to choose her path as she always has been. At that he turned and went to the door. Just before he opened the way out, he glanced over his shoulder, his blue eyes locking on hers. Wellesley's fade ceremony is tomorrow night. I would love you to be there and will understand completely if you don't want to come. And, Lassiter, if you're going to stay with her, and I hope you do, make yourself useful and get her a cup of tea and some toast. She likes the sourdough bread done on both sides, with sweet butter, preferably the whipped kind, and a little strawberry jam. And she's Earl Grey with a teaspoon of sugar. What do I look like, a butler? Torment just stared at her for the longest time, as if he were giving her a chance to see just how sure and steady and grounded he was, solid in a way that had nothing to do with his weight and everything to do with his soul. He had, in fact, been transformed. With a final nod, he stepped out into the snowy landscape and dematerialized into thin air. You got a TV in here? She heard Lassiter ask from the kitchen as cupboards were opened and shut. You don't have to stay, she mumbled, still shocked down to her shoestrings. Just tell me you have a television and I'm a happy guy. We do. Well, what do you know, it's my lucky day, and don't worry, I'll keep us entertained. I'll bet I can find us a Real Housewives marathon. What? She said. I'm hoping it'll be New Jersey. But I'll take Atlanta. Or BH. Shaking herself, she went to look at him and could only blink as she was blinded by all the lights he'd turned on. Oh, wait, that was just him glowing. Whatever are you speaking of? She asked, finding it incredible that the male would be talking about human TV at a time like this. From over at the stove, the angel smiled darkly and gave her a wink. Just think, if you let yourself believe in Tor and open your heart to him, you can get rid of me forever. All you have to do is give yourself to him, mind, body, and soul, baby girl, and I'm as good as gone, and you won't have to worry about what a real housewife is. 70. The following evening, as soon as night fell, Asael, son of Asael, stalked through his glass house, heading for the garage. As he passed by the mansion's rear door, he glanced at the glass that had been replaced back in the fall. The repair was neat as a pin, to the point that one could not tell that anything violent had ever transpired. The same could not be said about the events that had gone down that horrid night. Even as calendar days churned by and seasons shifted and moons rose and fell, there was no repairing what had happened, no way of patching up that mess. Not that Ecker wanted to, he supposed. Indeed, tonight he was finally going to get a sense of exactly how much damage had been done. The Glimmerer were so fucking slow, it was ridiculous. Initializing the alarm system with his thumbprint, he went into the garage, locked up, and walked around the Jaguar. The Range Rover on the far side had huge tires with claw-like tread, his newest purchase having finally been delivered last week. As much as he loved the XKR, he was tired of feeling as though he were driving a greased pig on ice. Once inside the heavily modified SUV, he hit the garage door and waited. Then he reversed, K-turned, and waited again until the door was down. Elon, son of Larex, was a right little shit. The kind of aristocrat who truly set Asael's teeth on edge. Too much inbreeding and too much money had insulated him too utterly from the realities of life. The male was no more capable of forging his way without the trappings of his station than a babe out in the cold. And yet by the exigencies of fate, that male was in a position now to effect more change than he was worthy of. Following the raids, he was the highest-ranking non-brother on the council, but for Revenjuho was so entangled with the Brotherhood, he might as well have had a black dagger strapped on his chest. Therefore, Elon was the one calling tonight's little unofficial get-together, which would again not be including revenge, and which was going to likely be about an insurrection. Not that someone as highbrow as Elon would call it such. No, traders who wore cravats and silk socks tended to couch their reality in much more refined terms, although the wording would change not. As Asael sped along, the trip to Elon's house took a good 45 minutes, even though the highways were all salted and the streets plowed. Naturally, he could have saved himself time by dematerializing, but if things got out of hand, if he were to be injured and unable to disappear himself, he needed to make sure he had effective cover and escape. He had taken for granted safety only once and long ago. Never again. And indeed, the Brotherhood were highly intelligent. There was no telling whether this nascent cabal would be raided tonight or not, especially if Ecker were to make an appearance. Elon's retreat was a gracious brick house, Victorian in derivation, with lace-like woodwork marking its every peak and corner. Located in a sleepy little hamlet of only 30,000 humans, it was set well back from the lane it was on and had a river snaking down one side of the property. As he got out, he did not fasten the tortoiseshell buttons on the front of his camel hair coat or put on gloves, nor did he do up his double-breasted suit jacket. His guns were close to his heart and he wanted access. Closing in on the front door, his fine black boots clapped over the shoveled walkway, and his breath left his mouth in puffs of white. Overhead, the moon was bright as a halogen light and fat as a dinner plate, the lack of clouds and humidity allowing its true power to rain down from the heavens. The drapes on all the windows had been pulled, so he could not see how many others had arrived, but it would not surprise him if they were already assembled, having dematerialized to the site. Imbeciles. Punching the doorbell with his bare hand, the entry was immediately pried wide, a formal dog-gen butler bowing at the hips. Master Asael, welcome. May I take your coat? No, you may not. There was a hesitation at least until Asael cocked a brow at the servant. Ah, but of course, my lord, please come this way. Voices, all of them male, flooded his ears as the cinnamon scent of mulled cider eased into his nose. Falling in behind the butler, he allowed himself to be led into a grand living room that was crammed with heavy mahogany furniture as per the period of the house. And in and amongst the antiques, there were a good 10 males attending upon the host, their trim forms dressed in suits with ties or cravats at the throat. There was a noticeable dip in conversation as he made his appearance, suggesting that at least some of them did not trust him. It was likely the only wise thing about the group. His host broke away and approached with a smug smile. How good of you to come, Asael. Thank you for having me. Elon frowned. Where is my dog Jen? He should have taken your coat. I prefer to leave it on. And I shall take that seat over there. He nodded to the one corner that would provide the most visual access. I trust we will be getting started soon. Indeed. With your arrival, we await only one more. Assail narrowed his eyes on the subtle line of sweat that dotted the skin between the male's nose and upper lip. Ecker had chosen the correct pawn, he thought as he went over and eased himself into his chair. A sharp draft announced the arrival of the final guest. As Ecker strode into the room, there was a hell of a lot more than a lull in the chatter. Every one of the aristocrats fell silent, a subtle rearrangement of the crowd being affected as they each stepped back. Then again, surprise. Ecker had more than a +1 with him. The entirety of the band of bastards filed in on his heels, forming a semicircle behind their leader. In person and up close, Ecker was precisely as he had always been, rough and ugly, the kind of male whose countenance and stance suggested his reputation for violence was based on reality, not conjecture. Verily, standing in the midst of these weaklings, in their environment of luxury and civility, he was ready and perfectly capable of cutting down everything that breathed in the room, and the males at his back were just the same, each dressed for war, and prepared to bring it to bear at a mere nod from their liege. Regarding the lot of them, even Assail had to admit they were impressive. What a fool Elon Wash and his glimmer gadabouts had no clue of the Pandora's box that they had opened. With an officious cough, Elon stepped forward to address all and sundry as the one who was in charge, even though he was dwarfed not only by the soldiers' heft, but their very presence. I believe there are no introductions necessary, and it goes without saying that if any one of you, at this point, he eyed his fellow council members, speaks of this meeting, there will be reprisals the likes of which shall make you wish for the raids to return. Whilst he spoke, he gathered a certain momentum as if assuming the mantle of power, even if it was provided by someone else, was a sort of masturbation for his ego. I thought it was important to bring all of us together this night. He began to pace, clasping his hands at the small of his back and leaning forward to address his shiny shoes. From time to time in the last year, the esteemed members of the council have each come unto me and expressed not just their catastrophic losses, but their frustration with the current regime's response to any meaningful recovery. Assail's brows popped at the word current. This uprising had progressed further than he'd guessed if that was being thrown around. These discussions have taken place over a period of months, and there has been an unwavering consistency to the complaints and disappointments. As a result, and after much deliberation with my conscience, I have found myself for the first time in my life eschewing the race's current leader to the extent that I am compelled into action. These gentle males, at that ludicrous term he waved an open hand to the collection of fighters, have expressed similar concerns as well as a certain willingness to, how shall I put it, effect a change. As I know that we are all of one mind, I thought we might discuss our next steps. At this point, the assembled dandies decided to piss on the conversational guidepost, reiterating, in their own interminable words, precisely what Elon had just stated. Clearly they felt it was an opportunity for them to prove to the band of bastards how serious they were. But he doubted Ecker was moved by any of the hot air. These members of the aristocracy were fragile, expendable tools, each one of them limited in use and easily broken, and Ecker had to know this. No doubt he was going to work them until he didn't need them, and then he was going to snap their paltry wooden handles and cast them aside. As Assail sat back and listened, he had no particular love or regard for the monarchy. But he was clear on the fact that Wrath was a male of his word. The same could not be true of any of these glimmer yahoos. This whole group, with the exception of Ecker and his males, would kiss the king's ass until their lips went numb, right up until they caused his death. And after that, Ecker would serve himself and himself alone, and to hell with anyone else. Wrath had stated that he would allow commerce with the humans to continue unfettered. Ecker, however, was the type who would not permit any other seats of power to rise. Upand with all the money there was to be made in the drug trade, sooner or later Assail would have a target on his back. If he didn't have one already. And my family's estate is lying fallow in Caldwell. When Assail rose up from his chair, all the eyes of the fighters flipped to him. Stepping forward through the crowd, he was careful to show his hands lest they believe he had taken out a weapon. Please excuse the interruption, he said without meaning it. But I must leave now. Elon began to sputter as Ecker's lids lowered. Addressing the true leader in the room, Assail spoke clearly. I shall make no reference to this meeting, either to the individuals here in this room or to any others, neither about the statements that have been made nor who has attended. I am not a political individual, nor do I have designs on any throne. I am but a businessman seeking only to continue to prosper in circles of commerce. In leaving this meeting and resigning herewith from the council, I am acting accordingly, seeking neither to promote nor obstruct any of your agenda. Ecker smiled coldly, his eyes locked and loaded with deadly intent. I shall consider anyone who departs this room to be mine enemy. Assail nodded. So be it. And know that I will defend my interests as appropriate against interlopers of any kind. As you wish. Assail left without hurry, at least until he got into his Range Rover. Once inside the SUV, he was efficient in locking the doors, starting the engine, and taking off. Driving along, he was alert but not paranoid. He believed Ecker meant every word he'd said about marking him as an enemy, but he was also aware that the male was going to have his hands full. Between the Brotherhood, who were no doubt more than formidable foes, and the Glimmerer, who were going to be like herding cats, there was much to consume his attention. Sooner or later, however, the male would focus on Assail. Fortunately, he was ready now and would stay that way. And waiting had never bothered him. 71. As Tor emerged naked and dripping from the shower, the knock on his bedroom's door was loud and a little muffled, as if it had been made by the heel of a hand instead of a set of knuckles, and after so many years of being a brother, he knew it could have been made by only one male. Rage? He put a towel around his waist and walked over to open the way up. My brother, what's doing? The guy was standing out in the hall, his incredibly beautiful face solemn, his body clad in a white silk robe that fell from his broad shoulders and was tied at the waist with a simple white rope. Across his chest, his black daggers were holstered by white leather. Hey, my brother, In the awkward moment that followed, Tor was the one to break the tension. You look like a powdered donut, Hollywood. Thanks. The brother stared down at the carpet. Listen, I brought you something. It's from Mary and me. Opening his big palm, he held forward a heavy gold Rolex, the one that Mary wore, the one that the brother had given her when they'd been mated. It was a symbol of their love and their support. Tor took the thing, feeling the warmth that lingered in the metal. My brother. Look, we just want you to know we're with you. I added back the links so it'll fit your wrist. Tor slipped the thing on and yeah, it clipped just fine. Thank you. I'll return it. Rage snapped out his arms and gave the kind of bear hug that he was known for, the sort that put a strain on your spinal cord and made you have to reinflate your rib cage afterward just to make sure you hadn't punctured a lung. I got no words, my brother, Hollywood said. As Tor clapped him on the back, he felt the dragon tattoo seethe, as if it, too, were offering condolences. It's okay. I know this is hard. After Rage left, he was just shutting his door when there was another knock. Peering around the jam, he found Fury and Z lined up side by side. The twins were wearing the same robing and tie that Rage had on, and their eyes were just the same as Hollywood's Bahama Blues. Sad, so damned sad. My brother, Fury said, stepping up and embracing him. When the pre-male eased back, he held out something long and intricate. For you. In his hand was a 5-foot-long grosgrain white ribbon on which a prayer for strength had been carefully and beautifully embroidered in gold thread. The Chosen and Cormia and I are all with you. Tor took a moment to fan out the strip and trace the old language characters, reciting the ancient words in his head. This must have taken hours, he thought, and many, many hands. My God, it's beautiful. As he forced back tears, he thought, fan-fucking-tastic. If just the warm-up to the ceremony was getting to him like this, he was going to be a goddamn mess when it actually happened. Zadis cleared his throat. And then the brother who hated touching others leaned in and put his arms around Tor. The embrace was so gentle that Tor had to wonder if it was from lack of practice. Either that or Tor looked as fragile as he felt. This is from my family to yours, came the soft words. The brother offered forward a small piece of parchment paper and Tor's fingers shook as he opened it. Oh shit. In the center was a tiny handprint in red paint. A young's. Nalaz. There was no greater or more precious thing to a male than his offspring, especially if it was a female. So the palm print was the symbol that everything Z had and all that he was, now and in the future, was pledged in support of his brother. Fuck, Tor said simply as he took a shuddering breath. We'll see you down there, Fury stated. They had to close the door. Tor backed up and sat down on his mattress, laying the ribbon across his thighs and staring at the child's print. When another knock sounded, he didn't look up. Yeah. It was V. The brother seemed stiff and awkward, but then he was probably the worst out of all of them when it came to mushy shit. He didn't say anything. Didn't try any of the hugging bullshit either, which was just as well. Instead, he placed a wooden case next to Tor on the bed, exhaled some Turkish smoke, and went back for the exit like he couldn't wait to get out of the room. Except he stopped before he left. I got you, my brother, he said to the door. I know, V. You always have. As the male nodded and left, Tor turned to the mahogany case. Freeing the black steel clasp and lifting the lid, he had to curse under his breath. The set of black daggers was breathtaking. Taking one out, he marveled at the fit against his hand and then saw that there were symbols etched into the blade. More prayers, 4 of them, 1 on each side of each of the weapons. All for strength. These daggers were really not for fighting, they were too valuable. Christ, V must have worked on these for a year, maybe longer, although of course, as with everything the brother made down in that forge of his, they were deadly as hell. The next knock was Butch. It had to be. Tor had to clear his throat. Yes. Yup, it was the cop. Dressed as all the others were, in that white robe with the white rope tie. As the brother came across the room, there was nothing in his hands. But he hadn't come empty-handed. On a night like tonight, the guy said roughly, I only got my faith. That's all I got, 'cause there are no mortal words to ease where your ATI know up close and personal. He reached up behind his neck and worked at something. When he brought his hands forward once more, he was holding the heavy gold chain and even heavier gold cross that he never, ever took off. I know my God is not yours, but can I put this on you? Tor nodded and dropped his head. As the linchpin of the male's awesome Catholic faith was hung around his neck, he reached up and touched the cross. It had incredible weight, all that gold. Felt good. Butch bent over and put a squeeze on Tor's shoulder. I'll see you down there. Fuck. He had nothing to say anymore. For a while, he just sat there, trying to hold it together. Until he heard something at the door. A scratching, as if. My lord, Tor said as he forced himself to his feet and went across the way. You opened the door for the king, no matter what state you were in. Wrath and George came in together, and his brother was characteristically blunt. I'm not going to ask how you're holding up. I appreciate that, my lord, because I'm pretty fucking ragged. Why wouldn't you be? It's almost harder when people are kind. Yeah. Well, guess you're going to have to suck some more of that shit up. The king worked at something on his finger, and then put forward. Oh fuck no. Tor threw his hands up and out of the way even though the male was blind. No way. No fucking way. I order you to take it. Tor cursed. Waited to see if the king would change his mind. Got nowhere on that one. As Wrath just stared straight ahead, Tor knew he was going to lose this argument. With a dizzying feeling of total unreality, he reached out and took the black diamond ring that had only ever been worn by the king. My Shellen and I are there for you. Wear that during the ceremony so that you know my blood, my body, my beating heart are yours. George chuffed and wagged his tail as if backing his master. Fucking hell. This time, Tor was the one who reached for his brother, and the embrace was returned sharply and with power. After Wrath left with his dog, Tor pivoted around and leaned back against the door. The final knock was soft. Steeling himself so that he at least appeared to be a male even though he was feeling like a pussy on the inside, he found John Matthew out in the hall. The boy didn't bother signing anything. He just reached out for Tor's hand and pressed Darius's signet ring into Tor's palm. He would have wanted to be here for you, John signed. And his ring is all I've got of him. I know he'd want you to wear it during the ceremony. Tor stared at the crest that was stamped in the precious metal and thought of his friend. His mentor. The only father he'd really had. This means more than you can imagine. I'll be right beside you, John signed. The whole time. Right back at you, son. They embraced and then Tor shut the door quietly. Going back over to the bed, he looked down at all the symbols of his brothers and knew that when he faced this crucible, it was with all of them with him, not that had ever been at issue. Something was missing, though, in all of this. Autumn. He needed his brothers. He needed his son. But he needed her too. He hoped what he'd said to her would be enough, but there were some things you couldn't come back from, some things that there was no healing from. And maybe she had a point about the cycle thing. He prayed there was more to it than that, however. He truly did. As Lassiter stood in the corner of Tor's room, he kept himself invisible. Good thing. Watching that in and out of males had been rough. How Tor had managed to get through it in one piece was a flipping miracle. But this was finally coming together, the angel thought. Finally, after all this time, after all this shit, frankly things were finally turning in a good direction. After spending the previous night and day with a very quiet Autumn, he had left her at sunset to stew in her thoughts, putting his faith in the fact that she was replaying that Tor visit over and over in her head and finding nothing but sincerity in what had been said to her. If she showed tonight, he was home fucking free. He'd done it. Well, okay, fine, they had done it. In truth, he had been a sideline player in all this except for the fact that he kind of fucking cared about the pair of them. And Wellesley too. Across the way, Tor went to the closet and seemed to brace himself. Taking out a white robe, the brother put the thing on and then returned to the bed to gird his waist with the magnificent ribbon Fury had brought. After that, the guy picked up the folded piece of parchment Z had given him, tucked it into the tie, and drew on a white holster into which he slid V's two spectacular black daggers. The signet ring went on his left middle finger, the black diamond on the thumb of his fighting hand. With the unfamiliar sense of a job well done, Lassiter thought about all the months he'd been back on Earth, recalling the way he and Tor and Autumn had all worked together to save a female who would in turn, well, in different ways, free each of them. Yeah, the Maker had known what was up when this assignment had been made. Tor was not the same. Autumn was not the same. And Lassiter himself was not the same. It was simply impossible for him to disconnect from this, to be all blasé, to act like nothing mattered, and the funny thing was, he really didn't fucking want to pull out. Man, there were a lot of purgatories getting expunged tonight, he thought ruefully, both real and figurative. When Wellesley transitioned unto the Fade, he was going to finally get out of his prison. And with her release, that meant Tor's burden was lifted, so the both of them were free. And as for Autumn? Well, with any luck, she'd allow herself to love a male of worth and in turn be loved back, so after all these years of her suffering, she could finally begin to live again. She would be reborn, resurrected, come back from the dead. Lassiter frowned, a strange alarm beginning to ring in his head. Looking around, he half expected some lessers to be rappelling down the side of the mansion or landing out in the gardens from a helicopter. But no. Reborn, resurrected back from the dead. Purgatory. The in-between. Yeah, he told himself. Where Wellesley was. Hello? As an odd, disembodied panic gripped him, he wondered what the fuck his problem was. Tor froze and looked over into the corner. Lassiter. With a shrug, the angel figured he might as well make himself busy. No reason to hide, although, as he took form, he kept his dread to himself. God, what the hell was wrong with him? They were at the finish line. All Autumn had to do was show up at the Fade ceremony and, going by the way she'd been laying out clothes as he'd left to come here, it was pretty clear she wasn't just going to be scrubbing floors at that cabin all night long. Hey, the brother said. I guess this is it. Yeah. Lassiter forced a smile onto his face. Yeah, it sure is. I'm proud of you, by the way. You've done well. High praise. The guy fanned his fingers out and looked at the rings. But you know what? I really am ready to do this. Never thought I'd say that. Lassiter nodded as the brother turned and headed for the door. Just before Tor got there, he stopped at the closet, reached into the darkness, and pulled out the skirting of the red gown. As he rubbed the delicate fabric between his thumb and forefinger, his mouth was moving like he was talking to the satin or his former mate, or, shit, maybe it was just to himself. Then he released his hold on the dress, letting it settle back into the quiet void it hung in. They left together, Lassiter pausing to give a last measure of support before breaking off and paving the way down the hall of statues. With each step closer to the stairs, that alarm bell got louder until the sound of it reverberated through the angel's body, his stomach going sour as his legs grew sloppy. What the hell was his problem? This was the good part, the happily ever after. So why was his gut telling him that doom was waiting in the wings? 72. As Tor stepped into the pitch-dark hallway outside of his room, he accepted a quick hug from the angel and then watched the guy walk off toward the glow at the second-floor balcony. Damn, his breath sounded loud in his ears. And his heart rate was the same. Ironically, it had been just like this when he and Wellesley had been mated, his nervous system all a-twitter. And funny, the fact that his physiological response was identical in this context proved the body was a one-note machine when it came to stress, the adrenal gland firing in the same way, regardless of whether the trigger was good or bad. After a moment, he began to walk down the corridor toward the grand staircase, and it was good to feel all the symbols of his brothers on him. When you got mated, you went into it alone, you came up to your female with your heart in your throat and your love in your eyes, and you didn't need anyone or anything else because it was all about her. When you were performing her Fade ceremony, on the other hand, you had to have your brothers with you, not just in the same room, but as close as you could get them. The weights on his hands and around his neck and the tie about his waist were all that were going to keep him standing. Especially when the pain came. As he got to the head of the stairs, he felt the floor under his feet go into a wave, the great swell beneath him shifting his balance right when he really fucking needed it to stay in place. Down below, the foyer had been draped in vast bolts of white silk that fell from the ceiling molding so that everything from the architectural features to the columns to the fixtures to the floors was covered up. All the electric lights had been turned off throughout the mansion, and massive white candles on stanchions along with fires in the fireplaces made up for the deficit. Every member of the household was standing around the edges of the great space. The dog Jen, the Shellens, the guests all dressed in white, according to tradition. The Brotherhood had formed a straight line off from the center, starting with Fury first, who was going to officiate, and then John, who was going to be part of the ceremony. Wrath was next, then V, Zodist, Butch, and Rage on the end. Wellesley was in the middle of it all, in her beautiful silver box on a small table that had been draped in silk. So much white, he thought, as if the snow had sneaked in from outside and was breeding in spite of the warmth. It made sense, color was for matings. For the Fade ceremony, it was all about the opposite, the monochromatic palette symbolizing both the eternal light the dead would be subsumed in as well as the intention of the community to someday join with the deceased in that sacred place. Tor took one step and then another and then a third. As he descended, he looked at the upturned faces. These were his people and they had been Wellesley's. This was the community he was continuing with, and the one she had left. Even in the sadness, it was hard not to feel blessed. There were so many with him in this, even Revenge, who was now so much a part of the household. And yet Autumn was not among them. At least not that he could see. Down at the bottom, he fell into a bracing stance before the urn, his hands clasped in front of his hips, his head lowered. As he settled into his body, John joined him, assuming the same pose even though he was pale and his hands couldn't seem to still. Tor reached out and touched John's forearm. "It's okay, son. We're going to get through this together." Instantly, the jerky movement stopped and the boy nodded as if eased a little. In the ticking moments that followed, Tor thought dimly that it was amazing how a crowd this size could be so quiet. All he could hear was the crackle of the lit fires on either side of the foyer. Over to the left, Fury cleared his throat and bent down to a table over which a bolt of white silk had been draped. With graceful hands, he lifted the cover to reveal a mammoth silver bowl filled with salt, a silver pitcher of water, and an ancient book. Picking up the tome, he opened it and addressed them all in the old language. "On this night, we come herein to mark the passing of Welisandra, mated of the Black Dagger brother Torment, son of Harm, blooded daughter of Relix, adoptive mammon of the soldier Terror, son of Darius. On this night, we come herein to mark the passing of the nascent Torment, son of the Black Dagger brother Torment, son of Harm, blooded son of the beloved departed Welisandra, adopted brother of the soldier Terror, son of Darius." Fury turned the page, the heavy parchment making a soft noise. "According to tradition, and in hopes it will be both pleasing to the mother of the race's ears, and of solace to the bereaved family, I call upon all who tarry herein to pray with me for the safe carriage of those who have passed unto the Fade." So many voices rose up as Fury commanded sentences and had them repeated, female and male tones mixing together such that the words were lost to Tor, and all he heard was the pattern of somber speech. He glanced over at John. Lot of blinking going on, but the boy was holding back the tears like the male of worth he was. Tor swung his eyes back to the urn and gave his mind free rein to play through a slide show of images from all different parts of their shared lives. His reminiscing ended on the very last thing he had done for her before she'd been killed, put those chains on the tires of that SUV. So she'd have traction in the snow. Okay, now he was blinking like a motherfucker. The ceremony became a blur at that point, with him saying things when prompted and staying silent the rest of the time. He found himself glad that he had waited this long to do it. He didn't think it would have been possible to get through all this at any other moment. On that note, he glanced over at Lassiter. The angel was glowing from head to foot, his gold piercings catching the light around and within him and magnifying it back tenfold. For some reason, the guy didn't look happy. His brows were squeezed together as if he were trying to crunch numbers in his head and coming up with a sum total he didn't like. I would now ask the Brotherhood to pledge their condolences to the bereaved, starting with His Majesty Wrath, son of Wrath. Tor decided he was seeing things and refocused on his brothers. As Fury stepped away from the little table, Wrath was discreetly led forward by V so that he was standing over the bowl of salt. Drawing up the sleeve of his robe, the king unholstered one of his black daggers and drew the blade up the inside of his forearm. As bright red blood rushed to the surface of the cut, the male extended his arm and let drops fall. Each one of the brothers did the same, their eyes locking on Tor's as they reaffirmed without words their shared mourning for all he had lost. Fury was the last, with Z holding the book as he completed the ritual. Then the pre-male picked up the pitcher and spoke sacred words as he poured water from it, turning the pink-stained salt into brine. I would now ask Welisandra's Heron to disrobe. Tor was careful to take out Nala's palm print before untying the chosen sash, and he put both down on top of the robe after he'd removed it. I would now ask Welisandra's Heron to kneel before her for one last time. Tor did as commanded, falling to his knees in front of the urn. In his peripheral vision, he watched Fury walk over to the marble fireplace on the right. From out of the flames, the brother withdrew a primeval iron brand, one that had been brought over from the old country long ago, one that had been made by hands unknown, long before the race had had a collective memory. The terminal part was about 6 inches long and at least an inch wide, and the line of old language symbols was so hot it glowed yellow, not red. Tor assumed the proper position, curling his hands into fists and easing forward, so that his knuckles were planted on the heavier white cover that had been laid on the floor. For a split second, all he could think about was the mosaic depiction of the apple tree that was underneath him, that symbol of rebirth that he was beginning to associate only with death. He had buried Autumn at the foot of one, and now he was saying goodbye to Wellesley on top of one. As Fury stopped beside to him, Tor's breath began to come in punches of air, his ribs jerking tight and popping open. When you were mated, and you got your Shellen's name carved in your back, you were supposed to bear the pain in silencito prove that you were worthy of both her love and the mating. Breath, breath, breath. Not so with the fade ceremony. Breath, breath, breath. For the fade ceremony you were supposed to. Breath, breath, breath. What's the name of your dead? Fury demanded. On cue, Tor dragged in a giant pull of oxygen. As the brand was laid to the skin where her name had been carved those many years ago, Tor screamed her name, every ounce of pain in his heart and his mind and his soul coming out on a oneer, the sound shattering through the foyer. The scream was his final goodbye, his pledge to meet her on the flip side, his love made manifest one last time. It went on forever. And then he was sagging so badly, his forehead was on the floor, while all across the top of his shoulders, his skin burned as if it was on fire. But this was just the beginning. He tried to drag himself up, but his son had to help him because he had lost all muscle tone. With John's help, he reassumed his position. His breath took over once again, that rhythmic, shallow panting pumping him up, restoring his energy. Fury's voice was rough to the point of hoarseness. What's the name of your dead? Tor grabbed another hectare of oxygen and got ready to do it again. This time, the name he screamed was his own. The pain of losing his blood-born son cutting him so deep, he felt as though the inside of his chest was bleeding. He screamed longer the second time, and then he flat out collapsed on his arms, his body spent, even though it was still not over yet. Thank God for John, he thought as he felt himself get repositioned. From up above, Fury said, For to seal unto your skin Earmore, and to bind our blood with yours, we shall now complete the ritual for your beloveds. No panting this time. He didn't have the energy. The salt stung so badly he lost his vision and his body convulsed, his limbs jerking uncontrollably until he fell over on his side, even though John was trying to hold him upright. Indeed, all he could do was lie there in front of all of these people, many of whom were crying openly, his pain their own. Tracing the faces, he wanted to comfort them in some way, spare them what he had gone through, ease their sorrow. Autumn was at the far end, by the billiards room archway, standing in the flesh. She was dressed in white, her hair twisted back from her face, her delicate hands up to her mouth. Her eyes were wide and red-rimmed, her cheeks wet, her expression one of such love and compassion it instantly made the pain fade. She had come. She had come for him. She still had love for him. Tor started to weep properly, his sobs exploding out of his chest. Reaching for Autumn, he held his hand forward, beckoning to her, because in this moment of letting go, after the seemingly endless, painful journey along which she and she alone had joined him, he'd never felt closer to anyone. Even his Wellesley. Reborn, resurrected back from the dead. Across from where Tor was writhing in pain from the salt wash, Lassiter grit his teeth not because he was commiserating, but because his head was driving him nuts. Reborn, resurrected back from the dead. Tor began to sob, his heavy arm stretching, his hand opening and reaching for Autumn. Ah yes, Lassiter thought, the final part of it. Fate had demanded the blood, and the sweat and the tears, not for Wellesley, but for another. For Autumn. This was the final part. these tears spilled by the male for the female he had finally allowed himself to love. In a rush, Lassiter looked up to the ceiling, to the painted warriors with their fierce steeds, to the deep blue background. The sunbeams seemed to come from out of nowhere, piercing through the stone and mortar and plaster of what was above them all, the bright light so strong even Lassiter had to wince as the illumination arrived to claim a female of worth from a hell that was not of her doing. Yes, yes, there in the center of the dome, with her young in her arms, Wellesley appeared as brilliant and vibrant as a rainbow. Lit from without and within, color returned unto her. Life renewed because she was saved, because she was free, and so was her son. And just before she was subsumed, from the loft of her heavenly heights, she looked upon Tor and looked upon Autumn, though neither of them saw her and nor did the crowd. Her expression was nothing but love for the pair, for the Helen she had had to leave behind, for the female who would spare him his own torment, for the future the two would have together. Then with an abiding, peaceful expression she lifted her hand in a goodbye to Lassiter and was gone, the light consuming her and her son and carrying them away to the place where the dead were at home and at rest for all of eternity. As the light faded, Lassiter waited for his own burst of illumination, his own claiming son, his own return for a final time to the Maker. Except, he was still right where he was. Resurrected, reborn back from the dead. He was missing something here, he thought. Wellesley was free, but at that moment he focused on Autumn, who had gripped the skirting of her white robe and taken a step forward, toward Tor. From out of nowhere, a second bolt of great light broke through from above. But it came not for him. It came for her. Lassiter's mind made the connection with the speed and shock of a lightning bolt. She had died long ago. Taken her own life. The in-between. Different for each person. Tailor-made. Everything went into slow motion as the second truth was revealed. Autumn had been in her own in-between the whole time, traveling to the sanctuary and serving the Chosen for all those years, then coming down here to Earth to complete the cycle that had begun back in the old country with Torment. And now that she had helped him save his Shellen, now that she had let herself feel for him and let go of her sorrow at her own tragedy. She was free. Just as Wellesley was. Fucking hell. Tor was going to lose another female. No. Lassiter screamed. No. As he broke out of the lineup and lunged forward, trying to stop the connection between the two of them from being made, people started shouting and someone grabbed onto him as if to keep him from getting in the way. But it didn't matter. It was too late. Because the pair of them didn't have to touch. The love was there, and so was the forgiveness of deeds past and present, as well as the commitment in their hearts. Lassiter was still lunging forward in midair when the final beam of light claimed him, catching him in flight, plucking him out of the present and pulling him upward even as he still screamed at the cruelty of fate. His entire purpose had culminated in condemning Tor to another round of tragedy. 73. For truth, Autumn had not been sure she would come unto the mansion until she did. And she had not been sure how she would feel about Torment until she saw him searching the crowd and knew he was looking for her. And she did not completely open her heart to him until he reached out for her, his control breaking the moment he locked eyes with her. She had loved him before Noah had thought she did. But she had not been all the way there. The critical part that had been missing was a sense of herself not as somebody who was unworthy and had to be punished, but as an individual with value and a life to live beyond the tragedy that had defined her for so long. As she stepped forward, it was not as a servant or a maid, but as a female of worth, one who was going to go to her male, and embrace him, and be joined with him for as long the scribe virgin deemed. Except she didn't make it. She was not even halfway across the foyer when her body was struck by some kind of force. She could not comprehend what overtook her. One moment she was striding toward Tor, answering his silent plea that she come to him, crossing over the floor, zeroing in on the one she loved. And the next, a great light fell upon her from some unknown source, halting her in her tracks. Her will commanded her body to continue to Tor, but a greater force laid claim to her, and take her it did. With a pull that was as undeniable as gravity, she was drawn up from the earth into the light. And as she was lifted upward, she heard Lassiter screaming and saw him surge forward as if he wanted to stop her departure. That was what energized her to flail against the current. Struggling fiercely, she fought with all she had, but there was no freeing herself from what had captured her. No matter how she battled, she could not alter her ascension. Down below, chaos reigned, people racing forward as Tor dragged himself up off the floor. As he regarded her, his face was a mask of confusion and disbelief, and then he began to leap up as if he were trying to catch her. as if she were a balloon, the string of which he sought to palm. Someone grabbed him as he lost his balance, John, and the pre-male rushed to his side. And his brothers. Her last image was not of any of them, not even of Torment, but of Lassiter. The angel was beside her, rising as well, the light consuming them both until he disappeared, and so did she, until she was nothing at all, not even conscious. When autumn came to once again, she was in a vast white landscape, one so wide and so long that it had no horizons. Before her was a door. A white door with a white knob and a glow around its jambs, as if there was a bright light awaiting her on the other side. This had not been what had greeted her when she'd first died. Back years and years ago, when her consciousness had returned to her after she had inflicted that dagger upon her own stomach, she had found herself in a different white landscape, one that had trees and temples and rolling lawns, one that was populated by the scribe virgin's chosen females, one that she had gone on to live in without question, accepting her fate as not one of her choosing, but the inevitable result of her choices down below. This, however, was not the sanctuary. This was the entrance unto the fade. What had happened? Why had she? The explanation came to her in a rush as she realized that she had finally let the past go and opened her heart to embrace all that life had to offer, thus freeing herself from her own in-between, even as she had been unaware she had been within it. She was out of the in-between. She was free. But Torment was down below. Her body began to shake, rage shooting through her, the anger so deep and abiding she wanted to claw through the door and have a harsh word with the scribe virgin or Lassiter's maker or whoever the sick bastard was who dealt out fates. After having traversed the great distance from where she had first started, only to find that the prize was nothing but another sacrifice, she was livid to the point of violence. Not holding anything back, she let herself go, throwing herself at the portal, beating at it with her fists, tearing at it with her nails, kicking at it with her feet. She uttered curses that were vile and called the holy forces names that were villainous. When arms shot around her waist and began to drag her back, she attacked whoever it was, baring her fangs and biting into the thick forearm. Fucking hell. Ouch. Lassiter's indignant voice cut into her temper, stilling her body until she just heaved to catch her breath. The damn door was utterly uninjured, uncaring, unmoved. You bastards, she hollered. You bastards. The angel turned her around and shook her. Listen to me, Ori, not helping here. You need to calm the fuck down. With a force of will, she pulled herself together. And then promptly sobbed. Why? Why are they doing this to us? He shook her again. Listen to me. I don't want you to open that door, just stay here. I'm going to do what I can. Okay? I don't have a lot of pull. I may not have any at all, but I'll give it a fucking shot. You stay right where you are, and for the love of God, do not open that thing. Once you do, you're in the fade and I can't do shit. Are we clear? What are you going to do? He stared at her for a long moment. Maybe I'm finally going to be an angel tonight. Why, I don't understand. Lassiter reached forward and cupped the side of her face. You two have done so much for me, hell, we've all been in our own in-betweens, in a way. So I'm going to offer up everything I've got to save the pair of you, whale, see if it's enough. She clasped a hold onto his hand. Lassiter. He stepped back and nodded to her. You stay here and don't get your hopes up. The Maker and I have not had the best relationship. I may just get incinerated on the spot. In which case, no offense, but you're screwed. Lassiter turned away and walked into the whiteness, his big body disappearing. Closing her eyes, Autumn tucked her arms around herself and prayed for the angel to work a miracle. Prayed with everything she had. 74. Down below on earth, Tor felt as though he was losing his ever-loving mind. Lassiter was gone. Autumn was gone. And a terrible sense of logic was making him wonder why he hadn't guessed at the mechanisms they'd been working under for the past year. Wellesley had been trapped in the in-between by him. And Autumn had been trapped in the in-between by herself. Then by loving him and forgiving not just him but herself, she had been freed. So just like Lassiter, she had been granted what she had not even known she was in search of. She had been given at long last the entrance to the fade. That which she had been denied when she had taken her own life in a fit of terror and agony. Now she was free. Oh Jesus, he said as he let himself fall into John's strong arms. Oh fucking hell. Now, like his Wellesley, she was gone from him, too. Bringing a hand up to his face, he rubbed hard, wondering if maybe he'd wake up from this, like maybe this was just the worst nightmare his subconscious could possibly dream up, yeah. Like he'd wake up at any moment and drag himself out of bed to get ready for the fade ceremony, where in the real world this would not be the outcome. There was only one problem with that theory. His back was still stinging from the salt and the branding, and his brothers were still milling around, talking over each other in a panic. And somewhere somebody was yelling, and all around, the glow from candles provided plenty of light to tell who remained in the foyer and who had left. "Oh, fuck," he said again, his chest suddenly so empty he wondered if he hadn't had his heart removed and not noticed. Time passed and shit sank in and he was taken into the billiards room. A drink was pressed into his hands, but he just let it sit on his thigh, his head falling back as John Matthew comforted Shex and Fury talked to Wrath, and some plan was made for the king to go confront the scribe virgin. At which point V stepped in and volunteered to hit up his mother, which was promptly shot down, only to have Payne's offer to go with the king accepted. Blah blah blah. He didn't have the heart to tell them all it was a foregone conclusion. And besides, he'd already been through the mourning process on sea, so he had a core competency in recovery, right? Yay. For God's sakes, what the fuck had he done in an earlier life to deserve this? What the hell had he? The sound of the doorbell going off was a dim noise behind him. Nonetheless, everyone froze. Anybody who knew about the mansion was already here. Humans couldn't find them. Lessers shouldn't have been able to. And the latter was also true for Ecker. That doorbell let out its throaty demand once again. On a oneer, all the brothers as well as Payne and Shex and Quinn, John, and Blay outed weapons. Fritz was bodily prevented from going over to the vestibule, this house, and Butch did the duty of checking the screen. And even though he didn't give a crap whether it was the scribe virgin herself on the other side, Tor focused on the foyer. A shout went out, an excited shout with a Boston accent. And then there were lots of shouts, a legion of them, too many to decipher. Someone in a white robe came in with V and his boy. Whatever. Tor jacked up onto his feet, sure as if someone had hooked his ass up to a car battery. Autumn stood under the arches of the room, her eyes dazed and her hair a flyaway mess, as if she had been through a wind tunnel. Tor plowed through big male bodies, shoving people out of the way to get to her. And when he did, he skidded to a halt, grabbed her shoulders, looked her over from head to foot, shook her hard to get a sense of how corporeal she was. "Is it truly you?" In response, she threw her arms around him and held on so hard he couldn't breathe, and thank fuck. Because that meant she was real, right? It had to be, right? Lassiter did it. Lassiter saved me. He tried to track what she was saying. What are you? I don't understand any of this." The story came out several times in different iterations, because his mind just wasn't tracking anything. Something about her making it up to the Fade, and that angel coming out and telling her. He said he would give everything he had to save us. Everything. Tor pulled back and touched Autumn's face, her throat, her shoulders. She was as real as he was. She was as alive as he was. She had been saved by that angel? Except Lassiter had said he would be free if this worked. The only possible explanation was that he had traded his future for theirs. "That angel," he whispered. "That godforsaken angel." Tor bent down and kissed Autumn as deeply and for as long as he could. And as he did, he resolved to honor Lassiter and himself and his female as best as he was able for however many years he had on the earth. "I love you," he said to her. "And just like Lassiter, I'm going to give everything I've got to give to the two of us." As Autumn nodded and kissed him back, he felt more than heard her say, "I love you," back. Gathering her up in his arms, he held her close and closed his eyes, his body shaking from too much to describe. But he knew the score and he was good with it. Life was short, no matter how many days you were granted. And people were precious, each and every one, no matter how many you were lucky enough to have in your life. And love was worth dying for. Worth living for, too. 75. As dawn approached at the end of the darkened night and the moon sunk low in the sky, Ecker left downtown Caldwell. After that ridiculous meeting with the Glimmerer, he and his bastards had reconvened at the top of their skyscraper, but he hadn't been able to stomach any strategizing or talk of the aristocrats. Upon ordering his soldiers to return to their newest home base, he escaped into the cold night air alone, knowing precisely where he had to go. To the meadow, the moon-washed meadow with the big tree. As he reformed in the landscape, he saw it not covered in snow, but vibrant with fall's colors, the oak's branches not bare, but lush with red and gold leaves. Marching through the snow, he mounted the rolling earth, stopping when he came to the spot where he had seen the Chosen for the first time and taken her blood. He remembered every bit of her face, her scent, her hair, the way she moved and the sound of her voice, the delicate structure of her body and the frightening fragility of her smooth skin. He yearned for her, his cold heart crying out in prayer for something that he knew fate could never provide. Closing his eyes, he planted his hands on his hips and lowered his head. The Brotherhood had found them at that farmhouse. The rifle case that Siphon used to keep the tools of his assassin's trade was gone. Whoever had taken it had come and gone during the previous night, which meant at sunset, they had packed up their few things and scattered for a new location. He knew the Chosen had been the cause of it. He could think of no other way their lair could have been located. And another thing was clear, the Brotherhood were going to use the rifle to prove with surety that the bullet driven into Wrath months ago had been from a weapon of theirs. How thorough of them. Indeed, Wrath was such a good little king. So careful not to behave rashly and without cause, and yet he was obviously capable of using any weapon at his disposal. Not that Ecker would find blame with the Chosen not at all. He did, however, have to find out if she was safe. He simply had to be reassured that though his enemies had wielded her, they had not mistreated her. Oh, how his wicked heart churned at the idea that she might have been hurt in any way. As he considered his options, a cold wind blew in from the north, trying to cut him to the core. It was too late, though. He was already sliced in the heart. That female had slashed him in a way no war wound ever could, and from the likes of her, he was never going to heal up. Good thing he didn't ever allow his emotions to show, for it was best that no one knew his Achilles heel had finally, after all these years, come to find him. And now he would have to find her. If only to put his conscience, such as he had one, at ease, he was going to have to see her again. 76. Quinn didn't know what the fuck was up. People fucking poofing it in and out of the fucking foyer, shit going south until autumn came the fuck back. If there had ever been a time to drop the F-bomb, tonight was it. But at least it ended okay, with all being recovered and the ceremony completed. With Autumn standing beside Tor, John had been branded twice, once for Wellesley, once for the lost brother he'd never meet. And then, after the salt had sealed those wounds, the crowd had gone up to the highest point in the house where Wellesley's urn had been opened and revealed to the air, her ashes lovingly carried up and out to the heavens by the gusts of a rare easterly wind. Now, everyone was heading back down to the dining room to eat and recharge, after which they'd no doubt go off to pass the fuck out in their rooms as soon as they could politely disengage. Everybody was just about done, himself included, and that conviction had him turning to Layla as they reached the foyer. "How you doing?" Man, he'd been asking her that non-stop for 3 days straight, and each time, she told him she was fine, and hadn't started to bleed yet. She wasn't going to bleed. He was sure of this, even if she had yet to believe it. "I'm good," she said with a smile, as if she appreciated his kindness. The good news was that they were getting along really well. He'd been worried after the meeting that things would get weird or some shit, but they were like a team that had run a marathon, reached a goal, and were ready for the next challenge. "Can I get you some food?" "You know, I am hungry." "Why don't you head up, have a lie down, and I'll bring you something." "That would be lovely, thank you." "Yup." It was nice the way she smiled at him in that uncomplicated and warm way, the one that made him love her like family. And as he escorted her back over to the base of the stairs, it was good to smile at her in the same manner. All that simple and easy ended as he turned around. In the library, through the open doors, he saw Blay and Saxton talking. And then his cousin stepped in and pulled Blay into his arms. As the pair of them stood together, body on body, Quinn took a deep breath and felt a little death of his own come to him. He guessed this was how it ended for them. Separate lives, separate futures. Hard to think that they had started out inseparable. Abruptly, Blay's blue stare found his. And what Quinn saw in it caused him to falter. Love shone out of that face, unadulterated love untempered by the shyness that was very much a part of his reserve. Blay didn't look away. And for the first time, neither did Quinn. He didn't know whether the emotion was about his cousin. It probably was, but he'd take it. He stared right back at Blaylock and let everything he had in his heart show in his face. He just let that shit fly. Because there was a lesson in this fade ceremony tonight. You could lose the ones you loved in the blink of an eye, and he was willing to bet. When it happened, you weren't thinking about all the reasons that could have kept you apart. You thought of all the reasons that kept you together. And no doubt how you wished you'd had more time. Even if you'd had centuries. When you were young, you thought time was a burden, something to be discharged as fast as possible so you could be grown up. But it was such a bait-and switch when you were an adult. You came to realize that minutes and hours were the single most precious thing you had. No one got forever. And it was a fucking crime to waste what you were given. Enough, Quinn thought. Enough with the excuses and the avoidance and the trying to be anyone else. Even if he got shanked, even if his precious little ego and his dumbass little heart got shattered into a million pieces, it was time to stop the bullshit. It was time to be a male. As Blaze started to straighten like a message had been received, Quinn thought, "That's right, buddy. Our future has come." Epilogue. The following evening, Torment rolled over and found Autumn's body in the sheets. She was warm and willing as he mounted her thighs splitting for him, her core welcoming him as he sank in deep and moved inside. They had fallen asleep together, sinking into the kind of rest you had when a journey was over and home had finally reappeared on the horizon. "Give me your mouth, my female," he said softly in the dark. As her lips yielded to him, he let his body take over, the release not an earthquake but more of a wave, an easing of tension rather than a chaotic explosion of stars. And as he continued to ride her in that gentle rhythm, making love to his Autumn, he was reassuring himself that she was real, that they were real. When it was over, he willed on a single light on the bedside table and traced her face with his fingertips. The way she smiled at him made him totally believe in a benevolent maker. They were going to be mated, he thought. And he would add her name, the one he had given her, to his back, right below Wellesley's. And she would be fully his shellin' for however long they had together. "Do you want something to eat?" he whispered. She smiled some more. "Please. I'll be right back then." "Wait, I'd like to come with you. I don't know what I want." "Then we'll go down together." It took some time to actually make it out of the bed, get dressed in PJs, and wander down the hall of statues to the stairwell. Autumn paused at the top as if she were remembering the night before and leery of getting anywhere near the space like she might get sucked up into the fade again. With a nod of understanding, he swung her up into his arms. "I'll carry you." As she stared up into his face, she put her hand to his cheek and didn't have to speak. He knew exactly what she was thinking of. "I can't believe Lassiter saved us either," he said. "I don't want him suffering." "Neither do I. He was a good guy. A real angel, as it turned out." Tor started the descent, taking careful steps because he had a precious load. Down at the bottom, he paused for a moment to look at the depiction of the apple tree on the floor. He had let go of two females at the foot of one, and now he was in the position of carrying one of them back over it thanks to that angel who had somehow pulled off a miracle. He was going to miss that son of a bitch, he really was. And he was going to be eternally grateful for. The doorbell chimed loud and clear. Frowning, Tor glanced over at the grandfather clock by the door to the butler's pantry. 2 in the afternoon? Who the hell could? The chime went off again. Striding across the mosaic floor, prepared to call for his brothers if he had to, he peered at the monitor. Holy shit. Who is it? Tor put Autumn down, freed the locking mechanism to the inner portal, and put his female behind him in the event any daylight shone in. Lassiter walked in like he owned the place, that swagger back in full force, his smile as wide and naughty as ever, his blonde and black hair marked with fresh snowflakes. As Tor and Autumn stared at him with their mouths open, he held up 2 oversized McDonald's bags. "I brought us all Big Macs," he said happily. "I know you dig 'em, remember?" What the Tor tightened his grip on his shellin', just in case. Well, shit, with the way things were going lately, anything could happen. "What are you doing here?" "It's your lucky day, motherfucker." The angel did a little spin, piercings glinting, Mickey D's bags flaring out. "Turned out there were 3 of us being tested, and I passed as well. The instant I pledged myself for you too, I was free, and after I thought about it for a while, I decided I'd rather be on Earth doing good works than up there in the clouds. 'Cause, you know, I've kinda gotten a ball rolling, and this compassion shit looks good on me. Besides, no Maury in heaven. Which is what distinguishes the place from hell," Tor pointed out. "Too right." The angel jogged his load of high-calorie, high-fat. "So what you say? I got fries too. No Sundays. I didn't know how long it would take for someone to open the door for me, and I didn't want them to melt." Tor looked at Autumn. Then they both looked at the angel. As one, they stepped in and embraced the guy, and what do you know, the son of a bitch held them back. "I'm really glad this worked out," Lassiter whispered in all seriousness. "For you too." "Thanks, man," Tor said in return. "I owe you one. Shit. I owe you everything. You did a lot of it yourself. Except for that last bit," Autumn pointed out. "That was you, Lassiter." "Meh. Who's counting? Between friends, you know." The 3 of them eased back, and then after an awkward moment, they walked into the dining room. As they sat down at one end and Lassiter began passing out the goods, Tor had to laugh. He and this angel had started with the golden arches, and here they were again. Much better than that cave, right? Lassiter murmured as he handed over fries. Tor glanced over at Autumn and couldn't believe how far they all had come. Yeah, really, totally completely much better. Plus this place has cable. As Lassiter winked at them both, Tor and Autumn started grinning. It does, Angel. It so does, and any time you want the clicker, it's yours for the taking. Lassiter barked out a laugh. Damn, you really are grateful. Tor stared at Autumn and found himself nodding. You bet your ass I am. Eternally grateful, I am eternally grateful. On that note, he kissed his female and bit into his Big Mac.